a terrifying beast awakens, its red eyes glowing with ancient power. It descends from the sky, a creature of pure destructive energy. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the city below in chaos. Suddenly, a lone hero strikes, his sword raised against the impossible foe. Reflected in the monster's eye, the hero stands defiant, a tiny silhouette. The battle begins, a clash of titans threatening to shatter reality itself. The hero unleashes a flurry of attacks, pushing back the monstrous entity. But the beast roars, its power surging, threatening to overwhelm everything. The hero retaliates with a powerful upward slash, fighting for survival. His determined gaze promises that this war is far from over. But the hero is not alone. Allies stand with him against the twilight. His determined smile hints at a deeper plan, a hidden power. He never imagined finding friendship amidst the chaos, a new family. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a storm-ridden castle, ominous and foreboding. Inside, flames erupt, shattering windows, a new threat emerging. A banner burns, a symbol of power consumed by a raging inferno. The hero confronts a mysterious figure, demanding answers amidst the fire. "You cannot pass," the enigmatic foe declares, his resolve unyielding. The hero draws his sword, preparing for the ultimate showdown. He is Taylor McClure, the protagonist, ready to face his destiny. Our hero, Taylor McClure, unleashes his full power, a raging inferno. Another warrior, once a minor character, ignites his own fiery magic. He declares himself a significant villain, defying his predetermined fate. But Taylor stands firm, ready to face this unexpected, powerful foe. The battle intensifies, flames engulfing everything as their powers clash. The forgotten character, now a force, prepares his deadly bow. Taylor leaps, a desperate maneuver to protect his vulnerable allies. The archer aims, his arrow glowing with destructive energy, a true threat. Two women, terrified, huddle together as the battle rages around them. Suddenly, a shield forms, blocking the devastating attack, protecting the innocent. A lone arrow, inscribed with a chilling message, pierces the silence. A desperate escape, as an unseen arrow finds its mark on an innocent. The protagonist retaliates, sword piercing his enemy in a desperate clash. Blood drips as he endures, his will unwavering against overwhelming odds. Their faces inches apart, the protagonist rages, fueled by fierce conviction. He declares his purpose, to fulfill his role as a third-rate villain. The monstrous entity unleashes pure destructive energy, shaking the very world. The villain, now a dark dragon, rises, an unstoppable force of chaos. With bloodied face and glowing eyes, the minor character declares his survival. A lightning strike illuminates the night, sealing a powerful new pact. Reigning like a king, he held immense power within the academy. But suddenly, he faces grave accusations, threatening his very identity. The protagonist, Ed Rothstaler, feels fate itself mocking him. His life collapses as he is disowned, his belongings cast out. Whispers spread as he is seen leaving, his downfall confirmed. Students gossip, revealing the scandal that led to his expulsion. Alone and disgraced, he sits abandoned, surrounded by judgment. He screams, realizing this wasn't his life, his story. He was a player, transported into his favorite game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, a cruel new reality. Our protagonist finds himself in a webtoon, but not as the hero. He is Ed Rothstaler, a villain disowned at the game's beginning. Suddenly, Hez screaming, realizing this isn't his life anymore. The students gossip, spreading rumors about his dramatic downfall. He sits disgraced, abandoned, surrounded by their judging eyes. Ed realizes he's a player, transported into his favorite game. He sees his stats, a pitiful display for a hero. His intellect is abysmal, his stamina even worse than a farmer's. This is the life of a third-rate villain he barely remembers. But then, it hits him. He recalls everything about this character. He was begging, looking like a damn bum, an ending he never desired. Thrown onto the streets, a beggar's fate, lucky to even be alive. A deep breath, a moment of relief, as he ponders his new reality. Why was it him? How did he possess this body, this unknown existence? But this won't be his ending. He will make it, no matter what. This grand academy, more a city than a school, holds his new future. He finds himself in the undeveloped forest, far from prying eyes. Escaping the student's gaze, he walked for half a day, lost in thought. He understands his dire situation, a new life, a new identity. Disowned, but not yet expelled. This critical detail changes everything. Sylvania Academy promises a secure future for anyone who can graduate from its hallowed halls. With intel from a 5-time player, he envisions a life of comfort and wealth. His ultimate goal is clear: graduation from this prestigious academy. Yet, the looming tuition fees threaten his entire dream. His current stats are pitiful. Can he even secure a scholarship? Food, clothing, and shelter become his immediate, desperate priorities. A sudden glint of light from his old, familiar luggage. Inside, only ceremonial items. Showy clothes, nothing of practical use. Stuck in the woods, disowned, and without a place to stay. But at least, a stream nearby offers a glimmer of hope. 10 days until school, and he's determined to prepare. He practices his windblade spell, honing his skills. Exhausted, he struggles with basic tasks, his magic barely helping. Cutting just 15 logs leaves him severely depleted and hungry. A memory surfaces of his grandfather's survival tactics. He recalls eating tree bark in desperate times. Using a spell, he ignites a makeshift cooking pot. He optimistically skewers a piece of bark, imagining chicken. But the reality hits hard as he tries to eat it. The taste is horrific, and he immediately gags. Day 3, and the struggle for survival intensifies. Starvation and sickness plague him, a haunting lesson from his grandfather. He realizes wood is for shelter, not sustenance, as logs lay scattered. With newfound determination, he begins to construct a basic frame. Holding 4 heavy supports alone, the task proves incredibly difficult. He collapses under the weight, the wood crashing around him. His body strains with effort, pushing past exhaustion and pain. He binds the logs together, forming a sturdy, if crude, structure. The shelter's frame is complete, but hunger still gnaws at him. He gathers clothes for a bed, sacrificing comfort for basic survival. Under the pale moonlight, a chilling silence descends upon the forest. As dawn breaks, the world awakens with a vibrant, ethereal glow. Our hero, exhausted, finally completes his rough but sturdy shelter. His eyes snap open, a jolt of surprise igniting his weary spirit. A system message confirms his new novice craftsman rank, a small victory. He reflects on his unexpected talent for crafting, surpassing magic. His stomach growls relentlessly, a harsh reminder of his gnawing hunger. A simple harpoon is crafted, a desperate tool for survival in the wild. 2 days without food, he cries out for sustenance, pushing his limits. Driven by desperation, he wields his harpoon, ready to hunt. Starving, the hero craves meat, desperate for sustenance in the wild. Ignition! With a primal scream, he conjures fire, his hunger fueling his magic. Freshly cooked fish sizzle, a temporary relief from the gnawing emptiness. He devours the fish, clinging to survival until school begins. Suddenly, a beautiful blonde woman appears, catching him off guard. He stares, recognizing her, realizing a crucial detail had forgotten. It's Ed Rothtailor, one of the main characters from his past. A flashback to a bound man, accused of lacking remorse. A powerful woman orders him to disappear from the academy. Princess Phenia, the one who kicked him out, confronts him again. Ed Rothtailor, a villain who appears early, uses his noble status. He hits on the MC's childhood friend, but faces swift punishment. With a vengeful heart, Ed maliciously adjusts the MC's entrance exam. However, he is caught by a girl hiding her identity. It's Fionia Elias Clowell, the Clowell Empire's Twice princess. She activates insight, detecting all of Ed's lies and conspiracies. Caught and exposed, Ed is chased out of the dorms in disgrace. Everyone at the academy hates Ed, but he met someone he shouldn't. Fionia confronts him, shocked he's still an academy student. She cuts him off, demanding answers, her patience wearing thin. She declared he must leave, a stain upon the academy. His crimes were clear. Dishonorable acts against a fellow student. He maliciously set up another, blocking their path to a better future. Meanwhile, his precious food, painstakingly acquired, was burning. This was a life crisis, far beyond just his food. The princess, with her immense power, could truly expel him. As the sun began to set, he wondered about her lack of guards. A noble princess alone in an isolated forest, a strange sight. She threatened him with power, unleashing her fiery resolve. He slowly knelt, claiming he only wished to thank her. Her eyes widened, confronted by a truth that defied her understanding. He watched her reaction, his own expression unreadable. The Rothtailor family, a name synonymous with influence, hid a dark secret. Their heinous experiments and exploitation marked them for utter destruction. Yet, he was disowned, his future uncertain, his meal burnt to ashes. Despite the hardship, he found a twisted sense of freedom in his exile. Failure to convince her meant expulsion, a definitive game over. He pondered her sudden appearance, a princess alone in the wilderness. Her simple attire hinted at a hidden purpose, a test perhaps, a quest for magic beads, a trial orchestrated by Professor Glast. Professor Glast's test, known for its viciousness, awaited them. The noble princess, Phoenix, aimed for the best, Class A. She threatened expulsion, but without her help, it was impossible. He faced her, asserting his path to Class A. If his words were false, she could expel him. She revealed the location of a small grassy island. On it, the Merilda's guardian tree held a secret. There, he would find a precious gift she left. He recalled his pathetic past self from 3 days ago, but the man standing now was utterly different. A mysterious girl appeared by the Merilda's guardian tree, a secret within. The intense class placement test officially concluded. The academy gates stood grand. Professor Glass demanded students present the magic beads they acquired. Students proudly displayed their diverse magical treasures. He declared only 3 truly understood the test's hidden intent. Not just any bead mattered, but those rich in pure magic power. Only those with potent beads could ascend to Class A. He named Zix, a student who had secured such a powerful artifact. Then Laurentel, another student, her confident smile hinting at her success. The professor pointed to the girl who found the ultimate, high magic bead. His strength burned, unable to even wield a spear. He crafted a crude fishing rod, a desperate creation. Princess Phoenicia, sharp and insightful since childhood. Her innate skill allows her to see through all deception. No one can escape her insight, revealing true information. Yet, this very truth poses an even greater problem. If Princess Phoenicia fails the class test, her fate changes. But if she finds the golden bead, the original story shatters. His survival hinges on avoiding expulsion, or all is lost. The professor then pointed to the ultimate high magic bead winner. The future might still not change. Insight will always see the truth. There really is a bead. Ed Rothstaler didn't lie. Though, this isn't a present. Why did Princess Phoenicia hide her identity in the first place? She wanted to prove herself. She knew just by seeing the bead that it would offer the best results. But Phoenicia couldn't take that bead. The title Princess of Love is not a skill or stat. I threw bait at the princess. She believed she could conquer the test, fueled by sheer confidence. But Ed Rothstaler's words held true. She failed. Her hopes shattered. Enraged, she vowed vengeance, her eyes burning with a bitter promise. Meanwhile, a tranquil scene unfolded by a serene waterfall. A new day began, with a determined young man successfully catching a fish. He gasped for breath, an arduous journey stretching before him. Running from early morning, he pushed his limits to reach his destination. Exhausted, he struggled for air, sweat beading on his skin. Despite the struggle, a familiar academy awaited his return. He was back, ready to face the challenges of Sylvania Academy. The school's opening ceremony begins, marking a new, uncertain semester. Whispers of his past survival echo, but not all are welcoming. He ignores the scorn, enjoying the victor's well-earned reward. A familiar face, Ed Rothstaler, observes him with keen interest. His only ambition is graduation, despite the academy's judgment. Students gossip about his past, noting a subtle change in him. 3 girls head for desserts, oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Unique, ID senses something strange, a profound shift in the air. She wishes for peace, feeling an unsettling change in him. A new day at Sylvania Academy, full of hidden dangers. However, on the very first day, a hidden threat emerged. He faced expulsion, standing before the dean's ominous door. Phoenix's words to the dean remained a mystery. Yet, he narrowly escaped the academy's harsh judgment. He vows to be careful, to not stray from his original path. His combat abilities are raw, but his survival skills are honed. He trains relentlessly, even practicing magic on small creatures. An arrow strikes true, a testament to his growing proficiency. Crafting potent arrows, he envisions infusing them with powerful magic. Suddenly, a shocking realization ignites a fierce determination in his eyes. Our protagonist recalls a mysterious girl from his past academy days. The genius spirit sorcerer, Janica Failover, appears with an unsettling aura. Her piercing red eyes hint at hidden power and unknown intentions. Another student, Ed, appears, wary and slightly confused by her presence. Janica approaches the protagonist swiftly, startling him with her sudden appearance. She reveals shocking knowledge about him, leaving him stunned. Janica explains her connection to Merilda, a high-ranking forest spirit. He realizes his actions in the forest may have been noticed. The protagonist confesses his past actions, feeling a pang of guilt. Janica reassures him, revealing Merilda's surprising indifference to such matters. He blushes, surprised by her playful teasing, calling him a wild wolf. She looks at him with an adorable blush, her red eyes sparkling. Janica laughs, finding his reaction amusing and unexpected. She suddenly extends her hands, glowing with mysterious power. A new spirit contract is revealed, an adorable creature she wants him to touch. Hess shocked, wondering if it's truly a spirit. The protagonist admits he cannot see spirits, leaving Janica stunned. Janica looks on, surprised by his confession. He decides to leave, needing to get food. He reflects, realizing he must follow the original storyline for an advantage. Janica Failover, a crucial figure, is someone he must never approach. He walks away, leaving Janica alone in the forest. Her crimson eyes hint at a hidden power, a dangerous resolve. He blushes, surprised by her comment about his tender heart. Janica reveals her true power, a fascinating spirit companion. She wonders if he truly cannot see her spirit. Janica struggles, finding his indifference incredibly frustrating. She vows to uncover his secrets, knowing they will meet again. A pristine lake reflects the serene, powerful magic around them. His journey back to the academy is long, fraught with unknown dangers. He struggles, barely making it to the academy, pushing his limits daily. He relentlessly studies, striving for a scholarship, despite his meager resources. Even after school, his grueling routine continues, washing clothes by the river. He meticulously prepares for tomorrow, leaving only hours for sleep. But something far more unsettling than exhaustion plagues his mind. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, revealing a hidden observer. He confronts her, shocked she knew he was there all along. He furiously warns her, revealing his notorious identity as Ed Rothaler. His reputation precedes him, but she remains unfazed by his anger. With a knowing smile, she calmly declares she doesn't know him yet. His eyes narrow, realizing the true nature of this seemingly innocent girl. Janica Failover, appearing naive, hides an independent, formidable mind. But a terrifying future looms, a darker truth beneath her gentle facade. She is no ordinary student. Janica is the final boss of Act 1. He closes his eyes, grappling with the weight of her devastating destiny. Suddenly, she makes a surprising request, her expression bright and hopeful. He stands shirtless, disheveled, revealing his dire circumstances and disowned status. With a sparkling smile, she boldly asks for money, shattering his expectations. Her cheerful plea for a loan is underscored by her top scholarship status. Yet, her scholarship reveals her crippling poverty, a hidden, vulnerable weakness. She asks for money, leaving him speechless and shirtless by the campfire. Her innocent smile cracks, revealing a terrifying, shadowy truth beneath. He grapples with the weight of Janica's true identity, a future cut out. 3 days later, the sky is clear, but a new challenge approaches. He hunts, determined to avoid important characters and alter his fate. His eyes burn with resolve to keep the original story on track. He builds a crude shelter, trying to survive on his own terms. His determination is clear as he continues to fortify his makeshift home. Suddenly, a new, even more powerful character appears, shocking him to his core. Lucy Merrill, the sleeping genius, a dangerous force, now enters the narrative. A sudden scream shatters the silence, revealing a powerful new presence. She awakens, annoyed by his presence in her mountain domain. He is shocked, realizing his path is diverging dangerously from the original story. The mysterious girl points, revealing an unseen entity nearby. He feels a strange pull as the entity speaks directly to him. A glowing wolf spirit manifests, its eyes full of ancient wisdom. The ethereal beast conveys a desperate plea for the future. It begs him to save Janica, a pivotal character, no matter the cost. He leaves the camp, unaware of the immense challenges ahead. A new quest emerges, plunging him into a deadly training arena. The Academy's combat training is a brutal one-on-one mock exercise. Many powerful individuals exist, but one protagonist reigns supreme. Enter Taylor, the failing swordsman, a true force to be reckoned with. The protagonist, however, knows the outcome of these matches already. He sees the combatants clashing, knowing Taylor will dominate. He watches as Taylor unleashes devastating attacks, securing victory. Suddenly, Janica appears, full of unexpected energy. She approaches him happily, holding the list of matches. He feigns disinterest, not expecting his own involvement. But then, a shocking realization strikes him. He must fight too. Taylor stands ready, declaring he will perform to the best of his ability. The protagonist muses that he must now pay attention to Taylor. He remembers living as Taylor through countless game overs and bad endings. He completed that arduous journey countless times, seeking true endings. Every route was difficult, filled with hardship and overwhelming struggle. The protagonist, now in chibi form, cheers for Taylor. Suddenly, an announcement repeats, asking for student Lucy Merrill. The protagonist realizes Lucy is missing, staring in shock. Lucy Merrill, top of the class, yawns, ready for her duel. Taylor stands ready for his epic confrontation against her. Taylor, a swordsman with no experience, deflects Lucy's lightning-quick magic. Lucy is utterly shocked, as her powerful spell is completely blocked. Taylor closes the distance, catching Lucy entirely off guard. Lucy unleashes an intermediate-level lightning strike in desperation. Taylor is seemingly overwhelmed by the reflexive magic spell. But Lucy is disqualified, granting Taylor the legendary victory. The protagonist cheers, celebrating Taylor's epic win against the odds. Then, a new match is announced. The arena lights up. The match starts, and the combatants prepare for battle. Taylor charges, initiating a powerful attack in a flash of light. Taylor emerges from the dust, battered but determined. The crowd watches in disbelief, utterly shocked. Lucy, defeated, collapses to the ground. Taylor stands victorious, the top of the class defeated. His past was a gauntlet of trials and failures. A nobody, an underachiever, ignored by all. He was a failure, never acknowledged by anyone. Everyone pitied him, seeing only despair. But even in the depths of hopelessness, a spark remained. Taylor never lost hope, rising like a phoenix. Protagonist A cheers, fueling the dramatic turn of events. Lucy Merrill is launched through the air, defeated. Her expression contorts in shock as protagonist A watches. Then, a fierce determination ignites in his eyes. Lucy retaliates, unleashing a torrent of lightning magic. Her power surges, engulfing the arena in electric energy. Protagonist A screams, caught in the devastating magical assault. A monstrous dragon forms from the raw power, roaring. He is flung through the air, completely overwhelmed. Protagonist A stares in horror as the true power is unleashed. Protagonist A watches in shock as a figure is thrown through the air. A devastating impact shatters the arena, revealing not lightning, but wind magic. The true power of Lucy Merrill, the top mage, is finally unleashed. With a resounding declaration, Lucy Merrill claims her victory. Taylor, the failing swordsman, lies defeated and broken. Protagonist A stares in disbelief. Taylor has truly lost. Another student watches, realizing the gravity of Taylor's defeat. He knows they cannot leave this new, formidable power unchecked. Lucy reveals her true strength, the protection of the wind and Marilda. She explains that her bond with Marilda made her stronger. Another brutal combat training is set, with Princess Phoenicia alias Cloel. Princess Phoenicia questions Ed Rothsayler's past performance. Taylor, picking up his sword, fights to win, gaining confidence. He remembers his past, how he lost because of one man. His presence in Sylvania changed everything, a crushing defeat. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. "Hey, Taylor!" Taylor looks up, his face etched with concern and determination. Another student encourages him, saying his efforts will pay off. "Walk proudly. You did good," he shouts, rallying Taylor. "Don't let this get you down," another student proclaims, full of fire. Emperor Cloel declared Phoenicia was born with a divine blessing, but her extraordinary insight wasn't a gift from any god. It was a shield forged in the dark abyss of royal conspiracy. Princess Fionia's confidence stemmed from this self-made power. Even seeing the abyss in their eyes, she feigned ignorance. Then, a challenge from Ed Rothsayler, demanding she go easy. Princess Fionia, now facing him directly, returns the same taunt. Other students whispered, exposing Ed's manipulative nature and persistence. The princess, with closed eyes, knew their words held truth. Ed Rothsayler, using his position, preyed on his juniors. Ed Rothsayler, caught altering test results, screams his frustration. Yet, Princess Phoenicia senses a deeper desperation within his schemes. Her insight reveals his past, a history of similar manipulative acts. Then, protagonist A appears, urging Ed not to give up hope. The grand arena awaits, as two figures prepare for a fateful combat. Princess Phoenicia, calm amidst the tension, questions Ed's motives. Suddenly, her magic erupts, a powerful wave of energy ready to strike. Ed Rothsayler prepares his own attack, a furious blast of wind and fire. His magic unleashes with overwhelming force, ready to consume everything. The princess, eyes narrowed, anticipates his every move, preparing her counter. Princess Phoenicia unleashes her full power, ready for a dramatic finale. Ed Rothsayler channels immense energy, determined to win this fight. But the princess simply observes, anticipating his every desperate move. Her magic strikes, swift and overwhelming, leaving Ed no chance to react. He lies defeated, utterly crushed, admitting his shocking, complete loss. The princess, stunned, questions how he fell so easily. Protagonist A watches, realizing Ed never even tried to block. The crowd erupts in laughter. Ed was defeated in a single hit. Princess Phoenicia, impressed, wonders about protagonist A's true strength. His gaze sharpens, a mysterious past lingering behind his eyes. Ed realizes his opponent never made eye contact, a strange disinterest. Princess Fionia is declared the victor, the duel a complete farce. Was Ed's true objective never to win, but something far more strategic? He sprints through the academy, knowing Princess Fionia is crucial to his plan. But someone else, the true protagonist of this world, holds greater significance. Panic sets in. Where has the protagonist gone? Vanished without a trace. His eyes widen in realization, a name forming on his lips. Ed Rothstaler. Princess Fencia arrives, questioning his lone presence. What is he doing? She confronts him, furious. He never intended to win, only to escape. Her mind races with other worries, further fueling her frustration. Her frustration boils over, questioning his purpose in complicating her mind. He tries to calm the princess, sensing her deep distress. Princess, take a deep breath. There's no need to be so worked up. The tension lingers, a heavy silence filling the room. She questions what just happened, confused by her own outburst. Please forget about it, she pleads, covering her face in shame. He asks to leave, but she holds him back, knowing his bad habit. He needs to find Taylor, but she has a crucial question first. Her eyes sharpen, ready to expose the truth with her insight. You cut ties with your family because you knew their dark side, didn't you? Protagonist A's shocking deduction about a dark family secret is mostly wrong. Ed Rothstaler denies any involvement, trying to deflect the princess's sharp questions. Princess Fencia, enraged, demands answers about his contradictory actions towards Taylor. Ed attempts to spin a false narrative about making fun of Taylor and seeking approval. But the princess's insight pierces through his lies, exposing his deception instantly. Ed's nose grows comically long, confirming his blatant falsehoods to the princess. He desperately insists on his innocence, but her insight reveals multiple layers of lies. The princess, frustrated, erupts in fiery magic, knowing his original plan is her only hope. She finally calms, admitting she lacks concrete evidence to truly expose him. Her piercing gaze fixes on him, releasing him but knowing he has urgent matters. Protagonist. A thanks Princess Fencia, who reacts with a rare, distressed silence. Her usual composure shattered. The princess finds herself in an impossible situation. Protagonist. A realizes his presence complicates an already tangled web of events. He reflects on his own burdens, knowing they pale compared to hers. He gently suggests she looks exhausted, urging her to relax. This academy is not the palace, a place where she can finally breathe. Princess Fencia, who lived her life seeing through lies, is deeply shaken. For the first time, someone truly saw through her own facade. Ed Rothstaler, out of time, frantically runs, realizing his mistake. If Taylor gives up, not just his life, but the entire world could end. Taylor watches, realizing the true weight of his past actions. Suddenly, Aylatrice appears, fiercely protecting him. She screams at Ed Rothstaler, demanding he leave Taylor alone. Ayla declares Ed will no longer harass Taylor, her eyes blazing. Ed Rothstaler, stunned, questions Taylor's continued presence. He's alive, somehow, against all odds. Taylor, the true hero, stands firm with unwavering resolve. Ayla, his childhood friend, rushes out, seeing his pain. She encourages Taylor, reminding him of his strength and resilience. With Ayla by his side, Taylor will rise again, no matter what. Protagonist. A stares, a bead of sweat betraying his inner turmoil. He acknowledges Taylor's blade skill, questioning his true intentions. Taylor, scarred but resolute, has faced countless trials. Protagonist. A denies his schemes, but his hidden thoughts betray him. He once believed Taylor would save the world, a mere game protagonist. Now, the truth dawns on him in a flash of realization. Protagonist. A is relieved, the fate of the world now secondary. Taylor's safety is all that matters, his true priority revealed. Suddenly, a chibi Ed and Ayla judge Taylor's dramatic exit. Protagonist. A walks away, leaving the drama behind him. Protagonist. A observes a fiery explosion as if expecting it. The battle rages, a spectacle for all who would witness it. A fiery beast erupts, its power unleashed upon the world. Magic swirls as a powerful spell is unleashed. A sorceress charges forward, her icy magic tearing through the air. The Golden Daughter Lortel battles a monstrous ice entity. The clash of elemental power shatters reality itself. A spirit sorcerer, Janica Failover, enters the fray. Taylor and Ayla watch, unaware of what this battle portends. Taylor, keep your eyes peeled. A trial approaches you. The sorceress unleashes her fiery magic, channeling immense power. Suddenly, a monstrous fire dragon erupts, its presence overwhelming. This is Janica Failover, the true final boss of this act. Cheers erupt as Janica is celebrated for her impossible victory. Janica smiles, basking in the adoration of her peers. But then, a patient is rushed through, her eyes filled with terror. It's Lucy, gravely injured, defeated by Janica's overwhelming power. Janica stares, a cold realization dawning in her eyes. In an unexpected twist, Lucy was defeated by Janica, changing everything. The protagonist watches, realizing this incident will shake Janica's world. Our hero walks away, believing some part of his entanglement is finally over. 2 weeks after the joint combat training, a new calm settles. He focuses on survival, fishing to secure his vital food supply. His stats are soaring, body improving with every passing moment. But there is no time for laziness. The path ahead is still long. Suddenly, a familiar face appears, her eyes wide with shock. Janica screams, finding him shirtless, demanding answers about his state. She explains this secret base feels like an adventurer's exciting discovery. Janica then confesses she needs to talk and seeks his advice. His face twists in disbelief, wondering why she chose him of all people. Janica confesses how she accidentally harmed someone during joint combat training. Lucy lies injured and unconscious, a completely one-sided fight. Did her opponent use intermediate magic, which was expressly forbidden? Janica struggles with the guilt, feeling she overreacted in the heat of battle. She wonders if an apology is due, despite her friend's insistence otherwise. Protagonist, A, unyielding, advises her to act only if she believes it's right. Janica, a beacon of kindness, is a treasure to all who know her. Her friends always rallied, offering unwavering support and taking her side. But Janica understands that support doesn't erase the wrongs committed. This wisdom is why she sought him out, as expected of Ed Rothstaler. Janica stretches, finding comfort in the silence between them. The chibi versions playfully argue, highlighting their contrasting views on support. Janica's sharp eyes pierce through Ed's usual demeanor, noting a profound change. He was never this reserved, even when desperate, a stark difference. This boy now kept his distance, a subtle warning in his posture. Yet, Janica finds reassurance in this new, enigmatic side of Ed. She wishes everyone possessed his unwavering authenticity, a strange comfort. Fireflies dance in the night, a peaceful end to their deep conversation. The next day, a grand academy stands under a clear, bright sky. Footsteps echo, signaling a new arrival, and serious trouble brewing. The legendary game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, holds many grim endings. Save a girl from kobolds, and you unlock the secret of the Golden Daughter. But your heroism seals Taylor's fate. He is brutally assassinated. Skip Ayla to team with the Golden Daughter, and Ayla plunges to her death. Protect the Golden Daughter from Janica's spirit, and Taylor burns. Ed Rothstaler is agitated, sensing a persistent, unseen threat. A mysterious girl, Lortel, confronts Ed, wondering why he ignores her. She is Lortel Ketchuln, the formidable Golden Daughter and fourth heroine. Her intense gaze fixes on Ed, revealing her true power. Lortel coolly offers to buy Ed's time, asserting her dominance. Lortel Ketchuln, the hidden hero, walks away from a blonde girl. Treated as a villain from the start, her true colors were concealed. A bloodied dagger in bread symbolizes the crossroads of their fate. Ed Rothstaler, despite being called, refuses to be swayed by her words. He dismisses her help, yet she persists, radiating admiration. She approaches him, a determined step closing the distance between them. Lortel, inspired, praises his relentless learning despite adversity. She playfully acknowledges his arrogance, dismissing it as trivial. Her hand opens, revealing 3 gleaming gold coins for a down payment. Lortel asks for help befriending Janica, surprising Ed. 3 gold coins. A month's earnings, but also a hidden power play. Does the Golden Daughter buy connections as easily as she buys goods? Lortel pulls him closer, insisting he keep the coins, revealing her awareness. He pockets the coins. More allies mean better chances in the coming storm. A sudden realization strikes Ed. This girl's intuition is terrifyingly accurate. Lortel knows of the political struggle with Princess Fincia for Academy control. She understands the critical need to start gathering allies immediately. Ed extends his hand, agreeing to their alliance. Lortel reaches out, her gaze sharp, understanding the weight of poverty. Their hands clasp, sealing a pact that could change everything. But for those in desperate predicaments, even small favors can become their downfall. They sell their families, pride, and themselves for mere gold. Preying on the desperate is terrifyingly simple and effective. This is how it should have been, a simple transaction. But her knowing smile hinted at deeper machinations. How amusing. He walked away from the golden gates, leaving her behind. He regrets not accepting the coins. It would have been easier. But the horrors of getting stuck between them are unimaginable. He must avoid changing the original storyline at all costs. That night, Lortel meticulously plotted her next moves, unbothered by rejection. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, appears in a flowing dress, her hair down. Her true intentions, like her hidden power, are shrouded in mystery. Janica Failover, a spirit sorcerer, once used forbidden magic in combat. She apologizes to Lortel for her past actions, seemingly remorseful. Lortel's chest is bandaged, hinting at a past injury and a price paid. Janica's guilt could be a weapon, easily wielded by a master manipulator. Lortel's face contorts in shock as Janica reveals a secret conversation. Janica smiles slyly, mentioning spirits are terrible at keeping secrets. Surrounded by powerful spirits, Janica reveals her true, terrifying capabilities. She knows of a secret kiss in the forest, a hidden betrayal. Lortel's eyes widen with a terrifying realization, a secret just exposed. She offers gold to befriend Janica, a sly move to gain trust. Lortel dismisses the money, saying sincerity cannot be bought. But Ed Rothstaler's approach, a simple handshake, means more to her. Janica, flustered, admits she might have been too smug as a senior. Lortel walks away, preparing for a high-ranked spirit contract. Janica, a fairy tale protagonist unaware of the dark world, truly isn't. She apologizes to Lortel for past injuries, a chilling confession. Despite knowing the world's darkness, Lortel maintains her cheerful facade. The door clicks shut, sealing away their secrets and hidden intentions. Lortel, pushed to her limits, finds her cheerful facade cracking under pressure. Her eyes betray a desperate struggle, revealing she's on the edge. Janica, meanwhile, resolves to work harder, seeing Lortel's struggle. She understands the weight of expectation, a burden and a blessing. Suddenly, a bright day in the past, clothes hung out to dry. A mysterious woman appears, sensing something amiss in the air. Disaster strikes. A sudden blast ruins the freshly laundered clothes. A younger protagonist, A, startled and confused, senses a hidden presence. It's Belle Maya, the senior maid, carrying a basket with ominous intent. She's the very maid who once brutally kicked the protagonist, A, out. Belle Maya, the maid who once banished him, appears with an ominous basket. She observes protagonist, A's current living situation with a strange intensity. His past self, startled and confused, tried to make sense of her words. His attention fixated on the mysterious basket she carried. Ophelis Hall's elite maids perform all chores with terrifying perfection. Inside that basket, gathered from the forest, lay ingredients of pure power. Protagonist, A, realizes Belle Maya's actions could impact the main plot. He tries to be respectful, but Belle Maya insists he speak freely. Her piercing gaze hints at a deeper, hidden agenda. He feigns respect, knowing she has no impact on the story. He smiles, feigning innocence, asking about the mysterious basket. The basket, overflowing with rare herbs and mushrooms, holds immense power. His crafting proficiency soars as a new fish farming net is complete. With meat and fish secured, his survival needs are almost met. Suddenly, a golden chalice ignites with raw magical power. Flames erupt, fueled by a single, potent word, ignition. Unbeknownst to him, his basic fire and wind magic reached level 10. He brews a potent herbal tea, enhancing his survival exponentially. Taking a deep draught, the power flows through him, invigorating his spirit. As the sun sets, a sly grin spreads across his face, a new game begun. A star blazes in the night sky, a mysterious power awakening. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the landscape, obliterating everything. Someone is thrown violently through the air, their fate unknown. The smoke clears, revealing utter devastation and a terrifying force. Protagonist, A, awakens amidst the rubble, bewildered by the chaos. His meticulously built camp, his sanctuary, utterly annihilated. He struggles to breathe, the shock of the destruction overwhelming. Then, a familiar face emerges from the dust, pale and gravely injured. It's Lucy, the most powerful mage, barely clinging to life. What force could possibly wound someone of her caliber so severely? Protagonist, A, learns the devastating power of Belle Maya, the maid. Her fury erupts. A dark aura surrounds her, fists clenched tightly. Lucy, fearing for her life, narrowly teleports away from the attack. She barely escapes, leaving a massive crater where she once stood. Protagonist, A, enraged, confronts Lucy about the destruction. He demands to know what kind of life she lives, causing this chaos. Lucy winces, admitting she cannot use protective magic. She reveals her terrifying vulnerability. All her magic is depleted. A sinister smile spreads across Lucy's face. Protagonist, A, prepares to strike, seeking revenge for his ruined home. The hero unleashes a devastating attack, destroying everything in his path. He needs a stronger home, something sturdy enough to withstand any chaos. His studies consume him, seeking knowledge in the library's endless halls. Time passes quickly as he immerses himself in ancient texts and forgotten lore. He is completely engrossed, barely noticing the world outside his books. Then, a bright-eyed girl approaches, introducing herself as Elka Islan. Her gaze is intense, silently pleading for him to reveal his own identity. He finally relents, speaking his name with a heavy, dramatic sigh. The girl's eyes widen in shock, recognizing the infamous Ed Rothstaler. She gasps, realizing he's nothing like the rumors she heard. He devours books on elemental studies, mastering complex texts in days. Even now, he's consumed by over 6 technical texts, an insatiable hunger. They say he's arrogant, but they truly know nothing of his hidden depths. Rumors, she realizes, are not to be trusted after all, seeing his true self. Someone else, she claims, is just as sincere as the mysterious senior. He simply responds, "Thanks," as she pledges her unwavering support. She waves goodbye, wishing him a safe journey back to his dorm. Suddenly, his eye glows with rage, screaming, "What is this?" The entire library shudders violently, objects crashing as terror grips her. Books explode around her, a massive unseen force ripping through reality. A catastrophic magical blast tears through the academy, shattering reality. Students gather in a desperate camp as shadowy figures stalk the ruins. Ayla gasps, recognizing the terrifying summoning rune from ancient texts. It's a ritual to call forth Glaskin, the highest-ranked spirit of darkness. Lortel reveals the horrifying truth. Only one person can summon such power. The berserk spirit sorcerer, Janica Failover, is behind this disaster. A tense silence falls over the remaining students, dread filling the air. Taylor realizes time is running out. The barrier will soon crumble. Casualties will mount if Glaskin is fully summoned. They must act now. They must infiltrate the student center and solve this from within. The students rally, believing their combined strength can defeat a high-rank spirit. But Clebius Norton, a combat faculty year 1, vehemently opposes the plan. He warns of intermediate spirits and a terrifying spirit boss within. Suddenly, a surge of dark, arcane power erupts, hinting at deeper horrors. 2 high-rank spirits now manifest. A fire spirit and Velisfer, spirit of darkness. Clebius screams that confronting them is suicide, refusing to proceed. Lortel questions how Janica could wield such immense power alone. Ayla reveals Janica is merely a medium, channeling Velisfer's terrifying strength. Spirits of darkness, natural enemies, easily prey on spirit sorcerers like Janica. Yet, how Janica commands Velisfer remains a chilling, unknown mystery. That's not what's important right now. We must decide our course of action, and only one person can. Princess Fincia is burdened by this impossible choice. All eyes are on her, awaiting a decision that could seal their fate. A memory flashes, a nonchalant remark from someone who understands her burden. He asks why she doesn't find some peace of mind. But true peace seems an impossible luxury in these dire times. The princess declares they will enter in an hour, but only the strongest. She courageously vows to take full responsibility for the perilous mission. Now, the princess assesses the teaching area's resident employees. The situation is dire. Essential halls are on strike, leaving them isolated. Only they can act, but hope dwindles with limited allies. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the despair, revealing a hidden student. The name Elka Islan sparks a fierce determination in one student. He recognizes Elka, his fellow apprentice librarian, now in grave danger. He must rescue her, knowing she is utterly powerless to defend herself. Ayla intervenes, reminding him of their current priority. They must subdue Janica first, the true cause of this chaos. But another student is with Elka. They must believe in them. His panic escalates. What crucial detail is she desperately hiding? Distress washes over her as she cries out his name. A dark figure emerges, radiating immense power, eyes glowing ominously. She frantically explains, leaving Elka with the notorious Ed Rothstaler. Panic spreads as students realize the danger Elka faces with him alone. He is furious, knowing Ed's reputation and the vulnerability of Elka. Another student attempts to calm him, saying Jix is also there. Ayla desperately tries to stop him, urging caution. Her eyes well up, pleading for him to have faith in the others. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic erupts from the distant library. Everyone stares, speechless, as the magical energy blasts into the sky. Panic erupts as the magic surge reveals a horrifying truth. Our hero's eyes glow red, consumed by a terrifying rage. The source of the blast, a colossal magical explosion from the library. Demonic creatures roar, attacking everything in sight. Our hero unleashes his fury, obliterating the monstrous threats. Ed Rothstahler appears, his face contorted with pure hatred. Meanwhile, Jix, the legendary spear of grass, tracks his prey. His keen eyes pierce the darkness, locking onto a hidden target. "Got him," Jix whispers, as a mighty beast collapses. He stands victorious, a hunter in a land untouched by empires. Abandoned, he knew nothing of his past, only the hunt for survival. He learned to take down a deer before he could even read a book. He mastered scavenging from the dead, a brutal life on the roadside. Whispers follow him, a descendant of barbarians, rumored to eat human flesh. His eyes, sharp and cold, betray the life of a lone wolf. A young girl approaches him, unafraid, asking for his name. "Jix," he replies, a rare moment of connection in his harsh existence. She smiles, telling him he is like a wolf walking on two legs. For the first time, Jix realizes the profound loneliness of his past life. But now, with Elka and her father, he finds a true family. Chasing after the peaceful life of civilization, he found solace in simple meals and good company. A savage life became a distant memory at some point. His companion, a spirit sorcerer, helped him adapt, and the wolf fur became a man. But if it was for the sake of protecting her, he would gladly become a beast again. Ed Rothstahler, a schemer, cheated and harassed juniors. Jix, the wolf, now runs through the academy, rage-burning. He confronts Ed, demanding to know where Elka is. Ed Rothstahler, injured, cries out Elka's name in desperation. Protagonist, A, bursts in, enraged, demanding to know if Elka is okay. He finds Janica Failover unconscious, her body slumped over a table. A wave of relief washes over him as he sees her stir. He clutches his head, the sheer terror of the moment fading into gratitude. But then, a chilling realization dawns upon him. Heavy bookcases strategically placed, forming a barrier around her. Blackout curtains drawn, blocking any light that might provoke spirits. A handprint on the floor, glowing with an unknown magic. A desperate message. "Stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits." Janica was protected, but by whom? Blood stains the floor, yet it's not Janica's. A trail of crimson leads to a blinding light. Ed Rothstahler, wounded, protected her. But why? His injuries are severe, his intentions a mystery. Protagonist. A stares, confusion turning to a chilling realization. 3 hours earlier, chaos erupted in the academy. A desperate struggle, a struggle for survival. Protagonist, A carries Janica, the true danger still unknown. A summoning rune appears, marking the start of the Glaskin showdown. He pulls away, convinced Taylor can handle the looming threat. But a new resolve hardens his eyes. He cannot let the future change. Berserk spirits are swarming. He must fortify his shelter. Later, a realization strikes him about Janica's unique power. Her strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection is formidable. Yet, for him, unable to even see spirits, this path is impossible. Suddenly, a shocking vision. Janica is shooting materialized spirits. He sees a luminous orb of green energy, a new opportunity. He unleashes his own power, fueled by this unexpected event. His magic levels surge, nearing an unimaginable peak. He grapples with the limits of his spirit connection, pushing past dangerous thresholds. He carries Janica, battered and bruised, through the desolate academy halls. Ed Rothstahler appears, questioning his presence amidst the ruins. Ed dismisses his explanation of training as utterly naive. A chilling realization dawns on him about Ed's true nature. He stares, understanding the kind of person Ed has always been. He declares a profound debt, looking directly at Ed. He vows to repay Ed at any cost, a fierce promise. He recognizes Janica, a forgotten yet important character from the original story. Suddenly, he realizes Ed is a crucial ally to Taylor, incredibly important. Protagonist A questions if his friend ran from the student center to help. He orders his friend to return, declaring he doesn't belong here. He tells him to help Taylor, the academy's struggling student. But his friend questions why he thinks so highly of Taylor. Suddenly, a flashback reveals Taylor's epic battle with the fire spirit. The protagonist advises his friend to help Taylor learn Element Slash. He tells his friend to hurry, then rests, trusting the story. But a chilling thought pierces through his previous understanding. Why isn't Jix, the original story's key ally, friends with Taylor yet? The past rewrites itself. Taylor and Jix become friends 1 month early. The story unravels. Jix and Taylor never form their bond. Without Element Slash, the raid team faces certain doom. No one can even scratch Tarkin, the monstrous beast. The entire plot is shattering, spiraling out of control. At the student center, the raid team's base stands silent. The protagonist apologizes for the delay, knowing their failure. Taylor and his injured team lie defeated, the raid a catastrophe. Their first invasion attempt against Tarkin has utterly failed. Princess Fencia, heartbroken, is begged to rescind her orders. She pleads for more time, but Tarkin's forces close in relentlessly. The injured team faces the protagonist, their failure weighing heavily. Princess Fencia realizes the summoning ritual is almost complete. The protagonist, with no other choice, proposes a desperate split. He declares he will intervene, taking charge of one side himself. The defeated team members lie unconscious, including Ed Rothstaler. One team member frantically questions the protagonist's insane plan. Another intervenes, urging his comrade to listen to the new strategy. The protagonist reveals the true enemy, Janika's overpowered spirit. Tarkin's shell is impenetrable. A direct fight is utterly futile. Two teams will flank Tarkin, one diverting, the other subduing Janika. Lortel's voice trembles, remembering Tarkin's overwhelming power during training. The risk is immense. A two-front battle would be an impossible scenario. Protagonist, A, insists, Janika is the true target. Tarkin is merely her puppet. Ed questions who would be insane enough to join the suicidal luring group. A sense of dread falls over the remaining students, facing certain death. Suddenly, a hand rises, offering to sacrifice themselves for the desperate plan. Taylor volunteers for the luring group, but protagonist, A, immediately rejects him. Taylor pleads, insisting his speed makes him the only viable option. Protagonist, A calmly states, they are not sending anyone to their deaths. He declares he will lead the luring group, shocking his companions. Protagonist, A proposes a desperate plan to bind Tarkin, but his allies are terrified. He remains resolute, his gaze firm despite the grim reality of their situation. Princess Fencia, wounded and distraught, struggles to comprehend his intentions. Yet, with blood on her face, she declares her royal authority, taking command. She divides the party. One group to subdue Janika, including Taylor and Ayla. The other, a luring group, includes Ed Rothstaler and Lortel. Fencia, against all odds, commands them not to die, no matter the cost. With grim determination, the two desperate groups charge into the unknown. They enter the ominous Nail Hall corridor, danger lurking in the shadows. Protagonist, A, bleeding but unwavering, prepares to face the terrifying fire lizard. Janika failover and the others charge, determined to win against the monstrous beast. Taylor, known as Keblius the Gloomy, is fearful despite his immense skill. Protagonist, A, reassures him, knowing Taylor is the top freshman combat student. Protagonist, A, smirks, his confidence unwavering, leaving Taylor to wonder his plan. The monstrous fire lizard's claw slams, unleashing a destructive force. This terrifying creature, Tarkin, is their target in the combat training grounds. Princess Fencia's conviction propelled them this far, even into certain danger. Taylor, still afraid, realizes he's not alone in this desperate fight. With renewed courage, Taylor prepares to confront the impending threat. He unleashes a powerful attack, hoping to overcome the beast's overwhelming might. Taylor screams, realizing the true battle has just begun. A spectral presence appears, reflecting his desperate struggle. Suddenly, a monstrous blue creature materializes behind him. Its glowing eyes promise a terrifying, inescapable demise. Taylor flees, the enraged beast roaring. "You tricked me!" He curses his tormentors, trapped and alone in the vast hall. Janika watches, a sly smirk hinting at a sinister plan. Protagonist, A, injured, directs the others to abandon Taylor. Janika confirms their sacrifice, showing no remorse. Taylor unleashes his power, fighting fiercely against the powerful beast. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, is thrust into a pivotal role. Janika stands outside, preparing for a critical hit on their foe. She unleashes a barrage of devastating spirit magic. Meanwhile, protagonist A, injured, maintains his unwavering resolve. Janika charges, a torrent of ice magic erupting from her hands. Her power explodes, tearing through the arena with brutal force. The devastating impact shatters the very foundations of the hall. Yet, a monstrous purple energy rises from the destruction. The students watch in horror, unable to comprehend the chaos. Janika smiles chillingly, ready to confront whatever emerges next. Our hero recalls a forbidden magic exploding through the ceiling. Lortel, eyes glowing, smirks, realizing a sinister plan. She acknowledges Ed Rothstaler, an unwitting pawn in her scheme. The dark entry path is set, only one piece remains. A blue dragon spirit surges as her fury intensifies. Even if the raid succeeds, the true challenge awaits. Tarkin, a formidable beast, cannot be avoided in the plaza. A terrified figure flees from the monstrous glowing dragon. Protagonist A, bloodied but determined, reveals his chilling solution. He holds a mysterious item, ready to face the impossible. Protagonist A, injured, dashes through the academy, a chilling premonition guiding him. Janica unleashes ice magic, but Taylor defends against the overwhelming force. An impenetrable ice wall rises, rendering all efforts futile against the beast. Only overwhelming power can shatter Tarkin's shell, a monstrous, glowing dragon. Protagonist A sprints, the true horror of the situation dawning upon him. He gasps, realizing the sheer firepower needed to overcome this impossible obstacle. Meanwhile, Lucy, the powerful mage, slumbers peacefully amidst the chaos. The student plaza is a labyrinth of challenges, a deadly gauntlet. Countless attempts have been made, yet only one knows the path to victory. He carries the sleeping mage, ready to unleash her hidden power. Lucy, the slumbering mage, rests alone on a desolate rooftop. Janica struggles, fueling Belle Maya's enraged, dark aura. Lucy collapses from exhaustion, utterly spent after using all her magic. Yet, a faint scent awakens her, the irresistible aroma of beef jerky. A hand offers the precious, glistening beef jerky, a beacon of hope. She devours it without hesitation, every bite crucial for survival. Suddenly, a figure looms, preparing a devastating throw with Lucy in hand. He grits his teeth, recalling military training, aiming for impossible distances. A blinding light erupts. Everyone dives as Lucy is launched like a projectile. Her unleashed power strikes, a purple explosion engulfing the monster. Lucy, utterly spent, cries out in disbelief at her own actions. The monster, a high-rank fire spirit, is struck by Lucy's magic. Cracks appear as the powerful magic shatters its formidable shell. A blinding purple explosion engulfs the monster in raw power. Lucy and the protagonist are caught in the devastating magical feedback. He barely holds on, clinging to the railing as the blast rages. His eyes narrow, realizing this is a pivotal moment for them all. The monster's tough shell is now broken, vulnerable to attack. The protagonist sees an opportunity for immense experience points. With renewed determination, he prepares to claim the final blow. A young Janica is lovingly embraced, praised as a cherished daughter. But the whispers of pride soon twist into something sinister. Dark compliments and manipulative words surround her, shaping her destiny. She stands alone, engulfed in dark energy, broken shards mirroring her pain. Her bloodied foot crushes glass, a symbol of the fragile world crumbling beneath her. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, signaling a dramatic shift in the battle. The protagonist arrives, sword drawn, facing a gathering storm of enemies. Janica, now chained and glowing with red eyes, greets them with a terrifying smile. A monstrous entity looms, its power merging with Janica's dark magic. A figure of pure shadow descends, unleashing devastating purple energy upon all. Just in time, a lone hero arrives, his presence a sliver of hope. Purple energy explodes as Janica unleashes her full, terrifying power. Ed questions Lucy's whereabouts as Janica mocks her failed efforts. Janica's magic continues to rage, the fight far from over. Lucy lies exhausted, her ice magic barely containing the relentless foe. Ed suggests a lethal strike, but Janica doubts his capability. The monster's power flares, overwhelming Janica's desperate defense. Janica, eyes glowing, takes responsibility, betting her life on the plan. Her pained expression reveals the immense burden of her decision. The protagonist declares this desperate gamble an investment, not a gamble. Janica, with a sinister smile, claims investment is her area of expertise. Her bandaged hand glows, ready to unleash devastating power. She fully commits, declaring she will put her life on the line. With a determined stomp, Janica initiates her desperate gambit. The monster unleashes a terrifying roar, overwhelming the field. The beast's immense power pushes both sides to their absolute limits. Dark energy erupts, engulfing the area in destructive force. The monster's roar shakes the very foundations of reality. The protagonist pushes forward, needing to get even closer. His eyes burn with resolve, preparing for the final, desperate strike. What is this terrifying power, consuming everything in crimson chaos? A monstrous entity, surging with destructive, unholy energy. The protagonist watches, scarred and battered, as the battle rages. His party has entered the final phase, but the timing is terrible. This level of chaotic energy will attract unwanted attention. The monster unleashes another devastating purple energy blast, but the protagonist retaliates with a potent blue energy strike. Even amidst this upheaval, Lortel prepares for her moment. Her unwavering focus will ensure she makes no mistakes. He unleashes a powerful green wind blade, perfected by countless repetitions. The monstrous beast unleashes a devastating purple energy blast, but the protagonist retaliates with a potent blue energy strike. He unleashes a powerful green wind blade, perfected by countless repetitions. The high-rank fire spirit, Tarkin, has been defeated. His spirit connection and understanding proficiency have increased exponentially. A spirit contract slot has been unlocked. He can now make a contract. The protagonist is battered and exhausted, yet stands firm. Taylor unleashes a catastrophic attack, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The sky rips open as raw power erupts, consuming everything. Lortel observes as the cataclysmic energy dissipates, marking the end. The sun rises over the city, a new day dawning after the cataclysm. Our hero reflects on those who truly risk their lives. His allies lie exhausted, the true cost of their battle evident. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, mocks his lack of sentiment after their ordeal. She formally introduces herself, a smirk playing on her lips. He shakes her hand, a moment of unexpected connection. She reveals her victory, holding up gold coins as proof. Lortel claims a favor, leaving him stunned and owing her. She bids him farewell, leaving him to ponder her intentions. He watches her go, wondering if this troublesome alliance will continue. Taylor faces a senior, his power now undeniable. Protagonist, A, battered, gazes at the imposing figure before him. Despite their past, a debt of gratitude is silently acknowledged. Taylor bows, recognizing the unyielding truth of his obligation. A furious companion screams, warning of the senior's treacherous nature. Protagonist, A, aloof, silences the outburst with a cold command. The girl, tearful, questions his dismissal of the senior's aid. He clarifies, stating the true heroes who took down Tarkin. Another girl, sharp-toothed, mocks his humility, stirring the pot. Protagonist, smiles, a strange warmth spreading despite the chaotic situation. They solve their own problems, time and time again, becoming heroes. Taylor, growing stronger with each trial, and Isla with him. Fencia, embracing destiny, slowly becoming a true monarch. Jix found his own path amidst the sprawling civilization. Klebius grew confident, with Elvira realizing life's true depth. Lortel, buried in gold, cross-examined her opulent life. All main characters, with their own roles, achieved success. Because I knew that, their success was always assured. That is why I turned away from that path. Now, the protagonist casually tosses a massive stone. Our protagonist finds himself in a destroyed, desolate hall, sensing something amiss. A closed wardrobe looms in the darkness, hiding untold secrets. He opens it, revealing a grim scene, a past he thought he escaped. His eyes, filled with resolve, reflect the weight of a forgotten duty. Someone had to stay backstage for the protagonist to shine. His unwavering gaze pierces through the lies, seeking the truth. He ponders Janika's berserk state, an idea forming in his mind. He recalls a chance encounter, seeing Janika's meticulously kept room. Every item within that space was a testament to her sincere gratitude. Yet, her desk was overflowing, leaving no room for her own studies. The weight of expectations, plastered on her wall, crushed Janika's spirit. Her misery stemmed from an inability to discard the goodwill of others. She was pathologically obsessed with honoring every gift and compliment received. Velocephor exploited this darkness, driving Janica berserk, but a month too early. Taylor was meant to be the hero, but Lucy's power shifted the spotlight. Lucy's contract with Marilda was why Taylor was one shot in battle. She often visited the northern forest, a perfect napping spot. This cozy shelter was built by protagonist, A, who shouldn't exist anymore. Lucy admits her love for the napping spot, surprised to be found. She wonders if everyone forgot her after her destructive rampage. She didn't expect to be found, wanting to hide her impending tears. Hurt and vulnerable, she was about to ugly cry. Protagonist, A, watched, silent, as the grim reality unfolded. A spirit wolf's message urged him to save Janica. He alone knew the future, a heavy burden to bear. Janica, despite expectations, tragically failed her spirit contract. Her desperate summoning ripped apart the faculty building, unleashing darkness. She trained relentlessly, striving for perfection and magic. Janica smiled, but her private struggles were immense. Her beautiful process made even her failure paradoxically beautiful. Protagonist, A, offers praise as Janica lies defeated, bloodied on the ground. The main characters revel in their glory, bathed in the spotlight. But behind the scenes, a different truth unfolds in the oppressive darkness. Protagonist, A, watches Janica, the villain of Act 1, in her despair. He's witnessed this ending countless times, a loop of predictable tragedy. Yet, something new stirs within him, a dawning realization. Now, he sees the spirits that were always there, invisible before. Janica's broken spirit finally connects with the unseen world. Spirit connection and understanding awaken within him, transcending limits. High-rank spirits, like Marilda, now watch him with intense interest. 10 days passed since Janika's disciplinary trial, an academy-shaking event. Janika, accepting her fate, acknowledged every mistake, ready for punishment. Yet, her professors and friends fiercely supported her during the first trial. Then, Princess Fincia testified, stating Janika was not intentionally malicious. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, then addressed the massive financial loss incurred. The Elite Merchant Association compensated everything, with a hidden clause. The outcome: Janika lost all top student benefits and academy honors. Her expulsion was dramatically revoked, a surprising turn in her fate. Everyone celebrated, tears of relief streaming down their faces. But Janika, though saved, seemed burdened, her shoulders heavy with unspoken stress. 2 academy students, Anis and Clara, prepare for a new challenge. They observe a lavish tea party, the scene of their next mission. Their target, Janika, sits dejected as they receive strict instructions. The simulation begins. Anis and Clara share a determined glance. They approach Janika, urging her to snap out of her gloom. Janika, blushing, ponders the difference between liking and loving someone. Anis and Clara are shocked, questioning her sudden romantic topic. Janika reveals it's about a friend's dream, her eyes glowing red. A delicate flower crown is crafted, symbolizing a cherished aspiration. Janika sits in a field, gently holding the flower crown, lost in thought. Janika's eyes glow crimson, a mysterious power stirring within her. A vision of Ed Rothstaler, riding a majestic horse, appears before her. She gently places a flower crown upon his head, a gesture of affection. They laugh, dancing through a field, lost in a dream of shared joy. Back in reality, Janika describes her friend's recurring, vivid dream. Anis questions the dream's validity, doubting Janika's mysterious friend. Anis smiles, feigning understanding, prodding for more details about the dream. Janika hastily departs, leaving a bewildered Anis to unravel the mystery. Anis frantically strategizes, fearing Janika's delicate heart might be shattered. The potential scandal of Janika's love story sends shivers down Anis' spine. Anis presses Janika to be honest about her hidden feelings. Janika gasps as Anis warns about protecting her friend's reputation. Janika springs away, needing to report her suspension, leaving Anis behind. Anis waves, feigning a sweet goodbye, her true intentions hidden. Alone, Anis collapses, celebrating her successful manipulation of Janika. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflects on his relentless efforts to save money. He smiles, now holding new tools, his tuition waived by a princess. He spots Janika, cautiously watching her from a distance. Janika ponders, the main act of her story now over. He approaches Janika, surprising her, ready to take the first step. Janika, caught off guard, stumbles back, flustered by the protagonist's sudden presence. She shyly peeks from behind a tree, utterly overwhelmed by the interaction. Panicked, Janika flees, declaring urgent tasks, the situation proving too intense. The protagonist, now alone, reflects on her adorable, honest reaction. He grips his new tools, ready for his own urgent, secret mission. It's finally time. The protagonist prepares to construct his hidden shelter. Day 1 begins as he marks the perfect spot for his new base. He chooses a secluded area, kicking at the earth, ready to work. Day 3 dawns, and the protagonist begins the arduous task of gathering wood. His windblade skill makes quick work of the trees, gathering logs effortlessly. The protagonist reviews his excellent semester-end results, a moment of rare triumph. Meanwhile, Janika, utterly flustered, continues to desperately avoid him. Her friends glare, silently warning him to stay far away from their embarrassed companion. Back in the woods, a massive stack of lumber signals his progress. Day 18. By day 20, the basic frame of his hidden hut stands, vacation work in full swing. A shocking discovery. Lucy, the top student, caught fast asleep in his trap. Days later, Belle Maya, the senior maid, arrives with vital supplies and questions. She listens, perplexed, as he explains Janika might now hate him. A sudden structural collapse. His painstakingly built shelter crumbles, a frustrating setback. And then, the ultimate embarrassment. Janika spots him again and flees in terror. Janika and Ayla are shocked, realizing something unbelievable is happening. Day 37. Jix arrives to help, confirming Taylor is a good guy. Protagonist A directs Jix, ensuring the hut's design follows the plan. Days of relentless labor pass, marked by tally marks on wood. Day 45. The hidden blade signals a shift. The real work is beginning. He strides through the forest, purpose in his every step. Inside his simple log hut, protagonist A rests, utterly exhausted. The crude log hut, without furniture, stands as a testament to his effort. He ensures the outer walls and ceiling are sealed, keeping insects out. A new complete creation. The log hut is finished, proficiency increased. Under a burning sky, protagonist A rests by his newly finished home. A new chapter begins, a place where he finally belongs. But out in the wilderness, Janica is absolutely furious, eyes burning red. Back inside, protagonist A contemplates his next improvements to the hut. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm, a distant scream echoing through the trees. He finds Janica unconscious, lying amidst the ruins of a destroyed structure. "Hello, Ed," Janica exclaims, waking up confused and disoriented. Ed calmly greets Janica, surprised to see her in the forest. She laughs nervously, trying to explain her unexpected presence. Janica reveals her shocking discovery at Ed's abandoned campsite. Belle reveals her knowledge of the hut, surprising Janica with her insight. Belle praises the hut's construction, completely impressed by its builder's talent. Janica grows increasingly flustered, trying to rationalize her own curiosity. Belle insists her curiosity is only natural, an expected human reaction. Janica's eyes gleam with intense, almost obsessive, interest in the hut. Janica recounts her accidental discovery of the hut to a bewildered Ed. Ed questions why his spirits didn't inform Janica of his new construction. Janica stammers, admitting the spirits provided only a vague, brief mention. Ed's impressive physique is revealed, surrounded by his powerful spirit companions. Janica, now in a military outfit, dismisses her lack of spirit communication. Janica, flustered, admits she doesn't know how protagonist A truly lives. Her eyes gleam with intense curiosity, asking to see his world. Protagonist A, calm and confident, reveals his humble log hut. Janica blushes, her curiosity piqued by his mysterious lifestyle. Overwhelmed, she excitedly agrees to explore his unique dwelling. Flashback to Lucy, astonished by the hut protagonist A built alone. He defeated the high-rank fire spirit, Tarkin, in a blazing battle. Protagonist A reflects on the immense debt he owes his allies. Lortel's generosity and friends offers weigh heavily on him. He stares into the fire, contemplating how to repay their kindness. Protagonist A challenges Janica's rigid sense of obligation. Janica gasps, never considering such a perspective before. She struggles to grasp the sincerity that burdens her. Janica gave up luxury to escape the crushing weight of favors. She chose a harsh existence, just to owe less to others. The unending cycle of self-imposed debt continues to haunt her. Protagonist A's offer of refuge cuts through her despair. His words echo a profound, unexpected kindness. Janica's face softens, a genuine smile breaking through. She asks protagonist A to confide in her if he ever struggles. Protagonist A ponders the heavy future, a storm brewing within. Janica smiles, pledging her unwavering support, no matter the cost. Protagonist A returns a confident, knowing smile, accepting her promise. His gaze sharpens, questioning if anyone could truly be overwhelmed. They share a quiet moment by the fire as the semester looms. A new act begins under the Academy's ominous, rainy sky. A mysterious, ancient grimoire holds secrets of world-altering magic. Janica observes the book, sensing the chaos it will unleash. She anticipates a storm of power and ambition engulfing the Academy. Protagonist A's resolve burns, declaring such a fate will never happen. That storm of power will never happen, not to him. Protagonist A smiles, wishing Taylor luck for the absolute hell he's about to face. Meanwhile, the elite Ophelis Hall stands impervious under the Academy's ominous, rainy sky. Honor students, destined for noble lives, enjoy perks beyond imagination. Yet, a problem brews as heavy rain isolates the Valor area. Only the privileged Ophelis Hall students receive transport to the Academy. The inferior Dex Hall students were forced to trudge through the downpour. Their frustration explodes, sparking rebellion before Ophelis Hall. A proposition regarding Ophelis Hall students' commute circulates ominously. As the rain intensifies, a crucial document is sealed. A cunning merchant, Lortel, orchestrated discontent from the shadows. She manipulated the representative of the inferior students, fueled by pure spite. The students' rage, a powder keg, needed only a spark. Lortel's plan, a proposal to outrage the disadvantaged students. Her influence already swayed key Academy figures, including the headmaid. The very discussion of her proposal would ignite an unstoppable firestorm. This orchestrated fury would amplify the controversy into a raging inferno. The opulent Ophelis Hall would become the epicenter of this destructive chaos. Maximum damage to assets would critically cripple the Academy's finances. Negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire grant Lortel a distinct advantage. The rain falls, mirroring a desolate sky, a gloom that never lifts. She stands, a solitary figure, against a window veiled in downpour. Memories of the slums, a life of rags, haunt her present. Relief, a fleeting emotion, for a land too full of deceptive light. Her true self, a phantom of darkness, dirt, and desperation. Conspiracy's traces litter her desk, proof of a life lived in shadows. Betrayal and suspicion became her tools for survival, a desperate transformation. Her eyes, a mirror to a filthy self, yearn for kindred spirits. Through the radiant halls, she walks a path of endless solitude, a gutter rat in a golden cage, forever searching for her own kind. A girl stands alone, feeling the profound loneliness of unchanging truth. Lortel, forever the dark curtain, shielded herself from harsh reality. The audience whispers her name. Black Veil, a shadow in the light. Outside, a furious mob demands equality, their voices echoing through the storm. One hooded figure screams, "Answer our voices," challenging the very system. A maid gasps in terror as a cloaked intruder appears behind her. The decoy tote emerges, holding the maid captive, a pawn in a larger game. He overpowers the rookie maid, her cries of fear lost in the struggle. With a forceful kick, the heavy doors of Ophelis Hall burst open. The storm rages outside, a fitting backdrop for the unfolding chaos. Terrified students confront the storm, their academy invaded by a menacing presence. The doors burst open, revealing the shadowy figures who demand their voices be heard. A cloaked figure, Tote, emerges to stop the main character's advance. Protagonist. A realizes Tote was bought off by Lortel, a shocking betrayal. Tote confirms his role, guarding the first floor, a pawn in a bigger game. Suddenly, Ed Rothstaler appears, his true purpose shrouded in mystery. Ed questions his unexpected role as a middle boss, a twist of fate. Days earlier, under a bright sky, a different kind of challenge awaited. Protagonist. A honed his archery, feeling the raw power awaken within him. Ed Rothstaler, despite his lack of combat talent, prepares for a coming battle. Despite relentless practice, his bow proficiency remains frustratingly pathetic. Yet, a strange, unsettling feeling begins to creep into his isolated camp. Uninvited guests, like this familiar maid, appear more and more frequently. Even a shirtless, muscle-bound stranger casually greets him in the woods. His secluded life in the northern woods is no longer a secret. Mysterious magic circles now manifest in the sky, heralding new arrivals. Among them, a genius mage, Lucy, descends randomly, disrupting his peace. Lucy, ever curious, demands new, illogical additions to his humble abode. He desperately tries to stop her chaotic architectural improvements. Her unpredictable antics constantly challenge his patience and sanity. Another visitor arrives, a happy surprise to the protagonist. It's Janica Failover, the spirit sorceress, bringing him eggs. She even helps with chores, soaking clothes as her spirits babble. Her visits become a daily comfort, a welcome presence. He compliments her knowledge, unaware of her hidden intentions. But his words spark a strange reaction, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Her question about Lucy's visits reveals a deeper, darker side. The full moon shines as new, unexpected guests approach the dwelling. Footsteps echo, signaling another arrival on his secluded land. Lortel Ketchuln, the Golden Daughter, stands waiting in the shadows. The Golden Daughter reveals her sinister smile, needing his unexpected help. Protagonist. A observes Lortel, sensing her true intentions and dark schemes. He rejects her offer, wanting no part in her dangerous machinations. A close-up reveals protagonist, A's eyes, realizing the scenario has gone awry. Lortel is shocked, demanding to know why things aren't going to plan. Flashback. Students mock Taylor, who was supposed to lose, not win. A student screams, accusing someone of being worse than Ed Rothstaler. A powerful punch lands, sending the student reeling in pain. Taylor stands over the defeated student, the fight completely one-sided. Another student rages, shocked by the unexpected ferocity of the encounter. Lortel plots, seeking a pawn to unleash chaos within the academy. She needs someone untraceable, someone with no reputation to lose. Protagonist. A realizes her manipulation, her twisted logic laid bare. Lortel tries to tempt him, playing on his past grievances against the academy. He resists, unwilling to become a tool in her dangerous game. Protagonist. A counters, offering his own terms to assist her plan. Lortel, intrigued, proposes a hefty sum for his moderated involvement. They seal the treacherous deal, a pact that could change everything. The countdown begins. D1 until the Ophelis Hall incident explodes. Protagonist. A prepares, his actions poised to set the grand scheme in motion. Lortel's conspiracy explodes, forming mercenary, a powerful academy faction. This new force directly rivals Princess Fencia's student association, shattering the status quo. The true power lies with Taylor's choice, for his allegiance determines the victor. Protagonist, A, observes, calculating which side to join for his own survival. Janica frantically rushes through the rain, desperate to reach the dorms. She finds Ed by a campfire, enduring the storm. Janica offers Ed numerous items, eager to share her surplus. Ed accepts, grateful for her unexpected generosity. She exclaims, promising to bring everything when the semester begins. They ponder Lucy's erratic behavior, a lingering enigma. Lucy's extraordinary powers came at a hidden, terrible cost. She lived her life avoiding her true destiny, a promised fate. Janica and protagonist, A, discuss Lucy, a girl lost in her own thoughts. Janica realizes Lucy is still trapped inside Awfulous Hall. Protection runes activate, locking students within their rooms, creating a death trap. Protagonist, A, with a grim expression, asks Janica for a favor. He requests she meet him tomorrow night, by the flickering campfire. Protagonist, A, asks her to meet him at the Rose Garden. Janica blushes, wondering about the mysterious encounter. Protagonist, A, resolves to get Lucy out of the danger zone. Protagonist A agrees, a serious understanding passing between them. Janica dashes away, leaving protagonist A alone in his thoughts. A heavy sigh escapes protagonist A as he anticipates what's next. The rain continues to fall, signaling the long vacation's end. He sits, contemplating the coming semester and the Ophelous Hall incident. At 9 p.m., the true horror of Ophelous Hall begins. Jix Effelstein, a magic faculty member, flexes, frustrated with his training. He lands, his bare feet hitting the ground with practiced ease. A sudden sound catches his attention, prompting a curious glance. Someone runs frantically through the rain, their identity shrouded in mystery. The protagonist, cloaked in shadow, prepares for the coming storm. He questions a maid, seeking details on the maid's whereabouts. The chief maid gathers everyone, planning to block the entrance. The person in charge is bought off. Things accelerate quickly. The protagonist and Belmaya prepare the goods in advance. A bucket of murky liquid is secured, its purpose still unknown. All preparations are complete. The stage is set for chaos. Ophelous Hall stands silent, awaiting its occupation by the unknown. Then, a horrifying scream shatters the night as the event begins. Students rage, demanding equality and an end to their mistreatment. The students rage, their pleas echoing for an answer, demanding justice. They rush Ophelous Hall, a storm of discontent breaking through the night. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts as the heavy doors swing open. Confusion ripples through the crowd. What power orchestrated this moment? The students surge forward, flooding into the newly opened, forbidden hall. A figure bought by Lortel is questioned, fear etched on his face. Then, a familiar face emerges from the shadows. Ed Rothstaler. He grabs a hidden pouch, preparing to address the roaring crowd. Ed Rothstaler declares his agreement, claiming solidarity with their cause. He then reveals a shocking truth, exposing the depths of his own privilege. Protagonist, A, disguised, realizes he misjudged the true villain's manipulation. He pushes a terrified subordinate, ordering him upstairs and out of the way. The subordinate, Willain, is sacrificed to take the blame for the chaos. Meanwhile, Belmaya, the maid, flees, but her escape is meaningless. The chief maid, controlling the protection runes, is already compromised. The very runes meant to protect students now trap them, sealing their fate. Protagonist, A, watches as magic surges, everything unfolding according to the plan. Black Veil observes protagonist, A's flashy start, impressed by his ruthlessness. He acknowledges Ed's cunning, approving of his calculated moves. Finally, Lortel Ketchel emerges, ready to claim the stage and her victory. The rain falls, soaking everything, yet the true storm brews within the academy. Protagonist, A, ever vigilant, senses a familiar presence watching him. Lortel Ketchel emerges, her cunning gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. She commands Ed, urging him to finish their plan before intervention arrives. Ed, caught in her machinations, faces a chilling question. Lortel's dark inquiry. Has Ed ever truly taken a life? He hesitates, the weight of her words heavy in the air. Ed confesses his innocence, never having crossed that ultimate line. Lortel laughs, revealing her own path of ruthless survival. She confesses to crushing lives and betraying others, all to survive. Lortel's dark past as the Golden Daughter is revealed. She knows she deserves no sympathy for her ruthless climb. Desperate, she seeks empathy from Ed, her voice filled with longing. She asks if he could ever truly sympathize with someone like her. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the silent, lonely night. Ed reflects on loneliness. The dirt and filth people roll in. He understands the desperate search for redemption, a sliver of hope, but he firmly tells Lortel that he is not that person. A tense silence falls between them, their bond fracturing. Lortel realizes her plea was a useless, uncharacteristic weakness. Lortel, with a mysterious smile, prepares to execute her hidden agenda. Protagonist, A, observes the unfolding chaos, his presence unnoticed. He settles down, knowing the true battle is yet to begin. His eyes gleam, anticipating Lortel's scheme with Alice. The ancient defense magic of Ophelis Hall will soon go berserk. Willain will transform, becoming the horrifying fourth-stage boss. Protagonist, A, stretches, ready for Taylor to storm in. He plans to stall, taking hits, a calculated sacrifice. Rain pours over the academy, foreshadowing the coming storm. The Rose Garden awaits, a silent witness to the impending disaster. A golden carriage thunders through the night, its purpose shrouded in mystery. Janica ponders her place, questioning why she's even there. A mysterious note from Ed leaves her wondering about his intentions. Her heart flutters, hoping for something special from him. Rain falls over the empty pavilion where she waits for a secret rendezvous. Despite her guilt, Janica tracked Ed's movements through Marilda. She discovers a shocking truth. Ed was meeting many women. The realization crushes her, seeing spirits of fire, wind, and light. She resolves to wait, no matter how long, for his arrival. Janica questions her choice of hairpin, lost in silent reflection. She would wait, clutching her new hairpin, despite the rain and doubt. Then, a desperate sprint towards the foreboding Ophelis Hall. Inside, 3 cloaked figures debated a perilous intrusion. One raged, herbs losing their power, demanding urgency from Taylor. Isla laughed, dismissing danger, trusting the alchemy student's power. But the raging girl's eyes glowed red, surrounded by volatile chemicals. "Stop," they cried, but she pushed past, obsessed with her room. She would force her way through anyone, a furious, unstoppable blur. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror, freezing her in place. A lone figure sat amidst destruction, a chilling presence. Before them, the terrifying figure of Ed Rothstaler emerged from the shadows. Protagonist A and Isla stared, demanding answers from the unexpected visitor. Ayla's gaze hardened, sensing the true danger lurking within this encounter. Footsteps echoed, revealing a swarm of students had already breached the area. The display cabinet lay shattered, a scene of deliberate, chaotic destruction. Ed remained seated, back to the stairs, a menacing sentinel in the chaos. Isla, intrigued, found this turn of events unexpectedly thrilling. She challenged Ed, asking if he truly intended to bar their path. His glowing blue eyes narrowed, forbidding entry into the chamber beyond. Ayla's smile twisted into a sinister grin, ready to defy him. Ed Rothstaler, a supposed rookie, casually dismisses the challenge, his power unknown. Isla, Taylor, and another formidable mage stand ready to breach the forbidden zone. The power differential is staggering, yet Ed remains unfazed by their combined might. Taylor demands answers, sensing a deeper conspiracy unfolding beyond the blocked path. Ed simply stares, a silent, menacing barrier, his intentions shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Taylor prepares for combat, realizing Ed won't yield to words alone. He lunges, a blur of motion, determined to force the truth from the mysterious Ed. Ed counters with an unexpected burst of energy, a basic spell concealing true power. Taylor unleashes a powerful sword strike, clashing with Ed's magical defense. Isla watches, realizing Ed's simple magic hides a calculated, strategic threat. Ed's eyes glow with immense power, preparing a devastating counterattack. He unleashes a powerful wind spell, the raw energy distorting the air around him. A devastating wind blade forms, ready to strike with incredible force. The blade tears through the barrier, a shocking display of destructive magic. Taylor is caught off guard, unable to dodge the relentless assault. Hess sent flying, eyes wide with disbelief at Ed's hidden strength. Taylor crashes to the ground, defeated by the unexpected magical power. A massive explosion rocks the academy, startling everyone in the vicinity. Ayla is terrified, screaming as the shockwaves ripple through the area. Taylor confirms Isla's safety, the battle's true cost still unknown. Elvira struggles, engulfed in a mysterious green aura, pushing past her limits. Her eyes glow with fierce determination, focusing on an unseen threat. Powerful green energy swirls around her, a desperate magical defense. The intensity of the power leaves her visibly shaken, yet she persists. She frantically searches, realizing her bag is vital amid the chaos. A chilling realization dawns on her. Something terrifying is happening above. The academy lies in ruins, a devastating aftermath of the explosion. Tears well in her eyes, overwhelmed by the destruction and despair. Potions and tools lay scattered, remnants of a desperate attempt. She reaches for a healing potion, hoping to mend the broken. The battlefield ignites, a fiery inferno consuming everything in its path. Elvira unleashes her power, pushing her magic to its absolute limits. Flames engulf the academy, a relentless blaze consuming all hope. "This is not good," she whispers, judgment swift and precise. A mysterious figure emerges, demanding answers amidst the raging fire. Elvira struggles, her raw magic proficiency tested to its core. The academy burns, a testament to the overwhelming destructive force. She grits her teeth, the top alchemy student, yet vulnerable without tools. Alchemy's fatal flaw. Raw combat power is zero without artifacts. Her genius now a burden, she regrets her reliance on pure skill. Elvira realizes the full extent of Ed's terrifying and calculated plan. He deliberately dropped the chandelier, a precursor to his true attack. Using that distraction, he cast a devastating firewall, perfectly aimed. His target was not her, but the magic bag, crucial to her survival. Her eyes blaze with fury, realizing his true intent. It was none other than the infuriating Ed Rothstaler, attacking her. She pulls out a mysterious, glowing orb, her last resort. With a desperate cry, Elvira unleashes a spirit rabbit into the inferno. She channels her power, amplifying its strength with a complex formula. The rabbit charges, but Elvira extends her hand, desperate to extinguish the flames. The spirit rabbit unleashes a blinding, explosive burst of energy. Elvira screams, caught in the overwhelming force of the explosion. Ed Rothstaler unleashes another devastating fire attack. Elvira struggles, her spirit rabbit now a shield against Ed's relentless assault. Ayla watches, paralyzed by fear and the sheer power of the attack. Ed continues his barrage, trapping Elvira and Ayla in the inferno. Ayla cries out, recognizing the futility of their desperate situation. Elvira, enraged, pushes through the pain, preparing for a final stand. She unleashes the spirit rabbit, sending it charging into the fiery abyss. The rabbit collides, erupting in a final, desperate explosion of power. Taylor ignites with a furious resolve, his power surging. Elvira, caught in the inferno, sees a new, dangerous glow in him. She attempts to escape the blazing attack, but the flames consume her. Taylor unleashes a desperate cry, pushing through the fiery chaos. Elvira falls, seemingly defeated as the flames engulf her. Suddenly, Elvira reappears, defiantly rising from the ashes, holding mysterious potions. Protagonist, A, intervenes, his hand glowing with powerful green magic. He unleashes a powerful magical attack, pushing back the raging fire. A swirling wind blade slices through the air, aimed directly at Elvira. Elvira, unfazed, prepares her magic, holding a glowing potion of her own. Elvira unleashes a powerful magical potion, her eyes blazing with resolve. The potion glows, a focused blast of energy targeting the enemy. Shattering, it releases a potent chemical reagent, mystical power surging. A vibrant explosion erupts, the reagent manipulating magic itself. Elvira explains the reagent controls magic release, a shocking revelation. It temporarily subdues magic formulas, a game-changing power. The monster reels from the attack, blood splattering everywhere. Protagonist, A, stands firm, defying the mage who cannot use magic. Ayla and Lortel scream for Taylor to seize the opportunity. But Ed Rothstaler, in a coward's move, turns and flees the battle. Protagonist, prepares for the next devastating blow, his gaze sharp. Taylor ignites the air, a massive blast erupting from his core. The explosive reagent causes a fiery vortex, consuming everything. He unleashes a powerful magical attack, turning the battlefield into an inferno. Taylor screams in horror, realizing the hall is engulfed in deadly oil. He declares he will slash the flames with his elemental power. Taylor vows to end the chaos before anyone else gets hurt. Elvira frantically screams at Taylor to reconsider this reckless act. She notices an open window, a potential escape route for the smoke. The room holds no flammable objects, a strange detail in the fiery scene. Could Ed Rothstaler have planned this fiery chaos all along? The wounded protagonist, stumbles, bathed in the inferno's glow. Elvira screams in absolute terror, fearing Taylor's reckless charge. Taylor, bloodied yet resolute, draws his bow, aiming into the flames. He leaps forward, a desperate gamble amidst the burning hall. Protagonist, A, realizes Taylor is using a bow, ready to deflect the attack. A sudden, shocking realization dawns upon the protagonist. A. Taylor unleashes a powerful, glowing arrow, cutting through the fire. Protagonist, gasps, Realizing the arrow isn't even targeting him, Elvira stands, channeling an unknown power, ready to intercept. Ayla struggles, basic magic spells failing as power crackles uselessly. Her eyes widen in terror as a desperate cry echoes her name. Ayla desperately deflects a magical arrow with a shimmering barrier. Elvira clutches a glowing orb, barely containing the immense power. She collapses, panting, the magical arrow pulsing dangerously before her. This claw hand tool can pull any object from any distance. Elvira's eyes narrow, confused by the strange arrow's mysterious nature. The arrow's tip is covered, meaning Taylor's intentions are unclear. Elvira screams a warning, fearing Taylor's hidden, dangerous intentions. Taylor unleashes a blinding, powerful strike, a whirlwind of energy. Protagonist, A, scarred and weary, prepares for the inevitable clash. A deafening roar shatters the silence, signaling impending doom for all. The terrifying second-floor boss, Clebius Nortondale, has finally escaped. Protagonist, A gasps, momentarily relieved, yet the battle rages on. Taylor launches a devastating beam of pure energy, striking his opponent. The impact sends debris flying, a testament to the power unleashed. Elvira watches, horrified, as the devastating force unfolds before her. A bloodied protagonist, A, lies defeated, utterly overwhelmed by the attack. The room erupts in flames, a chaotic scene of destruction and despair. Taylor confronts the injured protagonist, A, demanding to know his true intentions. Elvira feels a creeping unease, sensing a sinister game at play. Ed Rothstaler, shrouded in shadow, reveals a chilling insight. He suspected their opponent never fought with full power. His magic flared, a hidden strength barely contained. The battle was never truly a fight, but a cruel performance. Protagonist, A, battered and bleeding, is pushed to his limit. He struggles to stand, blood staining his tattered clothes. Isla Triss, horrified, witnesses the brutal, one-sided assault. The dark, imposing structure looms, a silent witness to the struggle. Elvira, enraged, demands answers from the seemingly invincible foe. A heavy silence falls, the air thick with tension and unease. A subtle shift in the shadows, a presence unseen, yet felt. A mysterious pin, a choice made after a night of restless deliberation. A single step, a delicate dance on the precipice of imagination and reality. The boy she adored lies broken, a brutal reality shattering her perfect vision. Bloody and beaten, protagonist, as eyes flicker with a desperate, defiant resolve. Janika's fury erupts, her eyes glowing crimson, demanding vengeance for this betrayal. A cryptic message, a sudden delay, hints at trouble beyond their comprehension. He was always the one to solve everything, no matter the obstacle. Ed Rothstaler, a figure of unwavering confidence, now a silent expectation. Protagonist, A, bleeding and wounded, reflects on his past self. A mysterious girl offers help, but Ed never sought it. She waits outside, unaware Ed is fighting, bleeding, to protect her. She realizes Ed shielded her from the chaos, despite her ignorance. Her hands glow with power, yet she worried about trivialities. Janika's eyes blaze crimson, demanding answers. What are you doing? Another student warns them of danger. Ophelis Hall is occupied. Elvira screams, caught in a surge of overwhelming power. Janika declares Elvira an enemy, her fury reaching a peak. A devastating pink energy blast erupts, consuming everything. Protagonist, screams in agony as dark magic engulfs him. A mysterious figure calmly says, "It's okay," as power surges. Elvira looks terrified, while Janika appears possessed by dark energy. Feathers float eerily as the magic intensifies, distorting reality. Glass shatters, and the world fragments under the immense pressure. Elemental spirits rage, a maelstrom of destruction unleashed. The powerful entity simply states, Ed, with chilling intent. Janika's eyes burn red, demanding, "Just wait 1 minute." Protagonist, A's eyes widen, seeing an army of spirits before him. Elvira cries, "We have to run away," facing overwhelming odds. The top magic student unleashes overwhelming elemental power. Taylor is engulfed in a chaotic storm of fire and ice. The true nature of the invasion becomes horrifyingly clear. He refuses to abandon his quest, protecting what's vital. Taylor faces down a towering elemental titan in a desperate clash. Blood stains his cloak, a testament to the brutal fight. He screams for them to escape while he holds the line. A devastating elemental blast rips through the very ground. With grim determination, Taylor prepares for the final stand. He will face the monstrous Yennecar alone, protecting his allies. Ayla confronts the mysterious figure, questioning their sudden change of heart. Elvira mocks the injured hero, daring him to face the spirits. Suddenly, A powerful blow strikes Elvira, silencing her taunts. The wounded hero, protagonist, A, offers reagents, apologizing for the damage. Elvira, bewildered, accepts the unexpected aid from her former enemy. Taylor and his allies charge forward, facing unknown dangers. Janica, consumed by rage, prepares to unleash her spirit magic. Her eyes glow a terrifying crimson, reflecting her unbridled fury. Ed Rothstaler appears, shocking Janica with his presence and injuries. Janica, unwavering, vows to finish the fight and protect them all. Protagonist, A, scarred and bleeding, reaches out with a tender touch. Janica's eyes, still glowing crimson, betray a flicker of surprise. He insists he's fine, his face bruised, radiating raw determination. Her gaze softens, the fury momentarily eclipsed by a different emotion. Janica blushes, flustered by the sudden, unexpected intimacy. She cries out as protagonist. A's hand rests on her shoulder. He urges her to dispel the spirits, struggling against the fierce wind. A powerful gust of wind magic surges, dispelling the ethereal forms. The wind spirits shatter into countless fragments, disappearing completely. Witnesses stare in disbelief. He actually neutralized it, they whisper. Protagonist, A, battered and bleeding, urges Janica to flee. Time is running out. His face hardened with grim resolve, a silent promise of future vengeance. Janica looks on, devastated, as Ed lies injured and helpless before her. Rain lashes down on the academy, a storm mirroring the brewing conflict. Protagonist, A, safe in his room, is questioned about his constant injuries. He explains his latest wounds, hinting at a deeper, dangerous conspiracy. Janica, now calmer, makes protagonist a promise not to get hurt again. His plan for the first floor was complete. Now he needed rest. Janica reveals a mysterious carriage with a golden crown, seen in the garden. A regal crown, a fleeting glimpse, hints at a powerful, unknown threat. A mysterious golden crown carriage arrives, signaling danger. The carriage belongs to Lortel's adoptive father, a killer. He is the Golden King Elti, a major antagonist. His early arrival hints at unexpected, world-altering events. The carriage waits ominously in the academy's pouring rain. A shadowy figure watches from a window, a hidden observer. Lortel, speaking to Elris, reveals she's been dumped. She describes Elris as evil and mean, a familiar figure. Elris asks if she likes Ed, sensing a strange connection. Janica floats, flustered, as Elris discusses pity and emotional comments. He is responsible for his choices, discarding everything without hesitation. People like us live by those words. Elris, the headmaid, served for over 20 years. She began as an apprentice at 15, rising to manager. Lortel invests heavily, seeking to destroy Elris's righteousness with money. But Lortel knew Elris would not be swayed. Elris had seen countless people abandon faith for mere gold. Only facing her same type could ease her loneliness. She risked her life daily, always ready to strike first. However, their plan involved a villain, defensive magic, and a shocking betrayal. Regardless of her past, Ophelis Hall will fall. Lortel, a true villain, emerges from the shadows. Her plan unfolds as she hides, playing the innocent student. Belle Maya observes, pitying Lortel's lonely path. A sword drawn, Belle prepares to reveal a harsh truth. Lortel's heart, she claims, will never truly open. Belle stands ready, knowing Lortel will die alone. Soon, the storm will engulf the mansion. Clebius, the second-floor boss, is brutally captured. Maid Kelly, the third-floor boss, falls, apologizing for her failure. They reached Ophelis Hall's fourth floor, the journey unexpectedly smooth so far. Only the first floor proved a true challenge for them. Suddenly, a student screams in terror, overwhelmed by the power. "Run!" the students cry out, caught in a terrifying magical onslaught. Willain, the fourth-floor boss, is held hostage by defense magic. The hall's self-defense formulas were meant to protect, not imprison. But now, it's a child holding a loaded gun, out of control. Taylor fights back, desperately trying to protect the students. Outside, the mansion is engulfed in a fierce storm. Janica looks on, bewildered, wondering what chaos has erupted. The building is collapsing. A desperate voice cries, "Where are the maids?" Suddenly, the composed students realize the gravity of the situation. Chaos erupts as students desperately flee the crumbling building. Explosions tear through the structure as they escape with their powers. The mansion is ravaged by relentless explosions and pouring rain. The entire situation devolves into an unstoppable catastrophe. Elvira, terrified, searches for a night butterfly flower reagent. A mysterious angler weed reagent is the only hope for a quick rebound. Green magic erupts, a desperate attempt to block all basic spells. Taylor takes charge, urging Elvira to leave the assisting magic to him. Taylor screams, charging forward in a desperate, panicked frenzy. A figure unleashes a devastating torrent of fiery magical power. Blasts of pure energy erupt, tearing through the very fabric of reality. His glasses shatter as pure power surges, threatening to overwhelm him. A single tear falls, whispering, "Ah, finally." A massive explosion ignites, consuming everything in a fiery inferno. The building is engulfed by apocalyptic fire and relentless, heavy rain. Ed Rothstaler appears, critically injured, barely standing in the downpour. Elvira, terrified, questions his reckless resolve amidst the chaos. His eyes betray a deeper pain, hinting at an unknown, grim determination. A magnificent carriage awaits in the pouring rain, cloaked figures standing guard. Inside, a powerful man observes the chaos, his presence unsettling. Golden King Elta, a figure of immense power, moves with secret motives. His burning document hints at a conspiracy, a hidden agenda at the academy. A shadowy maid holds an umbrella, watching a distressed student and a concerned Ed. Ed Rothstaler, injured, sees a shocking figure, recognizing a dangerous presence. Shenny, the maid, stands composed amidst the downpour, her loyalty questioned. Her fiery stance with a sword hints at a deeper, more dangerous role. The true betrayal. Alice's loyalty to Elty threatens everything. Lortel's inevitable downfall looms, a grim future for the Golden Daughter. Lortel is gravely injured, her determined gaze hinting at a hidden struggle. The Golden King's grand entrance conceals a web of sinister plots and deception. Janica finds the protagonist, who is severely wounded, bleeding profusely. He struggles to explain the urgent favor he desperately needs from her. Janica's surprised expression shifts as she grasps the dire situation. Her eyes burn with resolve, ready to confront whatever challenge awaits. A burning document reveals shocking truths about the Golden King's machinations. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, is secretly plotting the king's downfall. She seeks vengeance for her parents, manipulating forces against him. The King's Academy visit was a trap, a diversion from his impending ruin. A shadowy figure holds proof of Lortel's dangerous plot. Lortel's vast fortune buys loyalty, shifting the scales of power. Belmaya, the chief maid, is losing her senses, her time dwindling. Her critical choice could unleash chaos or salvation. A burning document reveals secret orphanages, a web of influence. The chief maid's final trust rests on a single, vital decision. Suddenly, a blade threatens, demanding absolute stillness. Lortel expresses shock at the chief maid's unexpected defiance. She condemns the maid's vengeance, equating her to the king. Lortel's own dark ambitions mirror those she despises. A sudden explosion rocks the chamber, chaos erupting in an instant. The true culprit is revealed, shocking everyone to their core. The chief maid, Alice, holds a hostage, demanding immediate action. A blade flashes, threatening a life in this desperate standoff. Lortel collapses, injured amidst the escalating conflict. Her sinister smile betrays her true, manipulative intentions. Taylor confronts Lortel, sensing the deception. Lortel's face twists, revealing her true, horrifying expression. Another explosion sends Lortel flying through the air. The Golden King Elty approaches, bringing unimaginable power. The plan to overthrow Elty is almost complete, but Lortel must escape. She needs to send a carrier pigeon before she is captured. Her footsteps echo as she flees, desperately trying to survive. Lortel clings to hope, reassuring herself everything will be fine. A flashback to protagonist. A's despair. Nobody truly understood him. Lortel remembers her own betrayals, countless times she endured them. She moves through a building, determined to avoid further heartbreak. Tears stream down her face, but she refuses to be defeated now. With renewed resolve, she pushes forward, ready to do what she can. She must run, reach her room, and act before Elty catches her. She desperately clutches the carrier pigeon, hoping it can save everything. But at the same time, the main hall is already in ruins. A mysterious man in power strides forward, his intentions unclear. He calmly tells a student to evacuate. The danger is imminent. The building is collapsing. No one can enter for safety reasons. Protagonist, A, injured and bloody, confronts the mysterious man. He questions if the academy ordered this, but it's a solo act. Protagonist, A knows the true flow of events, a heavy burden. Lortel, driven by revenge, schemes to take over everything. Elte, however, plots to thwart Lortel and seize ancient power. Alice, the root cause of this twisted story, stands at the center. A betrayer on the 5th floor with Lortel. Her intent remains unknown. But no, the protagonist won't face her. Taylor's party will intervene. He trusts them to handle her, their combined power undeniable. Taylor's confirmed abilities ensure victory against any threat. Meanwhile, the mysterious man must secure the Ophilis Hall himself. His injury reminds him of the stakes, keeping everyone out is vital. Suddenly, a shocking revelation. Elte Keshelm, president of Elte Merchantry? The man is offered respect, a chance to talk before things escalate. He simply acknowledges, his true intentions still shrouded in mystery. The protagonist, bloodied but unbowed, confronts a powerful foe. A shadowy figure emerges, allied with the manipulative Lortel. 10 minutes earlier, a devastating explosion rocked the building. The protagonist and Janica observe the chaotic destruction. He remarks on the absolute mess created by the unseen conflict. Suddenly, a muscular man hangs upside down, unfazed by the chaos. He casually explains his inaction, confident the building won't kill him. The protagonist questions his absurd strength for a mage. Janica arrives, and the protagonist greets her warmly despite past tension. The muscular man then boldly asks if Janica and the protagonist are dating. Janica recoils in embarrassment as the muscular man asks a bold question. The protagonist, bloodied, casually states he is fine. The muscular man bows deeply, apologizing for his audacious query. He reveals his destructive entrance was solely to find the protagonist. With a cold glare, the protagonist demands a favor. He promises a repayment that could alter their very destinies. The protagonist questions the man's destructive arrival. His eyes burn with a chilling blue light. A sinister figure, glowing with dark power, emerges, siding with Lortel. He mock-beats the protagonist, questioning his loyalty over clear benefits. The villain reveals Lortel's true nature, treacherous and manipulative. He offers double her coins, demanding the protagonist step aside. But the protagonist rejects the offer, his eyes glowing with resolve. He was never promised gold, the villain's bribe is meaningless. The villain understands his words have failed. He commands his shadowy figures to attack the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes burn, ready for battle despite his wounds. The assassins charge, intent on silencing him quietly. But the protagonist evades, refusing to be trapped. He unleashes a powerful counterattack, green energy erupting. Elvira reassures Ed, preparing for the desperate fight ahead. Ed, wounded and grim, vows to repay the protagonist's sacrifice. Suddenly, a new force emerges, cloaked in fire, ready for battle. The mysterious leader warns his students of the formidable opponents. The battle ignites, fire magic clashing with shadowy assassins. Meanwhile, the protagonist races through the academy, severely injured. He must find Lortel, the key to understanding this unfolding chaos. But then, he encounters Janica, a spirit sorcerer, still trapped. She looks at him, eyes wide with fear, unable to escape alone. He urges her to run, pushing through his pain, a desperate escape. Even the cunning Lortel manipulates others, including merchants, for information. She skillfully works the employees, gaining their trust with small tips and favors. Even a simple pet bird is drawn to her, sensing the quality she provides. Lortel navigates a world where goodwill always comes with a hidden price. Now, injured and desperate, she and another flee through the treacherous academy. Lortel's face darkens, consumed by regret over a foolish, costly mistake. She contrasts herself with Janica, who gives love without expecting anything in return. Janica's innocent gaze towards Ed reveals a pure, selfless affection. Lortel yearned for such a connection, foolishly trusting Alice with her secrets. Now, Alice stands revealed, a betrayer ready to strike, shattering all trust. Her shoes echo, a desperate flight from unseen pursuers. Lortel is consumed by regret, a dark mirror of her past self. She realizes her foolish romantic dreams were a deadly mistake. Her trust in Alice, Shenny, Kelly, and Welaine was a tragic error. They were all bought, pawns in a sinister game. Ed, her last hope, is now bleeding, a victim of their betrayal. She apologizes to him, but her own words haunt her. The gold offered, now worthless, reflects a collapsing world. Lortel's internal struggle rages as she confronts her failure. She grabs Ed, urging him to flee. Their survival is all that matters. Janica is utterly bewildered, questioning the very meaning of trust. Ed demands answers, believing there's always a hidden motive. Janica reflects, true trust requires understanding the underlying reasons. She grasps that her father orchestrated a market manipulation scheme. The plan: monopolize armor after the monster hunt, then inflate prices. Janica was sent to steal a grimoire for her father's urgent funds. Ed, wounded, finally understands the depth of the betrayal. Merchants collude, artificially increasing prices through internal trading. The rising prices create a desperate urgency to buy now. Then, they sell, reaping unimaginable, scandalous profits from the desperate. Manipulative trading hinges on absolute trust, but betrayal shatters everything. LT, who bought bonds to monopolize, faces ruin if prices plummet. Lortel spent years buying rights from merchants B and C. This massive plan was to exhaust the Academy's funds to acquire the grimoire. This forces Elte out, creating an opportunity to sell off the armor. Lortel, shocked, realizes the depth of Protagonist A's understanding. Protagonist A comprehends the entire intricate scheme. Lortel reveals her carrier pigeon, a direct line to her forces. Protagonist A suggests sending the pigeon, then staying hidden until the sale. Lortel knows her father anticipates this and plans her capture tonight. Protagonist A's gaze pierces the night, a plan forming in his wounded mind. He commands Lortel to disappear, to evade the certain pursuit. LT's forces will guard the bridges. They must create a diversion. An empty carriage will lead their pursuers to the Arkan Mountains. Lortel, shaken, asks about his fate. He reveals a hidden hut, a temporary sanctuary for her. The pigeon will deliver the message. Sell right now, and her allies will act. With a firm grip, he pushes her away, buying time for her escape. He will handle the back door, leaving Lortel to escape to her room. Her eyes widen. A sudden, overwhelming trust washes over Lortel. Lortel, desperate, calls out for Ed, hoping this desperate plan might work. She questions why he helps her so much, her eyes wide with confusion. Protagonist, A, battered and bruised, meets her gaze with an unreadable expression. He struggles, exhausted, offering only a vague answer to her sudden question. He simply feels he should, before pushing the door shut, leaving her alone. The heavy door slams, the sound echoing ominously through the silent hall. Outside, the night sky weeps, mirroring the storm brewing within the academy. Lortel collapses, the weight of the moment crushing her spirit. Her heart pounds, a deafening drumbeat against the silence of her fear. Meanwhile, a fierce battle rages. Is this the final stand for Alice and Taylor? The sounds of battle draw closer, a terrifying symphony of destruction. A crushing pressure builds, making her chest tighten with fear. Her own heartbeat pounds, a frantic drum against the encroaching dread. Outside, the relentless rain mirrors the chaos unfolding within the academy walls. A mysterious maid confronts Ed Rothstaler, her words laced with veiled intent. Maid Shenny, in charge of the dishes, reveals her unexpected, deadly purpose. Ed, battered and weary, finds himself facing this final, unexpected obstacle. His blood-soaked shirt tells a story of a brutal, hard-won victory. The runes of Ophelis Hall activate, responding to a new, powerful command. The swordsman, a master of combat and magic, stands ready for the final clash. Chief Maid Alice unleashes a devastating assault, eyes burning with chilling intent. Her power surges, a whirlwind of destructive energy tearing through the academy. Yet, even with such force, she cannot defeat the unwavering Taylor McClure. He is the main character, destined to overcome all, as their final battle begins. Swords clash in a blinding flash, echoing the ferocity of their duel. Rain-slicked steel reflects the grim determination etched on their faces. Alice, a maid no longer, wields her blade with deadly precision. Ed Rothstaler stands battered, facing the maid who orchestrated his downfall. His mana is almost depleted. Only a few basic spells remain for survival. Suddenly, a powerful purple blast erupts, a desperate gamble in the chaotic fight. But just as victory seems assured, a purple-clad maid unleashes a devastating attack. With blinding speed, her blade cuts through the air, aimed for a fatal blow. Protagonist, A, is sent flying, the maid's power completely overwhelming. Yet, he recognizes her pattern, a chilling familiarity in the deadly assault. The maid's attack is a stab to the leg, a move he's seen before. This maid, Bel Maya, moves with a furious determination, her true power revealed. His mind races, predicting her every move, an impossible feat of foresight. He counters, striking her midair, the tide of battle shifting once more. Bel Maya gasps, realizing the extent of his terrifying analytical power. His eyes glow purple, revealing a hidden ability, a twin's blessed insight. An unexpected power emerges, ability sharing with a twin. Protagonist, A, unleashes low-level telekinesis, a terrifying new skill. He sends Bel Maya flying, her attack utterly nullified. Then, a storm of blades, propelled by his borrowed power, strikes her. Bel Maya's confident smirk twists into a desperate, shocked grimace. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes the true depth of his power. Protagonist, A, stands over her, his eyes glowing, her fate sealed. The blades, though numerous, inflict only superficial wounds. Bel Maya collapses, defeated, her betrayal brought to a bitter end. Protagonist. A delivers a final, decisive kick, ending the one-sided battle. Protagonist. A, battered and bleeding, calmly declares the end. He steels himself, knowing his time is almost up. Maya screams, refusing to disappoint Alice, demanding to pass. Protagonist. A retorts. Alice will lose, questioning her desperation. Maya, enraged, asks what he knows about Alice. Maya unleashes her full power, pink energy swirling around her. She launches a devastating magical attack, radiating immense power. The maid yells about Alice saving countless orphans, including her. Protagonist. A admits he doesn't know much, yet understands her loyalty. He reflects on Alice's mysterious past, a story yet untold. Maya unleashes a final, desperate attack, engulfing protagonist A in a fiery explosion. She stands over him, sword drawn, radiating immense power and unwavering loyalty. Her eyes burn with fierce determination, ready to protect Alice at all costs. Protagonist. A collapses, scarred and battered, barely clinging to consciousness. He admits his ignorance, understanding only her fierce devotion to Alice. The weight of his words hangs heavy as he struggles to maintain his stance. He declares his unwavering resolve, despite her tragic backstory. Maya, defeated, cries out, accusing protagonist A of siding with Lortel. Her face contorts in anguish, utterly broken by the turn of events. The inferno rages, consuming the battlefield in a devastating display of power. Maya lies defeated, her story unknown, just another casualty in a world of unseen tragedies. Protagonist A, battered and bloody, grapples with the weight of countless untold stories. An explosion erupts, a devastating display of power and destruction. The rain falls, washing away the blood of a fallen maid and the truth of her actions. Maya, defeated, embodies a life lived for a philosophy now broken. Protagonist A's true goal, his unwavering resolve, remains unchanged since his transmigration. His eyes, filled with grim determination, reveal his ultimate, primal objective, survival. A system message. You have murdered Shenny, who was in charge of the dishes. A new skill, pain endurance, manifests, a desperate tool for survival. Protagonist A's eyes, hardened by pain and resolve, reveal a fierce will to endure. Luxury surrounds, a silent testament to hidden power and secrets. Papers pile high, hinting at urgent plans and forgotten truths. Protagonist A stares out, a haunted figure in a moonlit room. A caged pigeon, a fragile life, waits for its desperate flight. A quill scratches, sealing fate, as a letter dictates a dark journey. The message orders selling all gear, a desperate move for survival. A carrier pigeon takes flight, a silent harbinger of death in the rain. A chilling image of a severed head promises brutal, swift vengeance. Protagonist A, bloodied but unyielding, questions his own healing. Lortel's downfall was narrowly averted. Her enemies are relentless. The carriage speeds through the rain, whisking Lortel away from danger. A solitary bird soars under the moon, sealing Eltie's forced resignation. Protagonist A, bloodied, realizes Lortel should be waiting at the hut. Suddenly, a hooded figure approaches, offering an ominous greeting. His eyes widen in shock. This encounter was entirely unexpected. The Golden Daughter, Lortel, reveals herself, a glowing dagger in hand. Her intricate plan ensures her allies Alice, Shenny, Kelly, and Willain remain loyal. But Ed Rothstaler is an unpredictable variable, beyond monetary influence. Now, in these remote woods, Lortel prepares for her perfect, deadly crime. Lortel, the true mastermind, emerges from the shadows, her intentions chillingly clear. Protagonist A, battered and bleeding, pushes past his limits to survive this brutal encounter. He faces Lortel, a glowing dagger poised to strike, his fate hanging in the balance. The gleaming blade descends with lethal precision, a silent, swift attack. It pierces him without hesitation, a shocking betrayal of trust. He clutches at the wound, his mind reeling, desperately questioning this sudden assault. Staring at her, he asks why she inflicted such a devastating injury. Suddenly, Lortel supports him, leading him towards a warm, crackling bonfire. Her eyes soften, inviting him to warm themselves by the fire, together. Lortel coolly confirms her plan unfolded perfectly, embracing her true power. She reveals a promise from the coachman, secured through unknown means. Protagonist A questions her methods, suspecting dark manipulation. Lortel, confident, claims her actions will elevate her status within Eltie. She smiles, reminding him of his debt, and asks if he feels the pressure. Protagonist A's silence elicits a dismissive comment from Lortel. She mockingly thanks him, her smile hinting at deeper schemes. He must remember his 20 gold coins, a debt he cannot forget. He probes, asking if she has other matters to handle. Perhaps Elris? She dismisses Elris, revealing her interest in Senior Yennecar. Protagonist A stares intently, asking what is truly happening. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air between them. Lortel, by the fire, confesses she is not a kind person. Suddenly, chaos erupts in Ophelis Hall, walls crumbling. Elta, receiving a report, rushes out, his priorities shifting. Mercenaries complicate the battle for Ziggs, making it difficult. Protagonist A, sensing danger, frantically yells for them to stop. Yennecar, initially worried, witnesses spirits growing stronger in battle. He questions his ally, fearing casualties if the conflict continues. Lortel, with a whispered question, asks if he's angry. Janica, eyes glowing red, denies her anger as a spirit hovers. The protagonist recalls Ziggs lending him a uniform and sharing news. A villain takes the blame for Ophelia Hall as a boundmaid is interrogated. Lortel, a key figure, is prevented from leaving, intensifying the mystery. The protagonist reflects on LT's successful operation and the coming victory. He rests, sore and low on energy, by a tranquil stream. His mind races, planning to acquire advanced production techniques. He targets spiritual infusion and magic engineering for future power. Spiritual infusion comes from a spirit contract, magic engineering from dismantling artifacts. He talks to Ed, who expresses fatigue and rests in the forest. Janica's eyes burn with an unknown intensity, a question hanging in the air. Lortel is safe, resting, but an ominous feeling lingers. The Ophelia Hall incident ended, yet heavy burdens remain. Winning over Elris and acquiring the Sage's Seal are urgent tasks. Days pass, waiting for LT's reply, trapped in nervous thoughts. Frustration mounts, but a strange warmth counters the dread. That warmth blossoms when Ed Rothstaler is near, chopping wood. His unwavering trust surrounds her, a comfort more precious than gold. For Lortel, this feeling is a lifeline she desperately clings to. Especially when facing rivals like Yennecar, she won't give him up. Lortel seethes, consumed by jealousy, refusing to give up her precious bond. She'll fight dirty, a sinister resolve hardening her gaze. Her specialty, cunning manipulation, a dark smile playing on her lips. 3 days together, a massive advantage, a twisted plan forming. First, she decides, things will go her way. Imagine, a cabin buried in gold coins, a grand scheme. But reality bites. She's short on cash, her plan falters. Then, a thought, helping with tuition, subtly, naturally. She tries to play it cool, but her embarrassment is palpable. Her entire facade crumbles as Lucy casually walks in, demanding her spot. Lucy, the unexpected intruder, claims the cabin is her sunniest spot. Lortel is rudely awoken by Lucy's sudden dramatic entrance. Protagonist, A explains Lucy's cabin invasion to a startled Lortel. Lortel, still processing, receives a dismissal from protagonist, A. She questions his familiarity with Lucy, seeking clarity on their bond. He dismisses Lucy as a natural disaster, a chaotic force of nature. He observes Lucy sleeping, knowing another challenge awaits them soon. With plenty of time, he declares the winner will be decided in 3 days. The second morning of Lortel's cabin life dawns brightly, full of promise. Elvira arrives, her cheerful greeting catching Lortel completely off guard. Lortel is annoyed by Elvira's presence, remembering protagonist. Rarely visits. Her striking green eyes betray a hidden displeasure at the intrusion. Lucy lies comically defeated, while Lortel struggles with her own frustrations. Protagonist, A wipes his brow, finally completing a strenuous task. His crafting skills level up, a newfound mastery blooming. The long-awaited brick fireplace, a symbol of stability, is finally complete. Lortel, detecting a unique smell, questions if basil was added to the food. Protagonist, notes the calm, but Lortel warns him not to drop his guard. She insists on repaying him, asking if he desires anything beyond money. He ponders, then decisively states, knowing exactly what he wants. Lortel offers magically engineered goods as repayment, leaving protagonist, stunned. He considers his vast inventory, realizing he knows every item by heart. Lortel, still eating, then asks protagonist, A for a favor. She seeks help with spirit-type magic, hoping to contract a low-ranking spirit. Suddenly, Achibi Lortel declares herself Ed's master, promising a mid-ranking spirit contract. She tests his spirit sensitivity with a glowing orb, but the spirit cannot connect. Protagonist, A vaguely hears the spirit, whose growth rate is surprisingly fast. The spirit, Karis, reveals his chaotic daily life, filled with endless training. Karis' frustration explodes, detailing protagonist as constant struggles with food and cabin construction. Lortel, laughing mischievously, asks if he heard the spirit's weekly report. Janica feigns innocence, asking if he heard the spirit's chaotic weekly report. Lortel, ever the schemer, demands to know if his rambling is finally over. She barters for magically engineered items, promising an abundance for a low price. Lortel's eyes gleam, reveling in the idea of selling for less. Her calculating gaze hints at a deeper, unseen motive. Janica suggests a regular visit to the store, offering cheap goods and company. A chibi Janica is annoyed, while Lortel calmly defends her merchant's ethics. He, still eating, denies making excuses, focusing on learning new magic. Suddenly, Belle Maya, the new headmaid, appears, surprising everyone. She apologizes for the intrusion, hinting at unfortunate, dire news. Belle Maya delivers a cryptic message from the senior maid, hinting at grave news. Elvira questions the urgent meeting, flags billowing in the sun. She leans in, whispering a top-secret revelation. The secret involves someone named Yennecar. Elvira reveals Yennecar's hidden feelings for Ed Rothstaler. Belle Maya feigns surprise, eyes betraying her true thoughts. Elvira expresses concern, worried about Yennecar's infatuation with a thug. But the true concern is Yennecar frequently mentioning Lortel Ketcheland. Lortel's ominous presence looms, absent from crucial events. Elvira laments the complicated game of relationships, and Yennecar's losing hand. Belle Maya ponders the protagonist's baffling disinterest in relationships. Isla, however, remains convinced he is merely a womanizer. Lortel, observing from a distance, smiles knowingly like a stray cat. Janica, meanwhile, trembles like an innocent kitten before a tiger. Yet, the true enigma, Yennecar, sleeps peacefully, just like a cat. Belle Maya, flustered, apologizes, overwhelmed by the confusing situation. Lortel's sharp eyes demand answers, cutting through the pleasantries. Belle Maya reveals a critical message from former headmaid Elris for Lady Lortel. The campfire burns bright, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Yennecar already departed, as Belle Maya carries Lucy back to the dorms. Protagonist, A, cloaked in mystery, reflects on his uncomfortable position. A homing pigeon brings news of a completed victory, power shifting. Lortel, consumed by fire, knows her father fights his last, useless battle. Elte's cunning schemes still linger, a looming threat in the shadows. The burning sword symbolizes Elris's concluded machinations, finally extinguished. Lortel reveals her payment in advance, securing Elris's silence. The parchment from Belle Maya exposes Elris's secret orphanage sponsorships. Elris's health deteriorated, yet her relentless work for orphans never ceased. She gambled everything, a silent warrior cornered, unnoticed by all. Only her followers understood the true despair in her tear-stained eyes. A desperate plea for alliance arrives, a calculated move, not a threat. Protagonist, A knows trust, once broken, can never truly be rebuilt. Lortel, understanding the brutal merchant world, knows there is no sympathy. She orchestrated the occupation incident, her secret still hidden. Relief washes over her face, as enemies become temporary allies. A contract awaits signing, a new pact forged in the flickering firelight. Protagonist, A extends a torch, a temporary light in the encroaching darkness. Lortel stares, questioning the unexpected gesture from her unlikely partner. He playfully remarks on her height, momentarily breaking the tension. She muses on extreme measures, determined to overtake her rival. Protagonist, A stares intently, a question hanging in the air for Lortel. He subtly adjusts her tie, a metaphor for their evolving connection. Lortel questions his actions, a fiery glow illuminating her face. He insists on tidiness, representing their academy's strict expectations. A sudden pull on her tie leaves Lortel speechless, the tension thick. Their feet stand close, an unspoken dynamic shift between them. Lortel fondly recalls shared raspberries, a hint of unexpected warmth. Protagonist, A warns her to maintain boundaries, or risk losing popularity. Lortel vows to pull him next time, a playful yet determined glint in her eyes. She walks away, leaving protagonist, A to ponder her enigmatic words. A figure flees through the dark woods, a torch casting eerie shadows. Protagonist, A watches, sensing the main storyline characters drawing closer. He sighs, realizing his attempts to avoid entanglement were futile. The campfire crackles, stars gleam, yet the story's path twists unpredictably. Despite his will, protagonist, A feels pulled into the narrative's core. His plan was to observe, intervene only when absolutely necessary. He never sought ambition, merely desiring his diploma and peace. That simple plan now seems foolish, a challenge far more difficult than imagined. Summer nights faded, marked by the tranquil, starry sky outside his window. Then, autumn arrived, painting the world in fiery hues. A fiery tail lashes out with explosive force, hinting at a coming confrontation. Under the ancient tree, a firefox spirit playfully kisses young Master Ed. Janica, shocked, asks about the passionate kiss, demanding answers. The fire spirit confirms the intense kiss, praising youthful passion. Janica's face blushes furiously, demanding Ed's reaction to the bold move. Protagonist, A, observes Ed, who remains distant and completely unbothered. The fire spirit describes Ed's cold reaction, completely unfazed by the kiss. Janica breathes a sigh of relief, realizing Ed might be uninterested in romance. The fire spirit warns Janica that Ed is weak in defense and needs her protection. Tarkin urges Janica to act quickly, reminding her of their spirit magic pact. The fire spirit suggests an innocent approach to Ed, shocking Janica. Janica blushes fiercely, imagining an intimate scene with Ed. She pictures herself feeding him, surrounded by glowing spirits. A spoon approaches, offering a taste of something sweet. Suddenly, Ed is being fed by a tiny, cloaked figure. The cloaked figure's eyes glow with an unsettling purple light. Ed recoils in disgust, shouting "Gross" at the unexpected flavor. Elvira scolds him, annoyed at being used as a tasting machine. Protagonist, A reviews his life skills, realizing his potential. But time is a luxury he cannot afford. The academy clock looms. School has started, drastically cutting into time for survival activities. He must manage his time efficiently to ensure the scenario runs well. He observes the main characters, the protagonist, and the 4 heroines. Taylor, a combat department prodigy, trains with Yahello, his faithful supporter. Princess Fincia thrives, oblivious to her impending clash with Lortel. Lortel, the golden daughter, faces instability due to LT's dismissal. Suddenly, a new urgency descends upon him. He needs more time. He must investigate the professor's building, a critical location, because the final boss of Act 2 resides within those very walls. He knows the perilous truth, an enemy of unimaginable power. Professor Glast exposes the dark truth behind Ophelis Hall's occupation. Ed is dragged away by a mysterious, monstrous hand. Lucy is down, a chilling confirmation of danger. Ayla observes, her intuition screaming the truth of the situation. Smoke billows from the chimney, a sign of hidden activity. A figure drags a body towards a roaring campfire in the dead of night. A bound leg reveals a brutal capture. Lucy struggles, clearly in distress. The protagonist reflects on his early morning plans, but something is wrong. Ayla realizes Lucy needs to be rescued, and time is running out. Ayla's hand reaches out, trying to move as quietly as possible. Suddenly, a powerful blast of energy erupts from her hand. Ayla gasps, realizing her magic has gone awry. She sees Lucy, stunned, asking who she is. Ayla, flustered, claims to be an assistant professor. Her eye widens in pure panic. She notices protagonist. A is gone, realizing Lucy went back inside alone. Purple eyes gleam from the darkness, a sinister presence. Lucy emerges from the shadows, her expression chilling. With a burst of magic, Lucy unleashes her full power. Lucy emerges, her magic swirling, a sinister presence radiating from her. She looks up, her expression changing to one of fear. A book and purple orb appear, revealing a dark secret. Suddenly, Lucy remembers Ed Rothstaler, a student ousted from his family. Professor Glast dismisses Ed, calling him talentless trash. Glast recounts Ed's overwhelming power, even against Lucy's magic. Lucy reveals she used forbidden memory magic to uncover the truth. Professor Glast demands an apology, but Lucy came prepared. A mysterious figure appears, a hidden mastermind of unknown power. His glowing eyes reveal a chilling intelligence, a master manipulator. Professor Glast demands an apology, but Elvira stands firm. He questions if Ed truly carried Lucy, or if something darker transpired. Elvira, shocked, is ordered to bring an apology letter. Professor Glast's eyes glow with a chilling, unknown power. A memory vision shows Ed trying to stop Taylor and his friends. Taylor, the sword saint, and Elvira, an alchemist, overpower him. No ordinary man could ever hope to stop their combined might. Glast's purple eyes glow, revealing a deeper, hidden truth. He sees the future, or perhaps, he controls it. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, shattering the silence. The blade ignites with raw, explosive power. Crafting complete. A new ceremonial dagger, infused with devastating spirit energy, is born. The protagonist recalls his dagger, a constant companion since his solitary journey began. He marvels at the dagger's transformation, infused with a spirit formula. The spirit formula seeped in smoothly, enhancing its efficiency with every use. A tiny, golden spirit expresses joy, praising the protagonist's progress. The spirit begins a celebratory song, only to be abruptly silenced. Tears well in the spirit's eyes, ashamed of its unknown transgression. The protagonist, with a stern gaze, commands the spirit to drop formalities. He ponders Janika's powerful spirit contracts, wondering if more than status is at play. The protagonist presses the tiny spirit for its true motivations. The spirit, overwhelmed, confesses its ambition for power and growth. It reveals the benefits of a contract and refined magic from Janika. The protagonist, calm, demands to know what else drives the spirit. The spirit admits to seeking favor due to his authoritative reputation. The protagonist understands the spirit's plight, finding it completely natural. He attempts to ease the spirit's worries about rank and status. Yet, the spirit insists on maintaining formalities, bowing to his young master. His combat skills are progressing slowly, but his stamina is surging. No longer sleeping hungry, his storage is now fully stocked with provisions. He meticulously studies, pushing past exhaustion, knowing talent is forged through sheer effort. Each day is a grueling trial, yet he steadily improves, driven by an unseen force. A sudden memory of Ed jolts him, pulling him back from his thoughts. He gasps, startled, as the name echoes in his mind. Janika frantically asks what's wrong, snapping him back to reality. He apologizes, admitting he was lost in thought, promising to focus. His gaze sharpens, determined to concentrate on the present. 3 letters arrive, 2 unremarkable, but the third holds profound significance. This final, glowing letter signals a dangerous distortion in their world's narrative. The negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire begins, but Elteth's downfall changed everything. Kreppen Rothstaler, the family head, just plunged them into a 3-way conflict. He seeks the sage's sealed grimoire, pursuing eternal life through dark research. This menacing figure, a future boss, is already impossibly strong and unstoppable. He must be excluded from this episode, or the game is unbeatable, even with foresight. The letter details Kreppen's actions and suspicions, an invitation for the protagonist. A messenger returns, confirming the letter's delivery. Mission accomplished. Someone sips tea, acknowledging the messenger's success with a confident smirk. Principal Obel secretly sought help. Sylvania Academy's finances are desperate. The Academy's heart, the sage's grimoire, might be sold to the merchants. But how did Kreppen Rothstaler, a future boss, know to join this negotiation? Princess Fencia wonders if Ed reported the rumors about the protagonist. She doubts the protagonist would seek family acknowledgement again. Suddenly, Lortel Kesheln, the Golden Daughter, approaches them. Fencia is shocked, wondering why Lortel, who hates her, is here. Lortel denies the accusation, offering sincere advice to the princess. Kreppen's involvement in the negotiation is likely due to his father, not Ed. Fencia is utterly stunned by this unexpected revelation. Lortel reveals Kreppen's father is behind the plan to buy the grimoire. Fencia questions why the families compete if their interests align. Lortel clarifies she won't sell to the Rothstalers, complicating everything. Fencia questions Lortel's sudden revelation about merchant family secrets. Lortel reveals her true motive. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Keeping the Rothstaler family in check creates a win-win scenario. She claims to be looking out for Ed, her poor senior, with a smile. Fencia is utterly stunned, questioning Lortel's unexpected concern for Ed. Lortel explains Ed is separated, seeking a new life, and shouldn't be misunderstood. Fencia wonders about Lortel's true intentions and the boy's usefulness. Lortel considers appealing to authority, or even giving orders, if he resists. Fencia asks what happens if he still doesn't open his mouth. Lortel's eyes glow. She will have no choice but to use him, to deceive and exploit. Fencia is left utterly shocked by Lortel's ominous words. Lortel, with a terrifying smile, questions who is truly exploiting whom. A guard shouts at Lortel for her disrespect towards the princess. Lortel approaches Fencia, suggesting they are allies in this delicate matter. She offers chilling advice. Do not try to use him in a half-assed attempt. Lortel warns that Fencia might end up being used instead. The guard demands accountability for Lortel's impudence, but Fencia stops him. Fencia is deeply confused, wondering if Lortel is the one to truly fear. A figure walks away, leaving Fencia pondering the future encounter. Suddenly, Lortel is greeted by old acquaintances, seemingly unperturbed. Janika apologizes for not preparing enough tea for Lortel. Lortel kindly asks for cold water instead, deferring to Janika. Janika then offers Lortel specialized magic engineering equipment. The shelves gleam, filled with powerful, sparkling magical artifacts. Lortel, surprised, questions the free merchandise, citing ethics. Janica reveals the items have minor defects, making them gifts. Lortel realizes Janica planned this generous gesture all along. Ed feels wrong taking so many free items from Janica. Janica dismisses his concerns, insisting on contract renewals. A familiar, ominous sensation takes over Ed's body once more. Ed drifts, body heavy, mind lost in a fog of exhaustion and tasks. He reflects on Crepin Rothstaler, a lurking threat for the grimoire. But first, the mundane. He needs to craft a proper mattress for his bed. Then, preparing the fawn he caught and tidying his chaotic cabin. He even remembers Lucy's jerky, a small, comforting detail in the chaos. Suddenly, a jolt. Ed's eyes snap open, the fog replaced by terror. Ayla and Lortel scream his name, their faces etched with horror. Outside, the Grand Academy building stands, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Inside, Elvira sips tea, pondering Ed's surprising leadership at the camp. She recalls his calm precision during the Glasgow raid, his unwavering focus. Princess Fencia, with her rare insight, doubts her own predictions. She summons a critical meeting at the royal residence, but her attendant delivers shocking news about Ed Rothstaler. He reveals Ed's unexpected absence, defying a royal command. Fencia's face twists in disbelief as she learns the reason. Ed is suffering from extreme exhaustion, his body overwhelmed. He struggles to breathe, his entire being heavy with fatigue. Nearby, Janica Failover sleeps soundly, oblivious to his pain. She mumbles about salt in her sleep, dreaming of food. Ed stares, bewildered, at the spirit sorcerer talking in her sleep. Lucy floats eerily, too light, almost inhuman. Ed lies paralyzed, his body in total physical breakdown. He wonders if the new blanket is from the LT merchantry. Janica awakens, hungry, while Ed questions her constant sleeping. A mysterious green light signals someone's return. Janica reveals Ed's mana was distorted from relentless overtraining. Ed asks if she was bored while healing him. Janica describes the others watching her, making things a hassle. She sternly warns Ed not to get sick. Janica remembers a mentor figure, Glocked, who died from illness. Janica heals Ed, who whispers a heartfelt thank you. Ed awakens to Janica's surprised greeting, a faint glow in her eyes. Suddenly, a new figure, Jix of the Magic Faculty, bursts in. He explains he started a fire outside for cooking. Jix watches as Janica continues healing Ed, sensing the powerful magic. A mysterious column of smoke erupts into the sky. Jix questions Ed about his repeated need for healing. He ponders the local customs of multiple partners for strong men. Jix confronts Ed, demanding to know his purpose here. He reveals Janica and Lortel are gone, then notices Ed's hair. Protagonist. A feeds the recovering Ed, who finds the food unappetizing. Ed complains about the quality of the food, wishing for others to prepare it. A dark aura surrounds Lortel's image, forbidding other women from helping. Ed wonders about events, recalling a Mandragora accident caused by Elvira. Taylor and Klebius quickly handled the incident, wrapping up the scenario. Later, a monster in the sewers was also dealt with by Taylor and protagonist. A. The struggle for the grimoire now looms as the only major event left. Ed, shocked, learns he's been unconscious for 10 days. Protagonist. A explains Janica and Lortel are currently unavailable. Ed desperately drinks, realizing the gravity of sleeping for 10 days. Protagonist A struggles, needing to send an urgent message to Lortel. He has no time, as the struggle for the grimoire has already begun. The Grand Academy looms as the stage for this new, perilous act. Princess Fencia Clowell, a royal with hidden motives, enters the fray. Lortel Ketchuln, the merchantry's cunning representative, also joins the conflict. Footsteps echo. A new player, straying from the original storyline, appears. A mysterious man, the patriarch of the Rothstaler family, is revealed. Crepin Rothstaler, the true final boss, emerges with chilling intent. Inside the grand estate, the princess calmly observes the unfolding drama. She wishes him well, a chilling calm before the storm. A tense meal begins, an apology offered for past transgressions. Ed Rothstaler, disowned, is but a shadow of the family's true power. The protagonist, scarred, calmly accepts the unusual apology. Crepin Rothstaler, the family patriarch, exudes a false serenity. His attendants show utmost respect, a facade of nobility. But deep down, a dark truth reveals the patriarch's true, evil nature. A new player enters. Lortel Ketchuln, proxy of a powerful company. She bows, acknowledging the formidable presence before her. The Golden Daughter, driven by profit, follows the scent of money. The protagonist observes, understanding the dangerous game unfolding. Today, a secret auction begins for the sage's sealed grimoire. This legendary artifact is a treasure of Sylvania Academy. Hidden in plain sight, its value remains shrouded in mystery. The Academy desperately needs funds, concealing its financial woes. Principal Oberon orchestrated a cunning plan to sell it discreetly. Princess Fincia will observe, lending her royal authority to the sale. The highest bidder will claim the grimoire in this covert transaction. Lortel Ketcheln, the Golden Daughter, meticulously prepared for this moment. She knew the market for rare magical books by heart, but the true value of the grimoire was about to be revealed. Krepin Rothstaler, a man of mystery, signs the bid for the grimoire. The bid amounts are in, and the tension is palpable. A single bid auction with no upper limit, a dangerous game. Lortel Ketcheln, the Golden Daughter, reveals her true intention: profit. The market dictates a book's value, never exceeding 8,100 coins. The grimoire seems destined for Krepin if he bids slightly higher. Krepin Rothstaler's bid: a shocking 8,500 Flen gold coins. Why would Krepin pay so much if not for profit? A deeper game. But Lortel Ketcheln's counterbid shatters all expectations: 9,400 coins. She wasn't after profit. Her true motives remain shrouded in mystery. The auction's shocking end leaves protagonist A reeling, demanding answers. A private contract signing begins, but Lortel's true goal remains a mystery. Princess Fincia, using her insight, questions Lortel's sudden generosity. She believes Lortel's bid was to stop a darker plan, not just profit. Was Lortel truly trying to prevent the scroll from falling into evil hands? Protagonist A dismisses it, knowing Lortel isn't one for justice. He suspects someone powerful is manipulating Lortel from the shadows, someone who knows Krepin's true nature and wants to stop him. Lortel, meanwhile, calculatingly reveals her true, mercantile intentions. Her eyes, however, betray a deeper, unreadable agenda beneath the smile. The purchase certificate for the grimoire grants any favor. Lortel plots, knowing she just made a bargain with Ed. She dreams of limitless power, granted by the certificate's sway. Lortel's true expression reveals a terrifying, calculating ambition. In the end, Lortel secured the ultimate victory. Taylor and protagonist A discuss the unfolding chaos by the fire. Ed Rothstaler, a pawn in a larger game, soon wakes up. The wind howls, signaling a shift in the Academy's power dynamics. Janica frantically arrives, worried about protagonist A's troubles. Protagonist A apologizes, but Janica insists it's nothing. Janica rages at protagonist A, recounting his embarrassing, heartbroken Academy behavior. Then, a giant bear spirit appears, taking protagonist A by surprise. Suddenly, a tiny fox spirit peeks out from behind Janica. The small fox spirit dramatically apologizes to Ed, pleading for death. The adorable spirit reveals it received mana from Janica, apologizing for hiding. Protagonist A questions the fuss, but Janica explains he was unconscious for 10 days. A chill runs down protagonist A's spine as the shocking truth hits him. His precious meat supplies, left unattended for 10 days, are completely spoiled. The fishing nets, crucial for his survival, have also tragically broken. Protagonist A stares at his ruined efforts. He must now start all over again. Protagonist A stares, realizing his friends will help him again. Janica and Lortel offer to assist with hunting and woodworking. He remembers his past struggles, building a makeshift shelter alone. He was once penniless, forced to survive solely on his wits. He slept alone in the darkness, bitten by insects, with no one. Despite the hardships, he always persevered, resolving every issue. Now, looking at his determined friends, he finds renewed resolve. Janica notices Lortel's exhaustion, concerned by her worn appearance. Lortel, however, sees an opportunity with protagonist A, now vulnerable. She plans to take advantage while the red fox spirit is busy. Marilda, the spirit, demands Janica be clever like a fox. Janica's outfit is deemed too shabby, like a country housewife. Suddenly, Janica's eyes glow red, transforming into a new appearance. Marilda instructs Janica to be sly and subtly show her domestic side. Marilda, the high-ranking wind spirit, urges Janica to make progress today. Janica, confused by progress, blushes, looking absolutely adorable. Marilda confronts Janica about her true intentions at the camp. A shadowy, menacing spirit appears, glaring with glowing eyes. Marilda howls sadly, as two birds fly above in distress. Janica screams, furious that a golden opportunity is being wasted. Janica's spirit warns her to be cunning, supporting him in his hardship. She wonders about the plan, urged to listen to her spirit. The spirit confirms a good plan amidst a serene, distant forest. Later, under the cloak of a silent, starlit night at the cabin, a pot of stew simmers, proving Janika's unexpected culinary skill. Protagonist, A, recovering, steps out, determined to regain his strength. But his fever and headache return, leaving him weak in bed. He awakens abruptly, eyes snapping open to a sudden realization. Someone watches him, noting his exhaustion from the doorway. Janika reveals herself, a mischievous smile hinting at her hidden intentions. Janika's feet appear, declaring protagonist, A looks tired. She peeks in, questioning why he hasn't returned, demanding answers. Her sly smile promises mischief as she approaches. Janika sits beside him, claiming she's doing nothing, yet her intentions are clear. Protagonist, A, weary, is told not to pretend his struggles don't exist. She asserts that exhaustion is universal, both physically and mentally. A flashback reveals a lonely moment, emphasizing silent support over rushed comfort. Janika leans in, praising his endurance and acknowledging his hardships. He tries to deflect, but her gaze intensifies. She presses him, urging him to admit his struggles to finally rest. Protagonist, A, finally admits his grueling journey, saying he had a hard time. He exhales deeply, the weight of his struggles momentarily lifted. A truly difficult journey, he confesses, as Janika sleeps beside him. Sunlight streams through the window, signaling a new dawn. Protagonist, A, stretches, the rest bringing a wave of relief. He opens his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Janika remains asleep, her presence a silent comfort. A sly smile spreads across his face, a hint of mischief. He laughs, proclaiming his full recovery, ready for anything. Despite everything, he couldn't progress as planned, especially in magic engineering products hold unbelievable power, enhancing stats beyond imagination. Yet, growth is limited for those who only reassemble magical items. Recipes are crucial, but quests make them almost impossible to acquire. Suddenly, we see Taylor training, clearly not interested in magic engineering. Even with recipes, useful products are impossible without rare materials. But protagonist, A's intense gaze hints at a game-changing advantage. He has someone capable of procuring any materials, from anywhere. Lortel, worried, finally arrives, confirming protagonist, A's health. She complains of fatigue, but still travels far for him. She came all this way because she has something important to say. Lortel is restructuring her company, seeking a co-executive to manage everything. Protagonist, A listens, sweat beating, lost in thought. She blushes, imagining a future where they work side by side. Their offices would be connected, sharing a wall, like a married couple. She rambles on, clearly flustered by her own bold confession. Protagonist, A questions why she would come all this way for him. Lortel, hooded, cryptically reveals his ignorance. She knows he struggles with her intense emotions. He wants to keep things professional, but her past haunts her. Betrayal taught her that gold is meaningless without trust. Lortel, the golden daughter, reveals her deepest desire, a loyal companion. She longs for someone who will stay by her side, even when all is lost. Someone who will never betray her, no matter the cost. Protagonist, A listens, his expression unreadable, as her fear of abandonment is laid bare. He understands her pain, having faced betrayal himself. Suddenly, Lortel's demeanor shifts, a playful glint in her eyes. Protagonist, A is caught off guard, a slight blush on his face. She bursts into laughter, revealing her dramatic confession was merely a test. She asks if her act made him feel protective, a hint of genuine emotion. Her playful challenge leaves him bewildered, the river flowing calmly beside them. Lortel confesses her desperation, her words ringing with raw honesty. Protagonist, A listens, a silent witness to her vulnerability, the sunset casting long shadows. He reveals his plan to graduate, a path to an uncertain future. Lortel's expression darkens, a hidden agenda surfacing. A sinister smile plays on her lips. She has plans for his future. She stands, reminding him he has no choice but to follow her lead. Suddenly, a free pass appears, a dangerous tool in her hand. Her gaze intensifies, a chilling promise in her eyes as she departs. Protagonist, A is left reeling, questioning the true cost of their interaction. He realizes the profound risk, the weight of a debt he might now owe. Lortel declares, with a chilling grin, that he now belongs to her. Protagonist, A realizes her true, terrifying face was hidden just moments ago. Lortel, now cloaked, secretly pockets the change, a gold coin. She approaches his hut, contemplating where to leave the mysterious item. Suddenly, a crash echoes from within the hut, startling her. Meanwhile, Janika stirs, unaware of the chaos about to unfold. Lortel gasps, seeing Janika emerge from the very same hut. They confront each other, demanding answers about their unexpected appearances. It was the beginning of a new disaster for everyone. Ed, oblivious, receives a stern warning about his insufficient diet. Protagonist, a chopswood, while Tarkin, his spirit, scolds him about his health. Tarkin weeps, lamenting the injustices of the world and apologizing. Protagonist, A, reflects on the food and firewood, feeling a sense of relief. He clutches 3 crucial letters, each holding a hidden warning. One letter warns of Crepin's movements, the other from an unexpected sender. Professor Glast appears, shrouded in dark magic, seeking a private conversation. Protagonist, A, unconscious from exhaustion, missed this ominous meeting. Professor Glast, the true final boss, reveals his terrifying magical power. He sought to revive Sylvania, the great sage, through forbidden aspectual magic. But the grimoire needed was sold due to Lortel's cunning plot. In desperation, Professor Glast stole the sage's sealed grimoire. He attempted to inject Sylvania's spirit into Ayla, a madman's narrative. Then, Taylor steps in, a furious blur to save Ayla. He breaks through traps, a spirit library, and the underground waterway. After his scheme failed, Professor Glast fell from the magic tower. His final words were lost, a mystery hanging in the air. The final battle of Act 2 begins with the connection formula grimoire. Professor Glast kidnaps Ayla, who awakens terrified. Below, a dark figure watches her, trapped in the terrifying underground waterway. Ayla, consumed by fear and rage, screams out her hatred. Ed Rothstaler, also kidnapped, questions the dire situation. 2 unlikely victims, bound by fate, are trapped together. The final scene of the Glast Conquest War ignites now. Ed Rothstaler realizes his kidnapping wasn't part of the original plan. He reflects on the unexpected turn of events, a grim realization. 3 days prior, a rustic cabin offered a moment of peace. Protagonist A, busy with tasks, laments lost training time. The Glast Conquest War approaches, his magic engineering stats lagging. A sudden epiphany strikes him, a spark of desperate genius. He just found a drastic way to raise his magic engineering stats. The Glast Conquest War looms, presenting 4 harrowing battle stages. Phase 3, the secret laboratory, stands as the ultimate challenge. Its boss, Librarian Reyna, demands the legendary sword signee to defeat. But Taylor will face that. My interest lies in the library's secrets. It holds countless magic engineering blueprints, priceless knowledge. Even 2 legendary-grade blueprints are hidden within its depths. This path is fraught with danger. A perilous journey awaits. But with allies, the risk is manageable, a calculated gamble. Meanwhile, whispers of new talents joining Class A fill the air. Professor Glast reflects on a new generation, brimming with unforeseen power. Ayla possesses incredible affinity for aspectual magic, despite her combat weakness. But Ed Rothstaler questions if talent alone should define Class A criteria. Professor Glast believes effort can lead to unexpected growth and potential. Ed Rothstaler asks if Professor Glast is underestimating students' efforts. However, Glast retorts that vague talent support ruins lives. Lortel reveals Professor Glast's past obsession with talent. His daughter, Muri, an average mage, received endless faith from him. Muri mistook her father's trust as faith in a magic faculty member. That misplaced faith led O back to a monster raid at a young age. And tragically, she eventually faced an untimely, crushing end. Professor Glast's past trauma made him obsessed with proving talent. He devoted himself to researching enigmatic aspectual magic. But his true obsession isn't the magic, it's its creator. He seeks Sylvania, the greatest sage, most talented in history. Lortel suspects Professor Glast is using Ayla for his research. Lortel then dismisses her thought, keeping her true intentions hidden. Professor Glast calls Lortel for a separate, urgent discussion. Lortel knows his words are useless. The ceremony approaches. The sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony is about to begin. Ed completes his plan, ready to follow right behind. Taylor charges forward, a whirlwind of blades and magic to save Ayla. Ed plots to follow him, scavenging powerful items from phases 1 to 5. He meticulously lists must-have magic engineering items from the Spirit Library. Glock's Eye boosts affinity. Delheim's Hourglass reverts physical states. These items are nearly impossible to craft, only appearing in the final stages. They are useless to Taylor, but Ed plans to claim them all. His grand plan involves checking on Taylor, then returning to camp. The Glast Conquest War looms, coinciding with the grim connection ceremony. Ed tricks Janica into the dark underground waterway to find a lost item. Janica, surprisingly enthusiastic, shows concern as Ed's perfect plan unfolds. Mysterious circumstances call him back to the academy, an urgent summons he cannot ignore. He arrives at Professor Glast's office, but a shocking encounter awaits him. Ayla, consumed by rage, confronts him with an unexpected fury. Her fury stems from a past conflict, a forgotten arrow attack, but her presence here defies all logic and future predictions. Why is she here now, when she should be kidnapped tomorrow? Chaos erupts as documents are scattered, revealing hidden truths. These are not simple papers, but vital research and grim premonitions. He frantically searches for any sign of a changed future. Only one clue remains, a single thread connecting to Ed Rothstaler. He ponders the professor's knowledge, a dangerous secret uncovered. His eyes dart, searching for the source of this sudden, terrifying attack. Protagonist. A lunges, a dagger glinting, as Ayla cries out in fear. The door bursts open, revealing an unexpected, powerful presence. Professor Glast appears, his gaze cold, commanding the chaotic scene. Ayla stumbles back, pleading for help against the protagonist's aggression. The professor's eyes glow with an ominous, purple energy. He unleashes a devastating wave of aspectual magic, distorting reality itself. A radiant magical circle expands, trapping everything within its grasp. Ayla is caught, frozen in a time prison, her struggle abruptly silenced. Professor Glast's chilling power distorts reality, sealing Ayla in a magical prison. He then effortlessly commands the protagonist's dagger, disarming him instantly. Protagonist, A, is trapped, immobilized by the sheer force of Glast's arcane might. A fiery explosion erupts, a desperate surge of energy from the protagonist. But Glast stands unfazed, his purple aura radiating absolute, undeniable dominance. The professor wonders how protagonist, A, understands his intricate research so quickly. Protagonist, A, despite his predicament, dares to question Glast's true intentions. Glast reveals his own goals, refusing to release his captive without explanation. Protagonist, A, consumed by frustration, demands answers from the enigmatic professor. He realizes escape is futile. Glast will never let him disrupt his grand scheme. Protagonist, A, considers being kidnapped, a direct path to Phase 3. He wonders if he should simply allow himself to be captured. Glast's eye gleams, sensing a shift in his captive's resolve. The professor asks if protagonist, A, has a plan or will fight back. Glast, pleased, begins to cast a powerful spell, sealing their fate. He unleashes time prison, trapping protagonist, A, in a pink temporal field. The air crackles as documents and research papers fly from a table. Protagonist, A, is suspended, while Glast, unfazed, observes his captive. The professor contemplates protagonist as impossible academic success. Glast recalls analyzing protagonist, A's combat prowess with a crystal ball. Professor Glast observes protagonist, A, sensing his extraordinary combat knack. He dismisses protagonist, A's efforts as a product of weakness, not talent. Glast recalls a past memory, a girl with an unwavering expression. A young girl, Ayla Triss, vows to bring honor through her achievements. The memory resurfaces, haunting Professor Glast with unspoken regret. Suddenly, Tarkin, protagonist, A's spirit, appears beside Glast. A bright, fiery magic beam streaks across the vibrant sky. The blast impacts a distant, barren landscape with devastating force. A small, rustic wooden cabin stands in a desolate, blurred forest. Lortel Kesheln, the Golden Daughter, eats soup, observing the unfolding drama. Bel Maya, with a sinister smile, prepares a fiery concoction. A hand meticulously records a journey's end, magic fading from the world. The memory of a beautiful master, Sylvania, lingers in the Archmage's mind. A profound longing fills the old man as a young girl sleeps peacefully. Regret twists his face, the urge to shatter reality for one last glimpse. But the past remains, demanding strength from those who have lost everything. A solemn hand rests upon a hat, a silent vow to be strong. A witch dedicates her final words to the sleeping master, a life's full stop. Tears stream down Lucy's face, clutching a magic travelogue of tragic loss. A mysterious figure relaxes, wistfully missing a bygone presence. She longed for a day when the pain of loss would completely heal. Only a pouch of jerky provided momentary escape from her sorrow. Yet, even that solace was fleeting as her jerky supply ran out. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes, a new worry emerging. Suddenly, a memory of a student by a fire, bright and hopeful. But then, a dark vision of a spirit, crackling with ominous energy. Confusion clouded her face. What was truly happening around her? Meanwhile, elite scholars and merchants gathered in Trix Hall. They convened for a clandestine transfer of a sage grimoire. Among them, Lortel Kesheln, acting head of the Elt Company, smirked. Obel Forcius, the academy headmaster, watched with a calculating gaze. A familiar image, yet someone entirely different emerged from the shadows. Kreppen Rothstaler, a man of unsettling power, revealed his true intentions. He demanded the sage's grimoire after their clandestine negotiation. Lortel weighed the betrayal against the immense cost of her lie. 12,000 coins, an exorbitant sum, was offered for the ancient text. Without hesitation, the deal was struck, the grimoire's fate sealed. Then, a chilling warning. Mercenaries were heading for Sylvania. Kreppen's unpleasant demeanor was overshadowed by his valuable intelligence. Preparations complete, Lortel stepped forward to claim the forbidden connection. The forbidden texts shimmered, their power beckoning a dark ritual. Lortel's smile hid a deeper game. An all-access pass to Ed's fate. Suddenly, a surge of sinister purple energy erupted, shattering the calm. Kreppen Rothstaler appeared, his power overwhelming the negotiation. He unleashed a devastating blast, a true display of his terrifying might. Lortel barely evaded, realizing the grimoire was the true target. A terrifying purple aura engulfed Kreppen as he seized the ancient book. He vanished in a flash of dark magic, leaving Lortel stunned. Professor Glast's secret laboratory, a place of forbidden knowledge, awaited. Ed Rothstaler was trapped, tormented by a mysterious, crying figure. Ed is trapped, tormented by a mysterious, crying figure. A monstrous entity lurks behind bars, watched by an ominous researcher. The researcher, Coom, discusses his aspectual magic with cold indifference. Ed remains calm, despite the terrifying situation, surprising his captor. Coom promises close monitoring, as Ed resigns himself to the waiting game. The library will be devastated, a path cleared for a grand scheme. Ancient magic engineering recipes are the key to Coom's complete operation. Ed feels a pang of conscience amidst the ease of his grim plan. The girl screams, terrified by Ed's proximity, threatening to bite her tongue. Ed tries to reassure her, claiming no ill will. But fear remains. Isla, trapped and terrified, still fears the one who might hurt her. She desperately screams, mistaking Ed for a known tormentor. Her eyes widen, questioning if he even has the right to speak Taylor's name. Ed apologizes for past actions, promising Taylor's imminent rescue. Ayla gasps, utterly shocked by Ed Rothstaler's unexpected apology. Ed sighs, reflecting on his complex past and perilous present. Suddenly, a small spirit Tarkin appears, frantically checking Ed for injuries. Tarkin apologizes for the delay, explaining the difficult detection. Ed, smiling, acknowledges Tarkin's timely arrival, a loyal spirit. Ayla watches, stunned, as Ed reveals his powerful spirit control. Ayla suggests Tarkin send a rescue request, a desperate plea for help. Ed hesitates, not wanting to add another variable to their perilous situation. Tarkin reassures Ed, promising to keep him safe despite the danger. The spirit explains his delayed arrival, navigating monster-filled paths for days. He recalls Janika's furious expression, a memory of cold, beautiful rage. Lucy, the witch in the hat, is another potential ally, a powerful force. Tarkin, ever loyal, promises rescue, urging Ed to stay calm and wait. Ed stares, visibly angered by the spirit's naive optimism amidst their predicament. Tarkin, confused, questions Ed's sudden change in demeanor and intense stare. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appears, demanding release from this treacherous trap. Trapped, Ed Rothstaler screams, demanding release from his mysterious captor. The masked figure mocks him, dismissing Ed as just another student. Ed, enraged, watches his captor retreat into the shadowy depths. Isla, also imprisoned, questions Ed's sudden change, reminding him of rescue. Suddenly, keys appear, clanging onto the cold, unforgiving stone floor. Tarkin, the spirit, appears, holding the keys, praising Ed's quick thinking. Ed, frustrated by the spirit's actions, orders him to leave immediately. Ayla looks up, shocked, as Ed effortlessly climbs the prison bars. Her eyes widen in disbelief, witnessing Ed's unexpected escape attempt. Ed silences her, his cold command echoing through the silent dungeon. Ed urges Ayla to cooperate, saying it's the only way for her safety. Isla, still trapped, questions his plan as he covers his face. His intense, glowing eye demands her immediate, unwavering compliance. With fear in her eyes, Isla reluctantly agrees to his dangerous scheme. Ed takes a determined step, preparing to face the unknown dangers alone. He breaks free, a blur of motion, declaring he'll handle everything. A new bulletin reveals the objective: locate Professor Glast and rescue Ayla. Ed, confident in his increased stats, believes he can manage minor variables. Yet, he acknowledges the inevitable, unpredictable variables he cannot control. If Janica or Lortel join, he might manage, but a darker truth looms. Even with help from powerful allies, the solution remained elusive. An unbeatable enemy, a force of pure, destructive magic, stood ready. Lucy, consumed by power, triggered a terrifying bad ending. This catastrophic event was a rare, deliberate act, not accidental. It required specific conditions, a fateful meeting with Professor Glast. But one determined hero will not allow this dark fate to unfold. He vows to stop Lucy, no matter the cost, to avert disaster. Back at the academy, the hero, Jix, trains intensely. Taylor bursts in, desperate and injured, pleading for assistance. Ayla is in danger. They must rescue her now. Professor Glast is being hunted, and the hero guides his companions. The familiar academy path must be retraced, but in reverse. Inside, the Monster Research Center holds dangers, now confined. Lucy's dark path with Glast promises a catastrophic bad ending. The hero must stop it, but a new challenge emerges. The Spirit Library, a crucial location, is heavily guarded. Reyna, a powerful Banshee librarian, stands in their way. While her patrols are known, battling her is not the problem. Reyna will be a valuable experience for Taylor's growth. Without it, future challenges will be impossible to overcome. Taylor's growth is crucial, but a dark ending looms for Lucy. The hero must prepare for the revived demon and Reyna. He gathers essential magical tools, a thunderclap generator. With a ghost-like figure observing, he plots his next move. His eyes burn with resolve, promising a return after this. Powerful artifacts fill the shelves, waiting to be claimed. Tarkin arrives, ensuring a clear path for young Master Ed. Suddenly, the very foundations of the Spirit Library begin to crack. An inexplicable earthquake shakes everything. This wasn't in the plan. The ground erupts in a blinding flash as chaos descends. Protagonist, A, stares in disbelief as the Spirit Library shatters. A massive blue energy engulfs the library, an unknown power unleashing. Tarkin screams in terror as Ed Rothstaler curses the unforeseen disaster. Suddenly, we rewind exactly 30 minutes before the devastating earthquake. Protagonist, A desperately fights against a powerful, unseen magical force. He's trapped in a shimmering blue prison, struggling against the magic. The deal was kept secret, or Sylvania Academy's reputation would be ruined. Elvira is furious. Shocked Professor Glast stole the forbidden grimoire. Protagonist, A warns that whatever Professor Glast is planning will not end well. Headmaster Obel Forcius asks if they know of the 3 major taboos. Professor Glast's forbidden research into immortality and resurrection defies all natural laws. Lortel is shocked, realizing Glast might be resurrecting the dead using aspectual magic. Obel reveals the legendary sage believed talent changes the world, but his daughter was different. If Glast perfected resurrection magic, who would he dare bring back from the dead? Lortel's face twists in dawning horror, a chilling realization sweeping over her. Suddenly, a frantic message arrives. "We have a huge problem, Principal Obel. Minutes ago, Taylor chased Glast, who fled into the underground waterway. Glast not only stole the grimoire, he kidnapped students Ayla Triss and the second-year magic faculty student, Ed Rothstaler." A terrifying thumping and vibration fills the air as Lortel screams in shock. Professor Glast's resurrection magic could bring back the greatest mage of this era. Headmaster Obel believes he can rescue Ed, but Lortel is done waiting. She frantically searches, the tremors guiding her toward the underground waterway entrance. Then, a terrifying roar echoes as a massive dragon unleashes a fiery blast. Janica, caught in the chaos, is utterly overwhelmed by the sudden attack. Lortel, refusing to be left behind, declares she must go as well. The ground shakes violently again, emphasizing the immense power unleashed below. She vows to retrieve the grimoire herself, seeing Obel's hesitation. Lortel races forward, commanding others to follow her into the fray. A new force joins the battle, Dorothy, the Academy's top combat alchemist. Professor Glast, her savior, recognized her genius when no one else would. He had a mysterious purpose, driving his extreme and morally ambiguous actions. Dorothy, bound by loyalty, followed his chilling command to guard the waterway. But now, consumed by flames, she questions if this goes too far. A monstrous roar erupts as Tarkin unleashes a devastating firestorm. Janica, now glowing with fury, demands answers amidst the inferno. Her eyes burn red, fueled by rage, demanding to know Ed's location. Elvira screams in terror as the powerful fire spirit attacks. Janica, with her spirits, desperately tries to recall Tarkin's confusing directions. Lost and frustrated, she throws her hands up, utterly bewildered by the path. Janica gasps, discovering a student fallen, realizing it's her fault. Her eyes glow red, determined to cover the unconscious girl. Suddenly, a menacing presence emerges from the dark, watching her. Janica Failover, an ace, boasts immense power among top students. She vows to protect Ed, even if it means destroying everything. Janica finds Ed, rescuing him with a warm, comforting embrace. Ed blushes, relieved by Janica's amazing rescue from kidnapping. He imagines marrying her, picturing their future family together. Lortel, consumed by rage, rejects the very idea of their union. She learns Ed is rescued, but swears to save him, eliminating Janica. Lortel's rage erupts, her eyes glowing crimson with furious energy. She demands to know who rescued Ed, her plan utterly thwarted. Janica, usually carefree, is intensely focused on Ed's mysterious rescue. Lortel confronts Janica, accusing her of using untrained civilians. Janica, surprisingly logical, counters Lortel's dangerous recklessness. Even Lucy Merrill, the class prodigy, proved useless, yawning away. Now, surrounded by flames, the two rivals face off, alone. Lortel declares there are no other competitors for Ed's affection. No words are needed as Janica and Lortel split to search. Lortel, driven by fierce resolve, charges into the unknown. Janica unleashes her raw power, declaring she will rescue Ed first. Magic surges, a fierce competition for Ed's rescue exploding forth. Ed, caught in the chaos, wonders if this is an earthquake. Blue energy shatters the ground, a shocking display of power. A fiery spirit screams as the battle intensifies around Ed. Ed, trembling, realizes this is far worse than an earthquake. A new power emerges, twisting the very fabric of reality. Lucy Merrill descends, bored, yet radiating immense magical energy. She declares the game over, her presence changing everything. Professor Glast and Headmaster Obel oversee the aftermath. A new dawn rising. Professor Glast believes danger is merely an opportunity for students to grow. Headmaster Obel questions the intensity, but Glast sees a golden age. This generation of Sylvania students is a rare find, truly exceptional. Countless promising students like stars are waiting to bloom, but a dark premonition, a warning, sends shivers down his spine. The upcoming trials will be brutal, demanding talent and struggle. Meanwhile, in a tranquil forest, a cabin stands under a fiery sunset. Suddenly, a massive vortex of pure darkness rips through the trees. The void expands, consuming the very essence of the landscape. Cracks spiderweb across reality itself as the abyss deepens. A chilling vortex of dark energy spirals, twisting reality itself. The ground shatters as an ominous black void opens, consuming everything. A mysterious figure glows with potent magic, barely conscious on the floor. Ed Rothstaler awakens, dazed and confused, shielding his face. Lucy, the powerful mage, appears asking for jerky amidst the chaos. Ed, exasperated, questions her priorities as she suggests finding a nap spot. A sudden, firm hand grabs Lucy, stopping her mid-sentence. The situation spirals out of control as two heroines clash in the waterway. Bosses lurk, and a single misstep could change everything for Taylor. Yet, the true danger lies with Lucy, her fate intertwined with a bad ending. Lucy, sensing danger, vows to stick with the protagonist. The protagonist, frustrated, endures Lucy's antics. A flashback reveals a heartfelt message of unwavering support. Chibi protagonist tries to motivate Chibi Lucy, but she just wants jerky. The protagonist explodes, demanding an end to the jerky obsession. He offers to guide them out, but must first handle some tasks. Lucy reluctantly agrees, a silent understanding passing between them. She makes a cryptic request, her expression unreadable. The protagonist carries Lucy, determined to reverse their situation. He'll gather resources, find his allies, and finally escape this place. Protagonist, A, finds himself without jerky, facing a grave situation. Suddenly, countless glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness above. A swarm of shadowy, monstrous bats descends with terrifying speed. Protagonist, A, unleashes his magic, igniting a powerful fire spell. He is engulfed in flames, battling the horde with fierce determination. His elemental and mana resonance proficiencies dramatically increase. Protagonist, A, realizes this is the true thrill of monster hunting. Lucy ignites her own magic, joining the desperate fiery battle. A concealment spell is detected, hidden by powerful magic resonance. Lortel, focused, quickly begins to pinpoint the hidden spell's location. Suddenly, Lortel realized her genuine desire to help someone with pure intentions. A new kind of relationship, one money couldn't buy, made her heart swell. A familiar sound made her heart beat faster, emanating from nearby. The intensity made her blush. She knew this feeling all too well. Her heartbeat quickened as a powerful explosion erupted nearby, shaking everything. She was thrown back by the blast, the ground cracking around her. Amidst the dust, Lortel saw a familiar face. Ed? He let out a sigh of relief, revealing he had been kidnapped. Ed, surrounded by arcane crafting formulas, explained his predicament. He needed her help carrying the heavy, advanced crafting components. Lortel, still confused, questions Ed about his supposed danger. Ed confirms his past peril, a tense moment hanging in the air. Suddenly, he reveals Lucy, unconscious and draped over his shoulder. Janica watches, consumed by a dangerous, cruel jealousy. She silently fumes, a rival's brazenness igniting her fury. Janica recalls her own fiery frustration when he was with another. Lortel, now burning with passion, agrees to keep the crafting scrolls. She blushes, realizing Ed is manipulating her, yet she wants to take control. Ed leans in close, asking who else he can trust but her. Lortel's inner thoughts explode. He's truly crossed the line now. Ed's words echoed, asking who else he could trust but her. Lortel's face flushed. She was a pushover for his charm. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared, carrying an unconscious Lucy. An old man rushes in, gasping about a massive problem. The ominous depths of a dark dungeon stretched before them. The group advanced cautiously, swords drawn, wary of unseen dangers. Clebius hesitated, fear gripping him, suggesting they should retreat. Elvira raged, demanding they save Ayla and not Ed. The protagonist insisted they had to save Ayla, no matter what. He grabbed Clebius's collar, urging him not to back out. Look, a hand points into the ominous darkness, warning of danger. A self-proclaimed romantic seer, Adele, feels something ahead. Her prophecies are never wrong. They will meet a tough opponent. The protagonist points into the dungeon's depths, a looming threat. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations. Ed Rothstaler, engulfed in flames, desperately pleads for a second chance. Ayla Triss lies defeated amidst the fire, severely injured. The protagonist reacts with a shocked realization. Ayla stands, summoning spirits, ready to fight despite her wounds. Janica appears, enraged, as an unforgettable fear rises within our heroes. Janica's enraged, eyes glow red, consumed by fury. A desperate battle looms, but our heroes stand ready to give their all. Lucy, unconscious, is completely oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. Taylor lunges, determined to save Ayla, despite the overwhelming odds. The protagonist's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on him. Suddenly, a fiery dragon spirit erupts, devastating the dungeon. The protagonist screams Ed's name, his face contorted in anger. Ed, now rescued, is embraced by the relieved Lucy. Taylor's eyes burn with rage, spotting Ed Rothstaler in the distance. Ed, carrying the sleeping Lucy, prepares for the inevitable confrontation. With only basic magic and archery, he once held off 3 superior opponents. Now, the power of his friends, like this fire dragon spirit, is unleashed. He has grown significantly, but Janica alone would have been manageable. With Ed Rothstaler beside her, his chances of winning are grim. His determined gaze confirms it. His chances of victory are 0. He gently takes her hand, a silent promise exchanged between them. Go, Taylor. Ayla is waiting. Go catch Glast. Now, it's time for them to play their roles in this grand scheme. You handle the scenario, he commands with unwavering resolve. And I'll take care of the variables, disappearing into the mystical night. Professor Glast, the Golden King Elti, plots his insidious revenge. The trading company faces utter ruin. Mercenaries invading Arkan Island. Elte, the mid-boss, was defeated, but he found a way to escape. He escaped his fate, altering the future, unlike the original story. Lortel, aware of Elte's counterattack, must act despite her awareness. She leads, while Elte exploits loopholes, leaving the company vulnerable. The company is defenseless. Invaluable crafting formulas and tools are at stake. Yet, the greatest advantage in this world is knowledge of the future. The Glast subjugation battle, Episode 2's climax, is finally unfolding. Elte must be the mid-boss. The timeline must be forcefully corrected. Protagonist, A, declares his unwavering resolve to take down Elte. He instructs Ed, clarifying the path ahead. Rescue Ayla for details. Then, a shocking realization hits Taylor, his expression contorting in surprise. Only Taylor, mastering unique skills, can face the final adversary. The underground waterway holds dark secrets. A magical tower looms. Harsh trials await, demanding more than mere human willpower. Ed gazes, speechless, as the weight of the prophecy settles. Protagonist, A, reassures Taylor. No grand cheers needed for this fight. Mercenaries charge through the dark. Elte's plan to target the company unfolds. Janica frantically calls out, but Ed insists they must hurry. Janica cries out, again, as a dangerous situation looms. She warns Ed he will get hurt if he intervenes. Lortel questions Ed's involvement with the Golden King Elta. Janica, close to tears, tells Ed this is not his fight. Ed acknowledges their concern but cannot stand idly by. He schemes, realizing Lortel needs them both for this mission. Ed's eyes gleam with resolve, agreeing with Janica's assessment. Janica believes involving Ed is selfish. He needs rest. Lortel and Janica share a moment, their concern evident. Ed rejects rest, knowing Lortel's urgent matter demands action. Janica confronts Lortel, refusing to make Ed struggle her own. Lortel is shocked, asking what Janica means by her defiance. Ed, Elvira, and others rush through a chaotic, crumbling passage. Ed internally struggles, finding a flimsy excuse for his involvement. Janica reveals her cunning, exposing Ed's contract with Lortel. Ed listens, his expression unreadable, calculating his next move. He reluctantly agrees, acknowledging Janica's surprising intellect. Ed's gaze sharpens, realizing the true gravity of their situation. The group descends into a ruined, collapsing underground labyrinth. Lucy lies unconscious, a victim of Taylor's ruthless disregard. Janica confronts the protagonist, demanding to know what happened here. Ayla accuses Janica of being heartless, as Janica denies responsibility. They near the exit, planning to seek help from the academy staff. Emerging from the depths, they find a ruined carriage, submerged in water. Several unconscious individuals float in the murky water surrounding the wreckage. Lortel appears, coldly stating they were faster than anticipated. Crepin Rothstaler, her father, stands ominously behind the ruined carriage. He boasts about perfectly concealing all traces of his actions. Yet, a single oversight revealed their destination to Lortel. Lortel, with a chilling smile, praises her father for mastering deception. Crepin declares Lortel's confession the only evidence, a waste to ruin her. Protagonist, A, still trapped, senses an ominous magical presence approaching. Suddenly, a torrent of powerful magic erupts, slicing through the air. A swift, overwhelming attack strikes, blasting through the unsuspecting mercenaries. The sheer force of the blow sends enemies flying, utterly decimated. Lortel, now revealed, effortlessly deflects a counterattack with immense power. She knew her father wouldn't be alone, always bringing mercenaries. Protagonist, A, realizes Professor Glast fled with the grimoire, but this is different. Elite mercenaries, the best on the continent, prepare to unleash arrows. A vast army of skilled fighters emerges from the shadows, ready for battle. Professor Glass declares his cold indifference to all lives except one, sealing their fate. Mercenary archers unleash a volley of enchanted arrows, striking with deadly precision. Arrows rain down like a deadly storm, targeting the unsuspecting students. Ed and Janica stand their ground, preparing to face the overwhelming assault. A glowing arrow speeds toward Ed's face, a precise, lethal strike. Ed expertly deflects the onslaught of arrows, protecting his companion. A spirit bird of defense magic manifests, guarding them from further harm. The magical defense shatters the arrows, a testament to their combined power. Janica warns Ed of the mercenaries' coordinated movements, heightening the tension. Ed, surprised, thanks Janica, sensing a greater threat looming. Professor Glass declares spirit sorcerers a hassle, but this time is different. He unveils Belarus's Prejudice, a legendary item suppressing mana for 10 minutes. Though single use, it costs a fortune, making its deployment a desperate gamble. This high-ranking variant of Elvira's reagent is incredibly dangerous. It needs time to activate, making preparations fatally obvious to opponents. A veteran mercenary group stands in their way, overwhelming their meager defenses. Their party consists solely of mages, making them vulnerable to this counter. Elvira shouts, realizing their enemy already knows their powers and weaknesses. If the item activates, they are done for, trapped and powerless. Glast simply smiles, saying losing his life would be worse. A mid-boss villain, Golden King Elti, could unravel everything. He stands on a mountain of gold, a villain destined for betrayal. This absolute villain ruthlessly killed Lortel's parents for his glory. Elti's forces block the path, determined to survive at any cost. His power surges, creating a maelstrom of destruction around him. Yet, I refuse to yield to this man. This is my story. I will not lie. I am ready to handle all the variables. I step forward, ready to face the consequences of my choices. Suddenly, Lucy wakes, stirring from her slumber. She complains about the noise, her purple eyes still heavy with sleep. Her annoyance boils over, magic surging with unrestrained power. A purple wave of energy erupts, pushing back the encroaching shadows. She unleashes a focused blast, tearing through the obstacles before her. Lucy, the slothful, has finally awakened, her true power revealed. Meanwhile, a humble cabin holds secrets of an archmage's hidden life. An ancient text speaks of talent, a young girl's potential soaring. The archmage warns of loneliness, a heavy price for overwhelming strength. He promises to stop, if she only grants him 3 things. Do not kill, avoid staining her hands with blood, he pleads. Live as a student, experience Sylvania, as her power continues to surge. Seasoned mercenaries prepared for battle, their faces grim. Their eyes, reflecting years of crossing death's line, reveal true strength. Every instinct, honed into second nature, screams danger. Suddenly, a powerful force pushes them back, demanding they stop. Lucy, the slothful, stands defiant, radiating immense magical power. A furious commander demands they move, sensing an unknown threat. Even veterans are perplexed by this strange, overwhelming magic. One mercenary lunges, sword drawn, but is met with an invisible barrier. Lucy's expression hardens, her gaze unwavering as power surges. She prepares to unleash her magic, ready to end this confrontation. Lucy unleashed raw, compressed mana, striking her opponent with overwhelming force. His body recoiled, caught in the vortex of her devastating purple energy. It wasn't magic, but pure, brutal violence, exploding from her hands. Elsewhere, Professor Glass struggled, his own powerful magic refusing to fully activate. Lucy, focused, declared her intent to take down her true target. A menacing hand reached out, grabbing her shoulder from behind. Protagonist, A, appeared, catching her, revealing his presence to the shocked professor. He whispered a warning, his eyes sharp, his plan unfolding. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook everything, an unknown force erupting. The entire academy was engulfed in a terrifying, destructive purple lightning storm. 7 stars align, signaling a catastrophic event. Professor Glass's forbidden magic distorts reality, tearing apart the laws of nature. The magic realm descends, engulfing everything in raw, destructive power. Protagonist, A, observes the terrifying scene, the final battle approaching. His eyes narrow, sensing perfect timing amidst the chaos. Flashback. Taylor strikes down a monstrous beast, mastering vital skills. The heroes unite, ready to confront Glass, their combined power surging. Multiple magic towers materialize, confirming the grim prophecy. Janica and Lortel stand bewildered, this magic beyond their comprehension. Protagonist, A, wonders if the towers absorb the aspectual magic. Lucy floats, empowered by the magic towers, claiming resurrection is possible. Her eyes glow with newfound, dangerous determination. Protagonist A stares up, bewildered, as the epilogue unfolds. Lucy awakens, unfazed, questioning the chaotic events around her. Professor Glass makes a sinister offer, corrupting Lucy with dark power. The resurrected Archmage Glock appears, a new threat, empowered by aspectual magic. Lucy becomes an enemy, leading to a catastrophic bad ending. The player party is annihilated. Lucy vanishes into the underground. Protagonist A lies defeated, the impossible weight of Lucy's power crushing him. He intervenes, patching disruptions, his actions changing fate itself. A legendary item, Belarus's Prejudice, twists fate and bad endings. Its power suppresses all mana for 10 minutes, creating an opening. Professor Glass unleashes a devastating assault, targeting the unsuspecting students. Now's your chance, he bellows, his voice filled with sinister glee. These brats can't use magic anymore, he declares, confident in his victory. A hooded assailant descends, striking down Protagonist A, who lies defeated. But a glimmer of defiance ignites, as Protagonist A unleashes Windblade. The blade cuts through the air, sending the attacker reeling back. Protagonist A stands firm, a variable in the scenario, yet powerful. Professor Glass stares, bewildered, as his plan crumbles before his eyes. Professor Glass watches, utterly bewildered, as his plan unravels. The suppression item, potent as it is, struggles against a rising power. It's like trying to drain an ocean with a mere bucket, futile. Lucy ignites, a beacon of defiance, ready to clear the path forward. Her eyes glow with resolve. She has a destination to reach. Glassed, a veteran of countless battles, senses the overwhelming force. His honed survival instincts scream a warning of impending doom. Lucy, consumed by purple energy, stands tall, radiating immense power. A blinding flash erupts, signaling a cataclysmic surge of magic. She knows his fate is sealed. A desperate plea for recognition. Professor Glass understands the chilling reality of death's finality. Lucy, empowered by magic, echoes the somber truth. A voice urges her to stop, to avoid staining her hands with blood. He remembers a past, a peaceful moment with someone precious. The true concern is not for the dying, but for the innocent. Protagonist, A, eyes blazing with purple energy, holds a powerful gaze. A surge of raw, untamed magical power flows through his hand. Lucy, calm and determined, simply says, "Okay." He asks her destination, sensing an impending shift. Suddenly, both ascend, leaving the mundane world behind, toward an unknown fate. A heavy silence falls as the weight of reality settles. Lucy cradles the lifeless body, a profound loss etched on her face. What's lost is lost. The ancient text whispers, "Those who have lost must become stronger." A young Lucy, holding the wisdom of the ages, resolves to rise. The book's final words, a dedication to Lucy, who ended his life. Her eyes, now glowing with fierce determination, reflect an unbreakable will. A single word escapes her lips. "No," as purple energy erupts around her. Protagonist. Watches as Lucy ascends, vanishing in a blinding flash of power. Janica ensures the evacuation, everyone safely retreating from the unfolding chaos. Protagonist. Races through the city, the fate of Elta, a secondary concern. Lortel prepares to hand over her captive to the sinister LT Trading Company. Protagonist. Utterly exhausted, pushes himself to Sylvania's highest point. The Trix Hall, shrouded in twilight, marks the episode's ominous starting point. Within its walls, Glast stole the grimoire, and Taylor began his relentless pursuit. Protagonist. Returns to the Academy, a place he never expected to see again. His reverse journey through time and space leads him to a glowing door. This is where Taylor's story began, and where protagonist, as will dramatically end. Lucy stands under a mystical purple moon, her power immense and mysterious. Protagonist, strides forward, passing the ruins of Janica's destructive power. He sees Lucy again, a fleeting presence in the spectral glow of the Academy. The Academy glows with an ominous purple light. Protagonist, knows Lucy would be here. This Academy is Glock's legacy, a profound burden for Lucy. He finds her staring out at the ethereal, glowing towers. They stand together, overlooking the entire Academy, a silent understanding. Suddenly, a casual question breaks the tension. "Do you have any jerky left?" He responds, "No, he told her earlier it was gone." She asks him why he's here, and he replies, "Thinking about old days." He contemplates the fatal drop, realizing he'd die instantly. Lucy reveals her pain stopped because too much time had simply passed. Resurrecting an archmage with forbidden magic would be nothing but an insult. He knew from the beginning that reviving him was just being selfish. Lucy looks down, her thoughts still clouded by the past. He asks her, with genuine concern, if she is truly okay. If she changes her mind again, something terrible could happen. He can't help but make sure. Glancing over at her, he resigns himself to her inevitable request for jerky again. Suddenly, she leans in, asking him to lend her his shoulder. He wonders why she made him sit next to the railing. Then, a tower glows with immense power, revealing her true intentions. Professor Glast unleashes terrifying aspectual magic, pushing limits no one else dared. Resurrection magic reaches its end. The dead remain lost forever. Loss is universal, a wound we must accept and heal with what remains. Lucy, burdened by past trauma, understood this painful truth all too well. Watching her, I sat silently, the magic tower looming ominously. The starry night above felt impossibly high. A beautiful, terrifying spectacle. Suddenly, a colossal weapon, a golden giant, materializes from the magic. It rises, an ancient construct, to protect its dark offering. An ancient weapon, created by Glast using horrifying aspectual magic. Ayla. The hero's cry echoes as the weapon targets her. Professor Glast unleashes his full power, conjuring a colossal magical golem. His eyes glow ominously, a terrifying display of his dark, aspectual magic. The golem's power surges, trapping Ayla within its glowing core. A desperate plea echoes. Ayla is trapped within the golem's very heart. The golem solidifies its arcane grip, its power overwhelming all. Suddenly, Taylor bursts forth, channeling untold energy into a massive punch. He screams, pure rage fueling his desperate charge, focused on one goal. Taylor leaps, a blur of motion, aiming a devastating kick. He closes in, intent on shattering the magical construct. Protagonist, observes, his vision failing, a crucial moment slipping away. Taylor unleashes a desperate, explosive punch, demanding Ayla back. His vision fades, the world reduced to a violent, bloody blur. A static life as a teacher, always looking through glasses. Professor Glast studies ancient grimoires, surrounded by arcane knowledge. He analyzes aspectual magic, managing curriculum, reviewing materials for students. Days turn into nights, reflected in the quiet glass. Outside his window, The seasons silently shift and change. Snow falls as a persistent student seeks advanced magic. She wants to study intermediate magic, pushing her limits. The world outside continues its relentless, evolving dance. Professor Glast, observing the rain, lost in thought. A frantic student begs forgiveness, always causing trouble. Sunlight streams through an ornate window, petals dancing on the breeze. Professor Glast studies a book, bathed in the gentle light. A hand delicately holds a teacup, the aroma filling the air. Obel Forcius sips tea, a constant presence despite his new position. Professor Glast, buried in endless work, surrounded by students. He holds a magical grimoire, a book of painful memories. The book glows with immense power, memories resurfacing. Suddenly, a surge of magic erupts, shattering the illusion of peace. A shadowy figure unleashes a devastating surge of purple energy. The air itself tears, revealing the terrifying power of effectual magic. Suddenly, a glimpse of small-scale time travel shatters reality. Professor Glast endures the agony, memories flooding back, bleeding. His eyes burn with resolve, refusing to let the past consume him. A powerful force ripples outwards, consuming everything in its path. Ayla Triss and Janica Failover are terrified, questioning the impossible. Effectual magic distorts space, trapping them in a temporal prison. A multi-time prison forms, ensnaring all within its deadly grasp. Taylor, urged to dodge, confronts the overwhelming chaotic magic. Professor Glast, bloodied, recalls a painful, distant memory. His eyes, filled with deep regret, stare blankly into the void. Vision blurs as he sees through the darkness of his past. He remembers what he lost, a smiling, innocent Ayla Triss. He affirms his resolve, knowing what must be done. He is almost there, reaching for a desperate, impossible outcome. The world around him shatters, reality bending to his will. "Don't stop me," he screams, unleashing raw, destructive power. With all his might, he will reverse reality itself. A massive explosion of light engulfs everything, tearing through time. Professor Glast unleashes his power, blood-staining his determined face. His eyes reflect a desperate resolve, pushing beyond his limits. A figure from the past wields a flaming sword, a vision of raw power. Glast activates forbidden effectual magic, reversing time itself. The gears of destiny grind, as the world rewinds. Even those frozen in time are pulled into the past. Glast screams, "It's pointless," sacrificing his life to change fate. Blood splatters as he endures the immense backlash of his power. He conjures an ice spear, a final, desperate attack. The protagonist declares, "Now," seemingly empowered by the time reversal. Professor Glast unleashes a devastating surge of magical power. The immense backlash causes him to bleed, asking if this is the end. He stares down his enemy, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. A massive explosion of fire erupts, engulfing everything in its wake. The hero endures the crushing force, his body smoking from the impact. Protagonist, collapses, struggling for breath, barely hanging on. The chaotic energy dissipates, leaving only smoke and a lingering aura. He rises, feet heavy, letting out a ragged sigh of relief. Glast, defeated and broken, concedes his loss. The hero steps forward, victorious, his power undeniable. Professor Glast falls from the towering academy, caught in a surge of purple energy. He spirals downward, a desperate last resort to escape the crushing defeat. Bloody and battered, Glast endures the chaotic power, his glasses cracked. A single thought pierces his mind. A memory, a name. "I miss you." He sees a vision of himself, falling through a void, whispering Muri. Suddenly, a magical circle ignites around him, a desperate escape attempt. The circle pulses with raw power, distorting reality around its edges. It appears in a desolate forest, a shimmering portal left behind. This was his effectual magic spatial leap, his final gambit. But he escaped too late, bleeding profusely, his magic failing. Professor Glast collapses, his desperate escape failing. He awakens to a chilling presence, questioning how they found him. Protagonist, A stands over him, demanding answers about the curfew breach. An hour prior, an ominous purple tower pulsed with raw magic. Janica, running, reveals she'd eliminated all threats, even her own father. Her frantic eyes search for Ed, who ventured into the dangerous tricks hall. Suddenly, protagonist, A appears, greeting Lortel with a casual wave. Lortel, startled, grabs his arm, asking what's happening. He looks at her. As a warning, siren blares from his companion. The underground waterway situation is concluded, but danger still lingers. Janica desperately searches for Ed, who is now being attacked by a monstrous fire spirit. Isla and Lortel react in horror as Ed screams. Janica realizes the magic tower uses aspectual magic, sparking a chilling realization. She recalls meeting spirits under a tree, protecting their forest home. Then, Tarkin detected aspectual magic from a new tower, indicating Glast's involvement. A hidden magic tower in the northern forest reveals Professor Glast's dark secrets. Protagonist, A, observes the chaos, realizing he might need to intervene. The impact of a fake boss was immense. Glast's true power is unimaginable. The ominous magic towers glow under the night sky. Protagonist, A, stands firm, knowing he must confirm the situation himself. Professor Glast, battered and bloody, asks if it's past curfew. Two girls discover the gruesome scene, horrified by the sight. Glast, bleeding, claims he was merely looking at the moon. He finds himself laughable, mocking his own dire situation. Ed Rothstaler stands over Glast, who admits his inevitable failure. Glast reflects on his past, questioning Obel's true intentions. He acknowledges Ed's talent, regretting not discovering him sooner. Glast reveals his plan to use Ed, but it tragically failed. Ed, once captured, had managed to escape his clutches. Glast accepts his lonely death as penance for his sins. Glast's final thoughts drift to his daughter, 17 years not lonely. A memory of a young girl, 17, standing with a cloaked figure. Another voice asks about his long acquaintance with assistant Professor Claire. Glast, bleeding out, hears Ed mention Claire's name. He realizes their association lasted 17 years. His eyes widen. Claire, he was told, was crying. A smiling Claire recounts Glast's difficult personality. She describes him as stubborn, dogmatic, and impossible to like. Yet, her expression shifts, a hint of something more. Tears stream down her face. He was the most scholarly man. Dorothy's trembling voice reveals her mentor's twisted plans, yet she finds him precious. Glast reflects on his actions, acknowledging his reckless endangerment of students. He believes he will die alone, mocking his own tragic fate. But his misconception is shattered by a young assistant Professor Claire. Even Dorothy, top of her class, was once considered untalented, like Claire. Yet, Glast nurtured these hidden talents, despite his harsh pronouncements. He believed his daughter, too, held immeasurable, hidden value. His death, however, would be anything but lonely. He lived in many hearts. As his bloody hand drops his glasses, his vision blurs. He lies bleeding, unable to even see himself. Bloodied and broken, protagonist struggles to utter a single word. His mind races back to the spirit library, a place of immense power. Ed Rothstaler stands over him, mocking his past actions, his flashy exit. Protagonist, A's bloodied hand clutches a mysterious, ornate key. Ed takes the key, a grim smile playing on his lips. The library, a treasure trove of knowledge, now belongs to Ed. Protagonist, A, bleeding out, questions Ed's lack of joy over the key. He reveals a secret safe hidden beneath Raina's desk. With his last breath, protagonist, A, whispers a final name. Lucy. He urges them to look around, to see the allies he has made. His final breath escapes, as reality slips away. With his last words, he acknowledges Ed's cunning. He can't see Lucy's expression as his vision fades. A hand, cold and lifeless, grips a cloak in its dying moments. Professor Glast lies still, a peaceful slumber masking death's embrace. Under the Zelkova tree, he looks as if merely sleeping. Ayla, Lortel, and Janica watch over the fallen hero. A dark academia building stands, shrouded in mystery and danger. Ed Rothstaler, a key player, stands at the center of the conspiracy. Obel Forcius questions the protagonist about his many unfortunate encounters. The dean interrogated him, questioning the protagonist's dubious explanation. He recounted the harrowing tale of Ayla's immobility and distrust. The protagonist claimed he sought help, but the dean cut him off. The dean's suspicion deepened, finding his story too coincidental. Flattered by the dean's insight, the protagonist maintained his sly demeanor. Suddenly, the dean slammed his hand, recalling past dangerous incidents. He acknowledged the protagonist's suffering due to the Academy's negligence. The protagonist realized the dean wasn't reading his report. It was his report card, revealing surprising, favorable evaluations. The dean, acknowledging his efforts, offered a reward for his struggles. The protagonist exits, declaring someone out, hinting at unseen consequences. He apologizes to Janica, worried about her safety, but she brushes it off. Janica's eyes flash red, revealing a hidden depth to her cheerful facade. She admits to injury, slyly implying it happened while protecting him. He questions her injury, concerned about her well-being. Janica's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning within her as she remembers. Flashes of powerful magic and suffering reveal her constant sacrifices. The protagonist recalls Professor Glast's dying words about regret. Janica, flustered, tries to deny her pain, but her distress is clear. He apologizes again, suggesting distance might protect her from his dangerous life. He casually mentions Janica's dorm as the Dex Hall. Her eyes flash crimson, a hidden power stirring. Her face lights up with unexpected joy at the news. The protagonist, surprised, never expected such a reaction. The hectic events of the last arc swiftly concluded. Our hero sighs, believing his trials are finally over. Obel Forcius commands him to return to a normal student life. The protagonist is granted entry into the academy dormitories. He stares at his humble hut, his camping life ending. With one last glance, he leaves the only home he's known. What is this terrifying vision? A girl falling from the heavens. Lucy stares, fear etched on her face, as her world ends. A sudden shift, and a distant mountain range appears under a cloudy sky. This is not Arkan Island, but the northern Ramelin mountain range. Why is he dreaming of his childhood, of a time long past? He walks towards a humble house, a memory from his youth. He approaches an old man, cloaked in shadow, bathed in light. The young girl's eyes widen, recognizing the figure before her. This is the abandoned attic, a place filled with forgotten secrets. The old man's silhouette looms, a mystery shrouded in faded light. A terrifying skeletal visage screams, demanding to know why she wasn't saved. A young girl awakens, a silent question in her closed eyes. Her purple eyes open, a hint of confusion lingering from the nightmare. Her maid, Belmaya, gently asks if she is ready for school. Lucy remains silent, a lingering unease preventing her response. A memory of powerful spatial magic, a mysterious force unleashed. A massive surge of magic erupts from the northern forest. Her bare feet land softly on the roof tiles. Protagonist. Rushes towards her, a sense of urgency in his stride. Lucy smiles, an inexplicable sense of relief washing over her. Lucy, lost in thought, wonders if the rain will fall. Her time camping has finally ended. A sudden explosion rocks the calm, leaves scattering everywhere. Lucy lies on the ground, recalling the unpredictable nature of cats. They demand attention, then become aloof, only to cling when ignored. The protagonist, a student, understands this feline paradox. He walks away from Lucy, knowing indifference is the only control. A charismatic professor lectures on cat-like spirit familiars. Two students laugh, finding the topic harder than dating. The professor's popular lectures once left the protagonist in lower ranks. The protagonist, diligent, surpassed all in preparation, mastering every subject's notes. Suddenly, a voice summoned him, an unexpected turn, filled with mystery. The headmaster questioned him about the Academy Scholarship Program, a rare opportunity. He revealed the program's purpose: academic tasks for tuition discounts. The headmaster tasked him with assisting Professor Claire, a daunting prospect. Professor Claire, overwhelmed, screamed as she was buried under mountains of work. Annis, despite her capability, couldn't handle the immense workload alone. The headmaster warned him to be gentle with the incoming freshman. His blue eyes glowed as he realized his rival would soon arrive. He reached for a glowing book, sensing an immense, resonant magic. Ayla levitates a glowing book, muttering about its contents. Her green eyes betray a flicker of doubt, questioning selling it. A flashback reveals Ed's desperate plea, preventing the grimoire's sale to Crepin. Ayla clutches her head, lamenting the money tied up in the magical tome. With newfound resolve, she declares her need to be more ruthless. A glowing document, the sage's grimoire purchase certificate, appears. Her eyes widen, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She slyly smiles, beginning to write with a quill. A winter break class notice, without Professor Glast, demands a signature. She sighs, realizing others like Janica and Ed are also busy. Ayla pens a crucial document, her future hanging in the balance. A beads of sweat form as unease washes over her. She sits alone, sensing an unknown threat lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, a rustic cabin faces the looming threat of winter's chill. A student, Ed, stares in disbelief at the firewood shortage. Lucy, surprisingly alert, reminds Ed of his neglected duties. Her sudden practicality makes Ed question what is truly happening. The axe remains unused. Camp management has clearly been neglected. Ed hopes for stability, but Lucy's presence always changes things. Janica arrives, breaking the tension, class dismissed and ready to rest. Janica expresses her desire to enjoy camp before winter break forces them to leave. Lucy, listening intently, feels a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving this place. Janica promises continued support, emphasizing Ed's important tasks ahead. Ed holds a mysterious key, contemplating the secret vault Professor Glast mentioned. Suddenly, Janica reveals an envelope, sealed with a familiar mark. It's an application for Dex Hall, urging early submission to avoid missing out. Ed thanks Janica, surprised by her thoughtfulness and preparation. Janica's eyes flash red as she urges him to start the application. A terrified Lucy suddenly bursts into the scene, eyes wide with fear. Her bare feet pound the earth, desperately fleeing from an unseen horror. Lucy, terrified, screams for him to stop, hands outstretched in desperation. Her face contorts in horror, begging him not to take what he seeks. His expression unwavering, a subtle shift marks the beginning of everything. A voice echoes through the trees, praising his steady experience paying off. Protagonist. A stands powerful amidst fire, his growth truly remarkable. His spirit resonance now surpasses even ordinary novice sorcerers. Lucy whimpers, clutching her hat, asking if she did something wrong. Normally pristine, she escaped the dormitory in pajamas, disheveled and afraid. His magic power surges, crackling with an undeniable increase. It's time to unleash intermediate magic, unlocking a new level of power. He studies intently, magic crackling around him as he pushes his limits. He watches Lucy, wondering what could possibly be wrong with her. Janica tries to apologize, but Lucy's fear transforms into outright hostility. Lucy's face contorts in desperate anger, her emotions overwhelming her. Exhausted, he collapses on his bed, intermediate magic proving difficult. Suddenly, he's startled awake, a voice calling out to him. Lucy gives him a mysterious key, needing to go somewhere. He contemplates the cold, realizing he needs to prepare for the night. He assures her he will manage, diligently completing his urgent tasks. He looks at her, a silent question hanging in the air. Lucy leans in, a strange expression on her face, muttering to herself. Suddenly, she declares they must go together, her eyes shining with determination. A rope hangs from a tree, descending into an unknown abyss below. The rope stretches into the darkness, a light emanating from its depths. Protagonist. A descends, questioning why Lucy followed him to this dangerous place. Lucy floats beside him, offering her magic to speed up their descent. He dismisses her offer, needing to practice his own descent and ascent. He observes the treasures below, realizing he cannot take them all at once. Protagonist. A pulls himself down the rope, dust rising from the impact. He discovers a hidden safe, marveling at its ingenious concealment. He found a key, glowing with ancient power, begging the question, why? Suddenly, a fiery surge of power enveloped him and Lucy, descending further. His eyes narrowed, understanding the depths of what was hidden here. They were almost out, but the climb was arduous, testing his limits. His legs ached, the strain of descent pushing him to his breaking point. Lucy floated above, urging a rest as he pulled himself upward. She questioned his find, her voice laced with growing surprise. A legendary magic tool, Glast's golden phoenix ring, shimmered in his hand. It promised future magic in the present, a theoretical surge of power. But such power came with a price, a heavy toll for impulsive use. The legendary ring could only be used in dire battle, a final, desperate card. A surge of power erupts, a terrifying final attempt to survive. But what if its power could be used for something else, like a spirit contract? Janica commanded spirits through immense magic, not just sensitivity. Beginner sorcerers lacked magic capacity, struggling even with low-rank spirits. The ring promised a temporary boost, a reckless path to high-ranking spirit contracts. Lucy gasped, realizing the true implications of his incredible discovery. He dismissed her concerns. The past was irrelevant. This was everything. No library held anything more precious than this, a treasure beyond measure. Professor Glast's creation shattered talent walls, unleashing unimaginable magic capacity. Professor Glast's hidden research, the key to unimaginable power, lies bloody and broken. He concealed it all, a final, desperate gift for his beloved daughter. You know, sometimes the smallest things hold the greatest importance. A missing button, once insignificant, became a constant, nagging discomfort. He suffered, enduring the minor irritation, never realizing its true meaning. We often overlook value until it's gone, then realize its crucial impact. Lucy followed him, a pressing question heavy on her troubled mind. She asked, eyes wide with concern, if he would still go to Dex Hall. Her voice, barely a whisper, pleaded for him to reconsider. His face betrayed a flicker of surprise, a moment of profound uncertainty. His mind wrestled with two stark choices, the academy or the wilderness. He mused on the harsh reality of winter, making his decision clear. A gentle touch to his shoulder broke the intense contemplation. Lucy's eyes, wide with concern, searched the darkening sky. But her judgment wasn't always flawless, a critical detail. He dismissed her worries, recognizing the true stakes at hand. Lucy, a vision of dark magic, stood under the ominous sky. Her gaze pierced the unknown, revealing a deeper truth about the heavens. Even after the season, unexpected forces could descend from above. Regardless, the future remained shrouded in potent, magical uncertainty. He lamented his lack of firewood, needing help for the coming winter. A surprising offer of assistance caught him completely off guard. He recoiled, shocked by the sudden, unexpected gesture. He was stunned, questioning the bizarre turn of events. He adjusted to the situation, finding positives in the strange new reality. His eyes narrowed, a silent understanding dawning within him. The second act concluded with him floating, a new era dawning. Princess Fencia and Lortel's looming political struggle would define the future. New students, new enemies, and rising powers would soon emerge. But the true final boss, Lucy Merrill, awaited in the shadows. The hero stares into the unknown, his gaze filled with silent resolve. He pushes his worries aside, determined to survive the coming trials. Lucy's expression, one never seen, confirms his darkest suspicions. Winter has arrived, blanketing the land in a chilling, pristine white. The hero shovels snow, his cabin a solitary beacon in the wilderness. He toils tirelessly, catching up on tasks after a scholarship summons. Firewood and provisions must be gathered to endure the harsh season. Cold preserves his stores, ensuring survival through the brutal winter. Professor Glast smiles, tuition waived, freeing the hero from constraints. But even with newfound freedom, rest remains a distant, elusive dream. He contemplates the cold, knowing his actions affect more than himself. A deep breath escapes him, a moment of profound contemplation. In this fleeting peace, a dangerous decision begins to form. He holds a shimmering gem, the catalyst for his awakening. Power erupts, a fiery aura engulfing his entire being. He calls out a name, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. Suddenly, we shift to the grand, pristine Sylvania Academy, a renowned bakery, promising exquisite, almost impossible to get delights. These coveted pastries are a rare, fully booked indulgence. Janica smiles, revealing her true intentions, a calculated lure. Yanika warns Clara about her dangerous romantic situation. Clara, head over heels for Ed Rothstaler, is completely oblivious. Yanika knew. Clara's affection for Ed was obvious, but not reciprocated. Clara accepts the situation, despite initial heartbreak, because Ed's reputation improved. Yanika interrogates Clara about her heart pounding around Ed. Clara feels warmth and comfort, not nervousness, a worrying sign. Yanika reveals Clara is heading for bad ending 13, the comfortable female friend. One-sided affection is not a relationship, it's just following him around. Clara realizes the painful truth of her unrequited feelings. Yanika advises Clara to trigger Ed's protective instincts before winter break. Clara's constant praise for Ed changed everyone's perception of him. Now, the academy staff and students alike trust his intentions. Yet, a new perspective emerges, stirring doubt and suspicion. A disheveled professor faces a librarian's stern reprimand, lacking all dignity. She tumbles, scattering papers, raising questions about her teaching qualifications. But senior professors praise her knack for people, a peculiar skill. Mentored by scholars like Glast, her academic journey was unconventional. She even secured the brilliant, yet clumsy, Anise as her assistant. Anise, despite academic prowess, struggles with practical tasks, yet handles everything. This second-year student, a capable advisor, garners respect from all staff. Anise, the clumsy assistant, is secretly the true genius keeping the lab pristine. She meticulously gathers information from every corner of the academy, a silent stalker. Her serene smile deflects suspicion, hiding a nature known only to a select few. With the professor away, Anise delves into the Rothstaler family's hidden history. She dismisses public facts, seeking the true lineage and power behind the name. Flashbacks reveal Ed Rothstaler's upbringing, arrogant, baptized, and seemingly untalented. Anise, however, fought for independence, surviving as a student assistant and scholar. Her survival instinct is fierce, even modeling herself after younger, talented Lortel. She scrutinizes Ed Rothstaler's family history, a powerful empire lineage. His oppressive upbringing forged an authoritarian, financially privileged individual. Anise dissects Ed Rothstaler's lack of talent, his hidden insecurities. She analyzes his assertive yet avoidant nature, revealing a complex personality. His constant need for approval stems from a privileged, sheltered upbringing. Anise, observing, prepares for her own hidden practice. Suddenly, Ayla bursts in, excited, with snacks from the Laplace bakery. Anise anticipated her arrival, already having prepared tea. But disaster strikes as Ayla trips, spilling the hot tea everywhere. Ayla panics, fearing Anice's scolding, her clumsy nature exposed. Anice, focused on Ayla's safety, asks if she's hurt. Ayla, still startled, watches as Anice glows with concern. The disgraced hero, now just young Master Ed, contemplates his return to the academy. Belle Maya, the head maid, appears, her presence a reminder of past betrayals. She speaks of an unusual amount of blonde hairs when washing Lucy's clothes. Belle reveals she even found white hairs and a strange scent on Ed's laundry. A chilling thought, what if Belle Maya hadn't become a maid? Ed insists on formality. A strange battle of wills unfolds between them. He claims his lost noble status makes informal speech awkward, a facade. Belle Maya's eyes narrow, sensing his defiance, an unspoken challenge. Ed stands firm, maintaining distance, citing her position as headmaid. Belle's words cut deep. Young Master Ed has more people to manage. Belle Maya observes, her thoughts unreadable, as the academy's future hangs in the balance. Ophelis Hall, once shattered, now stands fully restored in a stunning display of power. A new semester dawns, bringing fresh challenges and a surge of unknown potential. 7 new residents are arriving, and one has already made her presence known. Tanya Rothstaler, a name whispered with dread, applies for residence. The protagonist braces himself for the chaos his younger sister will undoubtedly bring. He plans to return home, a familiar escape from the impending storm. Meanwhile, another student pushes his body to its limits, training relentlessly. He studies advanced magic, determined to overcome his past failures. Yet, his mana sensitivity is gone, a chilling sacrifice for power. His eyes burn with fever, a hand pressed to his aching forehead. His friend asks if he's overworking, but magic is temporarily inaccessible. He accepts the answer, a convenient truth for hidden struggles. Lucy Merrill seeks an apology for a misunderstanding, but he refuses. He doesn't need an apology. He's not offended, just indifferent. A reward offered: help clean Professor Glast's chaotic underground library. The library is a mess, and he needs manpower for the colossal task. He accepts the money, seeing it as training, a new challenge. He plans to transform the library into his personal workshop. Another task awaits. Tomorrow, he will also work at the academy. Protagonist, A, the one who shouldn't exist, plans his workshop's expansion. His to-do list outlines an ambitious path to unimaginable power. Tomorrow, the academy scholar duties await him, a new challenge. The academy stands grand as scholars gather for their next task. Assistant Professor Claire, overwhelmed, has been awake for days. Protagonist, A, steps up, relaying critical instructions for the upcoming test. The task: supervise the freshman placement test, a brutal trial. Professor Glast's shadow looms, but a new professor takes charge. Unexpectedly, Clevius participates, retrieving vital supplies from Trix Hall. Onyx assists Professor Claire, as Ed Rothstaler's true nature is revealed. She studies all night, determined to embody his ideal type. Elvira tempts Ed with a field survey, plotting to tear him from Yanika. They arrive at Oran Mountain, a treacherous, snowy landscape. The mountain's icy slopes pose a dangerous threat to students. Elvira struggles, but Ed remains unfazed, suggesting a break. She praises his stamina, admitting she had misconceptions about him. Ed, confused, listens as she reveals her true intentions. She confesses her coldness stemmed from protecting Janica from him. Ed dismisses her concerns, focusing on the tasks at hand. He acknowledges her hard work, offering a rare moment of appreciation. Elvira, relieved, feels supported by the protagonist's presence. She apologizes, revealing a painful truth about his family. Elvira shares her own hardship, enduring alone after her family's instability. She reflects on a long, miserable winter spent in isolation. Protagonist, A, observes her, impressed by her sheer will to survive. He offers comfort, acknowledging her strength in enduring such trials. Elvira, touched, thanks him, feeling an unexpected connection. She wonders at her own emotional shift, usually so cool-headed. Suddenly, she trips on a hidden stone, losing her balance. Protagonist, A, catches her, preventing a dangerous fall in the treacherous snow. Protagonist, A, wonders if Elvira tripped on a stone. Elvira feels a strange warmth, flustered by their close proximity. He tells her to wait, promising to return quickly. Elvira, alone, questions his genuine trustworthiness and intentions. Sitting beneath a tree, she finds his ambiguity perplexing. She recalls strategically creating accidents to bond with him. Her elaborate plan to draw him in was almost perfect. Yet, she questions if she became too immersed in her own scheme. Elvira admits, his unexpected strength and physique are quite good. His competence surprised her, defying her noble young master assumptions. Elvira observes him, considering his appearance. She realizes why Janica fell for him, his charm undeniable. A blush creeps onto her face as she considers him. Her eyes narrow, a dark resolve settling within her. She understands his allure, how he captivates women. But Elvira believes she is different, focused on Ed Rothstaler. He sighs, gazing upon the serene, snow-capped mountains. The breathtaking view briefly eases his many worries. Yet some problems, like Tanya Rothstaler, defy easy solutions. The villainous young lady remains an unsolved, dangerous mystery. Tanya Rothstaler, a political genius, developed a sinister talent for trickery. She plots to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. Belmaya reveals Tanya's early dorm entry to secure her position. Protagonist. A knows Tanya is a villainess, not a mere extra. He prepares for her, but a crucial problem looms. How will Tanya treat him? He has no idea. Protagonist. A knows Tanya, but not his current self. Ed Rothstaler, the original villain, disappeared, offering no clues. His past is a void, providing no insight into Tanya's perspective. Tanya Rothstaler considers Ed Rothstaler garbage. Sylvania is full of insects, but some rise above, like Princess Fincia. Then there's the spirit sorcerer, Janica, with her potent abilities. Elvira, the great alchemist, and Taylor, the sword demon. And Lucy Merrill, the rare genius mage blessed by the stars. This gathering of nobility makes Tanya's heart pound with anticipation. She arrives at Sylvania Academy, ready to claim her destiny. The maids confirm her room is ready. Procedures await. But Tanya has a crucial stop to make first. She is here to deal with Ed Rothstaler, who disgraced their family. She must get rid of the trash. Tanya Rothstaler has arrived. A hidden message of encouragement fuels a dangerous ambition. Tanya Rothstaler smiles, ready to become a powerful proxy. She vows to satisfy her father, heading to the land of learning. Sylvania Academy, a place of knowledge, awaits her arrival. Even princesses must respect their professors, a rule of this land. Tanya, with Clara, reminds herself to honor seniority. She speaks of that man, a blemish on her family's name. His past hardships are noted, but her resolve remains firm. Tanya reflects on her own difficult childhood, a painful memory. She sips her tea, dismissing the crude air with disdain. Ed Rothstaler, a privileged fool, lacked perseverance, giving up easily. His inflated pride prevented him from acknowledging his own incompetence. A flicker of mana resonance made him boast like an archmage. His entry into Sylvania Academy left Tanya speechless at his audacity. Tanya sips tea, reflecting on the chaos Ed caused at the academy. Clara confirms Tanya's keen insight, acknowledging her sharp perception. Tanya's conversation with Clara feels one-sided, a strange monologue. Her eyes glow purple, as she warns about meeting new people. Clara advises respect, especially in negotiations, not to be taken lightly. Tanya's eyes widen in fear as a monstrous red snake coils around her. Princess Fencia, terrified, begs for a moment, asking if someone is upset. A chilling smile answers, questioning the idea of being upset. Lortel's eyes glow menacingly, finding the situation interesting. Meanwhile, a winter break to-do list reveals intense ambition. New mid-rank magic skills, particle explosion and roots desire, are acquired. The protagonist reveals he borrowed these powerful books from Professor Glast's library. He initiates a magical ignition, swiftly completing his scholarship work. With a confident smirk, he wields new power, declaring, "Oh yeah." He studies magic theory diligently, despite his inability to practice it directly. He reflects on a mysterious she who appears unexpectedly in his cabin. Lucy sleeps soundly as a voice urges her to light a mysterious fire. The protagonist carries the surprisingly light Lucy, a silent protector. Suddenly, a massive explosion of fire erupts, illuminating the darkness. The protagonist reassures the sleeping Lucy, keeping her close. He gently holds her hand, a silent promise of protection in the cold night. Lucy stirs, detecting a strange perfume on the protagonist. A flashback reveals the protagonist hugging Ayla, working closely together. Lucy's eyes widen, sensing something is wrong, asking if he's sick. Her voice is chilling. "If you're sick, you might die." The protagonist's hand glows, ready to release her twisted magic. Lucy's magic, not twisted, but empty, reveals a reckless act by the protagonist. The protagonist remains calm, saying the situation is manageable. He learns that after winter, he might become much stronger. Suddenly, he asks Yuno for a strange request. Lucy, still recovering, asks him to pat her head. He sits, studying, as Lucy rests her head on his lap by a warm fire. The protagonist gently pats her head, bringing a small smile to her face. Meanwhile, another familiar face appears, confronting Ed. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, has arrived to speak with Ed. She reveals there are other, more important things to discuss. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, asks the protagonist for a favor. She needs his help to punish a man who shouldn't exist. Tanya Rothstaler, Ed's younger sister, makes a proposal. She offers powerful artifacts as a reward. The protagonist, intrigued, considers the offer carefully. Tanya questions the Golden Daughter's true intentions. Her eyes glow with an ominous purple light. The protagonist radiates immense power, shocking his new acquaintance. He realizes Tanya's true identity, Ed's sister. The Golden Daughter stares, realizing a new player has emerged. A sly smile spreads as the protagonist considers the proposal. He laughs, revealing Tanya's true identity as Ed's younger sister. Artifacts exchange hands, sealing a pact of unknown consequences. He gives her a mandatory magic item, much to her surprise. Tanya, flustered, confirms bringing Professor Delorf's notes. He casually hands over more critical study materials. A weary sigh escapes him, perhaps from the weight of his plans. Tanya, laden with items, is stunned he barely grasped her offer. He muses on sibling rivalries, especially with Ed's personality. He introduces himself, leaving Tanya shocked by his unexpected junior status. He smiles, revealing a history of unspoken pacts and shared burdens. A sudden chokehold of despair grips a woman blessed by a great family. Chaos erupts as items are violently scattered, a sign of impending doom. Her wide, terrified eyes betray a shocking realization. The tranquil facade of the faculty building hides a dark secret. A shadowy figure in a mirror reflects a hidden plot. A woman with glasses looks stressed, hinting at overwhelming pressure. She hopes the new student's exam brings a moment of peace. Clara, with steel-like stamina, endures endless paperwork. The scholarship student's inefficiency means she must redo everything. But Ed Rothstaler, he was different, uniquely skilled. His document work was flawless, beyond any noble's ability. He resolved practical issues with shocking, unheard-of efficiency. A colleague was surprised by his unexpected competence and reputation. She asks Annis about Ed, curious about their similarities. Annis reveals a secret. She tailed him during an investigation. She discovered his massive, self-built camp, a true survivalist. His persistence was incredible. Even Professor Glast acknowledged his growth. He even contracted a spirit. His immense effort was clear. His practical abilities were strangely developed, unlike any sheltered noble. Clara believes him to be a decent man, surprisingly without flaws. He is a simple, honest, and hard-working person, defying expectations. His outstanding appearance, gentle demeanor, and excellent scent captivate. Unbeknownst to her, he possesses a well-built physique and takes care of himself. Suddenly, Clara snaps back to reality, realizing she was deeply lost in thought. She quickly composes herself, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Clara, flustered, tries to open the window for fresh air, creating chaos. A man's hand reaches out, concerned she might have overexerted herself. Annis, still flustered, worries about the situation becoming even more complicated. Clara's face flushes crimson, embarrassed by her uncontrolled reaction. Her eyes widen, a faint purple glow hinting at hidden depths. Whispers spread about a spirit contract, an impossible feat performed alone. Could Janica have helped Ed, using a talented spirit to connect him? A loyal spirit, reporting everything back to Janica, watches unseen. Clara trembles, overwhelmed by the sudden rush of emotions and chaos. Elvira approaches, offering snacks, oblivious to Clara's internal turmoil. Suddenly, papers fly, as Clara collapses, utterly losing control. Meanwhile, Janica's family motto of harmony is rooted in ancient tradition. Yenika finds solace in the glow of her loyal spirit. But even with friends, sorrow creeps in, her tears flowing for Annis and Ed. Suddenly, a joyful memory. Yenika's first meeting with Janica, her spirit flying free. Now, Yenika struggles, desperately trying to introduce herself. Lortel, menacing, reveals Janica Failover is the ultimate ace. Then, a fiery surge. Someone asks, "Are you okay, Janica?" Tanya gasps, "Huh?" as an unseen voice calmly reassures her. Janica stands, engulfed in a raging inferno, a monstrous spirit behind her. Her eyes burn red, tears streaming, believing everyone's words, even in pain. A winter break to-do list shows the ambition of a survivor. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, reflects on a quiet, transcendent winter. Her expression hardens, a hint of frustration in her gaze. Protagonist questions Lucy, sleeping soundly on his shoulder. He seems confused by Lortel's cryptic answer about winter. Lortel appears flustered, wondering if she's overreacting. Protagonist A reveals his true purpose for meeting her. Lortel, radiating power, displays a mysterious glowing book. He realizes she has won something significant, a subtle shock on his face. With a confident yes, she presents the glowing artifact. A mysterious glowing paper floats, its power pulsating. Lortel, radiant, smiles, holding the powerful artifact. Flashbacks of desperate struggles reveal the true cost of power. Protagonist A questions the price for the grimeries. Lortel's smile holds a hidden agenda, a merchant's virtue. He asks how much more she will demand from him. If the time comes, she asks him to choose her side. His support is all she truly desires. The main character's choice decides the victor between powerful heroines. Suddenly, a new threat emerges, the biological younger sister of his body. Her true relationship with him remains a complete, hopeless mystery. A new, powerful force has arrived, bringing with her an ominous aura. "It's been a while, brother," she stammers, a chilling reunion. He eyes her, remembering her strange present from long ago. Is she nervous, embarrassed, or is there a deeper, darker fear? His eyes flash as he remembers his family estate and past life. "Please stop," she screams, reliving a horrifying memory. A lavish dinner turns into a nightmare, people falling around them. "What's wrong?" a sinister voice asks, mocking her sympathy for tools. Ed Rothstaler, consumed by darkness, declares, "You're not a true noble yet, Tanya." He accepts the gift, a faint smile gracing his lips. A small, precious item rests in the box. He reflects on being excommunicated, no longer her brother. Suddenly, a young girl appears, looking distressed and speaking urgently. He calmly instructs her to wait by the fire. An older maid observes the scene, concern etched on her face. He asks the girl if she met anyone at the academy, like Jix. Her eyes widen in terror as he mentions another name, Janica. He casually asks if she found Janica kind, clueless to her fear. The girl's mind races, remembering Janica's terrifying, overwhelming power. The hero questions the girl's story, sensing a deeper mystery at play. He realizes everyone connected to Ed Rothstaler now views him negatively. He insists he's trying his best, despite being excommunicated from his family. Offering a cup, he apologizes for his past, wishing he could change things. He wishes her luck, knowing she strives for the student council presidency. Yet, he knows a dark future awaits her. She cannot become president. Even though she's a villain, he feels a strange attachment to his blood relative. Her terrified expression reveals her unimaginable fear, making their future uncertain. Meanwhile, a grand academy stands, a place of immense power and hidden dangers. A mysterious figure with a large hat observes, sensing a powerful shift. A mysterious figure with a large hat stands beside a lavish door. Another girl with blonde hair seems to be her younger sister. Her shoes suggest a quiet, almost hesitant presence. The hat-wearing girl offers help, a strange kindness. The blonde girl's expression remains cautious, sensing unease. Her eyes, once calm, now hold a hint of purple dread. This opulent dorm houses only the most elite students. The golden nameplate reveals the legendary Lucy Merrill. But the legendary genius mage is a terrified child. Nothing makes sense, as the Grand Academy looms under a bright sky. In the ethereal rose garden, a new desire blossoms with a shocking request. Janica, cloaked in power, asks Belle to find her a handsome, distinguished boy. Belle, the maid, questions Janica's dating experience, her eyes wide with surprise. A moment of tense silence hangs heavy in the air between them. Janica quickly apologizes, explaining her busy life prevented her from dating. Belle's eyes widen, a new realization dawning upon her. Janica, flustered, admits that Belle's intuition is indeed correct. She confesses finding similarities and a thoughtful nature in the notorious Ed. Belle holds a document, acknowledging Janica's surprising attraction to him. The maid concludes, this early attraction is a problem easily resolved. Belle plots to replace Ed, believing he is not the only man. Her eyes narrow, questioning Janica's true feelings. Belle warns that replacing someone is disrespectful, even for her. A quiet sunset reveals her internal struggle with a new love. She recounts an awkward encounter with Janica in the teacher's wing. The tension was palpable, leaving Janica with a dark expression. Now, Elvira must supervise an exam with Ed, feeling immense guilt. Belle's intense gaze suggests the situation is not as dire as it seems. She reveals a surprising twist, suggesting things might actually be better. Janica's friends always protected her, emphasizing her kind and genuine nature. Belle questions if Janica's perfection actually created problems for others. She explains that such a flawless attitude isn't always good. Elvira was initially taken aback but now feels grateful for Belle's trust. Belle suggests that showing an imperfect side can be more charming. It sparks a desire to protect in others, a powerful emotional hook. Elvira's mind clears, finally organizing thoughts after Belle's encouragement. She couldn't help but smile, thinking of Janica and her kind nature. Janica, confused and struggling, retreats to her familiar cabin in the woods. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears, startling Janica in the desolate night. The protagonist plans to expand his living space, unaware of Janica's plight. The protagonist observes Janica, lost in thought. He pours her a warm drink by the fire. Snow falls again, blanketing the forest in cold. He gently asks about her worries, seeing her distress. Janica, however, cannot bring herself to speak. He reassures her, saying she doesn't have to explain. Suddenly, he moves closer, sharing his warmth. Janica's difficult academy life weighs heavily on him. He feels a protective urge for the vulnerable girl. As winter deepens, they find solace in each other's presence. But as spring slowly approaches, a new evil emerges. The Rothstaler residence was once peaceful, until tragedy struck. After the first heir's death, a new heir dominated everything. Ed Rothstaler, a sadistic monster, believed the world belonged to him. His sister, Tanya, suffered under his tyrannical gaze, feeling helpless. He taunted her, holding her fate in his cruel hands. "Since Arwen is gone, isn't this good?" he whispered. "If I die, you'll become the heir," he screamed, forcing her hand. He commanded her to stab him, to seize the power she craved. Her hands trembled as he demanded she push the blade in. Tanya recounts her daily torment under her brother's cruel gaze. He suppressed her existence, a constant, suffocating pressure. She lived as a spiritless being, unable to save her family or herself. Then, a sudden opportunity emerged from the shadows. Ed was excommunicated, leaving Tanya's path to power wide open. Her first plan: dominate the upcoming class assignment exam. The day of the new student's class assignment dawned. Another student, Yenica, warns others to stay away. Clara explains the exam details, urging them to prepare. The challenging exam takes place on treacherous Oran Mountain. Professor Claire is now in charge, bringing significant changes to the exam. The hidden magic marbles are now easy to find magic stones. Protagonist, A, observes the simple nature of the new exam. Anyone can achieve an A class by placing a stone on the altar of substitution. But Claire, a disciple of the master, hints at a deeper challenge. She unleashes a hellish survival exam against countless monsters. No new students achieved A class, falling to the mountain's terror. Protagonist, A, knows this is how the scenario was always meant to unfold. This difficult scenario is crucial for future events, a necessary progression. Protagonist, A, watches Claire, unfazed by her strictness, planning his apology. Though this survival exam is diabolical, no new students will become casualties. They fight imaginary monsters summoned by a magic vision disc. The purple vision disc is paramount, determining who makes A class. Elvira struggles, burdened by the heavy, important objects she carries. She smiles, grateful as someone offers to help with the load. A golden-haired student reaches out to take the disc from her. Elvira beams, relieved, as the burden is lifted from her. Suddenly, she shrieks, stumbling, losing her footing on the treacherous path. Her foot slips, about to send her tumbling down the slope. A hand grips her arm, preventing her fall. A silent savior. A golden-haired student catches Elvira mid-fall, preventing disaster. His eyes widen, realizing the gravity of the situation. The crucial purple disc tumbles, bouncing perilously down the slope. He swiftly snatches the disc, his movements precise and practiced. But the other student glares, questioning his reckless grab. He sighs in relief. The scenario barely salvaged before chaos erupted. The disc, however, is cracked, its integrity compromised. It shatters into fragments, a critical failure before the semester even began. The golden-haired student steadies Elvira, now looking at the broken disc. The other student stares at the broken pieces, utterly bewildered. Protagonist, A, realizes things are going too smoothly, a bad omen. Last year, Taylor, a failing student, picked up a sword for the first time. He defeated Lucy, gaining attention, but the scenario went wrong. It led to Janica's terrifying power explosion. This year's joint combat training is equally crucial and dramatic. Elite first years challenge renowned seniors in brutal matches. Once matches begin, first years rampage, using any means to win. Yet, only one student manages to overcome everyone. They all lose to Taylor, in a completely one-sided fight. Taylor, now stronger, becomes known as a hidden saintess watches. The saintess's power is crucial for the third act in Lucy's showdown. The scenario requires her unique power to unfold as planned. Elite first years were driven mad, but a hidden truth explains their frenzy. They failed the placement exam because Assistant Professor Claire manipulated it. She used these forbidden purple discs during the critical exam. The broken circuit reveals a sinister plot, shocking everyone present. The group looks on, realizing their hard work was sabotaged. One apologizes, sensing the gravity of the situation. Another realizes this could mean too many A-class students. They must solve this problem, or the consequences will be dire. Protagonist. A is shocked, realizing the true implications of their failure. Panic erupts as the truth behind the manipulated exam is revealed. The class assignment is set in the treacherous Oran Mountain entrance. Tanya, a new student, expresses her admiration for her noble classmates. Despite the rules, an exception to Sylvania's equality policy stands out. A mysterious butterfly brooch, symbol of the Telos Order, gleams. The Saintess Clarice arrives, commanding attention and respect. Her presence eases the students, dismissing strict formalities. Clarice's piercing red eyes hint at power as she accepts their greetings. Tanya Rothstaler introduces herself, a name of significant lineage. Tanya Rothstaler speaks with the Saintess, acknowledging a powerful family connection. The Saintess smiles, welcoming Tanya's ambition for a future baptism. Tanya's eyes gleam, seeing this interaction as a stepping stone for power. Suddenly, a bright signal rocket blasts into the sky, marking the start. The skies explode with dazzling fireworks, initiating the perilous exam. Students rush to their designated locations, the test of their lives beginning. Ayla sprints, pushing forward, determined to secure her future. A crest appears, symbolizing the ultimate prize, elite class status and fame. Lortel, finding a stone, declares her intent to sprint for victory. Another student simply urges them to stop talking and just run. Two figures race towards the summit, one desperately calling out to the other. One holds a glistening red gem, realizing the overwhelming number of challenges. Lortel, cunning, plans to conserve stamina and move strategically. Suddenly, a student screams, eyes wide with terror. One contestant slips, scattering their shoes, losing precious time. Lortel observes, wondering if they are hurt, offering to call staff. The fallen student, Alvira, quickly denies any injury. Alvira, now shoeless, gleefully jumps onto the snow with bare feet. She grins, explaining it was on her wish list. The snow is softer than imagined. Lortel, shocked, realizes this strange behavior indicates something profound. Lortel, still processing, meets Tanya, the second daughter of the Rothstaler family. Another student praises the Rothstaler name, unaware of the family's dark secrets. Tanya's words hint at the disgrace that taints her noble lineage. She reveals that even ancient families can produce scoundrels like Ed. Flashback to Ed, seemingly reformed, yet a sinister aura still clings to him. The fear Ed instilled remains, a chilling shadow over Tanya's past. Tanya, trying to lighten the mood, mentions Sylvania's unique atmosphere. The other student, Kylie, quickly introduces herself, a bit flustered. Kylie, from a small principality, apologizes for any strange behavior. Tanya, focusing on the task, reminds them they have an exam to complete. Ayla's relentless positivity clashes with the protagonist's silent annoyance. He desperately tries to avoid her eager attempts to connect. Ayla, oblivious, drags him along, excited to make a new friend. She squeezes him tightly, overjoyed at their blossoming camaraderie. The protagonist, internally screaming, endures her enthusiastic embrace. A few minutes later, Lortel pushes herself to the absolute limit. Her stamina wanes as a monstrous shadow looms, ready to strike. A terrifying force slams into her, the attack completely one-sided. Lortel collapses, gasping in pain, as the protagonist appears. He scolds her for her recklessness, a harsh truth in the brutal exam. The protagonist, annoyed, internally questions the unexpected ease of the exam. He is frustrated, wondering why he's always the target of such chaotic events. A superior declares the challenge extends beyond just the protagonist. Suddenly, a massive explosion of magic erupts in the distance. A new character, Clara, asserts her role in blocking advancing students. Clara, with grim determination, accepts responsibility and vows to do her best. Professor Glast, master of flight magic, is assigned safety oversight. Professor Glast, exhausted, wonders if she'll ever sleep again. Clara assigns roles, then questions Ed Rothstaler's position. Ed states he will remain present, his intentions unclear. Ed Rothstaler, despite his reputation, vows to guard the altar against all threats. Clara, concerned, questions if Ed can even feel magic in his current state. Ed, undeterred, simply states he has a plan, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. A monstrous apparition screams death, but Ed remains calm, observing the chaos. His secret weapon, a rare vision disc, summoning powerful illusions. But the disc is damaged, and his magic hasn't fully returned, a critical flaw. He holds a high-quality magic stone, an expensive product brimming with power. The altar of substitution awaits, ready to extract magic from offerings. He smiles, sensing his spirit Tarkan, knowing his allies will buy him time. With magic stones ready, Ed sets his ultimate goal. No one shall pass. Ed readies himself, his preparations finally complete for the coming storm. He smirks, a chilling resolve in his eyes as he prepares for battle. Lortel, battered and bruised, gasps for air, urging others to flee. Isla and a companion, shaken, realize their mood has soured. A terrifying demonic entity lunges, demanding a swift end to the chaos. Protagonist. A observes a distant explosion, a new threat emerging. He realizes the magic at the northern entrance isn't Anis. Lortel frantically urges them to run as a dark force pursues. Anis, a top TA, might be skilled, but her combat prowess is average. The masked figure permits passage, signaling a new, dangerous path. Joseph Whitefelts, a prodigy, wields power far beyond his peers. Unlike his sister, he effortlessly became a top magic researcher. He's a genius, a leading candidate for the top student position. No need to be upset, he says. Fighting just isn't your talent. But protagonist, A isn't upset by that. He just wants Joseph to go up. Protagonist. A watches Joseph run off, his own fists clenched in frustration. Everything was perfect until protagonist. A broke the magic item, ruining the plan. Then, Joseph calmly took the lead, guiding the conversation constructively. Yet, protagonist. A lost to a new student and failed to block the altar. He feels angry at himself, thinking of Joseph's trustworthy face. Protagonist. A finds himself facing his first guest in a strange new challenge. Ed Rothstaler stands ready, explaining the exam rules. Place a magic stone on the altar. But protagonist. A declares he won't let Ed succeed, a challenge beginning. Protagonist. A questions the exam's fairness, wondering about future students. Ed dismisses his concerns, confident in the system's alternatives. Protagonist. A observes the mysterious vision disc, realizing its improved model. He senses Ed's low mana, noticing traces of a magic stone already used. Protagonist. A realizes Ed's power is weak, feeling disappointment in the academy. He decides to end this quickly, focusing on his post-fight meal. With a powerful particle explosion, protagonist. A unleashes his magic. Protagonist. A's piercing gaze demands Ed dodge the unseen attack. Yet, Ed moves, revealing unexpected combat experience. He unleashes fire magic, an ignition or scorch spell. The fire erupts downwards, a powerful ignition blast. Ed is engulfed in flames, the heat radiating intensely. Protagonist. A notes the spell's unexpected power, a mid-rank feat. The flames surge, a torrent of destructive fire magic. But then, a crystalline shield erupts, deflecting the attack. Protagonist. A dismisses it as a waste, his defense impenetrable. In mage battles, mana decides all, the true conflict is brewing. Protagonist. A unleashes his offensive magic, believing Ed lacks experience. Ed's eyes widen in terror, realizing the battle's true stakes. Suddenly, a fiery aura engulfs him, revealing a hidden power. Protagonist. A launches a devastating attack, but Ed withstands the blast. A physical blow lands, shattering expectations and defensive magic. Ed emerges, eyes glowing, questioning protagonist. As narrow view of combat. Protagonist. A is sent flying, realizing the true nature of the confrontation. Ed stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he survived the flames. Protagonist. A, undeterred, prepares to unleash mid-rank ice magic. Ed counters with another ignition, trying to blind his opponent with steam. Protagonist. A declares his mastery over multiple elements, not just ice. He unleashes a devastating basic magic scorch attack. Ed is engulfed in a pillar of raging flames. But Ed emerges, eyes glowing, with a shocking fire tolerance. Protagonist. Counters with a physical shield, deflecting Ed's attack. Ed, sweating, realizes protagonist. A's casting speed is unmatched. A moment of intense realization flashes in Ed's eye. Protagonist. A and Ed clash again, magic shields colliding in a flurry. Protagonist. A's dagger glows with a spirit formula. Explosion. A massive explosion sends Ed flying, defeated by the unexpected power. The explosion rips through the air, sending debris flying in every direction. A silhouetted figure stands amidst the dust, the victor of the clash. Ed Rothstaler, battered and bruised, cannot comprehend this overwhelming power. He realizes it wasn't explosion magic, but a spirit formula from a dagger. The truth dawns. Protagonist A used the blessing of recovery spirit magic. Tarkin, the high-rank fire spirit, was hidden within the flames all along. Ed, defeated, falls amidst scattered magic engineering items he never used. Protagonist A stares down at him, an unknown force, a master of hidden power. Ed finally admits his defeat, his glowing magic stone falling to the ground. Protagonist A stands over him, the silent victor, his power now undeniable. Ed Rothstaler unleashes a devastating mid-rank ice spear attack. His eyes burn with resolve, confident in his ice magic. But then, Janica Failover lunges, delivering a furious punch. A brutal hit connects, sending Ed reeling from the unexpected assault. He couldn't comprehend how a mere fist could inflict such damage. Suddenly, a green energy surges, engulfing Janica in power. The protection of the wind activates, a force of pure defense. A powerful gust erupts, deflecting all incoming attacks with ease. The wind magic blasts outward, a truly overwhelming counterattack. Protagonist A observes silently, a dark, seated figure of ultimate power. Ed Rothstaler lies defeated, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. His power core shatters, confirming his complete, undeniable loss. A mysterious figure praises his effort, acknowledging his surprising strike. Smoke billows, obscuring the victor, leaving only a lingering presence. The figure emerges, stepping over the fallen Ed, a cold victor. Ed's eyes flutter open, whispering the name of his unknown assailant. The victor, revealed as Ed Rothstaler, stands tall, an enigma. He departs, leaving the injured Ed with an unseen ally, Onyx. Elsewhere, a carriage races through snow, a man pondering Jix choices. Jix eats, while a girl questions his inexplicable faculty decision. He dismisses the idea of being top student, especially in combat. A sudden, overwhelming force strikes, sending a student flying. Clebius Nortondale, the true top combat student, collapses in agony. Our protagonist's eyes snap open, questioning the impossible attack. A powerful magic user heals, while another commands the exam continue. Someone desperately tries to revive Clebius, who is utterly defeated. 20 minutes remain, yet the exam's true horror is just beginning. Two girls emerge, their faces etched with shock and dawning horror. The devastating final exam reveals a battlefield of fallen students. The one who was once feared is now the object of terror. Ed Rothstaler, battered and defeated, is now the object of hate. The Saintess Clarice, burdened by two dreams, awakens. An elder offers guidance, speaking of unwavering beliefs. She must become a blank slate, shedding her past. But Clarice rebels, choosing defiance over submission. Her eyes flash with a furious, resolute purple glow. She envisions the majestic capital, a mere sandcastle. Vast emerald fields and towering red roofs spread before her. Melodies flow as a hand plucks the strings of a lute. The one in charge of holy fire, Adele, plays softly. Adele, the romantic, sang a song at Clarice's window, moving impossibly between buildings. Clarice dreamt of a world whispered by her only friend, under a sky of stars. A life of normal classes, friends, and love. A path to true nobility. She yearned for a hug from someone she loved, more than countless prayers. Adele, having left the order, joined Sylvania, exploring the world. After Adele left, Clarice sought the places from her nightly dreams. She imagined sharing a deep hug, leaving her solitary path behind. This colorful journey, contrasting her pure white life, was her wildest thought. An elder warned Clarice to hide her true identity and carry a magic item. Clarice, disguised, felt a shallow satisfaction, unnoticed at the academy. In Sylvania, no one revered her, not a single soul. Yet, only one person thought of her as the saintess. The last exam revealed Tanya's brother, another Rothstaler. Protagonist, A, wounded, offered a choice, retreat or face his power. Then, he unleashed a terrifying green energy, engulfing everything. The power exploded, throwing everyone back as he pressed his attack. This level of spirit magic defied all known limits, shocking onlookers. A high-level spirit, far beyond what any sorcerer could control, manifested. The colossal spirit emerged, revealing the true scale of his devastating power. Tanya urged caution, recognizing the overwhelming force they now faced. A high-level spirit ignites a familiar trauma for our hero. But he steels his resolve. He refuses to let the past define his present weakness. He declares he won't give up, eyes burning with determination. Someone speaks of the burden and responsibility of high rank. A profound skepticism arises. How did he acquire such power? This sudden, overwhelming spirit power must be a fake. The true target: defeat the main spirit controlling the chaos. A fierce roar erupts as two figures launch their desperate attack. But the overwhelming power crushes their hopes. How is this possible? His eyes blaze with an unholy power, a spirit surging within. A high-level spirit, a majestic wolf, forms behind him. He unleashes a devastating assault, crushing everything in his path. A noble's fantasy shattered. Kylie gazes upon the bloody reality. A deceptive smile hides a sinister truth about this noble. The scoundrel of Rothstaler stands revealed, radiating dark energy. Even those outside the capital feel the rot of corrupt nobility. Tanya's hatred burns, a furious resolve hardening her expression. She instructs him to target the core, to finish this fight. With a bloodied smile, he accepts his role as bait, declaring immortality. Ayla questions the dangerous path ahead for her friend. She struggles with the gravity of her friend's actions. Ayla reveals her deepest feelings, calling her friend precious. A dramatic close-up shows Ayla's deep emotional conflict. Suddenly, a combat senior appears, radiating dark, sinister energy. The senior is inexplicably repelled by a mysterious glow. Ayla watches, stunned, as her friend courageously steps forward. She cries out, unable to comprehend this newfound bravery. A powerful spiritual wolf manifests, answering her friend's desperate call. The majestic spirit roars, ready to unleash its devastating power. The spiritual wolf's eyes glow with terrifying power, ready to strike. A blinding aura erupts as the spirit unleashes its devastating attack. Holy magic activates, repelling hostile beings with immense force. The air crackles as the spirit's energy blasts forward, consuming all. The protagonist is caught in the explosion, screaming in agony. Ed Rothstaler, battered but defiant, questions the protagonist's resolve. A fierce glint in the protagonist's eye shows he will never give up. Ayla, wielding green magic, rushes to aid the struggling protagonist. She unleashes a powerful Emmet spell, enveloping the area in energy. The protagonist, empowered, charges through the green magic. The protagonist unleashes a devastating surge of power, enveloping himself in magic. Ayla, stunned and breathless, watches as he vanishes into the swirling energy. Suddenly, a mysterious vision disc appears, crackling with raw arcane energy. Ayla collapses, overwhelmed by the oppressive magical pressure. Blinding magical arrows materialize, striking with impossible speed and precision. The protagonist's intense glare demands compliance, a chilling warning in his eyes. He fires an arrow, a master of a weapon he once couldn't even wield. Ayla's eyes widen, grappling with the impossible reality of magic-born arrows. Ed Rothstaler emerges, radiating immense power, a spirit wolf manifesting behind him. Ayla stares in terror, recognizing the overwhelming force from a past traumatic encounter. The protagonist's eyes flash with pain, remembering past helplessness. Princess Fincia kneels, surrounded by mocking silhouettes of her family. His eyes reflect a deep-seated frustration, unable to change his fate. Suddenly, a new intensity burns in his gaze, a hint of resolve. He recalls a brutal training, a red gem of power taken from him. Ed Rothstaler unleashes a devastating attack, a swirling vortex of elemental fury. Tanya stares, overwhelmed by the sheer power, questioning her resolve. A mysterious glow emanates from the protagonist, a hidden power stirring within. He smiles, his face scarred but his eyes burning with renewed determination. Tanya collapses, exhausted but proud, having faced the impossible illusion. Princess Fincia cries, overwhelmed, muttering about her impressive opponent. Protagonist, A, bloodied and confused, questions why she's so upset. Ayla shields Fincia, desperately warning him not to approach them. She threatens him, her voice cracking, pleading for him to stop. The exam ends. Ed Rothstaler appears, as figures watch from above. Ayla's eyes glow red, realizing her voice is changing. The transformation magic unravels, revealing her true form. A golden crest, a symbol of power, flashes in her memory. A man hands her the crest, urging her to keep it close. Tanya Rothstaler waves, calmly acknowledging Ed's efforts, as chaos erupts. Her true identity and normal life, shattered by one devastating moment. The high-rank fire spirit Tarkan appears, revealing a hidden crest. Ed Rothstaler, battered and bloody, returns the precious item. Ayla, still reeling, clutches the crest, her eyes wide with shock. Ed, injured but defiant, reassures the terrified onlookers he is fine. The class assignment ends as the world returns to its intended state. Yet, a tiny, almost meaningless change has rippled through reality. Two ruby-like eyes, hidden beneath the world, now fixate on Ed. Ayla, her eyes burning red, realizes Ed spoke formally to her. Ed is urged to rest, as others vow to handle the chaotic aftermath. Onyx, can you support Clebius? I swear I just saw the shape of a person. The sky is evidence of beauty that transcends generations and values. You're talking nonsense. She is the high-ranking wind spirit Marilda. A spirit's lifetime is a very long winter, a boring, bleak life. You constantly get hurt. You should date someone, you moron. You are correct, Miss Marilda. Can't you at least pretend to agree? Protagonist, A, lies injured, as a spirit companion speaks of Marilda's power. Meanwhile, Janica, wrapped in a cloak, shares a quiet moment with a friend. The spirit, Mug, reveals Janica's hidden struggles, hinting at deep emotional turmoil. A colossal wolf spirit emerges, its power radiating, conveying a cryptic message. It speaks of enduring hardship, for the world is not a fairy tale. Protagonist, A, still wounded, converses with Mug about mana consumption and efficiency. Mug, in its current form, offers a more appealing, yet uncontrollable female guise. The spirit recalls a past battle, where its true strength was unleashed. Protagonist, A, is struck by a sudden realization, feeling a sharp jolt. Mug reveals its true purpose, hinting at immense power to manage mana. Our hero awakens, battered and confused, a mysterious contract revealed. A towering structure pulses with arcane energy, an ominous force gathering. He struggles to ascend, realizing his mana alone cannot sustain the powerful spirit. Whose power fuels this impossible feat? A chilling revelation dawns. Suddenly, a familiar witch appears, questioning his choice of resting place. She clarifies her presence, seeking more than just a nap here. With a melancholic gaze, she confesses her aversion to an empty tent. He realizes her journey, a walk that led to unforeseen dangers. This altar of substitution is the final, deadly stage of the third act. Meanwhile, the distrustful Saintess Clarice questions the Holy City's dark secrets. The Academy's forces, led by the Archbishop, prepare for an unknown command. Princess Fencia and Lortel's mercenary union join the gathering. Even the main character's generation and Principal Obel Forzius are involved. All swords converge, aimed at a single, unsuspecting target. That target is a lone girl, desperately trying to protect Arkan Island. Following her master's final will, she stands defiant against the world. She is a renegade, a non-believer. Yet she faces them with a firm gaze. Suddenly, Lucy Merrill awakens, her power surging into a destructive force. She decimates the main characters and half the raid party single-handedly. But her stamina fails, and Taylor, mastering his final form, strikes her down. The fallen warrior, Lucy, bleeds out, her true story tragically misunderstood. She bore a heavy burden, silencing her pain until the very end. But the protagonist refuses to abandon her, despite the unfolding scenario. He watches the sunset, knowing a bad ending isn't always what it seems. A flashback. Lucy's master, a dying archmage, entrusts her with a grave duty. The weight of his final words crushes her, a burden only she can carry. Now, Lucy must purge her painful emotions for the trials of Act 3. The protagonist reaches out, an unexpected gesture in the chaotic scenario. He pulls her close, realizing the profound loneliness of this desperate fight. With a bloodied face, he vows to ensure their survival, no matter what. He promises to always tell her when he leaves. A simple vow. He returns early, eager to escape the burdens of his past. Clara bursts in, a cheerful present for her friends. Belle Maya receives the gift, a moment of unexpected peace. Clara, full of joy, rushes to see her academy friends. She yearns to share blueberry pie and tales from her journey. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure grips her, crushing her chest. Belle Maya watches, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. The blueberry pie falls, tasting like sand, as reality distorts. Clara sits amidst flames, questioning the chilling silence of her friends. Janica feels an unfamiliar, terrifying atmosphere engulfing her. A girl with blindfolded eyes stands ominously before Janica. Janica calls out, but the girl's presence emanates pure dread. The girl reveals herself, asking about Ed Rothstaler's hug. Ed Rothstaler's stats flash, revealing his remarkable growth. He crafts a wooden wind-blocking wall, a testament to his skill. Yet, his growth stagnates, seeking new ways to power up. He secures his creation, preparing for the harsh winds ahead. Another figure checks on Ed, relieved he looks healthy after his ordeal. Lucy cries for help, trapped by a mysterious woman. The maid, Belle Maya, observes protagonist, A's preparations for the coming storm. She insists on formal speech, maintaining a professional distance despite the intimacy. Ed Rothstaler's previous struggles echo as Belle questions his survival in the blizzard. He calmly explains his simple wind-blocking strategy to protect his meager supplies. Protagonist, Securely ties down his hut, ensuring stability against the harsh elements. His hunting tools are safely stored, a stark reminder of his self-reliant existence. He plans to use the snowstorm to delve into forbidden research at the Spirit Library. Protagonist, A reassures Belle about his safety, revealing another hidden location. Belle Maya worries about him, sensing his vulnerability despite his confident facade. Her concern deepens, realizing her worries extend beyond the approaching snowstorm. Belle Maya, a loyal maid, wishes Ed Rothstaler good luck on his journey. Ed, surrounded by fire spirits, prepares for an unknown challenge. Janica watches, red eyes wide with shock, questioning a past embrace. Ed stands beside another girl, both looking surprised by the accusation. Belle is visibly flustered, denying any romantic involvement with Ed. She insists it was a misunderstanding, a flirtation to gauge his character. Her companion apologizes, admitting she found Ed untrustworthy. She yells, describing Ed as a playboy, unworthy of affection. Janica, eyes glowing red, realizes she isn't lying and is relieved. The maid vehemently declares Ed a thuggish, arrogant, selfish man. Janica, eyes brimming with tears, struggles to defend Ed's character. Belle stands firm, confronted by Ed and Janica, an unspoken tension. Belle apologizes profusely, admitting her previous flirtation was a mistake. Ed's hand trembles with unseen emotion as he questions Anna's motives. Janica cries, feeling a bitter betrayal, questioning her own place. Belle reassures Janica, revealing her special connection to Ed. She insists Janica is more than just a friend to him. Janica's eyes sparkle, a glimmer of hope amidst her confusion. Still tearful, Janica admits she can't be angry, despite everything. Finally, Janica hugs Belle, relieved she doesn't actually like Ed. Clara, with a glint in her eye, observes the unfolding drama. Janica looks up, tears still brimming, uttering Anis's name. Chibi Clara reassures Chibi Janica, while Chibi Elvira questions past behavior. Chibi Elvira rushes off, leaving Chibi Clara and Chibi Janica behind. Clara, with a mischievous grin, tells Anis she has an idea. Anis, blindfolded and distressed, firmly rejects Clara's request to meet a man. Clara, leaning in, boldly asks Anis to date her, breaking all stereotypes. Anis pushes Clara away, flustered, telling her to stop staring. Anis tearfully confesses to lying to Janica about fading feelings. A scholarship student, frozen like stone, faces the end of their academic journey. Professor Glast announces that students will continue as assistants, causing unseen terror. She praises Ed Rothstaler's work, promising scholarships and a comfortable environment. Ed Rothstaler's sinister smile reveals he's manipulating the situation. The unknown girl's face contorts in pure horror, trapped by his words. Protagonist, reviews his spirit contracts, needing to make another soon. He thinks back to a moment with Janica by a campfire. Janica, confused, tries to recall when they visited the camp together. Protagonist, muses on Janica being his only friend and an anomaly. Janica questions his powerful spirit contract, feeling it's too early. Protagonist, reveals Professor Glast's golden phoenix ring and his future plans. Protagonist, magic temporarily sealed, cannot make a mid-level spirit contract. Janica congratulates him, calling a high-level spirit contract a second birthday. She wonders if he'll stay in the spirit library during the snowstorm. He reveals student council elections are coming, and she'll get attention. Janica's personality means she respects all candidates, avoiding the spotlight. Protagonist, mentions his ambitious sister is also running for election. Janica, with wide, panicked eyes, asks about his relationship with her. He admits excommunication makes it difficult, but they are blood-related. Protagonist, desires a good relationship despite their past, truly caring for her. Janica, trembling, reaches for his hand, whispering his name. Janica, desperate, asks about Tanya's preferences, trembling with hidden guilt. Protagonist, stares, sensing her deception, demanding to know what she did. She cries out, "Nothing," but her panicked eyes betray her true feelings. Janica's lies unravel in seconds, guilt overwhelming her as she confesses. Protagonist, smiles, realizing her transgression wasn't even that serious. Suddenly, a maid announces a storm, restricting academy movements. Belle Maya clutches a golden trinket, haunted by a terrifying memory. Days ago, Professor Glast unleashed a terrifying, unknown power. But it wasn't fear that gripped her, it was profound discomfort. She stares at the trinket, wondering if he knows her secret. If anyone discovers her secret, her academy life is over. Meanwhile, two students mock Ed Rothstaler's past failures. They discuss the senior, who lives in a mysterious hut. Belle Maya clutches a golden trinket, dreading the coming storm. A powerful magic surge erupts from the windows, tearing through the air. A student shivers, terrified of Ed Rothstaler and the cold. Adele plays her lute, a calm amidst the growing chaos. Suddenly, a window shatters as a powerful force slams into it. The storm rages, and the student is helplessly swept away. Belmaya's grip tightens on the trinket, glowing with ominous power. Janica unleashes a devastating golden spirit blast, her resolve burning bright. Her eyes glow crimson, fueled by a fierce determination to protect her freedom. She races through the snowy night, chasing a desperate unknown threat. Saintess Clarice faces peril, her fate hanging by a thread in the storm. In the crushing darkness, eyes accustomed to shadows open, remembering. His brother, bloodied and coughing, stands by him, a tragic memory. The blade plunged deep, a brother's betrayal etched in his mind forever. His last words, a curse, echo through the blood-soaked, unforgiving night. Clara questions, surprised. Another lab wants you? A new mystery unfolds. Protagonist, A, stares, horrified, whispering no as dread consumes him. Protagonist, A, burdened by past failures, hesitates about the student assistant role. Clara, surprised, questions his dissatisfaction and potential scouting offers. He reluctantly agrees, feeling a familiar pressure to conform. With a knowing smile, Clara urges him to simply do it. The weight of expectation settles on protagonist, A's shoulders. Outside, the snowy landscape mirrors the chill of his predicament. Ed Rothstaler, despite his weak body, pushes his training to the absolute limit. His advanced crafting skills, spirit infusion, and magic engineering are improving. He dedicates the final week to mastering these newfound abilities. Within the academy library, a diligent assistant organizes the chaotic shelves. He wonders about the organized books, a secret possibly revealed. With help, the library is spotless, training for a future repayment. He begins, prioritizing focus over countless inefficient formulas. His goal, craft a legendary item, either Glock's-Eye or Delheim's Hourglass. He meticulously plans to craft items, enhancing his magic engineering skill. The ingredients are ready, he just needs the tools to begin. A sudden realization hits the crucial tools were left behind. Exhausted in the snow, he decides to turn back. He treks through the snowy forest, forced to rely on his body. His vision suffers from the monotonous white walls and ceilings. Trapped in an endless white, the romance of the world fades. She pushes through the harsh snow, seeking an escape. Following the river downstream, hope sparks for finding the hut. Clarice, a mage of immense talent, embarks on a perilous adventure. Her holy magic ensures no harm from beasts or robbers. Yet, a profound fear grips her when she considers Ed. Ed, baptized by the Telos Order, is immune to her protective magic. She wonders if Ed knows her true identity. A mysterious pot refuses to open, holding a dark secret. Suddenly, a shadowy force erupts, trapping her in an unknown struggle. Blood covers the cold, stone floor, a grim tableau of horror. A single eye, wide with terror, reflects a crimson nightmare. Tears stream down as dread consumes her, paralyzing her will. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow lunges, its roar shaking the very air. More blood spatters across the jagged broken glass. A brutal scene. A spilled container of crimson liquid affirms the widespread carnage. Is this hell itself? A maddening vortex of pain and fear? Then, a new sound pierces the silence. Ominous footsteps approaching. She glances around, a desperate plea for escape in her eyes. A sharp, unseen force strikes, her desperate cry echoing in the darkness. A shadowy figure emerges from the swirling darkness, eyes glowing ominously. Blood spatters as a body lies mangled, a scene of brutal carnage. Under the rubble, Clarice trembles, her eyes wide with unyielding terror. The shadow looms, its heavy steps echoing, a predator closing in. A deadly trap snaps shut, a shower of sparks, narrowly missing her. The cloaked assailant prepares, a sinister presence amidst the destruction. With a glint of steel, the attacker raises a blood-stained blade. Clarice chokes back a sob, tears streaming, her breath catching. She scrambles away, desperate, the fear, a cold grip on her heart. A final, unseen attack sends her collapsing into the oppressive darkness. A shadowy figure, eyes glowing, stands over a bloodied victim. Clarice's wide, terrified eye reveals her shock. She whispers a name, trembling, utterly bewildered by the scene. Suddenly, a blinding holy explosion erupts from her. The divine magic obliterates everything, nullifying all in its path. Books and debris explode outwards from the powerful blast. A dark figure is launched, swallowed by the swirling dust. Clarice, bleeding and devastated, gasps her regret. The impact of her power echoes through the destroyed room. She stares at the fallen, realizing she just killed someone. Clarice, bloodied and broken, begs for forgiveness, believing herself stained by sin. Her eyes well up with tears, convinced she must atone for her actions. Suddenly, a dark hand seizes her, pulling her from her despair. Its protagonist, A, eyes glowing with fury, demanding if she's serious. Clarice screams in terror as her spirit seems to leave her body. Protagonist, A, brutally strikes her, sending her flying across the destroyed room. He stands over her, his face a mask of rage, stained with her blood. Meanwhile, outside, a snowy night engulfs the grand, foreboding manor. Inside, two maids, Belle and Elvira, discuss a critical, urgent search. Belle Maya, the chief maid, holds a secret that could unravel everything. Belle Maya, the chief maid, maintains her composure despite the chaos. She secretly plans to handle the Saintess's disappearance due to her holy magic. Belle Maya declares she will find Miss Kylie alone, entrusting the students to others. Elvira reports Miss Kylie went to the northern forest, alarming Belle Maya. This territory belongs to the man strangely blessed with women, protagonist, A. A blizzard rages, trapping a man and woman alone in a cabin. Belle Maya imagines the two, trapped together, her eyes filled with despair. Elvira questions the chief maid's sudden distress, noticing her changing emotions. Belle Maya pushes forward, determined despite the harsh, snowy conditions. She races against time, knowing the Saintess faces grave danger. A mysterious man, covered in blood, carries beasts through the treacherous northern forest. Whispers of a suspicious presence spread like wildfire amongst the students. Belle Maya, knowing the true identity of the suspicious man, presses on. She wields a scorching fireball, a beacon against the bitter cold. The footprints confirm her fears. He is here, in this frozen wasteland. Ed, despite his standoffish demeanor, is surprisingly considerate and trustworthy. But the tangled web of his relationships makes her headache. Young Master Ed, oblivious to her true identity, remains unaware of the impending chaos. Suddenly, a splash of water reveals her, Belle, hiding in plain sight. She finds him, injured, and demands an explanation for this impossible situation. The snowstorm rages, threatening to trap them in this desolate cabin. Belle Maya, distraught, finds Ed Rothstaler, severely injured and bleeding. The gravity of his wounds reveals the brutal truth of his recent ordeal. Protagonist, A, reflecting on the situation, sees through Kylie's disguise. He apologizes for his rudeness, hoping to de-escalate the tension. Belle Maya, still holding the chair, is urged to put it down. She reacts with shock and disbelief upon hearing the truth about Kylie. Protagonist, A, bandaged and resolute, reveals his knowledge of Kylie's true identity. Kylie, still clinging to the chair, is told to release it once more. Protagonist, A, with unwavering resolve, refuses to alter his dangerous path. Clarice, the Saintess, unleashes immense power, defying all expectations. Protagonist, A, reveals her hidden identity, hoping to calm her anxiety. Belle Maya listens, stunned, as the truth of Kylie's past unfolds. Kylie, now known as Clarice, remains seated, holding the chair tightly. Protagonist probes deeper, questioning Clarice about her hidden life. Belle Maya and the others watch, as protagonist A's past begins to emerge. Adele, embodying romantic freedom, contrasts sharply with darker realities. Protagonist A, the dark side of freedom, apologizes for revealing her secret. He pushes his boundaries, believing no one else would tell her the truth. Bandaged and resolute, protagonist A dismisses them, commanding them to leave. Protagonist A apologizes to Belle Maya for the harsh journey in the snow. Belle Maya dismisses his concern, focused on returning to warmth and soup. Yet, the chilling reality of protagonist A's past lingers like blood. He, who once barred students, now lives a life of unimaginable hardship. Adele, a symbol of freedom, now feels shattered by this cruel truth. Still, he believes seeking freedom was right, even amidst the bitter cold. Elvira blushes, respecting protagonist A for his unyielding resolve. Belle Maya watches, a silent question burning in her eyes. Did Elvira truly feel that? Belle Maya's heart aches with uncertainty. Standing in the snow, she worries, unable to discern the truth. Spring arrives, a forgotten whisper of hope in the harsh winter. At Laplace Bakery, a casual meeting hints at deeper business. Lortel and Clara discuss a delay, a subtle power play unfolding. The nervous chef welcomes them, sensing the tension in the air. Clara enjoys her monopoly, finding power in the dire situation. Lortel, ever composed, clarifies she doesn't harass people. The chef confesses to fraudulent orders from Laplace Bakery. They cancelled everything, leaving him with mountains of stock. Lortel declares a need for morals, a decisive blow to the bakery. The chef pleads, desperate to avoid the inevitable consequences. Lortel, smiling, acknowledges the chef's desperate plea for understanding. She maintains a chilling composure, her coldness evident. Protagonist. A observes the academy grounds, aware of tight funds. He asserts his struggles, catching Lortel's amusement. Lortel confidently declares her expertise in managing money. Her eyes widen in sudden realization, a new thought emerging. Protagonist. A walks, admitting he needs to borrow a textbook. Lortel questions his financial choices, realizing textbook costs. She frantically checks her purse, realizing the dire situation. Lortel, worried, asks the price, while protagonist, A, refuses help. Lortel sighs, student council elections looming, questioning a lack of ambition. Protagonist, A walks, focused on business, but Lortel offers her support. He declines, knowing the difficulty of securing such a powerful position. Lortel then pivots, asking about his sister, Tanya. The dark truth about Tanya's struggle for power emerges. Protagonist, A ponders, knowing Princess Finchia is the logical choice. Tanya Rothstaler, the desperate lesser evil, fights for every vote. Yet, her efforts are futile, the overwhelming gap impossible to close. Lortel asks about his true allegiance, surprised by his answer. She smiles, relieved he doesn't blindly follow the princess like others. Lortel confesses her feelings, a bold declaration. Her cheeks flush as she admits to unexpected jealousy. She stands close, her gaze sparkling with clear admiration. A shy smile plays on her lips, hoping her confession worked. Protagonist. A remains stoic, leaving her feeling hurt and confused. He reveals his ironclad rule. No dating before graduation. Her eyes widen, surprised by his unwavering resolve. He gently pats her head, a small gesture of comfort. Lortel grins, finding this new information incredibly useful. She challenges him, daring him to keep rejecting her advances. Graduating safely from this academy is far from an easy goal. The final boss, a terrifying fire dragon, looms at the story's end. The main character must defeat it to bring peace back to the world. Only then can our protagonist finally hope to graduate himself. Clarice and Princess Finchia must support the main character. They need him to defeat the Sacred Lance Dragon and save them all. Taylor must gather allies and grow strong, as destiny demands. Meanwhile, one girl struggles, refusing to run for a council position. Another laments his fate, cursing his damned life. A dual request appears, leaving him wondering, why me? Our protagonist ponders the intense dual request. Taylor reveals his ambition to prove his worth among the elite. He already dominates his year, but seeks greater challenges. He plans to duel Janica, Drake, and Ed the strongest. But there is a strict order to these powerful duels. He requested a duel from Clebius, who is actively avoiding it. Next, he will challenge Elvira, the top of alchemy. Then, he will challenge the protagonist, who is technically second year's best. The protagonist finds Taylor's self-centered plan utterly astounding. He asserts that Taylor will not find him an easy opponent. Taylor dismisses the challenge, saying no one can make it to him. He claims nobody can even defeat Clebius, let alone Janica or Ed. The protagonist silently observes Taylor's arrogance and overconfidence. He believes Taylor must face reality before challenging him. The protagonist, frustrated by the delusion, just sighs. Ed Rothstaler appears, thanking the protagonist for the library work. He mentions a student, Wade, challenging everyone excelling academically. Wade, a gifted swordsman, rapidly became the top first year. Unsatisfied, Wade challenged his seniors, defeating them with ease. Jix, already exhausted, still lost to Wade in an unfair fight. Taylor, now formidable, finally halts Wade's relentless rampage, a truly shocking display of power. A new student festival is tonight. Will they check him out? Not tonight. The protagonist already knows Wade. He departs, thanking the other for the notice. The protagonist finds energy in the school's vibrant atmosphere. A new semester's refreshing air makes his footsteps lighter. He wonders if he should have revealed more. Princess Finchia seems downcast recently, a subtle change. Yet, mention Ed, and her focus sharpens instantly. Her anxious gaze reveals she is clearly listening. Princess Finchia is acutely aware of a dangerous name. He believes he has more time to reveal crucial information. Soon, the world around them began to warm. A vibrant butterfly took flight, signaling change. The northern forest, bathed in spring light, revealed its beauty. A tiny figure on a rooftop shoos away butterflies, improving rapidly. Their connection deepens, even contracting with a mid-rank spirit. No one would believe such growth in a single year. He plays along with her teacher Janica mode, praising her. Contracting a spirit demands more than just raw mana. Protagonist, A ponders his spirit contract, advised by Tarkin, a fire spirit. He considers new elements, expanding beyond fire and wind. Protagonist, A realizes branching out will be incredibly difficult. An ancient image of a spirit sorcerer and a wolf spirit appears. Ed Rothstaler focuses his mana, preparing to connect. His eyes glow intensely, ready for the spirit world. Janica reveals her chosen spirits, a vibrant array surrounding her. Protagonist, A marvels at Janica's effortless spirit connection. She casually converses with spirits, beckoning them closer. Now, the ultimate challenge. Protagonist, A must choose his own spirit. A mid-rank water spirit, Pello, reveals its majestic, wing-like form. Ed Rothstaler judges spirits, even a low-rank one, with intense scrutiny. Janica worries if her numerous spirit introductions are overwhelming him. Ed dismisses her concerns, but internally questions this spirit-choosing method. Meanwhile, a welcoming festival for new students begins, full of anticipation. The absence of top students Janica and Lucy casts a shadow of worry. Yet, the festival's atmosphere remains unaffected by their absence. Princess Fencia, a dignified royal, captivates the entire academy. Despite valuing equality, fear of royalty silences even the nobles. Only one dared to challenge her, declaring a decisive checkmate. Princess Fencia, a top student, silently dominates a chess match with intense focus. Her opponent hesitated, a fatal error, she explains, revealing her strategic prowess. Fencia dislikes military tactics on a chessboard, preferring raw, unyielding skill. She reflects on her self-awareness, admitting she misjudged her ability to read people. Someone once told her that learning one cannot always be right is essential. A small concern, kicking out Ed Rothstaler, now feels like a choking fishbone. But then, Ed saved Janica and built a home in the unforgiving forest. As time passed, his once small presence grew into an undeniable force. Even new students praise him, and her initial mistake magnifies terrifyingly. She realizes avoiding problems like a child will never resolve anything. The eyes of a ruthless scholar demand unwavering duty in this place. Princess Fencia, ever strategic, finishes another chess game. She realizes running from mistakes is foolish, a lesson learned hard. Ed Rothstaler's hut in the northern forest promises a resolution in 4 days. By a campfire, they find solace, speaking freely under the night sky. Fencia felt refreshed, a spring of hope blooming in her heart. Until the third day, a chilling premonition gripped her. The news of Ed Rothstaler's death shattered her peaceful resolve. Meanwhile, Tanya Rothstaler writes to her father from the Imperial Castle. She embraces her new life at Sylvania Academy, upholding family honor. Life at the academy was a whirlwind, yet a few friends brought comfort. Tanya strives for her goal. Youngest student council president, despite Fencia's popularity. She met Lortel, a shrewd merchant, hinting at future negotiations. A crucial item, the sage's sealed grimoire, awaits its representative. Tanya reflects on her disowned brother, Ed, now strangely diligent. Princess Fencia recalls her younger self, memories hazy but vivid. She dreamt of hills behind their home, filled with blooming flowers. Walking a path, holding hands with 2 people. One was Arwen. The other hand, she believes, belonged to her father. Perhaps Ed wasn't always a scoundrel, but truly returned to his true self. The night brings complicated thoughts as a mysterious figure reads a letter. A deadly poison magic, the seal of deadly poison, is etched onto a dagger. A response is sent to Tanya Rothstaler concerning student council elections. Negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire with Lortel are also underway. It will be difficult for Tanya to handle everything on her own. A trusted family vassal is being dispatched to assist her. Although unusual, the academy has allowed the vassal's entry for business reasons. The hooded figures depart as the mysterious figure remains on the throne. Later, a gloved hand reveals a pulsating, demonic red arm beneath. The figure struggles, unable to get used to the highest rank magic, cause and effect determination. Raw power surges, an absolute force rarely unleashed, consuming vast mana. In the driving rain, shadows loom, confirming a grim, inevitable outcome. A blade pierces, a brutal strike against an unsuspecting victim. He coughs blood, his face contorted in agony as rain mixes with crimson. A girl flees in terror, a horrifying scene unfolding before her eyes. He falls, bloodied and broken, a desperate scream escaping his lips. 2 hands reach out, one seeking help, the other stained with blood. "Ed," she cries, her voice filled with desperate, heartbreaking urgency. Rain pours, a silent witness to a tragedy about to unfold. Her eyes glow with a terrifying, enraged resolve, a new power awakening. A chilling sacrifice is made, an eye glowing with dark power. The blonde woman accepts it, a necessary evil for her ambitions. 3 days before Ed's death, a peaceful dawn breaks over the academy. An impossible approval rating, a tiny spirit-like figure. The princess's popularity is undeniable, a massive lead. Princess Fincia is a legend, her name known across the empire. The chance of victory is zero, a crushing realization. She sighs, contemplating defeat, knowing her delusions are false. Suddenly, Crepin greets Tanya, inquiring about her studies. His intense gaze, an invitation to discuss classes over tea. Tanya greets the academy's strongest, Jix, with shocking familiarity. Then, she effortlessly schedules a grimoire trade with Lortel. Even the genius Lucy Merrill acknowledges Tanya, speaking a rare hi. The other students are stunned by Tanya's impossibly vast connections. Her dignified grace, despite immense influence, earns their deep admiration. Tanya, however, only encourages them to work hard, unaware of her impact. The students vow to emulate her talent and dignity. But then, a strange realization begins to dawn on Tanya. Her status at the academy has inexplicably skyrocketed in days. She is utterly baffled, as she feels she's done absolutely nothing. Tanya contemplates her sudden popularity, linking it to her brother, Ed. She previously saw him as trash, but now feels like the trashy one. Overwhelmed by her unexpected status, she questions everything. Her eyes reveal deep confusion and a glimmer of revelation. Suddenly, a door opens, revealing new visitors. 2 powerful figures, Kotick and Nox, greet Tanya with respect. They pledge unwavering support, reassuring her father's care. Kotick offers vital intelligence for her business negotiations. Nox, meanwhile, promises help with the student council elections. Tanya, now composed, processes new crucial information. Princess Fincia, a crucial ally, is suddenly out of the elections. Tanya hears the shocking news, wondering if it can still change. Crepin Rothstaler, the benevolent patriarch, hides a sinister darkness. He is the final boss, a mastermind everyone trusts but Fincia. Her unique insight reveals his true, terrifying intentions for the academy. Fincia, holding immense power, must lead the fight against Crepin. Yet, she's not running, leaving Tanya bewildered and sensing trouble. Tanya senses Ed is about to do something reckless. Again, she vows to help, refusing to let him face danger alone. Ed, despite everything, believes Fincia should be president. Princess Fincia, who was once cruel, Tanya, his sister, should be supported. But something is gravely wrong. The princess herself says she won't be president, but why? Their scandalous public display is interrupted by a new, mysterious figure. This newcomer knows the shocking reason Princess Fincia isn't running. He calls her an alpha wolf who has lost her pack and her fight. Her pack died because of her choices, leaving her utterly broken. Even with an arrow aimed, she shows no reaction, completely devoid of self-confidence. Her eyes, once vibrant, are now empty, reflecting her shattered will. The worst possibility. She has lost all hostility towards the Rothstaler family. Protagonist. Ponders his next move, a chilling resolve in his eyes. Janica suggests training water spirits at the northern cliffs, a dangerous idea. Protagonist. Smiles. A silent agreement to the perilous plan. He accepts the challenge, ready to push his limits. Meanwhile, Lucy Merrill relaxes, oblivious to the coming storm. She senses the shifting weather, an uneasy feeling in the air. Her eyes flash with a sudden deep purple intensity. Suddenly, she blasts a log, demonstrating her raw magical power. Lucy, a master of elemental forces, points, a clear challenge in her gaze. Protagonist. Watches the fire, a hidden threat lurking in the trees. Spring arrives, but rain threatens to confine protagonist, to his shelter. He watches the downpour, contemplating the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Lucy rests, the relentless rain mirroring her melancholy. The once vibrant campfire flickers, battling against the encroaching storm. Finally, the fire succumbs, leaving only smoke and embers. Protagonist. Surveys a desolate, rain-swept cliff, far from civilization. He marvels at the northern coast, a wild and sparsely populated land. Yet, this remote place is perfect for mastering water spirit formulas. He ponders his contract with Laisha, and the power of mana arrows. Suddenly, an unknown figure emerges, saluting a young Master Ed. Kotick and Nox, vassals of darkness, emerge as middle bosses in the Rothstaler family. Protagonist, wielding a mana arrow, senses their presence on Aiken Island. He encounters Ed Rothstaler, who acknowledges his excommunication from the family. Caddick and Knox reveal their orders from Crefin to assassinate Ed. Protagonist A observes the unfolding drama, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. However, the assassins repent, revealing a deeper plot against Ed. They confess to trying to kill Ed with a cursed dagger for his tyranny. But Ed's resilience and return to his true self changed their minds. They now beg him to become the true heir and restore the family's honor. The rain continues to fall as Ed stands silently, contemplating his fate. The protagonist, cloaked in mystery, quietly warns them not to make a fuss. The assassins, now loyal, acknowledge Ed's terrifying growth. Caddick, the Eagle Knight, unleashes a blinding windsword attack. Knox, the Bear Knight, follows with a devastating flame mace strike. The ground shatters as Ed is overwhelmed by their combined assault. The protagonist watches, an arcane blue energy crackling around him. He identifies the true masterminds, their power pulsing with dark intent. These vassals are the darkness, responsible for the Rothstaler family's corruption. The assassins reveal a tragic past, a girl ruined by Ed's cruelty. The Fire Knight roars, unleashing his fury for his lost daughter. The Rothstaler vassals unleash a devastating magic attack, engulfing the protagonist in flames. He recalls the past, acknowledging the crushing weight of their combined power. But the protagonist retaliates, arcane blue energy swirling around him. His own power clashes with the inferno, a struggle for survival. The furious vassals unleash another barrage, overwhelming the protagonist. An elder watches, noting the protagonist's growth amid the brutal assault. He dodges the magical mace, but its destructive power looms, a fatal threat. The elder criticizes his bow, hindering his movements, a clear disadvantage. His dodging is too wide, making him vulnerable to unforeseen attacks. The protagonist strains, struggling to maintain his stance in the relentless downpour. The furious elder unleashes a devastating firestorm, trapping the protagonist. He knows his situation is dire, sweat beading on his brow. Suddenly, a dagger erupts from the elder's back, a shocking betrayal. The elder screams, blood gushing as he collapses, utterly defeated. Another elder watches in horror, questioning if this impossible feat is real. Was it telekinesis, or a forbidden spirit summoning? The mystery deepens. The protagonist, surrounded by magic, was merely luring his enemies closer. He had prepared a hidden blade, a brutal counterattack in the rain. Despite his cunning, the struggle takes its toll on him. He unleashes a powerful blast, ending the confrontation in a fiery explosion. Professor Glast screams in fury, unleashing a desperate counterattack. Mysterious blue blades surge forward, tearing through the air with deadly intent. The professor, bleeding, laughs maniacally, defiant even in pain. He questions how the protagonist could attack amidst such a devastating explosion. The protagonist, battered but resolute, wields his bow, flame immunity surging. Glast, enraged, demands to know what trials the protagonist has endured. He warns the protagonist to aim for vital points next time, not just injure. But the protagonist declares there won't be a next time, unleashing a devastating blow. A colossal surge of green energy engulfs Professor Glast, ending the struggle. The protagonist stands victorious over the defeated professor, the battle finally over. The protagonist, scarred and ready, delivers a final, devastating blow to Professor Glast. But Glast unleashes a monstrous water spirit, Lakia, turning the tide of battle. The protagonist, now on the defensive, can only wonder at this new power. A massive surge of water erupts, the Lieutenant Water Spirit manifesting fully. Laisha, the fearsome Lieutenant Water Spirit, emerges from the depths. Glast, empowered, screams in defiance as the Water Spirit engulfs his foe. The protagonist's sword clatters, his spirit magic weapon falling to the ground. He gasps for air, Laisha's watery grip stealing his breath. His unique spirit blade, infused with light, is barely within his reach. He looks up, battered and bleeding, as a shadowy figure looms over him. Despite grievous wounds, he endures, his consciousness clinging to defiance. Bloodied and bruised, the protagonist's blue eyes burn with an unexpected resolve. The spirit dagger, infused with power, strikes true, a desperate counterattack. A surge of wind magic erupts, blowing the monstrous enemy backward, revealing its true form. The air crackles as the protagonist unleashes a powerful blast of wind. The beast is thrown back, the force of the attack creating a massive crater. His vision blurs with pain, blood and water mingling on his face. But the spirit dagger returns, aimed at the monstrous foe, relentless. The beast groans, wounded, as the protagonist stands, ready to strike again. Then, a glowing spirit animal emerges, delivering a devastating final blow. The old man screams, bloodied, rain washing over his anguished face. Our protagonist, equally battered, stands firm, defying his impending doom. The old man kneels, defeated, questioning if a quick end is too much to ask. A single tear escapes the protagonist's eye, his resolve hardening. The spirit dagger appears, held by the old man, a final, desperate plea. He understands his father's cruel intent. He will die here today. But even in death, his sacrifice will not be meaningless. He offers the old man a final gift, a twisted act of loyalty. The glowing spirit dagger plunges into the old man's chest. A final, agonizing scream as the old man collapses, defeated. Blood gushes from the protagonist's mouth, his body battered and broken. Janica arrives, horrified, realizing she is too late to save him. Her eyes glow crimson, fueled by a terrifying surge of desperation. A shadowy figure hurls the protagonist over a cliff edge. He coughs more blood, his wounds bleeding freely in the rain. Janica screams, witnessing the horrific fall, helpless to intervene. The protagonist plummets into the abyss, his life slipping away. Their hands reach for each other, a desperate, impossible connection. Janica lunges forward, her voice tearing the air with his name. Only silence remains, as she stares into the empty void below. Professor Glast, battered and bleeding, curses the desperate struggle. His eyes, filled with fear, witness something impossible in the depths. Submerged, he realizes his body is failing, his power waning. A massive, swirling magic circle erupts, shocking him to his core. The seasoned knight, who has seen everything, is utterly bewildered. A higher-tier being, far beyond any high-level spirit, manifests. A supreme spirit, unique to its element, is being summoned. A girl with crimson eyes controls this unimaginable power. The colossal magic circle pulses with raw, terrifying energy. An ultimate summoner prepares to unleash true chaos upon the world. Sorrow and rage erupt, costing everything in a devastating magical explosion. A scorching sun of pure energy manifests, threatening to obliterate all. A colossal, shadowy tail emerges from the clouds, dwarfing the royal palace. The highest-ranking fire spirit, Theorpus, legendary destroyer, looms. Even a fragment of its power could burn entire forests to ash. Professor Glast stares in pure horror, utterly overwhelmed by the unfolding catastrophe. He faces the ominous energy, understanding the impending, inescapable doom. Janica's eyes glow crimson, her voice filled with chilling, vengeful power. Glast chokes, his life force draining as the overwhelming magic consumes him. He screams, utterly succumbing to the devastating spiritual energy. Professor Glast is overwhelmed by Janica's furious surge of green energy. A spectral wolf, glowing with icy blue power, erupts from the torrent. Glast, battered and bleeding, is commanded to run, to survive. He struggles, desperately trying to comprehend the escalating catastrophe. The wolf spirit's icy gaze demands answers. "What are you doing, Marilda?" Janica, eyes burning crimson, unleashes a desperate, powerful move. The spectral wolf charges, a blur of blue energy, toward its target. Confusion reigns as the wolf questions its unexpected, unsummoned presence. Janica's eyes widen, realizing she is not the one who summoned the spirit. The scene shifts to a desolate, rain-swept shore, the mystery deepening. A hand emerges from the dark water, clinging to life. Flashback to a conversation about Magitech's successful progress. He worked tirelessly, feeling like he trained all day long. The result: a legendary, grade Magitech item, crafted with immense effort. The Delheim Hourglass, a single-use tool, reverses time. It restores the body, but once used, it is destroyed. Gasping for breath, protagonist, A washes ashore, wounds healed. But the time reversal was only seconds, battle wounds still sting. He summoned Marilda, desperate for help, but is too weak to confirm. Protagonist, A used the impossible hourglass to survive, but a new threat emerges. If he survives, Krepin's causality magic will repeat until protagonist, A dies. Protagonist, A must die at least once to break the endless cycle. Tanya Rothstaler considers how to bring retainers to Arkan Island. She ponders the student council election and sealed letter negotiations. Protagonist, A needs to exist as dead until those critical events conclude. His body isn't functioning properly, clinging to the edge of life. The fire spirit Tarkin appears, sensing protagonist, A's fading strength. Protagonist, A struggles to sit up, battered and bruised, barely conscious. He whispers thanks, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Janica Failover frantically pulls protagonist, A, from the water, his fate uncertain. Rain falls on a desperate struggle, someone barely clinging to life. Protagonist, A lies battered, bloodied, and broken, on the brink of death. He whispers apologies to Yenica, his voice fading with each breath. His hand clutches his chest, pain etched into his very being. He collapses onto the wet ground, the rain washing over his defeat. Meanwhile, a hidden cave offers a brief, flickering respite from the storm. Ed is told to lay low, crucial for the upcoming election. Yenica offers comfort, promising to bring supplies for their survival. Protagonist, A admits his wounds ache, seeking solace in her embrace. Yenica apologizes for holding him close, finding comfort in his presence. Yenica, distressed, tells protagonist, A to forget what she just said. Protagonist, A's eyes glow, the relentless rain mirroring his inner turmoil. He and Yenica huddle by a meager fire, much still left undone. The rain continues to pour, a relentless downpour on the cabin. Meanwhile, Lucy waits patiently, finding comfort despite the deluge. Her purple eyes reflect a tranquil patience, not boredom. Ed Rothstaler surveys the damp surroundings, checking the extinguished campfire. He gathers soaked laundry and secures tools, enduring the storm. Lucy greets Ed with a soft smile, his return a comfort. He studies Magitech, eventually falling asleep by the fire, seeking peace. Lucy sleeps peacefully, the sounds of rain and fire lulling her. Suddenly, a strange magical energy, the scent of blood, awakens her. Annoyed by the intrusion, her eyes remain closed, sensing danger. A flashback shows a calm moment with her and Ed. Back in the present, she stretches, floating effortlessly in the rain. Her eyes glow purple as she senses the injured man. A retainer of the Rothstaler family, Knox, pleads for help. He explains a slipped accident and a companion's throat torn. Lucy, despite her earlier annoyance, agrees to save him. The ominous purple energy pulses through the rain-soaked forest. Lucy, sensing danger, questions the injured man's presence in the treacherous forest. A glowing purple dagger, marked by deadly poison, lies on the wet ground. A man with a lantern finds the rare, high-grade poisoned mark. He realizes this powerful poison was already used, confirming a casualty. The discovery of Ed Rothstaler, stabbed, confirms his grim deduction. A hooded Elvira confirms the terrible incident to the investigator. She reveals the attackers were retainers of the Rothstaler family. The investigator vows to report this shocking betrayal to the headmaster. Lucy's shadowy form then vanishes, leaving them stunned. The student disappears into nothing, leaving an unsettling void. Janica desperately calls out to Lucy, sensing her dangerous intent in the pouring rain. Lucy's eyes burn red as she reveals she found the murderer of Ed. The Rothstaler retainers, Caddock and Knox, stand defiant against the enraged Lucy. Lucy grips her staff, raw power surging through her. Purple energy crackles, the air itself screaming with her fury. She unleashes her full magic, a terrifying storm engulfing the area. A blinding explosion erupts as Lucy's power clashes with the retainers. Caddock is engulfed in purple energy, screaming in agony. Yenica urgently warns Janica that Lucy must be followed immediately. The Rothstaler retainers are overwhelmed, consumed by Lucy's vengeful magic. Lucy's fury erupts, consuming the Rothstaler retainers in a purple inferno. The air crackles with untamed magic as Lucy unleashes her full power. A retainer, bloodied, claims they are authorized to assist Tanya Rothstaler. The young Tanya Rothstaler appears, observing the chaos with a curious gaze. Lucy's fist glows with menacing power, demanding to know Tanya's intentions. The ground shatters as Lucy's magic strikes, leaving destruction in its wake. She stands amidst the ruins, her power still surging, a terrifying silhouette. Her eyes burn with purple energy, demanding to know Tanya's location. Someone frantically calls out to Lady Lucy, sensing her dangerous intent. Chaos reigns as others watch, wondering what catastrophe has just unfolded. A mysterious artifact pulses with raw power, ready to unleash a destructive force. Lucy's magic erupts, shattering the ground in a terrifying display of strength. Her power surges, an overwhelming aura of pure, untamed magical energy. Her eyes glow with malevolent purple, focused on a singular, deadly target. The artifact intensifies, channeling her rage into a catastrophic blast of magic. She unleashes a devastating attack, demanding to find her elusive enemy. With burning eyes, she commands her target be brought before her. A massive explosion rips through the ancient structure, leaving ruin in its wake. Amidst the dust, a figure stands, declaring the struggle a good match. A new challenger emerges from the chaos, furious at such a dismissive claim. Taylor smirks, claiming victory isn't assured against the second years. He mentions Senior Jix, an imposing figure watching from the side. Taylor considers the power of the first years. Even Elvira, head of alchemy, lost, making him question the fight. He thinks of Joseph, top of the magic class, and Wade Callamore, Taylor wonders if even they could defeat Jix, his eyes widening. Suddenly, a powerful tremor rocks the entire academy. A massive explosion of dark energy erupts, shaking the very foundations. A sense of dread fills the air as Taylor prepares for what's next. He decides to find the headmaid, then changes his mind. Taylor realizes it is too late as the academy shakes. Lucy unleashes a devastating, reality-bending celestial magic. A time prison engulfs everything, a power beyond comprehension. This celestial magic, replicated by a genius, warps existence. Her name is Tanya Rothstaler. A new threat emerges. Taylor glimpses Lucy Merrill, her fate uncertain in the chaos. A maid frantically calls for help amidst the destruction. The headmaid is down. Confusion reigns as disaster unfolds. Third-year magic student, Lord Ed Rothstaler, is dead. The tremors continue, signifying the true scale of the catastrophe. The assassin is a Rothstaler retainer, possibly Tanya herself. Taylor and Belle Maya stare in shock, their faces etched with confusion. Jix, cloaked in mystery, simply commands, "Go ahead." Belle Maya panics, pleading for evacuation as chaos erupts. Jix refuses to leave, apologizing before making his move. A sudden, powerful impact sends tremors through the structure. Jix crashes down, creating a massive crater with his power. His eyes glow, confirming his calculated, ruthless intent. 5 minutes later, the door remains locked, a hidden power lurking. The only possible hiding place for Jix was now revealed. Princess Fincia cries, trapped and terrified, questioning how things spiraled so terribly. The protagonist, distraught, sees all evidence pointing to Tanya but struggles to understand. Tanya's reputation improved because of Ed, making her motive for assassination illogical. A tense silence hangs, the protagonist's gaze hardening with silent determination. He confronts Tanya, demanding truthful answers about the unfolding chaos. His eyes burn, piercing through the darkness, asking if she ordered the assassination. Tanya cries out, frantically denying any involvement in the heinous act. The protagonist sees her fear but considers her statement unconvincing, yet she faces death. He reflects on Ed's death, feeling down, but countless mysteries remain unsolved. He decides to not interfere, letting the dark path unfold without his intervention. Protagonist A stands firm, telling Tanya to stay hidden for now. He warns her that going out now could lead to her death. He realizes Lucy's actions are leading to a bloody fate. The protagonist declares he will stop Lucy, honoring Ed's wishes. His eyes burn with determination, challenging the very situation itself. Another student, Wade, advises against protecting Tanya, citing Lucy's demands. Wade insists on handing Tanya over, fearing unknown consequences. The protagonist defies him, stating he will act according to his own judgment. Tanya watches, terrified, as the tension escalates between them. Wade prepares for battle, threatening to enforce his will by force. Lucy unleashes her devastating magic, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The sheer power of her attack rips apart the landscape in a blinding explosion. A stone figure, a student, lies defeated amidst the torrential downpour. Taylor watches in horror as another student is turned to stone. The stone figure of a student falls, utterly defeated by the overwhelming power. Taylor, horrified, realizes even top students fall before this might. Lucy's purple magic engulfs the scene, an unstoppable force. Her eyes glow with sinister intent, a silent threat to all who oppose her. Taylor screams, charging forward in a desperate, futile attempt to intervene. He rages against his fate, trapped in a nightmare he never asked for. Taylor collapses, defeated, as the relentless rain continues to fall. He slides across the wet ground, utterly overwhelmed by unseen power. His body shudders, barely able to lift his arms, a testament to his struggle. Lying there, he curses his helplessness against this terrifying new threat. Lucy appears, berating him for his weakness, demanding he rise. She asks if he was just sparring, oblivious to the true danger. The top students are the only hope against the monstrous enemy. She grimly realizes they must hold out for at least 30 minutes. Lucy orders Taylor to run, to find the staff, to bring help. As she stands alone, a terrifying magical aura erupts around her. Lucy's eyes widen, her face streaked with tears as she unleashes her power. A pained grimace crosses her face, the raw magic tearing at her. She collapses, beaten and broken, the weight of the battle crushing her. A single tear falls, reflecting the worthlessness she feels in defeat. The storm rages, mirroring the turmoil within as power erupts. Taylor recovers, realizing the staff has left and Marilda is gone. Janica tends to Taylor, asking for Lucy, sensing grave danger. Lucy went to find Tanya, leaving Taylor to face the coming storm alone. His body screams in agony, pushing past limits, fighting to rise. He accepts the impossible odds, preparing to face the monster head-on. Our hero, battered and scarred, resolves to face the danger himself. Rain pours, cleansing the world, but not the looming threat. A figure tends to a sick girl, warning her of the rain's toll. The old man smiles, urging her to remember this vulnerable feeling. He explains that true power makes weakness a distant memory. He reveals how easy tasks for her are entire lives for others. Suddenly, a torrent of pure magic erupts, tearing through the air. A new voice questions if he intends to bring her along. He refuses, knowing the power she wields is too dangerous. Lucy, empowered by dark magic, vows to come for them herself. The magic intensifies, revealing her true, terrifying power. An unparalleled mage emerges, her dark energy consuming all. Her foot lands, crackling with a power that shakes the very ground. Rain lashes down as dark figures face an unimaginable force. The feeling of pain, a distant memory, now returns in full. Lucy, her face grim, knows the old man's words were a lie. A fiery aura ignites around her, threatening to explode. Pure magical devastation erupts, tearing through the landscape. The aftermath leaves a scorched, smoking crater of destruction. Lucy stands, reflecting on what she thought was her masterstroke. Lucy, gasping, unleashes a never-before-seen spell with terrifying speed. With a cold command, she pushes past, channeling raw, destructive power. The force explodes, sending her adversary flying, coughing blood. Her opponent realizes it's not magic, but raw mana extraction. Lucy stands empowered, confirming mana manipulation is the core issue. She reveals the secret: mages create spells, but alchemists convert mana. Her eyes glow with dangerous intent, understanding the true nature of power. Alchemists transform mana into magitech, a forbidden and potent art. A crimson crystal reagent absorbs mana, flowing with ominous energy. Mana circuits ignite, connecting, as she weaponizes every device with raw mana. Lucy declares her plan to unleash an impossible mana overload. All mana in the area will completely evaporate, destroying everything. Her precious creations, her life's work, will be utterly annihilated. Students and even maids still evacuate, barely escaping the impending doom. Lucy screams, unleashing a devastating wave of crimson mana from her hands. She levitates, surrounded by a storm of arcane energy and surging devices. Suddenly, one device overloads, sparking with dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Lucy's eyes widen in horror as her plan spirals out of her control. The devices explode around her, creating a chaotic maelstrom of destruction. No one in the academy possesses enough mana to unleash such power. The head maid and valedictorians lie defeated, along with 14 other maids. Elvira too is down, the overwhelming power silencing all opposition. Lucy Merrill, the source of this chaos, approaches the unconscious Elvira. She grabs Elvira's arm, warning her to stop this madness. Lucy declares her mana could have destroyed the entire hall effortlessly. She questions Elvira's restraint, suggesting a shared remorse for the destruction. Lucy wonders if Elvira feels Ed wouldn't have wanted this outcome. As Lucy contemplates, a purple aura of pure magic emanates from her hand. She decides to wait for Tanya, activating a terrifying spell. Elvira awakens to Lucy's insane, unhinged fury, a true lunatic. Lucy, fueled by fury, confronts a fallen opponent in the pouring rain. She prepares for a devastating attack. Two figures lie defeated on the ground. A surge of raw, terrifying power emanates from Lucy's outstretched hand. Unleashing her full magic, the area erupts in a blinding purple explosion. The overwhelming force sends debris flying, devastating the surroundings. The valedictorian, Clebius, falls in a single, brutal moment. Lucy stands, tears streaming, her power terrifyingly absolute. Then, a new challenger emerges, ready to enforce his will with force. He lunges, demanding Tanya, sword drawn in a desperate clash. The blade rings out, hitting the ground with a powerful impact. Taylor unleashes a furious assault, his blade clashing with protagonist, A's defense. A whirlwind of strikes, each impact echoing with devastating force. Protagonist, A's eyes widen, shocked by the sheer intensity of the attack. This isn't merely swordsmanship, it's an unpredictable, unconventional style. A fusion of noble techniques and the raw power of a northern beast. Taylor's practical swordsmanship is free-spirited, yet grounded in theory. But a critical flaw lurks beneath his impressive technique. Protagonist, A exploits the opening, sending Taylor crashing down. Taylor, triumphant, declares his victory with an arrogant smirk. Yet, protagonist, A remains unyielding, preparing for the true, decisive blow. Protagonist, A unleashes a powerful blade of wind, striking with unexpected force. Taylor cries out in pain as the fierce blow lands, sending him reeling. He crashes to the ground, the impact shaking the very foundations. A surge of raw power bursts forth from Taylor, defying his defeat. Protagonist A stares down at him, questioning if he will continue the fight. Taylor, still on the ground, laughs, declaring he absolutely will continue. He relishes the challenge of fighting powerful opponents, never giving up easily. With a maniacal grin, Taylor demands protagonist A entertain him longer. Protagonist A coolly dismisses him, calling him pathetic. He sees through Taylor's facade, recognizing a hunger for victory, not true combat. Protagonist A mocks Taylor, questioning his choice of opponent. Taylor, bloodied, insists he chose to fight the strongest. Protagonist A's blade pierces Taylor, demanding he stop his excuses. The battle intensifies as protagonist A presses his relentless attack. Taylor's eyes glow with a desperate, injured defiance. He unleashes a powerful counterattack, pushing back protagonist A. Protagonist A deflects the blow, barely acknowledging the effort. Taylor, defeated, questions what he could do against such power. Protagonist A declares this to be Taylor's absolute limit. The protagonist stands victorious, his power clearly overwhelming. Protagonist A observes the destruction, a chilling calm in his eyes. Amidst the ruins, a figure walks through the relentless rain. His face, marred by blood, shows a profound internal struggle. A monstrous entity emerges from the storm, its power overwhelming. Taylor's hand, gripping his sword, trembles with fresh blood. His body is pierced, yet his determination burns fiercely. Blood spatters on the ground as he refuses to yield. A terrified girl, frozen in fear, faces the encroaching horror. Taylor's hand remains steady, even as defeat looms. His sword glows with dark power, pushing beyond all limits. Protagonist A, consumed by rage, unleashes a torrent of dark energy. Lucy watches, horrified, as protagonist A transforms into something monstrous. She unleashes a powerful fire magic attack, desperate to stop him. A massive flame pillar erupts, an intermediate fire magic spell. Her multiplied attack strikes, hoping to subdue the raging protagonist A. Protagonist A stands amidst the flames, his promise not to kill unbroken. Lucy's face shows grim determination, her resolve hardening against him. Yet, the demonic beast within protagonist A cannot be slain by such means. He moves with impossible speed, his power escalating beyond her comprehension. Lucy counters with the blessing of the storm, a final desperate attempt. Protagonist A unleashes a primal scream, tapping into a terrifying forbidden power. Lucy is caught in the crossfire as his unleashed energy clashes with her magic. The power consumes him, his body racked with pain and dark energy. His wounds reinforce, new blood flowing as he pushes past his limits. A sinister aura expands, fueling the demonic energy within him. This is the forbidden technique of the Nortondale family, unleashed. He roars as the power surges, his form consumed by shadows and rage. Lucy, witnessing this, prepares her own counterattack, a glow in her hand. She unleashes a powerful magical attack, attempting to halt his rampage. The ground shatters as her magic collides with the unleashed dark energy. Lucy's eyes widen, purple energy flaring as she realizes the true horror. The forbidden power engulfs protagonist A, transforming him into a monstrous shadow. He unleashes a devastating purple energy blast, targeting Lucy relentlessly. Their magics collide, a maelstrom of red and purple tearing through the arena. Lucy is overwhelmed, her magical defenses shattering under the onslaught. The raw power detonates, leaving utter destruction in its wake. Protagonist A collapses, his body scarred and bleeding from the forbidden technique. This blood sword technique, a taboo, uses one's own life force. Whispers of monster echo from a past, haunted by his family's legacy. But a voice cuts through the darkness, declaring, "You're not a monster." A smug smile, a sinister question. Right, Claveus. The forbidden technique consumes him, blood and power intertwining. His eyes burn crimson, a monstrous transformation unfolding. The sword demon, Clevius Nortondale, a name whispered in fear. Even his brother acknowledges the horror of his unleashed power. But a new monster emerges, a different kind of terror. Protagonist A unleashes divine punishment, a storm of pure lightning magic. He races through the chaos, protecting Tanya. Hang in there. His gaze hardens, leading her this way. A mysterious figure appears, offering a chilling path to escape. A familiar face emerges from the shadows, Lortel, with a sinister smile. Protagonist A guides Tanya, grateful for their escort through the blocked paths. Lortel turns, her expression cold, as she questions his presence. She inquires about Senior Ed, her true intentions hidden in darkness. Protagonist A demands to know her plan for Tanya, his anger rising. He stares her down, the tension thick, a silent challenge. Her eyes glow ominously, she would have ripped them apart. Protagonist A warns against rash behavior, but Lortel's response chills him. Tanya, terrified, denies everything, her fear palpable. Lortel, unable to win, reluctantly retreats, leaving a chilling question. Tanya, terrified, screams for it to stop, questioning its very existence. Taylor, battered and bloody, stands engulfed in crackling, dark energy. His eyes burn crimson as a monstrous power courses through his veins. In a flashback, a supportive figure tells a younger Taylor not to blame himself. He tells him to look up, that his power is not a curse. An ancestor, Velkus Nortondale, wielded this terrifying power to protect his family. Taylor, back in the present, clenches his fist, the demonic power surging. He unleashes a devastating attack, realizing his brother was utterly wrong. Lightning strikes as the Nortondale family's dark secret is revealed. Taylor, a sword demon unleashed, tears through his enemies in a bloody flash. Taylor, now a sword demon, carves through his foes in a blood-soaked frenzy. His eyes blaze with demonic power, a terrifying monster unleashed. Morality and reason are lost, replaced by a primal, destructive force. A devastating lightning attack rips through the very fabric of reality. Enemies are launched, their forms shattered by the sheer power. Taylor's demonic surge intensifies, his bloodied face radiating pure rage. The ground itself shatters under the overwhelming force of his power. Meanwhile, Lucy watches, tears welling, fear etched into her face. Her terror grows as she witnesses the monstrous spectacle unfold. She stares, horrified, as dark energy swirls around the rampaging Taylor. Taylor unleashes a devastating lightning assault, his power tearing through the very air. His face contorted, he questions if this monstrous power can truly make him a hero. Blood spatters his face, his eyes glowing an ominous, terrifying red. He stands, drenched in blood, a chilling, vacant look in his eyes. Another self, younger and terrified, stares up, a blade lodged in his chest. The older Taylor whispers, grateful it was him who died, not someone else. His bloodied fist clenches as he offers a chilling, final forgiveness. He collapses, a sorrowful smile on his blood-soaked face. The younger Taylor weeps, covered in blood, staring into the abyss. A single, desperate word escapes. Damn it. Bloodied and broken, he screams that he can't do this anymore. He grips his blood-soaked weapon, refusing to become a hero. His body glows with raw power, desperately fighting against becoming a monster. Yet, he lies defeated, Lucy standing over him in the pouring rain. A single tear escapes his eye, the pain overwhelming. His companions rush towards him, fear etched on their faces. Lucy stands victorious, a chilling calm in her eyes. He pushes his limits, blood, magic surging, body drenched in power. The closer he comes to death, the greater his monstrous strength becomes. In that fleeting moment, on the brink of death, he could have vanished. Lucy, the strong, now knows a terror she can never unlearn. Death's chilling grip tightens, awakening a dormant fear. With resolve, she prepares to eliminate the weakened foe forever. A desperate burst of energy erupts from the fallen warrior. Lucy looks down, stunned, as her opponent struggles to rise. He pushes through the agony, a defiant glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appears, sword drawn in the rain. The figure reveals himself, alive and ready to reclaim what was lost. In a dark corridor, others face their own terrifying battles. The protagonist grapples with a desperate choice under the storm. Time runs out. A terrible choice must be made. Then, Lortel, the Golden Daughter, appears from the shadows. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, shattering the darkness. Confusion and fear flash across their faces. The Golden Daughter is thrown backward, battered by the invisible force. She crashes, defeated, as shards of light rain down around her. Yanika rushes to Lortel, terrified, as the chaos intensifies. Lortel lies broken, Yanika cradling her in despair. A figure finally emerges, finding Tanya amidst the devastation. The scene of destruction leaves everyone stunned, consequences unknown. Yanika's sudden calm after the news of Ed sparks fear and suspicion. Her eyes betray a desperate, almost insane, resolve. Tanya questions Yanika's unnerving composure. Suddenly, a mystical wolf spirit appears, revealing a hidden power within. Rain lashes down, a torrent mirroring the brewing storm. A mysterious hooded figure arrives, proclaiming a desperate reunion. Tanya lies injured, recognizing the newcomer as Claveus. He admits defeat, knowing the fight was always futile. He regrets not running, battered and broken on the ground. Yet, he wonders if he's the only fool caught in this deadly game. Caught in a storm of purple energy, they were too weak to stop it. Yet, everyone still tried to do something, destroying all they built. It would have been easier to give up, yet they believed. Even while dying, they believed they could become heroes. But in this brutal reality, he can only curse his fate. Why can't he just run away from this endless nightmare? They still couldn't win. Everything ruined again, all for nothing. His bloodied hand reaches out, a final, desperate grasp. But then, an unexpected voice thanks Claveus. Their efforts not in vain. A new figure appears, revealing a truth that shakes the very ground. Claveus, battered and broken, curses his own weakness as blood streams down. Suddenly, a desperate voice cries out, urging him to get a grip. A mysterious figure emerges, observing the chaos with an uncanny calm. He knows the Academy's combat abilities, every major player, every move. Yet, he never imagined anyone could withstand this onslaught for so long. Alone, they held the line, evacuating everyone for a full 10 minutes. He faces Lucy, the awakened one, a final boss of unimaginable power. But then, he murmurs an apology, a dark truth hidden in his words. He was in a life-or-death situation, no chance to warn her. Rain falls on a discarded hat, a symbol of a battle's grim aftermath. In the pouring rain, he shields her, a silent promise in the storm. She whispers, "I thought you were dead," tears blurring in the downpour. He responds, "I'm alive," the words a stark relief against her fear. His eyes, filled with grim resolve, meet hers. Their reunion is bittersweet. They stand together in the rain, two figures against a desolate academy. Elsewhere, a new threat emerges, proclaiming his fearlessness in civilization. A spectral wolf spirit materializes, its glowing eyes radiating raw power. "Found you, Tanya." A chilling voice echoes as the spirit attacks. The hero faces two distraught girls, overwhelmed by shocking news. One girl, eyes now red, desperately tries to speak about Ed. He unleashes a powerful green energy blast, ready to face the unknown threat. Tanya coughs, struggling, as he calmly tells her to get a grip. He instructs her to run along the back path, turn west, and find help. Tanya, heir to a great family, asks about the missing Jix Sunbae. He prepares to hold off their pursuers, knowing it might be impossible. She questions his extreme sacrifice for Ed's sake, stunned by his actions. Tanya flees into the darkness, leaving him to face the coming storm. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the inevitable confrontation. With his sword drawn, power radiating, he declares himself ready. He faces the unseen enemy, understanding their feelings, yet unyielding. Lortel confesses her own love, questioning Yanika's understanding of such pain. Ed's face twists in agony, consumed by the unbearable thought of losing someone. His entire being erupts with burning rage, an inevitable explosion of emotion. Yanika's love for Ed, more profound than anyone realized, fueled his despair. Her earnest and bittersweet feelings for Ed were an open secret. Now, those passionate feelings consume Ed, becoming part of his very essence. A fiery explosion rips through the night, echoing with destructive power. Smoke billows from the ruins, a chilling testament to the devastation. Ed lies defeated, battered and broken, shrouded in an ominous mist. Yanika desperately pleads for the attack to stop, affirming Ed is still alive. Under the cold, pale moonlight, a storm of emotions brews. A figure embraces someone, their anguish palpable in the downpour. Rain washes over petals, symbolizing a cleansing, a new beginning. The season shifts, unveiling a different perspective, a new dawn. Just like seasons, emotions too must be fully released. An old man offers comfort, understanding the weight of unspoken feelings. He gently caresses her hair, a silent promise of support. Lucy believed her feelings for Glockter and Ed were identical, but the subtle differences in her heart now become undeniable. Protagonist, A reaches out, startling Lucy as a new path unfolds. Lucy, overwhelmed with emotion, desperately tries to push something away. A surge of power emanates from her, uncontrolled and chaotic. Her chest tightens, a fiery sensation revealing a hidden truth. Suddenly, a profound realization dawns upon her, shocking her to her core. Flashback to the past. Maids try to groom a disheveled Belle Maya. Belle Maya, once a girl of the peach orchard, carried a unique scent. Now, protagonist, A is left standing in the rain, a cloak covering him. He senses something, a lingering scent of grass, impossible to ignore. Time is short. The academy staff approaches, leaving little room for error. He must reveal his situation, but too much information is dangerous. He reaches out, demanding Lucy apologize for a chaotic magic battle. Lucy, distraught and confused, questions the unfairness of the situation. Images flash. Lucy's overwhelming magic, a brutal, one-sided assault. Her magic tools were destroyed, and Claveus bleeding from self-inflicted wounds. From Lucy's perspective, her actions were to prevent fatalities, not harm. But protagonist, A, explains the harsh perception of her uncontrolled power. He sighs, offering to take some responsibility for the unfolding disaster. Lucy, furious, berates him for his sigh, feeling mocked and misunderstood. The shame of disappointing Ed, the fear of being hated, overwhelms her. She reluctantly agrees to apologize, a decision protagonist appraises. Lucy, flushed and overwhelmed, feels a sudden, intense heat. She reflects on their shared past, simple moments by the fire. Memories of closeness flood her mind, living together for over a year. Sharing a bed, a deep connection forged through proximity. The smell of grass, now a potent, overwhelming sensation. Protagonist, A, consumed by thoughts of Yenika, clenches his fist. He needs to act, to finish things for Yenika. Lucy, still flustered, hesitates, asking if he must leave now. Protagonist, A stares, tears forming. A profound realization dawning. His path leads to Ophelis Hall, the central entrance. Janica confronts the protagonist, who apologizes for his actions. Ed Rothstaler, heavily injured, collapses as Janica sighs. Everyone has gathered, including Ed, now safe. The protagonist is shocked to see Ed alive and well. Lortel, seemingly innocent, questions Ed's actions. She feigns concern, but her words hide a deeper meaning. Lortel subtly reveals her knowledge of Ed's plans. She claims her calm demeanor is simply good business sense. The protagonist realizes Lortel's calculated lack of emotion. Tanya's suspicious behavior confirms Lortel's manipulative genius. The protagonist feigns relief, but his mind races with suspicion. Lortel, cunning as ever, moves closer, her intentions unclear. She speaks of worry, but her eyes betray a calculating smile. A sudden demand, a worry fee from the bewildered protagonist. He stares, speechless, as her true nature begins to reveal itself. Her eyes flash, a predatory gleam hinting at her hidden power. Without warning, Lortel strikes, aiming for the protagonist's chest. But a new figure emerges, shielding the protagonist from harm. The attack is parried by a hidden force, surprising everyone present. The mysterious protector, Lucy, collapses, her sacrifice shocking all. The group stands silent, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Lucy collapses, her face contorted in pain and fear. Protagonist A reaches out, desperately trying to help Lucy. Ed Rothstaler tries to mediate, but Lucy's distress intensifies. Lucy's eyes glow red, a hidden power threatening to erupt. Janica screams, pushing Lucy away in a panicked frenzy. The tension escalates as Janica violently shoves Lucy. A powerful aura of magic surrounds Lucy, startling everyone. Protagonist A stares in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. Their faces show pure horror as Lucy's power fully awakens. Protagonist A, scarred and exhausted, looks at the ruined landscape. He questions the dwindling time as his companions lie injured around him. Ed Rothstaler, also battered, agrees, knowing staff will arrive soon. Protagonist A hides, explaining his survival. As the group gathers, Lucy apologizes, and they decide to hunt for the runaway Tanya. Jix seems dissatisfied, but they move forward with their plan. They align their stories before reversing the petrified victims. A close-up reveals raw determination in his scarred eyes. Protagonist A must vanish from the academy before his survival is known. Under the full moon, the weight of his decision looms. Suddenly, a shocking revelation dawns on Lucy, her eyes wide with terror. Her wounds are healed, but confusion shrouds her as she questions the magic. The bizarre healing leaves her utterly bewildered, a strange power at play. A mysterious figure looms above, questioning her foolishness and stirring dread. She wonders if she is dead, her messed-up life now, a confusing afterlife. The figure demands she testifies, but she denies stopping the monster. Lucy reveals her true nature, an alchemist finding joy in discovery. She heals Claveus, while Lortel promises silence and vouches for Ed. Even Ed Rothstaler's words are eclipsed by these unexpected, rain-soaked events. Lucy holds him, urging him to rest amidst the chaos, his body exhausted. Taylor collapses, bloodied and broken, Elvira supporting him with a pained expression. He reflects on his defeat, admitting Ed Rothstaler's unexpected power. Elvira smiles mysteriously, revealing a new discovery, a name whispered in the shadows. Taylor laments his miserable life, anticipating Elvira's usual scolding. But Elvira surprises him, agreeing with his despair, leaving him stunned. The world truly is crap, she echoes, a shared sentiment in the chaos. They gaze at the night sky, stars silently reflecting their light amidst the ruins. Suddenly, a distant sound of splashing mud hints at approaching danger. Another figure lies prone in the mud, struggling to move, desperately trying to rise. "Legs move," a voice urges, as a mud-caked hand clutches a trembling knee. Tanya Rothstaler flees, convinced someone is chasing her in the night. She desperately needs to clear her brother's name and find the truth. Her frantic escape continues, a terrifying chase that exists only in her mind. Under the full moon, Tanya runs through the forest, relentless in her pursuit of justice. Meanwhile, at the academy, the investigation into Ed Rothstaler's death concludes. Flame-scrying magic reveals Ed's last moments, matching Yannicka's testimony. Ed Rothstaler was stabbed by retainers and fell to his death from a cliff. The Rothstaler family retainers are detained, awaiting imperial judgment. The principal confirms Ed's death, demanding a detailed report for the Empire. The Academy must now manage the aftermath of this shocking tragedy. The death of Ed Rothstaler sent shockwaves beyond all expectations. Lucy, consumed by grief, unleashed her power, forcing an Academy evacuation. Meanwhile, the headmaster reviewed the records of the deceased student, Ed Rothstaler. He was subdued by Clavius Norton Dale, a rising star, now recognized for his talent. Lucy's fate now rests with a disciplinary committee, her future hanging in the balance. Vice Principal Rachel, a formidable presence, presided over the intense proceedings. Petitions for leniency poured in from injured students. Clavius and Elvira. The Academy suffered significant damage, especially Tanya's dorm room. Yet, this chaos paled in comparison to the Ophelis Hall incident. Rachel, contemplating, wished for one more factor to lighten Lucy's punishment. Lucy, the top student, stands before the disciplinary committee, her fate uncertain. Sylvania Academy, renowned for genius mages, usually protects its star students. Still, the Academy's prestigious reputation must be upheld, even by its best. Professor Glast, exasperated, declares Lucy utterly unrepentant for her actions. A harsh disciplinary agreement is prepared, listing severe penalties for her misconduct. Lucy signs, feigning indifference, as the penalties barely impact her privileged position. But then, a sudden interruption shakes the very foundation of the proceedings. Velmaya, manager of Ophelis Hall, steps forward as a crucial witness. She challenges the proposed punishment, arguing it won't truly make Lucy reflect. Lucy, now truly terrified, screams she will sign anything to avoid further changes. Velmaya proposed confinement, preventing Lucy from leaving the dormitory. Lucy begged for suspension, but Velmaya declared all maids would monitor her. Professor Glast assigned 30-day confinement, without a disciplinary record. Lucy, utterly terrified, reflected on her actions, pleading for anything else. But Velmaya stood firm, her gaze chilling as she addressed Lucy. She promised thorough work, ensuring Lucy would not leave at all. Lucy was dragged away for confinement, her fate sealed by the maids. Meanwhile, Janica found Ed's corpse, thinking Lucy must be miserable. Suddenly, Janica prepared a delicious beef stew, her specialty from home. She insisted on doing everything herself, a testament to her inherent kindness. The student council election looms, with 3 critical variables now in play. First, Princess Fincia, losing her will to become president, remains a wild card. Second, Tanya Rothstaler, the supposed antagonist, has mysteriously vanished. Lastly, Rothstaler's retainers, Kadek and Knox, are detained, fueling suspicion. Unbeknownst to them, I orchestrated my death to erase myself from Crepin's mind. My fake demise was a violent spectacle, seemingly ending my existence forever. But now, my plan is tangled. Kadek and Knox are implicated in my murder. I must free them to solidify my death in Crepin's awareness. Only then can I finally escape this frustrating life of hidden seclusion. Janica, ever so kind, listens to my commoner worries, oblivious to my true past. Janica's kind words are meaningless if she knows nothing of my hidden past. She already helps me more than enough, but I must solve Ed's worries. Her simple desire for Ed to stop struggling burns with innocent intensity. My silence is a heavy burden, concealing truths she cannot comprehend. A strange, unspoken feeling now hangs between us in this quiet seclusion. I am grateful, yet embarrassed by her unwavering care. Finding Tanya is paramount. Her mysterious disappearance concerns everyone. Tanya Rothstaler, once fearless, now seems a tormented shadow. She was always strong, but I witnessed her raw courage firsthand. Tanya endures. She is surely preparing for a future we cannot yet see. Princess Fincia breaks, haunted by the whispers of her brother's assassination. Tanya Rothstahler confronts her, demanding answers about the betrayal. Fincia, steely-eyed, heard the news of Ed Rothstahler's death. She desperately sought a final conversation, wanting to untangle their complex relationship. With only one day left, a brutal murder shatters all hope. Her pride, a fatal flaw, cost Ed his life. Her true ambition, to become Sylvania's student council president. Independent authority, not just a princess, but a power within the academy. This position would challenge the Rothstahler family's dark influence. She will leverage her power to confront the imperial family's corrupt darkness. Fincia, realizing her fatal flaw, collapses under the weight of her decision. She knows power is dangerous, especially in her hands. A moment of solitude is interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Tanya Rothstahler, distraught, arrives with a guard. The Academy's initial investigation points to an assassination by Rothstahler retainers. The only other Rothstahler on Arkan Island is now implicated. Tanya, covered in blood, tearfully denies killing her brother. Overwhelmed by grief, her purple eyes well with tears. Fincia embraces the heartbroken Tanya, offering solace and understanding. The princess resolves to learn from mistakes, judging not by name, but by truth. Princess Fincia offers sanctuary, trusting Tanya's desperate plea. Hidden away, Tanya finds temporary solace in the princess's protection. Fincia, ever shrewd, reflects on her past misjudgments. A new guest arrives, shifting the political tides once more. The true battle for power extends far beyond these royal chambers. A familiar voice echoes, dripping with veiled intentions. Fincia faces a new challenge, Ed's death a mere pawn. The princess, composed, demands to know her visitor's true purpose. Lortel Kekholn, the Golden Daughter, holds all the cards. She confronts Fincia, questioning Tanya's secret refuge. Her face shrouded in shadow, a chilling resolve settles deep within her eyes. 29 days remain until probation ends, and she yearns for death itself. 3 hours before a fateful meeting, the ocean churns with restless energy. Suddenly, a magnificent water spirit manifests, roaring with untamed power. A dagger clashes against the spirit's jaws, a desperate struggle for dominance. Protagonist, A unleashes his full might, pushing back the surging water. The spirit recoils, its form twisting into an ethereal, bubbling vortex. He moves with blinding speed, a whirlwind of blades and crashing water. The dagger glistens, wet with the spirit's essence, the battle decided. Tarkin watches, impressed by protagonist, A's extraordinary skill and reflexes. The water spirit Racia praises his mastery of close combat as a mage. Protagonist, A, drenched in sweat, acknowledges the spirit's perfect sparring. He reflects on his spirit contracts, now stronger than ever before. Sparring with a high-tier wind spirit would be true death, not training. He collapses, exhausted but content with his relentless progress. His stats are nearing the limits, a testament to his grueling efforts. Ed Rothstahler's specs reveal the peak of what's conventionally achievable. Protagonist, A cannot stop. His growth must continue beyond these limits. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appears, openly admiring his physique. The mysterious woman teases protagonist, A, asking if he feels stifled by his seclusion. He admits feeling more relaxed, even with his relentless spirit training. Then, she reveals her true form, a cunning, green-eyed spirit sorcerer. She embraces him, her intentions unclear, as the spirits watch. Suddenly, 2 fire spirits scream, sensing an emergency and danger. Protagonist, A plans to visit Princess Pena, seeking gold for the election. But first, he must finalize a deal to release 2 imprisoned knights. He looks surprised, realizing the price for their freedom is steep. Yunika offers a hug as advance payment, her eyes full of mischievous intent. Protagonist, A, reacts with shock, realizing the true cost of their freedom. He slowly processes the unexpected payment for the knight's release. Janica, the spirit sorceress, offers a mischievous, knowing glance. She embraces him, pulling him close in a playful, yet intimate, gesture. His surprise turns to alarm as he feels the unexpected contact. Protagonist, A, finds himself utterly flustered by Janica's bold actions. He pushes her away, demanding to know the meaning of this closeness. Janica, now embarrassed, claims it was merely a test of his defenses. She admits her own fluster, realizing this encounter was far from her expectations. Janica, flustered, tries to regain control, demanding mutual respect. Protagonist, A, however, seems unconvinced by her sudden change of heart. As he presses closer, Janica slowly loses her composure once more. He pulls her into an embrace, a bold move that catches her off guard. He reminds her of a past promise, to always stand by his side. Janica, despite her embarrassment, senses a deeper plot unfolding. He confesses he's making enemies, risking the entire Academy's wrath. He pleads for her unwavering loyalty, hoping she'll remain on his side. Later, a new journey begins as he arrives at the royal quarters. Lortel, with a sinister smile, demands to know where Tanya is hidden. Meanwhile, a flashback reveals Tanya's desperate escape from pursuit. Lortel's sharp eyes narrow, believing Tanya hides in the residential area. Princess Fencia appears, questioning Lortel's true intentions for Tanya. Lortel confidently declares her control over the entire situation. She confesses her opportunistic and petty nature to the princess. Taking a sip, Lortel admits her harshness to those weaker than her. Fencia realizes the immense power the Rothstaler family wields. Lortel plans to use economic leverage against Tanya, the weaker one. Princess Fencia reveals Lortel's calculated schemes for Tanya. Lortel plots to run for student council president to pressure Tanya. The princess realizes Lortel's immense power, feeling the weight of it. Tanya's situation is dire, trapped with all escape routes controlled. Lortel's long-standing animosity towards Ed Rothstaler is revealed. The princess explains Tanya is believed to be the culprit behind Ed's death. Elvira, listening intently, understands the precariousness of their position. Princess Fencia considers confronting Tanya directly about the assassination. Suddenly, Elvira confesses, claiming responsibility for the shocking act. The Rothstaler family head, Krepin, orchestrated the entire chilling plot. Ed, his own brother, was just a pawn in a larger, sinister game. Princess Fencia, devastated, realized her words inadvertently doomed Ed. She couldn't call it a crime, but the guilt was a crushing weight. What could she possibly do to rectify this horrific, unfolding tragedy? She remembered Ed's unbreakable spirit, even in the darkest of times. There was only one path to survival and uncovering the truth. Fencia resolved to run for student council president, a dangerous gamble. She knew it wouldn't be easy, accused of kinslaying, but she would fight. Princess Fencia, haunted by guilt, declares her support for Tanya, a dangerous alliance. Elvira questions Fencia's extreme actions, fearing the consequences of her choice. Fencia grips her hands, a silent struggle within her soul. Her smile is a mask, hiding the debt she feels to the deceased Ed Rothstaler. Meanwhile, the Academy buzzes with rumors of a new, intense power struggle. Lortel, the cunning golden daughter, prepares her own bid for student council. The stakes are astronomically high, with accusations of kinslaying against Fencia. Her secretary, Elvira, worries about Lortel's relentless pursuit of power. Elvira, shaken, quickly complies as Lortel's fierce ambition burns brightest. With Ed Rothstaler presumed dead, the student council election begins. Lortel, the golden daughter, orchestrates a distorted scenario with cunning smiles. Adele awakens, stretching dramatically, seemingly unaware of the brewing storm. She kneels, praying, a stark contrast to the political machinations unfolding. Adele, now wide-eyed, urgently questions the remaining time. Belmaya, the maid, reveals only 27 days remain for the critical event. The disciplinary proposal was approved, but delayed by Academy workload. Adele, crestfallen, realizes the administrative work pushed back the timeline. With a cruel twist, Belmaya announces 29 days remain, crushing Adele. Darkness descends upon the barred cells of a forgotten dungeon. A lone guard regrets Duke Krepin's grim judgment. The fallen Ed Rothstaler, a threat even in death. His abilities were beyond exceptional, a true force to be reckoned with. A spirit summoner, burning magic for revenge, a mage unbound. His potential, connecting with such power, was truly immeasurable. The Rothstaler family's disgraced heir, his assassination always a mystery. But now, a chilling speculation emerges, hinting at his true power. Did he feign madness to escape and build his own forces? Yet, the truth remains buried. A pointless question now. A prisoner is told to report to his family head. Suddenly, a mysterious man appears, offering an escape. He introduces himself as Dune, a scout for LT Trading Company. Meanwhile, the powerful LT Trading Company continues its machinations. A girl trapped in a bed is desperate for an end. Belmaya delivers a chilling deadline, 24 days and 3 hours. The girl begs Belle to kill her, but Belle refuses. Outside, a captivating figure walks among the students. Her unique aura and beauty mesmerize all who see her. Lucy observes, remembering her own shimmering silver hair. Elvira realizes the mysterious glowing figures have vanished, leaving her bewildered. She ponders who they were, their unusual attire hinting at deeper secrets. Determined to make every moment count, she clutches a scroll, embracing her journey. A silent sigh escapes her, reflecting on the fleeting nature of this precious time. Her eyes sharpen, recognizing a familiar name on the document she holds. Tanya is safe and running for student council president, a surprising relief. But the shocking news of Ed's death, suspected to be by his own family. Elvira remembers the snowy cabin and the senior who taught her about freedom. The memory is still vivid, as if it just happened yesterday. Now, Tanya, her first friend, stands accused of Ed's murder. Public sentiment against Tanya worsens as rumors of Ed's death spread. The academy feels darker, gloomier, without senior Ed's presence. Gloom descends as students whisper, the mood turning heavy and somber. Headmaster Obel discusses Ed Rothstaler's death, seeking a responsible professor. Professor Glast suggests an assistant professor with ties to Ed and Lucy. Assistant Professor Claire recalls Ed's past help with her overwhelming workload. Another professor observes Claire, noting her quiet demeanor. Claire's face darkens, lost in thought about Ed. Her colleague notices her silence, asking about her unusual quietness. A brief, impossible connection brings a painful, rising feeling in her chest. Ed's haunting image still lingers. A painful memory endured. But it was Yanika who bravely revealed the true culprit behind Ed's murder. Yet, Yanika herself struggles, burdened by a pain even deeper. Earlier, she had innocently contemplated making curry, a fleeting moment of normalcy. She discussed cooking with Anise, admitting her fear of new recipes. Suddenly, a wave of despair crashes over her, the weight too much. Yanika screams, pulling away from Anise, clutching a small carrot. "Get a grip, Yanika," Anise pleads, as Yanika weeps uncontrollably. Yanika's eyes glow red, a terrifying shift as she denies reality. Anise, concerned, gently asks if this emotional outburst is truly right. Tanya, previously hidden, now appears at the academy, seeking to prove her innocence. Princess Fincia's public support restores some of Tanya's approval ratings. Meanwhile, Janica, oblivious, continues her chores, unknowingly caught in the political storm. But a new power rises, as students rally behind Lortel for student council president. Protagonist. A wonders if Lortel's visit to the cave was more than it seemed. He tries to recall any suspicious behavior, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Janica, still washing clothes, dismisses the political drama as unimportant. She believes Lortel's victory is inevitable, casually stating the obvious. Suddenly, Taylor arrives, his presence signaling a shift in the unfolding academy drama. He declares that Tanya's suspicion for Ed's murder is growing, despite Lortel's rise. Princess Fincia and Tanya discuss the rising accusations against Tanya for Ed's murder. Tanya, broken by the pressure, cannot testify for herself, her condition worsening. She's a prominent student, drawing attention even without being a council candidate. But now, accused of murder, she stands alienated and watched by all. Tanya can't endure this torment as the registration deadline looms. Protagonist, A, intervenes, telling Ed he understands the unspoken plea. This episode avoids battle, showcasing the protagonist's deep academy relationships. Tylee's support for the princess is a crucial strategic alliance. Top students influence elections, so targeting them is the ultimate goal. Yet, some, like Lucy and Yenica, remain unpersuadable, too complex to sway. The student council election battle demands winning over 5 key individuals. Princess Pina's victory secures the presidency and royal family support. This support is crucial against Crepin Rothstaler in a looming Act 4 confrontation. Maintaining this scenario's flow is life or death, a weapon for survival. It's the most reliable way to survive the looming great trials. Princess Penia must become student council president, despite minor changes. Public opinion against Tanya will worsen if I remain hidden. Secretly informing Princess Penia of my survival could persuade her to run. Persuading top students I know could shake up the entire board. Until candidate registration ends, there's still time to nominate Princess Penia again. Tanya, a one-time villain, became a murderer, now facing a trial not in the scenario. Protagonist, A, is left questioning if he must choose between her and the scenario. Taylor appears, offering a sparring session on the beach. Protagonist, A, despite his inner turmoil, agrees to begin. He checks his sword, ready to assess his training results. Taylor suggests movement to clear a cluttered mind. Protagonist, A, accepts, eager for a proper sparring partner. Their eyes meet, a fierce determination in their gazes. Suddenly, a girl's old, faded memories resurface. 3 siblings held hands, walking to a blooming hill. A forgotten memory. Siblings, hand in hand, under a sky of falling petals. Perhaps their last moment of peace, before burdens crushed her spirit. A close-up reveals her haunted eyes, reflecting a painful past. Furious crowds demand resignation, their shouts echoing a brutal fate. The protagonist hesitates. Interfering could twist the scenario beyond repair. Yet, Distorted elements already plague the timeline, an unknown force at play. Suddenly, a warrior emerges, blade raised, ready to defy destiny. A clash of steel, a duel of strength, both pushing their limits. With a decisive strike, the warrior unleashes a devastating single-blade attack. The protagonist observes. A small detail catches his eye. He cannot ignore it. A whirlwind of steel and magic. Protagonist clashes with a formidable opponent. He knows this existence deviates from all known scenarios. With a surge of power, he unleashes basic defense magic, ready to test his limits. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, a challenge he hadn't anticipated. Suddenly, Taylor strikes, a powerful blow, sending dust and debris flying. Protagonist A is stunned, questioning the speed of his adversary. Yet, the deeper Taylor presses, the more danger he invites. Taylor's eyes blaze with intensity, pushing his power to the absolute brink. He knows dodging is futile. A direct confrontation is inevitable. With a final, desperate roar, Taylor unleashes a devastating skill. A blinding explosion erupts as protagonist A unleashes his magic. Taylor stares in disbelief, utterly shocked by the raw power. Protagonist A moves with unnatural speed, a blur of purple energy. He deflects a fiery attack, sparks flying from his blade. Could this be? Protagonist counters with incredible precision. He uses telekinesis, not just on objects, but on his own body. This impossible movement requires instincts beyond mere theory. Suddenly, Taylor appears, unleashing a torrent of ice magic. An intermediate ice spear, a deadly projectile, shoots forward. But Taylor, impossibly, dodges the attack with uncanny speed. Protagonist A unleashes a powerful magic, baiting his opponent. This light sparring match just escalated into an all-out war. He planned a single sword, but the battle demands more. Now, protagonist A fully activates advanced mana armament. A chilling smile reveals his true intent. Practice for real combat. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the arena. Janica watches, horrified, as the chaos unfolds. Unaware of the battle, she prepares food, worried about Ed. Back in the arena, protagonist A unleashes a devastating assault. His enemy is caught, trapped in a relentless barrage of magic. Protagonist A unleashes a torrent of mana, forcing Maya to defend herself. He channels raw power, manifesting a lethal mana armament. With incredible speed, protagonist A fires multiple piercing mana blades. Maya is overwhelmed, caught in the devastating magical storm. Mana armament turns pure mana into deadly, physical weapons. Most mages find such diverse armaments too complex to master. Protagonist A, however, wields every weapon without restriction. This unique magic, Jix's legacy, is his ultimate advantage. Maya, realizing her disadvantage, unleashes telekinesis. But protagonist A's movements are too fast, too unpredictable to track. Protagonist A's resolve hardens, magic surging with deadly intent. A new power awakens. Blessing of the Storm, deflecting all unexpected attacks. He unleashes a devastating torrent of wind and mana, striking true. But the counterattack lands, leaving protagonist A bleeding, yet defiant. He dodges, a phantom blur amidst the swirling energy. Summoning arcane power, protagonist A's stance shifts, mana flowing. A shocking move. How did he anticipate the unseen attack? Spirit style. Manifestation of a water source. A new spirit power unleashed. Water whips explode from the ground, binding his unseen foe. A powerful water spirit, a furious beast, manifests at his command. Ed unleashes a devastating surge of power, striking protagonist A with brutal force. Protagonist A, battered and bleeding, the clash intensifies as Ed closes in. Fueled by a terrifying, fiery aura, protagonist A retaliates, unleashing a focused explosion of pure mana. He gasps, acknowledging Ed's unexpected strength and growth in this twisted scenario. A terrifying realization dawns. Ed's power far exceeds expectations, unsettling protagonist A. Ed, glowing with dark energy, praises protagonist A's resilience. With a chilling stomp, Ed's power ripples, confirming his formidable presence. Protagonist A recognizes the danger. He can no longer hold back against this foe. Ed's eyes glow with menacing intent. The true battle is about to begin. Protagonist A unleashes Convergence, a terrifying new advanced mana armament. He summons Ricea, a powerful spirit, shocking his opponent. The spirit roars, lunging with overwhelming force and speed. Protagonist A's new form radiates immense, uncontrolled power. He realizes this power should not manifest so early in the timeline. This is Jix's final combat pattern, seen only in Act 4. Swords of vegetation erupt, surrounding protagonist A with deadly intent. Overwhelming firepower is the only way to defeat Senior Ed. Protagonist A attacks, a storm of verdant energy engulfing the arena. Ed retaliates, manifesting powerful flames from his hands. Explosions rocked the arena as protagonist A unleashed his focused attack. He was out of mana, but he had no choice. The true problem, he knew, was the next incoming assault. Ed Rothstaler, shrouded in verdant energy, launched his devastating second attack. Protagonist A countered, channeling raw energy into a powerful punch. He unleashed a shockwave, desperately pushing back against the encroaching blades. Gasping for air, protagonist A activated a forbidden magitech tool. Ed Rothstaler, enraged, declared protagonist A's mana exhaustion signaled the end. Green energy blades rained down relentlessly, overwhelming protagonist A. Suddenly, Ed recoiled in disbelief, sensing something impossible. Ed unleashes wind magic, bewildered by protagonist A's manaless resistance. Protagonist A, battered, prepares to unleash his full power in return. He activates Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, a legendary magic tool. Protagonist A painfully squeezes out a minimum amount of mana. The raw effort twists his face into a grimace of determination. He finally summons something incredible, his eyes wide with surprise. A powerful female entity appears, summoned without any external aid. She remarks on Ed's remarkable progress, revealing her identity. Suddenly, a blaring horn signals an unknown, impending event. Chaos erupts as students scatter, screaming in terror. The student council election is a completely one-sided fight for the presidency. Lortel, the Golden Daughter, commands the crowd with her undeniable charisma. Her smile radiates confidence, securing her victory in the election. But what if she actually becomes the president? No one will be able to stop the deputy lord. Lortel's eye twitches, a sinister glint betraying her calm facade. Tanya Rothstaler trembles, fear etched on her face as Lortel observes her. Lortel questions Tanya's nervousness, her voice laced with subtle menace. Tanya hesitates, a secret weighing heavily on her. Then, she screams, "I didn't kill my brother Ed." Lortel, eyes glowing, watches the unfolding drama with a sinister smirk. Tanya Rothstaler steps onto the stage, addressing the silent, expectant crowd. A nervous gasp escapes her, the weight of her claim pressing down. She declares her candidacy, her voice cracking with forced confidence. Before the massive, unmoving crowd, her small figure stands defiant. Two stern faces watch from the side, their judgment palpable. Tanya pleads her case, her voice rising in a desperate crescendo. Lortel observes, questioning if this is a plea or a political masterstroke. Minutes drag on, the crowd utterly unresponsive, a chilling silence. Tanya's face crumples, tears welling as her hopes crumble. Her eyes widen in terror as the crowd's accusation of murder echoes. Bottles shatter around her feet, a symbol of her crumbling defense. The accusations intensify, linking her to a Rothstaler family power struggle. Tanya's resolve breaks. She collapses, thanking them for listening. A foot crushes a bottle, mirroring her crushed hopes and desperate situation. She lies defeated, shattered amidst the debris of her failed plea. Suddenly, a horrifying laughter erupts, mocking her desperate struggle. Tanya's own tears fall, realizing the futility of her reckless gamble. The angry crowd looms, their faces twisted in judgment and fury. She knows she must escape this nightmare, somehow, before it's too late. Tanya screams, clutching her head as invisible forces brutally attack her. Elvira is thrown back by an unseen assailant, completely outmatched. Suddenly, a piercing blue eye gleams with overwhelming power. A mysterious symbol blazes into existence, a mark of forgotten strength. The air shatters as a colossal spirit wolf manifests, protecting them. Tanya looks up, battered but now shielded by the powerful spirit. He appears bathed in light, a forgotten savior from her past. Their hands intertwine, a connection deeper than time and memory. A hand extends, pulling her from despair, sparking a forgotten recollection. Tanya's eyes widen, tears streaming as a crucial memory resurfaces. He pulls her close, a phantom spirit looming behind him. He holds her hand, whispering to deal with the situation first. Days before, a strange, shimmering energy filled the empty sky. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appears, her power glowing like a spirit. She taunts Ed Rothstaler, revealing impressive magic efficiency. He screams as an updraft spell lifts him, his freedom stolen. A sudden memory of the protagonist's eye gleams, focused and intense. The glowing woman unleashes another blast of raw, green energy. A hand holding a blazing ring signifies the limits of borrowed mana. The powerful woman shivers, her magical energy completely depleted. Her powerful eyes glowed, demanding a halt to the mysterious force. The spirit-like woman unleashed a devastating emerald energy blast. She struggled, her form making movement incredibly difficult. Another surge of green energy erupted, striking with incredible force. The attack tore through the air, sending the woman reeling. She lay defeated on the ground, the battle undeniably lost. The protagonist, bruised and battered, conceded his defeat. He clenched his fist, accepting the harsh but valuable lesson. The mysterious woman recognized his immense growth in just 1 year. He reflected on his relentless training, remembering why he fought. The pain only fueled him, igniting a fierce resolve. He and his companion, battered and bloodied, reflected on their past actions. They understood the future, trying to control the uncontrollable scenario. He believed his meticulous planning was the ultimate solution. Yet, the scenario frequently spiraled, threatening everything he built. He relentlessly fixed every deviation, every threat to his vision. The fear of variables made him hesitate, even for Tanya's rescue. Intervening meant shattering the fragile, carefully maintained timeline. But now, with new strength, he observed the unfolding events. Jix, his ally, had grown powerful, ready for the final battle. Janica, now stronger, had gathered powerful allies around her. The protagonist, scarred, questioned if diverging from fate was truly wrong. Suddenly, a ferocious spirit manifested, its power radiating intensely. Students recoiled in terror, witnessing the overwhelming spiritual energy. One student, however, urged calm, recognizing the spirit's unique aura. He remembered seeing such a high-ranking spirit before, stunned. Another recalled elemental studies, realizing who controlled such power. Then, Ed Rothstaler appeared, alive, shocking everyone to their core. He calmly greeted them, asserting his identity and presence. Ed declared his support for Tanya, revealing she was innocent of his murder. Yenika, the top third year, stands ready with overwhelming power. The combat and alchemy department heads, Claveus and Elvira, are here. Students Joseph and Wade also declare their unwavering support. Protagonist A, however, needs to convey Tanya's true intentions first. He clutches a relic, determined to clear Tanya's name. As her family, he will always stand by her side. He reflects on his near-death experience, stabbed and poisoned. Rescued by Janica, he returned to defend Tanya. The investigation wraps up, marking the final, exhausting step. Protagonist A is sick of it, unable to believe this is truly the end. The headmaster's piercing gaze fell upon a name: Ed Rothstaler. Protagonist A stood before Headmaster Obel Forcius, the Academy's formidable leader. His welcome was calm, yet the air crackled with unspoken tension. The headmaster had reviewed everything, acknowledging protagonist as ordeal. He apologized for the Academy's security lapse, a grave misfortune. But protagonist A knew better. This was no simple mistake, but a meticulous plan. He sipped his tea, reflecting on the orchestrated betrayal. The headmaster, too, felt a deliberate intent behind the chaos. A chilling flashback. Assassins waited until their target was alone. The headmaster vowed to protect the Academy, regardless of noble schemes. The headmaster must report to the Imperial family, revealing protagonist A's survival. This would expose him to the powerful Rothstaler family in an unexpected way. He suggests postponing the report, questioning the immediate risk. Protagonist A reveals his own father, Krepin Rothstaler, ordered his death. The Rothstaler family prefers silence, avoiding any public scandal. Protagonist A, the revived Ed Rothstaler, stares intensely, defying his past. The headmaster notes protagonist A's rapid rise and improved reputation. He has become a completely different person, a chilling transformation. The headmaster pushes the paperwork across the table, finalizing the agreement. Sylvania protects its students, especially a talented one like him. The headmaster knew everything, yet still turned a blind eye. Protagonist A's very survival hinged on this unspoken agreement. Meanwhile, a fierce girl furiously defends Tanya from unwanted attention. Protagonist A watches, contemplating the delicate social dance before him. Suddenly, Tanya appears, addressing protagonist A as brother. She congratulates him on his almost certain election, a shocking reveal. Tanya, with a sly smile, admits she can't let her guard down just yet. Her innocence was proven, securing overwhelming support from her peers. The decisive reason for her triumph was Lortel's unexpected downfall. Lortel's relentless framing of a two-way rivalry sealed her own fate. An article was published, papers scattering like autumn leaves. It revealed Lortel's embezzlement, forcing his disgraceful resignation. Now, only Tanya's supporters remain, her victory secured. She apologizes for their lack of conversation during the election. With a warm smile, Tanya wants to express her profound gratitude. She tearfully thanks her brother for his unwavering support. Tanya, still smiling, admits a mischievous question lingers. She gathers courage to ask why he supported her candidacy. He had no reason to intervene, yet he stood by her. Protagonist A listens, a complex expression crossing his face. He explains his support. Your family. Of course, I should take your side. A subtle smile plays on his lips, hinting at deeper motives. Tanya's face softens with relief and a touch of joy. He adds he might be biased, since I'm human after all. Tanya promises to help if a crisis ever arises. He watches her walk away, a knowing look in his eyes. A quiet smirk now, revealing a hidden agenda. Your family, so of course I should take your side. Another enters, revealing she's been watching their entire exchange. She asks about his well-being, noting recent bad rumors. Everything unfolds according to her grand, intricate plan. The scandal of embezzlement secured victory, exposed by her own side. A one-on-one competition was meticulously orchestrated for Tanya. All other candidates were erased, part of the flawless strategy. Lortel's hostility toward the princess was a calculated move. It was all to pressure Tanya into running for president. Two strong allies, indebted by a supposed death, would repay. They would side with him when he returned, alive. He hopes Tanya remains on his side, his only ally. He saved her because she is family, and useful for his war. Dark secrets linger within the academy's walls, unseen by most. Lortel, calculating and cunning, stretches, her true intentions hidden. Protagonist, A's infamy grows, a puppet master pulling strings from the shadows. He questions Lortel's manipulative habits, sensing her schemes. Lortel casually dismisses his concerns, her smile unwavering. She embraces her villainous role, unbothered by rumors. She maintains her alliance, a necessary evil for his plans. Princess Tanya, now uncertain, stands on a balcony, fate unknown. The power struggle intensifies, a silent war unfolding in the night. Protagonist, A watches, the third act of his grand scenario about to begin. Returning to his humble shelter, a month felt like an eternity. Work awaited, clearing the bonfire area to restore his camp. Inside, the mess he left behind needed urgent organizing. Suddenly, a soft murmur escaped someone's lips. A witch's hat lay discarded, a silent witness to what happened. Protagonist, A found a sleeping figure, a woman, in his bed. She stirred, breathing softly, unaware of his presence. A sly smile crept onto protagonist, A's face, a plan forming. He picked up a strange, bound book, its secrets unknown. Protagonist, A sat, observing the woman and the mysterious book. Protagonist, arrested, lost in thought, the mysterious book covering his face. He returned to his secluded camp, the starry night sky watching over him. 3 days later, the academy buzzed with news of Tanya's election. Janica was shocked, being graded by a powerful senior spirit professor. Professor Melina, an intimidating figure, offered bonus points with a smirk. Janica, a top spiritist, questioned why she was the one chosen. Melina insisted Janica must establish her dignity in upcoming combat training. The professor then accused Janica of being head over heels for Ed. Janica erupted in a furious, blushing denial, completely flustered. Her face flushed crimson as she frantically denied the shocking accusation. Before, you two were always together in common courses and elemental studies. Even when going to student welfare facilities or the cafeteria, you were together. Especially these days, what are you two doing that? You're always grinning whenever there's a chance. What silly thoughts are you having that make you space out like that? Even during lectures, you just stare blankly at the board and start smiling. You look like kids who just started dating. It makes me sigh. Professor, please, not in front of the others. Everyone already knows that you and Ed are dating. Janica Failover, a girl who could see spirits, was a genius among geniuses. A mysterious outsider arrived, speaking formally to the beloved Yanika. He was the only one to ever speak to her that way. Yanika, unfamiliar with such speech, was still innocent and naive. Yet, her natural friendliness shone through, despite his strange warnings. The postboy soon grew close, sharing tales of the outside world. Everyone in the village, including him, adored her radiant smile. His heart was completely taken. He offered her a bouquet. Yanika, unable to refuse, blushed as she accepted his feelings. But her youth meant she couldn't understand love's true depth. She rejected him, and he fled, never to return for a long time. When they finally met again, he brought something truly unexpected. The girl said goodbye, her expression unreadable. He walked away, leaving the formal speech behind. 3 years later, she barely remembered his face. But refusal still terrified Yanika, and formal speech remained unfamiliar. Suddenly, a voice startled her, offering help and guidance. At the administrative office, they offered assistance with any applications. Yanika blushed, caught off guard by the sudden attention. She hesitated, holding the dormitory withdrawal application. Many people would gladly help if she was struggling. Normally surrounded by people, Yanika felt overwhelmed by attention. Even her close friend, Lortel, noticed her distant demeanor. Yanika apologized, admitting there was a reason for her distraction. Lortel, understanding, asked what truly weighed on her mind now. Yanika confessed her inability to refuse requests, making her uncomfortable. Lortel blasted her for becoming Ed's maid, cooking and cleaning. Blushing, Yanika denied it, claiming she acted of her own free will. But Lortel pressed, warning that closeness makes requests harder to ask. Yanika pondered Lortel's radical suggestion to create distance. Lortel stressed they needed more distance to ignite excitement. Lortel despairs, realizing her advice might leave him utterly alone. Yanika, misunderstanding, thanks Lortel for the restless idea. With a mischievous glint, Yanika declares her great idea and bolts. Lortel reaches out, horrified, as Yanika speeds away. Her hand drops, the weight of her terrible mistake sinking in. What have I done? Lortel clutches her head in utter despair. Meanwhile, the protagonist unlocks a legendary crafting recipe. It's for a lightning-struck 1,000-year-old staff, a powerful artifact. The key ingredient is a branch from an ancient, lightning-struck tree. This rare item is a reward in Act 3, but he needs it now. The protagonist, focused on crafting, realized the true hurdle. Lightning. He pondered the impossible ingredient, a lightning-struck branch, as Lucy slept. He gently called out to her, waking her from her peaceful slumber. Lucy's eyes fluttered open, purple irises adjusting to the light. The protagonist looked down, surprised by her sudden, dramatic awakening. Lucy shot upright, startled, almost tumbling from her hammock. He questioned her reaction, noting it wasn't their first time like this. Embarrassed, Lucy apologized, accepting her startling nature. The two hurried off, leaving the serene forest behind. Yanika, hidden in the bushes, bid a cheerful farewell to Ed. Ed noted Yanika's tardiness, questioning her delayed arrival. Yanika, flustered, insisted she was merely late, despite her struggles. Ed offered her tea, a simple gesture causing Yanika's confusion to deepen. She accepted, battling her inner turmoil about maintaining distance from him. The sky burned as Yanika's spirit handling impressed Ed immensely. Their companion, Mug, was praised for its perfect synergy with Ed. Mug, swelling with pride, vowed to train even harder. Suddenly, Belle Maya appeared, seeking Lucy, the academy's top student. Belle expressed relief seeing Ed alive, explaining her worry. A strange, glowing energy pulsed, catching Yanika completely off guard. Belle questions Ed about maidenly conduct, a power struggle brewing beneath their words. She vows to inspect maid duties, especially speech, leaving Ed surprised. Belle's rare expression reveals a hidden tension, a silent battle of wills. Ed's thoughts echo, a distance growing, a power struggle for dominance. Yanika expresses relief. Ed is well, finding comfort in friends. Belle prepares for inspection, her movements hinting at a deeper game. She prepares to ready Lucy, a pawn in this unfolding drama. Belle bids them farewell, her words a veiled warning about troubles. Ed calls out, sensing a shift, a new dynamic emerging. Yanika, flustered, suggests formal speech, questioning its necessity and timing. Yanika clarifies, it's about respect, not just formal speech. Her touch sends a jolt, a silent confession. She simply wanted to try it, a daring request. Ed, flustered, agrees to her strange proposal. With curfew approaching, a quick goodbye seems inevitable. Yanika nervously greets him, an awkward tension filling the air. He questions the strangeness, feeling trapped in an emotional paradox. He struggles for words, her emotions contagiously overwhelming him. Her inexplicable embarrassment spreads, making him equally nervous. 3 minutes later, a campfire burns, signaling a new chapter. An awkward silence hangs heavy between them, words failing. She quickly dismisses the moment, adding to the tension. He reflects on their strained relationship, once so comfortable. The girl who initiated this now regrets the unspoken challenge. He desperately wishes for the discomfort to vanish. Curfew approaches, a sudden realization breaking the spell. She thanks him, running off with a shy promise. He sits alone, pondering the strange encounter. This agonizing social dance, must it continue? Later, under a tranquil tree, he finds a moment of peace. The protagonist is questioned about his awkward formal exchanges with Yanika. He sighs, asking why she would even ask when she saw everything. Adele, perched on a tree branch, reveals she's been observing him. Meanwhile, Janica, still flustered from yesterday, walks awkwardly past. He wonders if Yanika's strange behavior is due to stress. Adele descends gracefully from the tree, landing softly on the grass. She playfully teases him about his concern for Yanika. A mischievous glint in her eye, Adele grins. He asks permission to gather branches for crafting a powerful staff. Adele simply states he doesn't need her permission for that. Adele reveals she is the protector of the entire forest, not just one tree. Her name was slapped onto the tree by an old, unknown friend. He realizes her long life means many powerful connections. Adele asks why spirits take animal forms when she can be human. She explains spirits copy familiar forms to manifest. Adele then asks whose form she copied to become human. He's shocked as she reveals she can read his thoughts due to their contract. She claims his ideal type is the form she copied. Hez utterly flustered, denying that it is his type. Suddenly, Adele grins, revealing she was lying all along. Adele reveals her human form isn't his type, mocking his flustered reaction. She recounts her ancient past, witnessing Sylvania Academy's rise and fall. Adele then unveils her true origin, the girl she copied eons ago. This girl was the Academy's founder, the great sage Sylvania. A shocking revelation, connecting Adele to the very essence of the Academy. Adele is the great sage Sylvania, a powerful sorceress reborn. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a tense, quiet night in the forest. He awkwardly greets a new figure, holding a peeled apple. A new girl appears, confused by his stumbling introduction. He nervously offers her the apple, a simple gesture in the quiet night. Under the quiet night sky, he peels fruit by the crackling fire. She timidly offers a plate, her gaze fixed on the glowing embers. Confused, he watches her eat, sensing an unspoken tension in the air. A subtle movement, her hand brushes his, a silent plea. She begins, a nervous tremor in her voice, a strange request forming. Her face buried, she asks him to listen before he answers. He calms himself, an adult preparing for an unexpected confession. Then, the words, "What if I lived with you, Ed?" A sudden prick, blood drips from his hand, the apple pierced. "Ed, are you okay?" she cries, as his composure shatters. Years of survival honed his skills, but nothing prepared him for this moment. A cut finger, a moment to breathe, to collect his scattered thoughts. He knew what she'd say, yet he had to make his position clear. She was kind, hardworking, great, everyone saw it, not just him. Simply put, he liked her, a confession that made her blush. But he was a man. Living together could lead to complications. He praised her beauty, trying to be a gentleman, but the danger was real. The thought of living under one roof, he knew the risks. He trusted her, but men were still men, and he was still a man. Her defiant, tear-filled gaze insisted. If it was him, she didn't mind. Her tear-filled eyes, pleading with him, created an undeniable tension, the invisible boundary between them, a tug-of-war of unspoken desires. He gently pulls her closer, contemplating the path ahead. A distant memory flashes, a familiar yet unsettling connection. After the grueling student council election, he finally found peace. But Yanika's sudden proposal shattered his fragile calm. Her desperation, her silent tears, tempting him to abandon reason. He felt the weight of her vulnerability, a soft touch against his arm. He asks, "Are you struggling, Yanika?" There's always a hidden reason behind unexpected actions. Yanika looks up at him, confessing her desire to escape it all. Under the moonlight, she reveals her past struggles and yearning for solitude. From the very beginning, Yanika lost control under the crushing weight of public attention. Living in the regular dorms was a constant performance, forcing smiles. Protagonist A observes, realizing the immense burden she has carried for so long. Yanika calls their shared camp a refuge, a place to finally run away to. She leans into him, a soft laughter escaping her lips, feeling overwhelmed. Protagonist A acknowledges her feelings, yet maintains his unwavering stance. He explains that burdens are shared, a fundamental part of living together. He promises to make a request that burdens her next time, balancing their bond. Yanika, blushing, leans into protagonist A, confessing her desire for closeness. But then, her face flushes red as she awkwardly suggests separate huts. Protagonist A observes her flustered reaction, far from the joy he anticipated. Suddenly, she collapses into his arms, overwhelmed by emotion and gratitude. He holds her close, noticing her shift to informal speech, a deeper connection. She tried to create distance, but their bond was already irrevocably forged. Yanika, ever the helper, now found herself the one in desperate need. As she wept, protagonist A offered his quiet, steadfast comfort under the night sky. The next morning, sunlight pierces the forest. A new day dawning. Protagonist. A stretches, prioritizing his classes and the crafting of his powerful staff. Our hero wakes in a panic, overwhelmed by his schedule and lack of sleep. Tarkin, the high-rank fire spirit, greets him with an unexpected question. He needs advice on building a hut, a task our hero knows well. Tarkin reveals a spirit realm party kept him up all night. The construction site is already chosen, right across from protagonist A's hut. The spirits debate the optimal distance for their new dwelling. Suddenly, Tarkin lands on protagonist A's shoulder, ready to supervise. He announces a 10-day construction plan, claiming maximum efficiency. Protagonist A is shocked, questioning the lengthy 10-day timeline. Tarkin, enraged, rants about lazy lower spirits and past summoners' hardships. Tarkin reluctantly suggests a week, but the hero demands 5 days. With a fiery spirit, he declares the hut will be done in 5 days. The hero is shocked, remembering his own months-long struggle. Tarkin accepts the order, determined to prove himself. The hero sighs, picking up his tools for the task. He works swiftly, even planning to craft a legendary staff. Meanwhile, Lucy can't sleep, disturbed by the relentless noise. The spirits work tirelessly, building the hut with surprising speed. Lucy glares, the true reason for her discomfort revealed. Janica watches from the logs, a mischievous smile on her face. Yanika, with a radiant smile, happily greeted Lucy. But a flicker of intense rage ignited in Yanika's eyes. A past clash between them hinted at a deeper rivalry. Yanika, usually kind, now refused to back down. She declared her intention to live there, sparkling with determination. Lucy, however, was clearly infuriated by the new development. Meanwhile, the hero, protagonist, A, calmly smoked, deep in thought. He carried a stack of forbidden elemental magic books. He sought new magic, knowing his current spells were weak. Against Ed Rothstaler, only overwhelming power could truly prevail. Protagonist, A, lost in thought, considers the implications of raw firepower. He observes Adele, the guardian of the sacred flame, playing her lute. Adele, a seemingly minor companion from Act 1, holds unknown power. She speaks to protagonist, A, who carries forbidden magical tomes. He is surprised she addresses him, a man of such infamy. Adele mentions complicated feelings from Talie and Ayla, intriguing him. Suddenly, a vision of Talie training intensely with fire magic erupts. Protagonist A declines Adele's song, burdened by his heavy magical studies. He turns away from her, determined to master his newfound magic. A future vision reveals a blood-splattered throne, awaiting its dark master. Adele's chilling prophecy. Kill your most respected, or die yourself. Protagonist A stares, shocked, at this impossible vision. Adele, ever serene, possesses the power to glimpse the future. But her visions are imperfect, a truth he desperately wants to believe. Yet, an uneasy feeling gnaws at him, knowing the future's grim truth. In the unfolding tragedy of Act 3, Adele is fated to die. He refuses to accept this fate, a defiant spark in his eyes. He plans 2 staffs from the lightning-struck tree, for Yanika and himself. Tanya, asked to create lightning, grudgingly agrees to only 1 staff. He threatens to give it only to Yanika, infuriating Tanya. Tanya, furious, grumbles about unfairness, refusing to create 2 staffs. The protagonist, however, has a cunning plan, offering a compromise. He reveals a condition, a twist of fate only he understands. He demands Tanya accompany him, dragging her away from the academy. They journey to unravel the legend of the great mage Glocht. Glocht, a master of spirits, defeated 2 supreme elemental forces at once. This formidable mage invested his entire fortune into Sylvania Academy. His dedication transformed it into the world's greatest institution. Glocht poured his resources into the academy, shaping its destiny. Later, he found an abandoned child in a remote monastery, a new mystery. The abandoned child was Lucy, her potential still unknown. Her magical talent, however, exceeded all imagination. It was a talent worthy of being called humanity's greatest gem. Glocht, the legendary mage, dedicated his twilight years to polishing this gem. His final years, however, were lonely and unremarkable. His wife died fighting Theorpus, and all companions passed before him. He chose seclusion in the mountains, writing alone. Yet, there was a silver lining, a legacy to carry on. Lucy, his adopted daughter, would continue his work. Glocht passed peacefully in a shabby hut, his journey complete. Do you know where the old man's hometown was, according to history class? Protagonist A corrects her, saying the books got it wrong. His real hometown was here, on Arkan Island. He always spoke happily of Arkan Island, even in his final moments. Lucy reflects on Glocht, the foolish old man who worried only about the academy. Lucy recounts the journey she had no choice but to take. Young Lucy was left with a rundown hut and Glock's cold corpse. She froze his body using ice magic, a feat draining for most. Yet even then, Lucy maintained the ice spell effortlessly. She began her journey south from Glock's hut, carrying his frozen body. Lucy journeys across vast lands, carrying her master's frozen body. The arduous path crosses treacherous mountains and winding rivers. Finally, she reaches Arkan Island, the end of her long journey. She maintains powerful preservation magic, her own strength waning. 3 months pass. Lucy and protagonist, A, arrive at a hidden location. This sacred place, where great mages once trained, now reveals itself. Lucy's journey culminates here, before a legendary staff and gold. Protagonist, A, finds a book, Principles of Celestial Magic by Glock's Southern Chronicles, a book of immense value, pales in comparison. This final work, detailing celestial magic, is truly priceless. The legendary master's final wisdom echoes, a priceless legacy for protagonist, A. Lucy, facing her own destiny, contemplates the journey yet to come. She wonders if her path will be another grand quest or a quiet drift. But one promise binds her: protect Sylvania when crisis inevitably strikes. Her master's story, though not joyful, shaped her resolve. Protagonist, A, a silent guardian, listens to her solemn vow. Her master's grave on Arkan Island marks the end of her first journey. Lucy remains tethered, awaiting the trials that will forge her future. They sit together, watching the sunset, a moment of shared stillness. Soon, Lucy will embark on her own life, free from shadows. The waves crash, a symphony of late spring, as a new dawn breaks. Protagonist, A, sits unshaken, his gaze fixed on the horizon's fiery embrace. Beneath the earth, a relic of immense power awaits discovery. Janica Failover approaches a newly built cabin, her eyes wide with surprise. She marvels at the speed of its construction, a feat of unexpected magic. Her summoned spirits have gone wild, building with uncontrolled enthusiasm. Tarkan, the fire spirit, glows with intense power, ready to ascend. Protagonist, thanks his spirits as they shimmer, disappearing back to their realm. Janica walks away, leaving a strange inscription on the ground. She ponders the meaning of cohabiting as her journey continues. Janica envisions living together with a blush, her eyes sparkling. But then, her expression shifts to shock, a new thought dawning. A dark figure appears, stepping from a doorway, ominously. Elvira yawns, stretching in the sunlight, seemingly unbothered. Her purple eye glints sharply, a hint of something deeper. Janica stands firm, clutching her staff, pondering the inscription. The mysterious symbol on the ground reads "Living Together." Elvira smiles enigmatically, a knowing look on her face. She clarifies the distinction: cohabiting versus sharing a bed. A new category of celestial magic is unlocked, pulsing with power. Elvira observes Lucy's struggle with celestial magic, finding it difficult to control. Lucy, however, insists practice will lead to mastery of the complex celestial magic. Suddenly, crafting tools pulse with celestial energy, illuminating the forest. Elvira notes protagonist, A's own unexpected celestial magic practice. Lucy blushes as protagonist. A gently pats her head, acknowledging her talent. Protagonist, A studies Glock's Principles of Celestial Magic, a forbidden text. This celestial magic, unknown in the game, manipulates time, space, and mind. It distorts natural laws, making it incredibly dangerous and difficult to comprehend. Lucy's instinctive learning is unique. Only Professor Glast could teach it. Professor Glast lies motionless, covered in blood, a grim end to his profound knowledge. If only Professor Glast were still alive to guide him through these escalating mysteries. A new female presence emerges, complicating the protagonist's already complex path. Suddenly, a mysterious spirit materializes, startling protagonist, A, and his companion. He faces the unknown, uncertain of the hellscape that awaits his journey. The spirit, Clarice, demands to continue reading, interrupting a crucial moment. Protagonist, A, realizes it's the spirit he met before, asking her intentions. She delivers a stack of old magic books, requested for discard by him. Protagonist, A, offers to return the favor for the heavy load. Clarice proposes a shocking alliance, working together in the student council. He hesitates, recalling the recent chaos with Tanya, but Clarice insists. Clarice asks protagonist, A, to join the student council, seeking reliable allies. A first-year student council president is gathering the strongest cabinet in history. Even the deceased Ed Rothstaler is being considered for this powerful lineup. Protagonist, A, hesitates, burdened by too many responsibilities already. He believes the student council president will be disappointed by his refusal. Yet, the timeline is already broken, making old predictions meaningless. The looming joint combat training is the true turning point for Act 3. A terrifying past event resurfaces, a student drinking the forbidden blood of the evil god. The memory of this gruesome incident still haunts him. Now, the future is completely unknown. The story has escaped his control. A magnificent golden carriage, too massive to move without powerful magic, rides. This palace on wheels is a spectacle, escorted by troops like a moving army. Its extravagance means it rarely leaves the holy capital, a true marvel. High atop the moving palace, two silhouettes are seated, journeying onward. Archbishop Bertio expresses relief, glad they could check on the saintess. Holy Emperor Eldane credits Bertio for arranging visits to noble territories. The Emperor's stern gaze confirms Sylvania Academy is their next destination. He questions if everything is prepared for his unprecedented visit. Meanwhile, a student's uniform hangs, hinting at impending duties. Princess Fencia, buried in paperwork, questions the true purpose of this grand visit. Princess Fencia questions the true purpose of the Emperor's grand visit. She believes he truly worries about Saintess Clarice, the Church's heart. Another meeting request arrives, this time for a second-year student. It's for Adele, the wandering bard, whose identity remains a mystery. The schedule is arranged. The Holy Emperor will meet the Saintess soon. The Emperor's arrival from the Holy Capital ignites anticipation. The real Saintess will finally stand before the students today. Clarice, tired of her role, longs for the Academy's simple life. She dreams of meeting someone special, a fleeting presence. Memories of shared exams and a snowy cabin fill her thoughts. Adele, the wandering bard, finally has stories of her own to tell. Her red eyes hold secrets she dares not share with the Archbishop. Tales of a student wrecking dorms and a noble tangled in murder. Archbishop Berteo, preaching purity, would demand her immediate expulsion. It's hard to refuse Berteo, not for mind reading, but his paternal presence. He's been like a childhood teacher, making refusal almost impossible for her. Meanwhile, someone tells Saintess Clarice to relax, noticing her stress. Her academic life hangs by a thread if her true identity is discovered. Suddenly, a horrifying realization dawns upon her, eyes wide with dread. Ed Rothstaler, dead, is being held, his secrets still tightly bound. If Bertio's mind reading reveals Ed knows her identity, it's over. A concerned maid offers tea, but Clarice is too restless to relax. Clarice makes a sudden request. She needs to prepare for an outing. The maid asks where she plans to go, her gaze full of worry. Clarice whispers a single name, the key to her urgent mission. Ed. She needs to see Ed Rothstaler, hoping it will calm her fears. Her maid is shocked, questioning the sudden, desperate desire. The maid worries, sensing danger if Ed and the Saintess meet. Meanwhile, the joint combat training matchups are posted, stirring the Academy. Lortel Ketcheln considers the upcoming duels, contemplating a challenge. The Academy's joint combat training pits students against each other across years. This year, challengers must formally issue a duel request. First-year A-class members are noticeably absent from the matches, but the first and second-year matchups promise an epic spectacle. For third and fourth-year battles, apathy reigns supreme. No one cares about their lack of talent, except Yenika's past victory. The truly powerful, like protagonist, A, receive no challenges at all. Yenika, despite her strength, seems reluctant to issue a challenge herself. Protagonist, A prefers to remain unnoticed, observing the chaos unfold. Suddenly, a figure in armor demands passage, disrupting the calm. A grand carriage arrives, announcing the Saintess's arrival with urgency. The protagonist reflects on how much the scenario has deviated from his knowledge. Clarice's unexpected presence at this time is deeply unsettling. Her schedule should have prevented her from attending combat training. Did the Holy Emperor's visit delay, altering fate itself? A sudden movement from Janica Failover draws his attention. Suddenly, a beautiful woman with long white hair appears, coming in person. She smiles sweetly, greeting a surprised Senior Ed. The Saintess explains she couldn't wait, needing to see him immediately. Janica Failover blushes, utterly starstruck by the Saintess's presence. Janica Failover, utterly starstruck, nervously clutches Ed's sleeve, asking what to do. The Saintess, Kylie Ekran, exudes perfect grace, her emotions unreadable after years of training. She explains her unexpected presence, aligning with the Holy Emperor's visit. Ed realizes she came specifically for him, but why? He reflects on the Holy Emperor's wisdom and Archbishop Bertio's uncanny astuteness. The Saintess sips tea, a serene smile masking any deeper intentions. Ed suspects Bertio's ability to read thoughts is some form of sacred magic. He understands the terrifying implication. The Archbishop can truly see into minds. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns on Ed as his eye glints. Clara sees true purpose. She fears Burdeo will expose her knowledge of Ed's real identity. Ed realizes Archbishop Burdeo's power is truly terrifying. He feigns nonchalance, claiming a disgraced person like him would never meet the Archbishop. Ed emphasizes his busy schedule with combat training, making a meeting impossible. Clarice, seemingly relieved, smiles, affirming his words with a blush. But then, her eyes snap open, burning crimson with sudden fear. Janica questions Clarice's true motive for seeking out Ed. Clarice's face distorts with panic, denying any ulterior motive. She forces a laugh, trying to brush off her intense nervousness. Her inner turmoil explodes, confessing a desperate need to see someone. Hands clenched, Clarice struggles to control her rising anxiety and fear. Clarice desperately confesses wanting to see someone, denying ulterior motives. Suddenly, panic strikes as the Holy Emperor's arrival looms. A grand carriage arrives, signaling the Emperor's presence. The carriage vanishes, leaving a void where immense power once was. An unseen force resonates, leaving onlookers stunned and confused. Ed sighs, finding Clarice's presence utterly exhausting. A massive crowd cheers as two figures prepare for battle. Ed is challenged, recognized as the strongest first year. He is completely blindsided by a sudden, unseen attack. Now, the true combat begins. Upperclassmen unleash their blades and magic. Kordek Baeldirk, a ruthless fourth year, challenges Ed, underestimating his junior opponent. Juniors in the crowd panic, terrified of Kordek's blunt, overwhelming weapon. Ed Rothstaler and Kordek Baeldirk prepare for a brutal, high-stakes battle. The referee yells, "Begin!" and the arena explodes with a burst of energy. Kordek unleashes his monstrous power, his body burning with terrifying intensity. He boasts, promising no mercy, daring Ed to back out now. Ed simply sighs, unimpressed by Kordek's bluster and raw power. Suddenly, Ed channels intense fire magic, preparing to counterattack. He unleashes a focused explosion, striking Kordek with immense force. Kordek screams in pain as the fiery blast sends him reeling backwards. Kordek groans, the fiery blast ripping through his monstrous defenses. He stares, disbelieving, wondering about this wizard's impossible reflexes. Blood trickles down his face as he curses these powerful third years. He remembers them as nothing, but now elemental beasts shimmer around Ed. Ed Rothstaler stands, an inferno of power, an absolute monster. He unleashes another devastating fire blast, annihilating everything in its path. The students watch, paralyzed with fear, gulping at the terrifying display. Kordek lies defeated, unconscious. As Ed reflects on the 5-second battle, he summons a water elemental, casually remarking he held back his true power. Ed sighs, realizing he was too distracted to fully focus on the fight. Leaving the Saintess's bombshell visit, he guides Yenica to her match. He races towards his own brutal match against Kordek. Suddenly, his path is blocked by an unexpected encounter. Adele, the prophetess, sits serenely, greeting him with a smile. She speaks of fate, hinting at their intertwined destinies. He feels an unsettling connection, a prophecy he cannot ignore. Adele departs, but her words echo. Adele Saris is going to die. The scenario has veered off course since Tanya became president. Lingering regrets surface, remembering those he couldn't save. He clenches his fist, refusing to pretend he saw nothing. Adele, the prophetess, reveals a chilling truth to the protagonist. With a knowing smile, she calmly foretells his impending death. He listens, his expression a mix of shock and dawning realization. The weight of her words settles as he processes the grim prophecy. Adele's smile persists, a cryptic contrast to her ominous message. He reacts with disbelief, staggering back from her pronouncement. His mind races, questioning how she could know his dark fate. Could she too be a possessor like him, from another world? He sprints, urgency filling his every stride, to find his allies. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, an unprecedented earthquake striking. Protagonist A stares in disbelief, a window shattering as chaos erupts around him. A massive surge of blue energy erupts, threatening to engulf everything in its path. His eyes widen in terror, questioning the impossible event unfolding before him. A legendary being, thought extinct, unleashes devastating power, shaking the very world. The sheer scale of its power is unimaginable, a true catastrophe. The Holy Spear Dragon has awakened, its presence threatening all existence. Meanwhile, the protagonist Taylor defeats the strongest first-year students in a bloody battle, but his victory is short-lived as he receives devastating news. Adele is dead. Clarice, once innocent, loses faith in the church, her eyes burning with rage. Transformed into the saint of mistrust, she faces an army sent to capture her. Awakened Lucy, the final boss of Act 3, unleashes her full power. But then, something impossible shatters the heavens. The Holy Spear Dragon, Velbrock, awakens with devastating lightning. The true final antagonist of all scenarios has arrived. Protagonist, stares in terror as the atmosphere shifts around him. The dragon's immense power causes the ground to crack and shatter. Its mere movement generates a shockwave, not magic, but raw force. With a single step, the surrounding area is decimated. Everyone nearby is sent flying, overwhelmed by the sheer power. Protagonist grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation. The dormitory building is decimated, half vanished in a catastrophic strike. He barely survived, only by sheer luck and being in the faculty building. But now, a terrifying blast sends him hurtling through the air. His magic is on the brink. He might never cast a spell again. Desperate, he unleashes maximum output, pushing his very limits. A monstrous blue beast erupts from him, a desperate, powerful guardian. He screams for Marilda to run, knowing stillness means certain death. Inside Trix Hall, a frantic voice urges the saint to escape. Adele, the saint, lies wounded, pleading for others to gather quickly. Armored knights rush in, offering their lives to escort her to safety. Knights are impaled by deadly blue shards, falling in a bloody flurry. Adele, the saint, screams as the deadly projectiles tear through the air. A terrifying, unseen force rages, leaving only destruction in its wake. Adele, covered in blood, clutches herself, wondering what just happened. The remnants of a knight reveal strange, blue scales embedded in him. A single scale unleashed this widespread disaster, forcing everyone to flee. A knight, wounded, desperately calls for a carriage to save Adele. But the carriage is destroyed. They offer a horse for her escape. A bloody hand reaches out, guiding her to safety across the bridge. Terrified, Adele admits she's never ridden a horse, tears streaming down. Adele's eye, filled with terror, reflects the red-tinged destruction. Kordek, heavily wounded, urges Adele to ride, his lifeblood flowing. His bloody hand guides her, commanding her escape from the city. Adele, screaming, flees on horseback through the devastated streets. Gasping for breath, she remembers a forgotten legend, a prophecy. A description from a book emerges, detailing an ancient, terrifying power. The legendary Holy Spear Dragon, Velbrock, descends, an unstoppable force. Its breath unleashes magic, a catastrophic power like the sun itself. This devastating energy brings utter destruction to everything beneath it. Adele's scream echoes, a desperate cry against the overwhelming force. A desperate nullification barrier attempts to halt the overwhelming destruction. Adele, horrified, witnesses the dragon's power ripping through reality itself. The monstrous dragon descends, heralded by a voice declaring its premature awakening. Headmaster Obel Forcius appears, gravely injured, stating the dragon awakened too soon. Kordek Baeldirk screams, caught in the devastating assault, unable to even chant. The Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock unleashes a terrifying, destructive magical wave. Obel Forcius retaliates with a desperate, glowing spell, pushing his limits. Kordek struggles, unable to cast, overwhelmed by the dragon's relentless power. Suddenly, supreme telekinetic chains erupt, binding the monstrous dragon. Lucy, empowered, unleashes devastating magic, revealing an unexpected new power. The Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock screams, unleashing destructive power. But then, powerful magic chains erupt, binding the monstrous dragon. Lucy, empowered and enraged, unveils her incredible, overwhelming new magic. Her eyes glow with newfound strength as she faces the impossible. Purple energy blasts from her, shattering the ground around the dragon. A massive, destructive explosion of magic erupts from her furious attack. The dragon roars, struggling against the telekinetic chains, its power contained. Lucy unleashes a devastating magical orb, striking the giant beast. She stands defiant, her power surging, a new force to be reckoned with. A mysterious figure appears, thanking Lucy for buying them crucial time. The ultimate shield forms, attempting to withstand the destructive magical forces. A lone figure stands, wielding the divine shield of the creator god. Massive explosions of purple and yellow magic rip through the very earth. Adele, the saintess, collapses, injured and overwhelmed by the chaos. She desperately tries to escape this bloody nightmare, clinging to life. With tears streaming, she cries out, utterly lost and fearing for her life. A sudden voice cuts through the terror, assuring her of her safety. Protagonist, A, appears, injured but alive, offering his protection to Adele. He asks if she's hurt, covered in blood and glowing with ethereal power. Adele, confused and relieved, questions how he knew she was in danger. Protagonist, shields Adele, trapped as the world shatters around them. He pulls her onto a magnificent spirit beast, urging her to hold on tight. His face, battered and bloodied, reveals an impossible burden. Massive magical explosions tear through the sky, unleashing unimaginable power. Only Taylor, fully awakened, should stand a chance against this cataclysm. Protagonist, bleeding and defiant, refuses to surrender to this twisted fate. He roars, pushing the spirit beast forward, determined to find a solution. The holy spear dragon Velbrock unleashes its destructive might upon the world. Protagonist, questions if his actions caused this catastrophic deviation from the scenario. He wonders how this ultimate Act 5 boss appeared so prematurely in Act 3. First, we must uncover who resurrected the holy spear dragon. We need to gather information on key figures of Act 3. Lucy is currently fighting the holy spear dragon with her magic. Clarice seems completely unaware of the looming danger, crying out. Taylor, battered and bloody, desperately protects Adele from the chaos. Protagonist, wonders if something else is twisting the scenario. He stares, shocked by a revelation that chills him to the bone. An explosion rips through the nail hall, shaking the very foundations. Footsteps hurry away as screams echo, urging everyone to run. A mysterious figure hums, unaffected by the destruction, clutching a notice. In the aftermath, Adele speaks of missed meetings, her eyes glowing with prophecy. But a new truth dawns, a chilling realization of fate's cruel design. The winds of destiny will blow again, as they always have. The scenario's final boss, Velbrock, awakens in the middle of Act 3. Fighting it is impossible, only sealing its cause can save them. Yet, the true main character of Act 3 is not Lucy or Taylor. And if it's not Clarice either, the mystery deepens. Protagonist, knows the answer. Adele, with her strange calm even facing death. He must find her, understand the paradox, and secure Clarice. But a sudden surge of demonic power erupts from his own hand. Time is running out as his demonic power surges, threatening to overwhelm him. They arrive, but the ground itself is crumbling under the immense power. He shields the injured Clarice, urging her to find safety within. His eyes burn with a terrifying intensity, the demonic energy barely contained. The defense spell activates, but the true horror is just beginning. Velbrock's attack rips through reality. Did the defenses utterly fail? Clarice screams, bloodied and horrified by the devastation around them. He tries to reassure her, but the terror in her eyes is undeniable. Someone activated the defense spell from the control room, a beacon of hope. A survivor remains on the top floor, a desperate chance for salvation. Blood-soaked, he shields Clarice from the brutal assault, urging her to flee. His eyes, wide with horror, reflect the unfolding catastrophe. A powerful magic circle surrounds Adele, collapsing in a torrent of blood. He desperately tries holy magic, but hope is a fading ember. The despair is absolute. Their efforts are proving futile. Adele, gravely wounded, crawls toward an unknown savior amidst the carnage. She coughs, blood staining her lips, her final moments arriving. With a delicate touch, she passes a key to him. He cradles Adele, Clarice weeping beside them in the devastation. A silent, grim resolve hardens his expression. The fight is far from over. A soldier lies fallen, armor stained with blood and the dust of battle. Belle Maya, bleeding profusely, utters her final, desperate words. Clarice watches in horror, tears streaming down her face. Belle's hand, consumed by dark magic, clutches a burning core. Her last breath escapes, a tragic end to a twisted fate. Protagonist, cradles Belle, Clarice weeping in despair beside him. His face contorts in raw fury, a silent vow of vengeance. He stares at the fallen, his heart heavy with loss and resolve. High-level magic activates, a desperate measure to protect the innocent. He steels his heart, ready to confront the monstrous threat alone. Clarice, bloodied and terrified, pleads for him not to venture outside. Protagonist, engulfed in dark energy, knows waiting changes nothing. Clarice watches in horror as a terrifying power awakens outside. A colossal sacred sigil magic circle ignites the night sky. The ancient, powerful magic circle is unlike anything seen before. He frantically searches through forgotten texts, dismissing irrelevant knowledge. Clarice questions his sudden urgency, fearing his reckless ambition. He finds it, a forbidden tome hidden in the saint's room. Glock's forbidden magic theory, the key to an impossible power. The holy spear dragon resurrected, Adele vanished, and Clarice knew nothing. The holy spear dragon unleashes a devastating surge of arcane power. A torrent of destruction erupts, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Archbishop Burdeo struggles, his defenses crumbling against the overwhelming force. The dragon's blast, a death sentence, hurtles towards its unsuspecting target. Wounded, protagonist A grasps a terrible truth about their distorted reality. He realizes the entire canon has been irrevocably twisted from the start. Belmaya, injured, watches as protagonist A unleashes his awakened power. A blinding surge of energy erupts from protagonist A, shaking the very foundations. Belmaya cries out, engulfed in the overwhelming, radiant light. Protagonist A unleashes a devastating counterattack, changing the flow of destiny. The blinding surge of awakened power consumes everything. Protagonist A's counterattack rips through reality, distorting the very fabric of existence. The world shatters, leaving only crimson devastation in its wake. The landscape twists into an unrecognizable, hellish void. Belmaya, bleeding, struggles to comprehend the unfolding catastrophe. Her eyes widen in horror as the true scale of the power is revealed. Protagonist A, wounded, unleashes a torrent of green energy. He screams a desperate plea, offering help despite his own torment. Belmaya, broken and terrified, cries out in despair. The power rages, tearing apart both reality and their last shred of hope. Protagonist A, bleeding and defiant, counts the final moments. Belmaya desperately tries to heal him, begging him not to speak. His wounds are too deep, his power still raging uncontrolled. Adele watches, despair etched on her face, as chaos consumes everything. Protagonist A's body is racked with pain, barely clinging to life. The world shatters as raw energy erupts, tearing through reality. A terrifying, destructive force surges, threatening to erase all existence. Adele weeps, witnessing the horrific deaths of countless innocents. She cradles the dying protagonist A, her pleas drowned in sorrow. Tears stream down her face, a desperate apology for the impending doom. Adele's crimson eye flares, reflecting the shattering of her world. Her face contorts in anguish, a silent scream escaping her lips. Meanwhile, the saint appears, drawing all eyes with her unexpected presence. Whispers spread like wildfire. Why is she here, seeking Ed? The situation escalates, as the saint stares intently at protagonist A. Protagonist A, confused, questions the saint's intentions directly. Suddenly, a hand slams down, demanding attention. The saint lunges, grabbing protagonist A in a desperate embrace. He recoils in shock, her grip tight, her expression distraught. With a tear, his shirt rips, revealing no wound where there should be one. Protagonist A finds himself confused, surrounded by familiar faces and an unexpected embrace. A girl, flustered, tries to deter the saint's dramatic public display. The saint, seemingly distressed, slumps onto the table, causing a stir. Her eyes hidden, she gasps, questioning if her memories were merely a dream. Flashing visions of ruin and battle suggest a terrifying, bloody past. Protagonist A stares, his mind reeling, disbelieving the impossible truth. He recalls a desperate fight, a powerful sorceress, and a terrifying revelation. His arm bears the scars, undeniable proof. It was all real. Tears stream down her face. The saint realizes she has returned to the past. She remembers a morning conversation, a subtle attempt to alter fate itself. Adele waits, seemingly calm, but a storm brews within her. Her eyes glow crimson, hinting at a terrifying, hidden power. Suddenly, a colossal blue dragon erupts with devastating energy. Adele's face contorts in pure horror. She knows death is coming. Visions of brutal combat, blood, and despair plague her mind. She sees her own arm, bandaged and scarred, a mark of endless suffering. Her past self, battered and broken, whispers a desperate plea. Protagonist A stares, bewildered by the saintess's sudden distress. She grabs his hand, urging him to flee from an unknown danger. "You have to run," she screams, as the world around them shatters. Protagonist A is bewildered as the saintess, Adele, pushes him away. Adele's face contorts in pure terror, urging him to flee the coming disaster. She screams for him to run, as unseen forces shatter the very ground. Janica watches in shock as the saintess, with a kidnapped Ed, vanishes. Her eyes glow red, contemplating the desperate plea to run. Adele, once again, weeps in a carriage, tormented by a dire prophecy. A giant dragon will descend, killing everyone on Arkan Island. She reveals a dark secret. She died once and returned to the past. Her savior, Ed, was crushed, dying in her place for a future she knows. Adele grasps protagonist as hand, revealing Ed's final, cryptic words. Adele begs the protagonist to come to her aid if anything happens. He is completely confused. unsure how to react to her sudden words. Outside, the city is blocked by a checkpoint team near Max's bridge. The protagonist suggests changing course to meet the Holy King. Adele, weeping, begins to frantically whisper a series of numbers. Her face contorts in anguish as she repeats the cryptic sequence. The protagonist stares, his bloodied face showing utter shock. His eyes glow ominously, a dark power simmering beneath the surface. The carriage driver realizes they are completely blocked, time running out. He declares it's time to break through, no matter the cost. The carriage driver pleads against pushing through, fearing Academy repercussions. Protagonist, A, desperate, screams that the Saintess and everyone are in danger. He orders the driver to force through, consequences be damned. The carriage horses rear, ready to charge forward with unstoppable might. Protagonist, cradles Adele, hearing her terrifying prophecy of the Holy Spear Dragon. He believes her, recognizing a secret only he should know. The number she whispered was his military ID from his past life. The truth shatters protagonist. A, Adele knows his deepest secret. He deduces Ophelis Hall collapsed, forcing Adele's escape from Arkan Island. This reversal of time must be connected to sacred sigil magic. Protagonist, A is jolted from his thoughts, Adele clinging to him. Time reversal on this scale is impossible, yet Adele's prophecy is true. Suddenly, a terrifying blue dragon, the Holy Spear Dragon, unleashes its power. Adele screams, clutching her head as the devastating energy consumes everything. She weeps, whispering that they managed to escape this time. Now off Arkan Island, she hopes they are finally safe. But the nightmare memories begin again, a new wave of terror. Adele cries out for Ednim, her eyes glowing red with fear. Protagonist, watches in horror as her eyes bleed with despair. He gasps, witnessing a bloody figure, the true horror of her visions. Adele screams in anguish as protagonist, A, bleeding out, urges her to keep moving forward. He offers a desperate apology, regretting he couldn't be more helpful. A flash of memory reveals his brutal defeat and the help he received. Adele sobs, burdened by guilt, feeling she only leaned on him. He gently wipes her tears, telling her not to cry like that. He promises to help her again, a flicker of hope in his dying eyes. Adele, confused, calls out to Sunbeam, sensing his fading strength. His vision blurs, seeing Ed Rothstaler in a carriage, now a bloody mess. Adele clutches him, agonizing over a blessing she feels unworthy of. Protagonist, A, covered in blood, believes the blessing should have gone to Ed. Adele sobs, wishing she could rewind time, desperate for a second chance. A colossal blue dragon appears, surrounded by chaotic, crackling energy. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, consuming everything in pure light. Adele's eyes snap open, glowing crimson, a single tear tracing her cheek. She stares forward, a new resolve hardening her expression. Ed Rothstaler asks why she wanted to speak, oblivious to the future. A single tear of blood escapes her eye as she remembers. Adele throws herself at Ed, screaming a warning, as Janica watches. She clutches him, vowing to save him no matter what it takes. Adele shoves Ed aside, her prophetic vision guiding her desperate actions. Adele, distraught, screams for Ed to run towards the east. The carriage flees as the red sky signals impending doom. A devastating blast of pure energy tears through the landscape. Adele clings to Ed, bloodied, whispering no in despair. She tried another path, but the destructive magic was too fast. In the fourth return, Adele shoves Ed away, reliving the loop. They sought refuge in a cave, but it too collapsed, crushing him. The 12th time, she shoves him away again, trapped in fate. A direct hit from the Holy Spear Dragon's mana cannon seals their demise. The 15th time, the same scene, the same desperate shove. For the 22nd time, the Saintess attempts to save him. She desperately tries to shield him, but fate is relentless. Unseen forces tear through him, a brutal, fragmented assault. The ground itself erupts, consuming him in a crimson tide. Blood fills the streets, the Saintess kneeling amidst the carnage. She gasps, barely breathing, her eyes shadowed by endless despair. The world resets again, the cause of the loop still unknown. She searched everywhere, but the powerful figures were nowhere to be found. No matter how fast she ran, she could never save him. In countless loops, he always sacrificed himself, dying in her place. What can she do now, with blood on her hands, the loops continuing? Checkpoint personnel swarm the bridge, an inescapable blockade. A single tear falls, realizing Max's bridge means inevitable tragedy. She remembers him, shouting orders, desperately trying to break through. With a heavy heart, she pleads for the carriage to stop. Suddenly, he emerges from the carriage, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Someone orders her off, a chilling demand she can't comprehend. He pulls her out, his touch firm, his intentions unknown. He grasps her shoulder, a silent command in his powerful grip. He tells her to rest, but this unexpected detour changes everything. Something has changed. He knows who to ask for help. She cries out, unable to watch him die repeatedly. Adele desperately tries to save Ed, but nothing works. He calmly reassures her despite the repetitive failures. Yet, his actions were not meaningless. A small jar appears. Her wounds remain, defying the very nature of time rewind. The holy blessing protects the saintess from all harm. It grants resistance to holy arts. Even mind-reading fails. But why do her memories and wounds persist through time? Because the time rewind itself was realized through holy arts. The time reversal was sacred, yet her wounds persisted. Sunbanim realized a spell of this scale required divine power. Protagonist, stares, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He has watched Adele repeat this horrific moment countless times. She counted the failures at first, but then simply forgot. He gently reassures her. She has endured more than enough. Those who hit walls repeatedly only crave one thing. Protagonist, vows to handle it, to eliminate the true culprit. He remembers the loot, and Clara sees sudden change after Adele's death. The saintess of mistrust emerged, hostility toward the church blazing. Her personality shattered, consumed by the sheer torment of the loops. Memories of her anguish, forever etched into the fabric of time. Clarice endured a hellish cycle, the church pulling the strings. The saintess of mistrust was a tragic, inevitable consequence. Yet, the core scenario remained unchanged, the stage still set. Running from the dragon only resets everything. Defeating it isn't an option. Protagonist, declares they will stop the Holy Spear Dragon's resurrection. Clarice reveals her futile search for the Holy King and Archbishop. She wonders why such crucial figures are so impossible to find. Suddenly, a horrifying realization strikes. They were hidden in plain sight. 2 academy students clash in a sword ceremony, a training match. Suddenly, one student is struck by an unseen force, collapsing in pain. Protagonist, observes, noting a potential scenario twist unfolding. Tanya Rothstaler, shrouded in a red hood, appears distraught. Protagonist, protects Tanya, the Holy Spear Dragon's resurrection imminent. They must find the vanished Holy King and Archbishop. The person with vital information could change everything. A mysterious hooded figure demands intel from protagonist. Lortel Kesheln, the information broker, emerges with a smile. All information flows through Lortel, making her crucial to their quest. Tanya Rothstaler, usually composed, is now openly distraught, clinging to protagonist. Lortel Kesheln, however, remains unfazed, focused on the negotiation at hand. Protagonist, urgently needs information, a critical pursuit before training concludes. He offers any price, desperate to find someone vital to their survival. Lortel, eyes glowing with calculation, demands to hear the details first. Meanwhile, at the Max's Bridge carriage depot, a transaction is underway. Lortel receives the compiled sightings, ready to discuss the true cost. She reminds him that her services are expensive, especially for urgent matters. Tanya, still confused, wonders why she skipped her final match for this. Protagonist, confirms the training session will end soon, time is running out. Protagonist, praises Lortel's calm, rational mind, a strange, sudden compliment. He emphasizes trusting his words implicitly, no matter what chaos erupts. Lortel, confused, questions his urgency as Tanya observes from the carriage. Protagonist, A's expression hardens, confirming time is running out. Suddenly, Janika's eyes glow with terrifying power, sensing an unseen threat. A massive, destructive force obliterates the ground, shaking everything. A horse-drawn carriage is violently thrown through the air. Chaos erupts. Pure energy blasts tear through the area, shattering buildings into fragments. Screams echo as people are caught in the devastating, relentless assault. Protagonist, shields Lortel, protecting her from the overwhelming attack. Janika's eyes glow ominously, a terrifying power stirring within her. A colossal blue wing, crackling with lightning, tears through the sky. The mighty Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock descends, unleashing destructive power. Its immense form shatters the ground, an unstoppable force of nature. Buildings crumble under the relentless assault. Utter devastation reigns. Janica, horrified, gasps as chaos erupts around her. What all of a sudden? Tears stream down her face, reflecting the terrifying light of the attack. Ed Rothstaler coughs blood, collapsing as Janica screams his name. Her eyes well up, staring at the fallen figure, utterly heartbroken. Ed looks up, bloodied, asking the price of this brutal, sudden attack. Ed collapses, bloodied, a blue butterfly pin the only intact thing left. Clarice stares in shock, her face streaked with tears and rain. Shehan, id something, whispering a desperate, tearful exchange. A chilling deal is struck, a life for a secret, a price paid. The Holy King and Archbishop moved covertly, a hidden path. Their chilling destination, the Academy Chapel, a place of sanctuary. Suddenly, a magical circle glows, energy surging from the ruined chapel. Ed screams, a horrifying realization dawning as power erupts from the chapel. Clarice desperately tries to help Ed, crying out his name. She looks at him, horrified, asking if he's all right amidst the blood. Clarice, bloodied and resolute, makes a desperate choice in the pouring rain. Ed, covered in blood, urges Adele to move, despite her trembling. A lone, wounded horse offers their only chance of escape. Every second counts as they race against an unseen enemy. Ed takes the reins, determined to protect them both. But the horse cannot carry three. A grim reality sets in. Clarice sacrifices herself, insisting the Saintess must escape. Ed struggles to lift Adele onto the horse, his own wounds severe. He silences Clarice, a silent promise in his eyes. With a final push, they flee, leaving Clarice behind in the storm. Ed's plan unfolds as Lortel, shrouded in the storm, makes a grim decision. She trusts him, a desperate gamble in the pouring rain. Ed thanks Lortel, vowing to repay this impossible debt. But she demands repayment now, her grip firm and unyielding. He collapses, his strength failing as Lortel catches him. Adele gasps, her face flushed with a sudden, painful realization. Her eyes widen, a horrifying truth dawning in their depths. Lortel, blood-soaked, struggles to carry Ed's heavy form. She declares herself his second, securing her desperate insurance. Ed looks at Lortel, the weight of their desperate alliance crushing him. Ed clutches Adele, both covered in blood, barely clinging to life. A mysterious cloaked figure declares consequences for clinging to what's marked. The figure raises a hand, unleashing an unseen power. Ed's severed hand lies in a pool of blood, the attacker's shadow looming. The disaster of the Holy Spear Dragon should have ended centuries ago. The cloaked figure demands Lortel Ketchum to smile. Lortel, bloodied and resolute, forces a defiant smile. The colossal Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock appears, a harbinger of destruction. Amidst the dragon's wrath, Ed desperately rides, Adele clinging to him. Adele, terrified and injured, affirms a crucial, desperate warning. Adele, bleeding and terrified, questions how this impossible person exists. The horse screams as crimson blood splatters, signaling utter devastation. Ed is violently thrown from the horse, his body hitting the ground. He desperately clings to Adele, both covered in blood and agony. Adele's eyes close, succumbing to the overwhelming, brutal onslaught. Her eyes snap open, the horror of the situation crashing down. She frantically whispers a warning, seeing Ed's severe wounds. But Ed, defiant, claims he has faced worse, his power surging. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve, a desperate plan forming. They arrive at the Academy Chapel, confronting an unknown, ominous spellcaster. A shadowy figure steps forward, hinting at an insurmountable power. These elite apostles serve Telos, their power radiating ominously. Their leader, cloaked and fierce, commands absolute loyalty. Adele, terrified and bleeding, pleads for them to step away. An apostle declares, "No one passes," following the Holy Emperor's command. Another apostle delivers a chilling warning, a green energy blade forming. Ed Rothstaler collapses, overwhelmed by the apostle's devastating attack. Yet, Ed defiantly urges Adele to break through, no matter the cost. An apostle blocks their path, a furious guard against their advance. Suddenly, a shock orb appears, ready to unleash devastating power. The apostle unleashes a shockwave, a green energy orb exploding with devastating force. He charges forward, a winged assailant, striking with his polearm. A chilling glint in his eye promises an unseen, brutal attack. Suddenly, a wind blade manifests, spiraling with deadly precision. The apostle unleashes a powerful green and yellow attack. He scoffs, dismissing a distant, unseen threat. A burning gaze, demanding to know what he truly faces. Ed Rothstaler, bloody and broken, still stands defiant. The apostle warns him to surrender, noting his severe injuries. Yet, Ed Rothstaler rises, crackling with an unknown, fierce blue energy. His fist crackles with furious energy, refusal burning in his eyes. Not yet, he thinks, summoning mana arrows, ready to unleash a barrage. But his opponent, bathed in golden light, activates Sacred Body. He didn't want to kill, but this fight leaves no choice. Ed Rothstaler unleashes his blue energy, firing concentrated mana. His enemy, Taladaric, honored apostle of Telos, prepares for battle. Taladaric vows to take Ed's life. A golden eagle descending. Ed coughs blood, collapsing, a voice warning the Saintess. The apostle screams, saying it's already too late for him. Yet, Ed Rothstaler, battered and bloody, smiles, refusing to give up. She pushes forward with everything, even if her body can't take it anymore. Her mind shatters, tears falling, but she must understand what's happening. A bloody hand grabs the weapon, steadying the heart for one last push. Ed Rothstaler, battered and broken, prepares to give it everything he has. But time rewinds, and a mysterious force attacks him again. He bleeds, yet a voice demands he finish it perfectly this time. Ed screams in defiance, refusing to be broken by this endless loop. His body glows with searing fire. He won't die easily. Suddenly, a monstrous blue spirit engulfs him. A final, desperate attack. Ed Rothstaler is trapped, staring death in the face, yet his eyes burn. Blood rains down as a shadowy figure unleashes a devastating assault. The ground cracks under the immense force, signaling a brutal impact. Adele, a spirit of light, appears, screaming at the dying Ed Rothstaler. She cries out, knowing he faced an impossible, overwhelming opponent. Ed gasps for air, his life fading, consumed by the relentless attack. Adele desperately pleads for him to live, her tears reflecting the collapsing world. His vision blurs, blood staining his eyes as consciousness slips away. Adele clings to Ed, her pleas echoing as his body glows with fading power. Meanwhile, Clarice frantically demands a sealed door to open. She knows this sacred chapel holds the key to their desperate hope. The sacred door remains sealed, a beacon of desperate hope. But suddenly, Adele collapses, racked by an unknown, powerful force. An explosion of golden energy shatters the ground around her. Clarice watches, bloodied and gasping, the battle taking its toll. Her eyes widen in horror, realizing the true cost of this fight. Fresh blood splatters the ground, a chilling testament to the violence. Someone is bleeding, their life force rapidly draining away. Then, a bloodied Adele stumbles into view, barely clinging to life. Clarice catches Adele, her voice filled with anguish and despair. Adele, near death, whispers a final, desperate plea for the Saintess. A mysterious, bloodied figure declares an early arrival, their face obscured by shadow. Clarice watches in horror as Adele, gravely wounded, collapses into her arms. A single tear of blood escapes, reflecting the agony of a desperate sacrifice. Adele, bleeding profusely, whispers a final farewell, urging Clarice not to return. Holy power erupts from Adele's body, a divine blessing of holy arts. Such a sacred sigil requires immense power, the magic of a holy king. Only one person can bear this divine blessing, a truth now revealed. The Saintess, Adele, is sacrificing herself, her magic empowering another. Adele clings to life, knowing her sacrifice will soon be complete. Clarice screams Adele's name, witnessing her friend's heartbreaking final moments. Clarice screams Adele's name as the Saintess's power explodes outward. Adele is consumed by holy energy, her sacrifice nearly complete. Protagonist, stares, remembering Adele's request to speak with him. He asks what story she meant, seeing another woman in her place. The woman, injured and bound, answers him with a pained yes. Her wrists are raw, her body covered in scars from the ordeal. She looks at him, red eyes burning, demanding he listen closely. Her first memory was the sky, seagulls soaring over a bustling harbor. A younger boy, protagonist, A, runs joyfully by the lighthouse. Another voice warns him not to run, to avoid injury. A voice warns the young boy, protagonist, A, to watch his step. Adele, smiling, watches him from a distance. Flashback, Oldek, the trade city, bustling with ships. But the family was exploited, drawn into scams, barely surviving. Days passed where even a piece of bread was a luxury. A simple meal, sandwiches, milk, and cookies. Little Adele, munching on a sandwich, looks up. Her father promises to return soon. Just wait a bit. He walks away, leaving her behind with a man. He never returned, vanishing into the bustling city streets. The man in the mask disappears, leaving protagonist A in a crowd. He runs desperately, leaving the mysterious figures behind him. A younger protagonist, A, recalls a time, eating a fancy sandwich. Yet, even with a full meal, the taste of despair lingered. Then, a child's warning cry. Watch out. He falls, protecting the girl as danger closes in. He became an orphan, abandoned at the Deldros orphanage. In Oldek, diligence was paramount, even for young children, forcing chores. At least prayer hours offered a moment of peace, serving as servants of God. Playing the lute, he found solace, escaping the grueling orphanage chores. Then, one day, A grand church stood under a vast blue sky. Inside, High Priest Verdo was hailed for entering Holy Telos City. Merchants offered double donations to gain entry, and he graciously accepted. Suddenly, a torch ignites, sparks flying from the offering. Verdo is engulfed in flames, his expression shifting to pure terror. But a surge of water extinguishes the blaze, averting disaster. Verdo stands drenched, smoke rising, truly shaken by the near catastrophe. He questions how the child, Princess Fincia, knew this would happen. Buckets of water stood ready, placed with uncanny foresight. She calmly explains her prophetic dreams, seeing futures, but never her own. Verdo, overwhelmed, clutched her hands, recognizing her as a true vessel. He declared her the Saintess of Telos, destined for the church's pinnacle. Overnight, she gained everything, soaring from a beggar to revered status. Lavish meals, 10 attendants, and the reverence of high-ranking clergy surrounded her. She prayed, studied, and received etiquette training, a life far from her past. The Holy King, Archbishop, and High Apostle bestowed 3 sacred baptisms. The will of the Holy City was inherited, sacred blessings engraved upon her. With each rite, her divine power surged, growing exponentially stronger. Then, with only one ritual left, she finally saw her own terrifying future. A horrific, monstrous eye stared back, reflecting pure, unadulterated dread. The high priest is stunned. She's giving up on becoming the saintess. Fincia bows, declaring she will serve in another way. The high priest sees her resolve, understanding there's no convincing her. Her foresight, a sacred sigil, distorts time itself, too powerful. He realizes her talent is too immense. She's seen her own future. Years passed, and the looming threat remained unseen by most. The church tower stood silent, the former saintess having vanished. Instead, she became the humble keeper of the sacred flame. Adele plays her lute through the lonely nights, haunted by visions. Suddenly, a monstrous blue dragon erupts, its roar echoing her nightmare. The plan has failed. Now they demand a saintess sacrifice. She hears their whispers, a chilling premonition of her fate. The emperor brought peace, but the church's influence faded. Archbishop Verdo, a schemer, saw an opportunity in chaos, the fear of the end, and the miracle of a false god. Revive the holy spear dragon, then defeat it for divine glory. They needed a saintess to sacrifice, and that saintess was me. I thought I escaped, but the prophecy caught up to Adele. Years later, Adele plays her lute, unknowingly facing my destiny. She possessed immense holy arts talent, a perfect sacrifice. Adele, burdened by a false saintess's path, felt the truth's heavy cost. She played her lute, haunted by a choice that wasn't hers to make. A haunting melody revealed the crushing weight of another's sacrifice. Her struggle to survive led directly to someone else's tragic end. A past self, consumed by guilt, urged escape from this cruel destiny. She whispered, "Run away," from the looming shadow of her fate. Adele pleaded with Clarice to flee, to escape the same dark path. Every night, she longed for Clarice to find freedom, a world away. Yet, her smiles were a mask, hiding the pain of deceitful prophecies. At dawn, she ran once more, becoming a bard, carrying her sorrow. The Grand Sylvania Academy, a place of destiny and untold power. But Adele, injured and bleeding, arrived with a terrible cough. She was utterly devastated, stained with blood, carrying her lute. The timing of the Holy Spear Dragon's resurrection became terrifyingly clear. An apostle blocked her, declaring outsiders forbidden from the chapel. Adele revealed her blessed arm, the mark of holy arts. She slipped past stunned guards, finding apostles in battle formation. Belbrock's ancient fang necklace, sealed away, awaited its awakening. Adele pleaded with Verdo and the apostles, but they wouldn't listen. With Clarice absent, a glowing dagger materialized, sealing fate. The Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock, an ancient terror, awakens with devastating power. They desperately sought a saintess, a sacrifice to quell the beast. Verdo pleaded for a saintess, for a life to seal away the dragon. Within the chapel, Adele, a saintess, prepares for her tragic sacrifice. A mysterious dagger, glowing with dark energy, seals her fate. Adele collapses as the ritual consumes her, the power overwhelming. Her fleeting life, now a sacrifice, offers meaning in its end. But the blessing of holy arts protected her from the necklace's true power. She pushed sacred sigil magic to its limit, a surge of divine energy. This divine power rewound the very fabric of time itself. The Saintess Adele's sacrifice rewound time, again and again, in endless cycles. In a previous cycle, Clarice burst in, but now divine power wanes. Adele is battered and bloody, her divine energy almost completely depleted. Her power is fading, the cycle ending, as she runs through the holy grounds. Barely conscious, she clings to life, her sacrifice nearly complete. Suddenly, a familiar face appears, asking about orange juice and water. It's the protagonist, and she wonders, what is he doing here? Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor Eldane rages, refusing to believe the dragon is unstoppable. But the church has a plan, a miracle to be performed. Angelic figures descend, ready to ensure humanity bows before Lord Telos. The Holy Spear Dragon, a being of pure power, threatens to engulf everything. The only way to stop it, the sacrifice of a saintess. Princess Fencia, with her green eyes, accepts her tragic fate. Adele, the saintess, smiles faintly, ready to fulfill her duty. Her life, a beacon of hope, will now be extinguished for all. Blood gushes as she plunges the dagger, accepting her responsibility without regret. But the blessing of holy arts protected her, drawing out all sacred sigil magic. Time itself reversed, rewriting the moment of her sacrifice. A lute drops, the sound echoing through the empty hall. Adele wakes, bleeding but alive, in the Glock training hall corridor. The blessing will fade, divine power consumed, but the dragon will be sealed. Adele walks this haunted hallway, a path she's taken countless times. The Holy Spear Dragon, a monstrous force, is resurrected again. In a chapel abandoned by all, a sacrificial circle glows ominously. Adele places herself within the circle, ready for the ritual to begin. Bloodied and broken, the cycle of sacrifice repeats once more. Again and again, the ritual consumes her, a horrifying endless loop. This is her punishment for burdening another with her fate. A strange ease washes over her as the power surges. But this torment, this power, this sacrifice, cannot last forever. Blood-stained, her lute lies broken. She runs, desperate, from a choice she can't make. Slamming against the wall, a horrifying realization dawns. Her fist tightens, the weight of the world rests upon her. She must sacrifice herself to stop the dragon's resurrection. Almost there, the burden becomes unbearable. But suddenly, a shocking twist, a moment of utter confusion. He stands there, offering a drink, as if nothing happened. He helps her sit, wiping the blood from her face. Her mission forgotten, she stares, utterly bewildered. He declares she will die soon, a chilling prophecy. Stunned and bloodied, Adele stares, clutching her mug. A flash of recognition, she remembers Ed Rothstaler. Their first encounter. Adele plays her lute, a fleeting moment. He warned her then. The world turning, oblivious to fate. He vanished, never appearing before her eyes again. Yet, her answer to his dark prophecy echoed in time. Now, covered in blood, she smiles, knowing her fate. Their distant conversation finally brings her back to the beginning. Nothing has changed. It's time to end it all. Bloody but smiling, Adele confronts the past, her fate sealed. Ed Rothstaler appears, disbelieving her calm acceptance of death. He sits beside her, questioning her lack of defiance. Adele, covered in blood, dismisses his concerns with a knowing smile. Her smile hides a terrible truth, revealed through endless time loops. She dies, repeatedly. A terrifying fate she cannot escape. A past memory. Adele plays her lute, knowing her end. Ed Rothstaler watches, unable to change her destined path. But her song brought Clarice a moment of pure joy. Ed Rothstaler, now with an eye patch, still questions her sacrifice. Fencia screams, begging for it all to stop. She clutches her stomach, wondering if her ordeal is truly over. A younger Fencia sits alone, a haunting memory. Protagonist, A walks away, leaving his past behind him. The young Fencia smiles, despite her hidden struggles. Suddenly, a new, confident protagonist, A appears, leaving his old self. Fencia's eyes widen, seeing the path he takes. The former protagonist, A, looks back, a ghost of his past. Tears stream down Fencia's face, questioning if it was the end. His father hesitates, but the words remain unsaid. A single tear falls, a silent acknowledgement of suffering. A desperate cry echoes, a plea to not be abandoned. Hands tremble, clutching a cup, fear consuming every fiber. Tears stream, the truth erupts, a dam breaking under pressure. He sits beside her on a bench, a bloody mess. He offers a bottle, a moment of respite from the pain. She accepts his help, still covered in the remnants of a struggle. He adjusts his tie, observing her with an understanding gaze. Her eyes, once full of terror, now hold a glimmer of relief. He clenches his fist, ready to confront the darkness ahead. Adele, scarred and resolute, prepares to reveal a story that will change everything. A painful memory, Ed and companions splitting up, leaving her behind. Her eyes harden, a silent vow to reclaim her narrative. Suddenly, She arrives at the chapel, power surging around her. A shocked guard questions her impossible presence. She commands him to step aside, her determination unyielding. Her eyes burn with resolve, vowing to uncover the absolute truth. The heavy chapel doors crash open, revealing a sacred space. She bursts in, a desperate cry echoing through the hall. Apostles of Telos stand ready for a ritual, the Holy King observing. Archbishop Verdio, a supposed faithful believer, reveals his true, sinister intentions. Clarice stands accused, her bloodied form a testament to the Church's dark agenda. Verdio cynically claims his actions are for the Holy City's sake. He mocks the ignorant, declaring they need a demonstration of power. Clarice stares, horrified, as his twisted plan to slay the Holy Spear Dragon unfolds. She warns him, the dragon's power is underestimated, failure imminent. But Verdio's eyes glow with an unsettling red, revealing a shocking truth. Clarice realizes with terror, she was always meant to be insurance for his dark scheme. He dismisses her life, a mere contingency for when everything goes wrong. The Archbishop, revealed as a monster, resurrected the Holy Spear Dragon from declining finances. The Archbishop's plan, defeat the Holy Spear Dragon to boost the Church influence. Clarice realizes Verdio's twisted faith drives his quest for ultimate power. Having fled, she has no credibility, but nobody else could stop him anyway. Verdio will force obedience, wielding power that can defeat anyone. The Apostles of Telos, the Holy City's strongest force, arrive. Clarice, bleeding, understands their power is strong enough to face armies. Verdio dismisses her, assuring the Saintess this won't take long. Clarice knows against such strength, no one can do anything. Suddenly, a new figure appears, shocking Clarice. He effortlessly carries her, declaring force alone isn't much of a problem. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of high-level lightning magic illuminates the entire sky. The raw power shatters the very fabric of reality around them. Verdio, eyes blazing with fury, barely withstands the overwhelming force. Clarice watches in horror as Verdio demands to know who dares challenge them. Protagonist, A stares down the furious elder, responding with chilling indifference. He unleashes a devastating attack, completely overpowering the armored figure. The Guardian cries out in pain, consumed by the crushing lightning magic. Protagonist, A then faces Verdio, revealing the true depth of his power. With a cold gaze, he declares himself an atheist, mocking their sacred beliefs. Verdio reels back, utterly enraged by this blasphemy and impossible display of might. Protagonist, A unleashes his full power, blasting Verdio with overwhelming magic. Clarice watches in horror as Lucy is caught in the devastating magical crossfire. Verdio screams, demanding to know what they are all standing around for. Suddenly, two new apostles, Renos and Reuben, descend from the heavens. Their arrival shifts the balance of power, their gazes filled with unwavering resolve. Lucy, consumed by fear, struggles against the impossible pressure. Protagonist, A simply clenches his fist, the raw power radiating from him. Lucy screams in pain, unable to withstand the sheer force of the apostles' magic. Protagonist, A stares down the apostles, accusing them of defiling the sacred temple. Another apostle, Taldarek, descends, adding to the overwhelming divine might. Protagonist, A unleashes his full power, declaring he will take their lives. But a new enemy, an apostle of Telos, appears, wielding potent dark magic. The apostle's speed is terrifying, a blur of purple energy. This isn't mere speed, it's spatial leap, warping reality itself. The apostle prepares a devastating spell, twisting space with dark energy. Protagonist, A finds himself engulfed in a vortex of destructive magic. He screams, overwhelmed by the sheer, unholy power of the attack. Verdio realizes these are national-level assets, Apostles of Telos. 6 of them are here, their presence shattering the sacred grounds. How did they know to attack this very location, this sacred place? The Church's plan to summon and slay a dragon could empower them beyond measure. But they chose Arkan Island, where students now face utter annihilation. The Archbishop's desperate command rings out as his plan crumbles. Lucy, empowered by dark magic, refuses to let anyone escape. She unleashes a devastating temporal sigil, a time prison. One apostle is caught, screaming as reality itself tears him apart. This unholy power, this destructive force, all for Lord Telos. The apostle morphs, growing wings, fueled by an unknown dark entity. The Archbishop orders the retrieval of the Saintess, even at this cost. Clarice is violently seized, her terror echoing through the crumbling sanctuary. The apostle, now winged, unleashes a devastating purple energy blast. Tanya Rothstaler, a master of lightning, prepares for battle. Divine punishment rains down, tearing through the sanctuary with raw power. Golden energy erupts, a desperate counter to the encroaching darkness. The apostle screams as the holy power consumes him. Archbishop Burdeo commands his forces to secure the saintess. The apostle fights on, a golden warrior against overwhelming odds. The church crumbles, yet their resolve remains unshaken amidst the chaos. Tanya Rothstaler, annoyed, prepares to unleash her full might. Archbishop Verdo ignites a final, desperate plan to erase all evidence. Basic magic unleashes an inferno, engulfing the desperate apostle. The apostle screams, engulfed by the overwhelming power of the basic spell. He is completely overwhelmed, questioning the impossible strength he faces. With a desperate, final strike, he channels all his remaining power. But the spirit ritual burst erupts, shattering his last defense. A massive explosion rocks the academy, the chapel taking the brunt of it. Footsteps echo through the aftermath. A figure emerges from the smoke. The ground trembles as a colossal creature rises, enraged and resurrected. Protagonist. A commands his spirit, Tarkin, to pursue the fleeing enemy. Archbishop Burdeo reveals his meticulous trap, confirming their escape routes were anticipated. Verdo unleashes a devastating holy art, desperate to escape. He screams apologies, believing he's failed his young master. He flees the chaos, leaving destruction in his wake. Through the vast, green forest, his escape seems assured. Gasping for breath, he believes he's finally shaken his pursuers. He clutches his stolen necklace, confident no one can find him here. But a terrifying presence emerges from the shadows, shattering his false security. Protagonist. A appears, demanding the necklace with chilling intensity. A hand grips him, pulling him back into the nightmare he tried to escape. Protagonist. A strikes, the fight far from over for the desperate thief. Protagonist. A strikes again, relentless, his blade a blur in the forest. He demands answers, suspecting a deeper conspiracy behind the mage. The thief tries to retaliate, but protagonist, A's defense is impenetrable. Protagonist, A's resolve hardens, refusing to let the thief escape justice. A blinding flash of magic erupts, a desperate, final counterattack. The thief screams, blood spraying as protagonist. A's sword finds its mark. He collapses, defeated, the stolen necklace slipping from his grasp. Protagonist, A, battered but unyielding, still demands the truth from him. He reveals Archbishop Verdeo's strength, warning of a formidable foe. Meanwhile, the Holy Spear Dragon's resurrection looms, time running out. Even with Lucy's help, failure looms as Adele's condition worsens. Protagonist. A's eyes widen, remembering a desperate, false hope. Adele reassures him, claiming more chances to rewind time. But that was a devastating lie, a desperate delusion. His divine power depleted. Death was imminent, no time for hesitation. He desperately tries to save Adele, but she is bleeding out. He holds her close, her last breaths escaping into the night. Protagonist. A's face contorts in agony, a chilling realization dawning. His eyes reflect the horror, the struggle, the fading life. Yet, within the box she held, magic still flows, a final mystery. The Holy Spear Dragon stirs, its resurrection imminent as Adele bleeds out. Her last breath reveals the horrifying truth of Lord Telos's looming greatness. Protagonist. A desperately tries to save her, a final surge of magic illuminating the scene. A colossal blue light erupts, signifying the dragon's awakening. He realizes his mission, prevent the seal from breaking, subdue Verdo. A desperate struggle against an unseen force. He must pass on the memory. Adele's sacrifice will be in vain if the memory is lost, a cycle of failure. Protagonist. A cough's blood, his body failing, the weight of the future crushing him. Despite the horrifying truth, he clings to life, refusing to die. His eyes reflect despair, whispering if he is too late once more. No matter how late, he will always arrive. But a new shadow falls, and the past may repeat itself. He desperately tries to send a warning, his voice fading. Just send the message, he begs, before all hope is lost. His strength wanes, but he pushes Lucy to flee. But Lucy stands firm, a determined glint in her eyes. He asks, bewildered, as she refuses his plea. She will deliver the message herself to the Saintess and Adele. The true plan unfolds. Escape with the Fang and expose Verdo. The incredible power within him will someday be hers too. He thanks them, his face etched with determination amidst the chaos. His resolve hardens as the red energy pulses around him, injured but unyielding. The legendary Holy Spear Dragon has resurrected, its power undeniable. Again, the dragon rises, an overwhelming force against a desperate hero. The truth is exposed. Verdo revived the dragon for the church. He passed on every detail, hoping Adele can reverse time. He made a promise to save the school, and Lucy remembers. If time truly loops, he's faced this dragon countless times before. Lucy, scarred but resolute, has been waiting for this moment. If time resets, is stopping it now truly meaningless? Lucy, covered in blood, wishes to die in his arms. These are memories we will forget anyway, never to return. She seizes the chance to say what she couldn't normally. The thick, invisible wall between them finally disappears. It is an embarrassing, yet honest truth shared between them. Perhaps words Lucy would never have told Ed, now spoken. Without you, everything feels too empty, so don't disappear. She clings to him, a silent plea for him to stay. It's not such a hard request, is it? He wonders. Suddenly, the Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock unleashes a terrifying roar. Protagonist, A, is overwhelmed, his body ravaged by unseen forces. He embraces the pain, a desperate warmth in his final moments. The rain finally stops, revealing a gruesome, silent battlefield. Protagonist, A, stands entangled, surrounded by glowing fragments of power. A massive, unseen force erupts, leaving only destruction in its wake. The sheer power of Velbrock's resurrection rips through reality itself. Adele coughs blood, her divine power fading with each ragged breath. Her divine power is gone. She can no longer glimpse the future. She tragically failed to stop the Holy Spear Dragon's revival. Yet, meeting Clarice brought joy, a bittersweet memory in her last moments. Ed Rothsayler's past encounter with the bloodied, desperate girl was truly awful. The fleeting desire to live shattered her resolve, forcing her into a painful choice. This intense agony, enough to kill her, reminds her of what she must do. She must move, stop the Holy Spear Dragon, and make it so this never happened. As fate dictates, she must die to save them all, a tragic sacrifice. She now understands Ed Rothsayler's entire impossible plan, a scheme beyond belief. Time is needed to convince Clarice, who has no memories of their shared past. Persuading others to confront Telos's apostles would take even more precious time. They would only reach the chapel by sunset, sealing their grim fate. But by then, Archbishop Verdo's plan would be fully underway, the ritual complete. His eyes snap open, witnessing something impossible, a truth beyond comprehension. A hidden power awakens within, a majestic eagle soaring through ethereal realms. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes, "Ed, what's wrong?" Princess Fincia rushes to the fallen Ed Rothsayler, clearly in immense pain. The ancient book reveals sacred sigil magic fails against strong resistance. Adele's time reversal magic, a fusion of sacred sigils and holy arts. Clarice, with her memories intact, gazes in shock at the shifting reality. Protagonist, A, collapses, his body resisting Adele's magic, an unexpected backlash. His eyes burn with an intense magical glow, a new power surging. Memories and glimpses of time shatter, yet they refuse to vanish. Protagonist, A, is overwhelmed, enduring unimaginable pain as his mind shatters. Fencia and Tanya desperately reach out as Ed suffers a mysterious attack. A dark force grasps Ed, pulling him towards an unknown fate. His body twists, corrupted by a bizarre, unseen power. An old man cackles, declaring the Holy Spear Dragon will soon revive. He channels immense power, resurrecting a monstrous entity. The Holy Spear Dragon Velbrock, reborn in a terrifying surge of energy. The old man commands, they must seize the Fang necklace from the chapel. Protagonist, A, prepares for battle, grasping a glowing blade. He stares down his destiny, retrieve the necklace, save them all. The old man screams, demanding to know what protagonist, A, truly is. His allies unleash a barrage of golden energy, striking from all sides. Protagonist, A, prepares for the onslaught, a knife glinting in his hand. He remembers the endless time loops, Clarice always dragging him into the carriage. The old man's eyes glow blue, an unsettling smile twisting his face. Protagonist, A, endures the brutal assault from the winged apostles. Suddenly, a green energy staff appears, empowering protagonist A. A majestic spirit bird bursts forth, enveloping protagonist A in power. He now moves with impossible speed, a green aura surrounding him. The old man watches, his face contorted in disbelief and terror. Protagonist A unleashes the full power of the spirit, a giant owl manifesting. In a flashback, Tanya and Ed fight together, their power harmonizing. Ed launches a time attack, a glowing blade of pure energy. The necklace's magic activates, awakening a terrifying power. The Holy Spear Dragon awakens, shattering its prison with immense force. Protagonist A flies through the sanctuary, attempting to escape with the necklace. The old man roars in fury, demanding to know what is happening. A fiery blade strikes the ground, shattering the old man's magic. Explosions erupt, consuming the ground in a devastating inferno. The sanctuary dome shatters as protagonist pierces through the sky. A powerful spirit bird bursts into the sky, carrying its master to safety. Yanika, atop the magnificent creature, unleashes a wave of emerald energy. The spirit ascends rapidly, leaving a trail of shimmering magic behind it. Ed clutches Yanika tightly, his words a desperate plea for her to escape. Yanika refuses to abandon him, fearing expulsion and becoming a fugitive. Ed contemplates hiding in his remote hometown, Pulan, or a lawless zone. Yanika senses his unspoken pain, her hand gently covering his. "You suffered alone again, didn't you?" she whispers, knowing his secret. A past memory shows Yanika distraught over Ed's injured form. "If you get expelled," she vows, "I'll go down with you." Yanika, resolute, vows never to let Ed suffer alone again. Ed is shocked, realizing the gravity of their situation. Suddenly, the apostles of Telos descend, a terrifying display of power. All 6 of them are here, their divine energy radiating menace. Ed frantically urges Yanika to run. Time is running out. Meanwhile, in a sacred hall, a figure shrouded in smoke appears. An old man bursts through the dust, enraged by the intrusion. He gasps, recognizing the Saintess Clarice amidst the chaos. Clarice, bleeding and exhausted, struggles to catch her breath. The old man takes her hand, revealing a desperate, unique task for her. Ed clutches his head, remembering the past timelines as a saintess speaks. The Saintess Clarice, wounded but resolute, vows to halt the dragon's awakening. She collapses, pleading for Archbishop Verdo to stop his fanaticism. Clarice pushes herself, deflecting an attack, determined to fight on. Verdo rages, exposing a cunning plan to use the church as cover. Clarice stares, questioning how long she can remain a mere bystander. She implores the Holy Emperor Eldane to intervene, to no avail. Her eyes glow red, demanding the immediate excommunication of Archbishop Verdo. Suddenly, Taylor and Yanika witness an intense, distant battle in the sky. A powerful winged entity unleashes a devastating energy blast across the landscape. Protagonist A unleashes a devastating wind magic attack, the force ripping through the air. The powerful basic wind blade slices with incredible speed and precision. Tanya Rothstaler gasps, realizing she cannot possibly dodge the incoming attack. Suddenly, a past memory, Ed Rothstaler and Yanika fall helplessly through the sky. Ed Rothstaler screams Yanika's name, terror etched on his face as they plummet. They fall together, a desperate struggle against the crushing force of gravity. The 2 figures continue their rapid descent, enveloped in a swirling aura. A flash of light erupts as a magical spell is desperately cast. A hand reaches out, grasping another, desperately trying to save them. Protagonist A successfully catches Yanika, their lives hanging precariously in the balance. Feathered spirits descend from the heavens, seeking a crucial necklace. Yanika calls out, fear and desperation etched on her face. She leans in, asking if Ed will handle the consequences of their actions. He grabs his side, wincing in pain as the fall continues. Yanika floats, a desperate magical barrier forming around her. She stares up at him, believing he can do it, as he resolves to act. A glowing artifact appears in his hand, pulsating with immense energy. Spectators below watch as a blinding light erupts in the sky. The heavens twist and turn as the magical energy swirls violently. The powerful magic continues to expand, transforming the entire sky. Suddenly, the sky erupts with countless spirits, their wings shimmering with power. But one colossal spirit dominates all, a true anomaly among the ethereal. Below, the terrified students gaze up, shrouded in the spirit's oppressive shadow. It's a water spirit, forming into an unfathomable, ancient shape. This entity, the first of all water spirits, begins to fully manifest. Its name is Freed, a supreme water spirit, one of a kind. Yet, countless lesser spirits also appear, overwhelming the sky. Golden energy blasts rain down as the immense spirit unleashes its fury. The 2 heroes brace against the torrent, their forms silhouetted against the power. Protagonist A feels the magic weakening, a glimmer of hope against the awakening. But protagonist A's eyes flash with renewed determination. Yanika, overwhelmed by mana, collapses in a feverish state. Protagonist A rushes to her side, pulling her from the raging water. He checks her temperature, concern etched onto his face. Her fever worsens, her eyes wide with pain and exhaustion. Meanwhile, warriors with golden wings descend, ready for a desperate assault. They vow to clear the path, unleashing powerful energy blasts. The winged figures clash, their glowing forms streaking across the sky. They press forward relentlessly, an unstoppable force against the unknown. An apostle of Telos emerges, spear glowing, ready to strike. The Apostle of Swiftness, Tal'Darek, unleashes a torrent of ethereal wails. A warrior, blazing with golden energy, confronts the spirit sorceress Yenica. Yenica, exhausted, prepares for a desperate magical counterattack amidst the chaos. A powerful warrior delivers a devastating blow, declaring a grim necessity. The battlefield explodes with fire as a mighty dragon spirit appears. Protagonist A commands Tarkin, his fire spirit, to restrain the frenzied Yenica. The fierce warrior unleashes a barrage of fiery energy, striking with precision. A colossal fire dragon roars, its jaws wide, ready to consume all. The warrior clashes with the dragon, a brutal aerial ballet of power. Protagonist A clutches Tanya, his face contorted in a desperate, blood-soaked struggle. Protagonist A screams, engulfed in a terrifying aura of pure, unbridled rage. He unleashes a devastating, explosive attack, tearing through the very ground itself. Yenica, weakened, desperately tries to protect Ed, pushing her spirit magic to its limits. An enormous explosion engulfs the landscape, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The blast creates a swirling vortex of smoke and debris, obscuring all vision. From the smoke, a figure emerges, unharmed, radiating an ominous, dark energy. The mysterious figure observes, acknowledging the raw power of spirit summoning. Witnessing the mid-level spirits, he recognizes a truly astounding talent. Yet, he proclaims an apostle of Talos, acting by divine will, is far stronger. He demands the necklace, threatening death for both if his command is defied. The apostle of Telos, radiating golden power, declares his divine will. Protagonist A, battered and bleeding, refuses to yield, his resolve hardening. The path of retreat is gone. The hourglass of fate is shattered. He vividly remembers countless deaths, a grim tapestry of past failures. He cannot afford another gamble with his life. Survival is paramount. With a roar, Protagonist A channels the power of the high-rank fire spirit. His eyes burn with fierce determination, a promise of victory. Yet, the sacred lance dragon threatens resurrection, magic readings dropping dangerously. The final opponent reveals himself, Tal'Darek, the third apostle of Telos. His ultimate ability, Holy Vessel Awakening, converts magic into raw physical power. The ground explodes as a devastating blow lands, shaking the very earth. Protagonist A remembers previous loops, a chilling premonition of Tal'Darek's speed. Tal'Darek moves faster than sound, an unstoppable blur of golden. Protagonist A braces, knowing dodging with the naked eye is utterly impossible. He's hit, blood splattering, the relentless assault threatening to overwhelm him. His face contorted in pain, he realizes he cannot see the attacks. Yet, a desperate surge of power erupts from within, a defiant roar. A blinding green force shield activates, deflecting the impossible blow. The protection of the wind special ability activates, repelling the enemy. His eyes burn with renewed resolve, pain fueling his unbreakable will. Protagonist A unleashes a desperate counterattack, aiming for a tiny opening. A focused explosion erupts, a surge of raw, devastating power. Tal'Darek, injured but furious, roars, ready to resist this defiance. Protagonist A, bleeding and bruised, laments his lack of raw firepower. Suddenly, Tarkin, the high-rank fire spirit, appears, ready to assist. Tarkin, impervious to magic, unleashes an overwhelming torrent of fire. The spirit's power surges, a destructive force beyond imagination. But Tal'Darek rises, a new, golden form shimmering with immense energy. He unleashes a devastating spear of light, piercing through the fiery storm. Tarkin screams, caught in the impossible attack, as all hope seems lost. Tal'Darek unleashes a devastating spear of light, piercing through the fiery storm. Tarkin screams, caught in the impossible attack, as all hope seems lost. Protagonist A, witnessing the destruction, feels a pang of regret for Janica. The spirit's power wanes, an impossible opponent standing victorious. But Protagonist A, despite his injuries, ignites a new, desperate power. A surge of blue energy courses through him, transforming his very being. Tal'Darek stands bewildered as Protagonist unleashes torrents of water magic. The battlefield becomes a swirling chaos of water and fire. In the aftermath, Tal'Darek realizes a new, unexpected threat: steam. But in the end, it was merely an obvious trick. Tal'Darek's overwhelming power crushes the Protagonist. He is strong, inflicting grievous wounds with every strike. Yet, the only path to victory remains stubbornly out of reach. Merilda, the true key, finishes the fight in every loop. But Janica wields the Golden Phoenix Ring, crucial for the summon. He has never fully summoned Merilda by himself before. Protagonist A battered and bruised, desperately searches for a way. He unleashes a powerful, glowing sword attack, his final hope. Engulfed in golden energy, the protagonist unleashed a desperate, powerful strike. But it was not enough. A brutal counterattack left him bleeding and broken. The raw force of the impact tore through the ground, annihilating everything. Yet, amidst the destruction, his bloodied form persisted, barely clinging to life. With a final burst of light, the attack consumed him completely. A familiar, crushing sensation flooded his mind, overwhelming his senses. He stared into the abyss, into the very essence of death itself. Memories of countless failures and agonizing deaths surged through his spirit. Then, a profound understanding dawned, unlocking unimaginable new power within him. Protagonist. Bleeds out as a golden spear pierces his chest. Suddenly, a winged warrior attacks protagonist. With a fiery spear. His body is racked with pain, a desperate struggle for survival. Countless failures, a history of seemingly meaningless effort, flashed before him. The spirit, Merelda, screams, her power fully manifesting around protagonist. His eyes wide with shock. Protagonist. Feels an unknown force surge. He unleashes a devastating blow, shattering the winged warrior's defense. The warrior cries out, bloodied and defeated, his power waning. Protagonist, strikes again, relentless, pushing beyond his limits. Protagonist, consumed by rage, unleashes a devastating surge of power. Tarkin, the fire spirit, roars, lending his strength to the desperate fight. Protagonist, is brutally impaled, his blood staining the ground. But from the depths of despair, a new, chilling magic emerges. A spectral wolf of water magic manifests, defending protagonist. He rises, defiant, a blue blade of resolve held high above his enemy. He drives the blade deep, tearing through the winged warrior's chest. Collapsing, protagonist. Breathes heavily, the battle's toll evident. His fist clenches, then drops, his strength finally giving out. His bloodied hand trembles, life draining away. He collapses, the pain of battle overwhelming him. A deep, agonizing gash appears on his arm. He struggles, pushing a glowing shard into a fallen foe. His eyes burn with a desperate resolve, blood streaking his face. Gasping for air, he pushes himself to his feet. The forest burns around him, a silent witness to the carnage. He clutches his bleeding arm, defiant against the dying light. A stark reminder of the academy he must return to. The saintess, Clarice, cries out, demanding action from the Holy Emperor. She begs him to excommunicate Archbishop Verdo, who stands nearby. The Holy Emperor listens, his expression unreadable, a weighty decision pending. Verdo dismisses Clarice, questioning if they'd believe someone who knows nothing. Clarice's eyes narrow, a storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. She reveals Verdo's hidden plan to revive a dragon and have apostles defeat it. Verdo is stunned. How could she possibly know his secret scheme? He tries to deny it, but Clarice exposes the church's past failures. With defiant resolve, Clarice proclaims her presence is to prevent their inevitable failure. Clarice condemns the church, exposing their ultimate plan for the saintess's sacrifice. Her voice rings with fury, challenging their divine authority and desperate schemes. She reveals the catastrophic cost of their actions. Countless innocent lives sacrificed. Trust in the church will shatter if these dark truths are exposed to the world. Yet, Clarice knows all their secrets. Her very existence threatens their carefully woven lies. A flashback. Ed, bloody and gasping, struggles through the forest, a ghost of Adele beside him. He collapses, the weight of his past failures crushing his spirit. His song of truth, once silenced, will echo across the entire continent. The church's hypocrisy, led by a petty old man, will finally be revealed. Now, the fate of the church rests on those with true, unwavering conviction. Clarice, the saintess, vows to uphold the true will of the church. Her eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering resolve. A masked figure appears, mocking her past failures and future plans. Clarice, with Holy Emperor Eldon, proclaims a dramatic excommunication. She points, condemning Archbishop Verdo for his treacherous deeds. Verdo's eye widens in terror as he realizes his fate. He laughs maniacally, believing her judgment powerless to change anything. But Clarice grabs his arm, her strength surprising them all. She throws Verdo back, preventing him from reaching a sacred circle. Verdo screams, revealing a desperate plan to resurrect the sacred lance dragon. Protagonist A, grievously wounded, struggles onward in a burning forest. He pushes through the agony, refusing to surrender to fate. His grip tightens on a glowing pendant, a last hope. Verdo's desperate ritual to resurrect the sacred lance dragon continues. Clarice fiercely rejects his attempts to unleash ancient evil. She confronts Verdo, his shock evident as she lunges. Verdo is stunned, realizing Clarice's true strength is far beyond him. A golden aura erupts around Clarice, radiating immense power. Her eyes glow with fierce resolve, ready to challenge destiny. With a divine power release, she unleashes an unstoppable counterattack. The ritual intensifies, a desperate gamble for ultimate power. Princess Fencia, battered but defiant, struggles against the darkness. She questions her purpose, a saintess now stained with many colors, but she remembers her true identity, a student, constantly learning. A prism reveals the truth. Pure white light holds every spectrum within. Lortel, observing, embodies the fiery red light of ambition. Janica unleashes golden energy, a beacon of immense power. Ayla commands turquoise magic, striking with overwhelming force. Protagonist, A, bleeding and bruised, glows with fierce blue magic. Tanya floats above, an ethereal violet force, ready to unleash destruction. The protagonist, injured, passes a glowing dagger to a mysterious figure. Tanya unleashes a devastating purple energy blast, tearing through the air. Her magic ripples outward, engulfing everything in a violet explosion. Light only becomes pure white, she whispers, her power surging. She clutches the dagger, her resolve hardening, the blade now stained. When all those colors gather together, the true power awakens. Taylor, now a senior, faces first years, their resistance surprisingly strong. Everyone wants to beat their senior, making the fight anything but easy. Meanwhile, a blue spirit beast races across the track, rider unknown. The spirit beast vanishes, leaving behind a trail of shimmering blue energy. Our hero, battered and bleeding, pushes himself through the dust and pain. Taylor stands victorious, but his opponent, Claude, refuses to accept defeat. Claude drinks a forbidden potion, blood of the evil god, unleashing dark power. He transforms into a calamity, a mid-boss fueled by forbidden alchemy. He wields the terrifying power of the evil god, casting devastating dark magic. Explosions of dark energy erupt, tearing through the battlefield with destructive force. Taylor, injured and exhausted, faces a never-ending series of brutal trials. The climax arrives as a spirit beast races past, a blur of blue energy. The spirit beast collapses, its form dissolving into shimmering blue fragments. Our protagonist, barely standing, still possesses an unbreakable, defiant spirit. Our hero, battered but unbroken, unleashes a blinding surge of golden energy. The battlefield erupts in chaos as elemental power tears through the very air. His eyes glow with fierce determination, ready to face any impending doom. With an elemental slash, he cuts through the formidable, corrupted beast. Students lie fallen, bloodied on the academy grounds, a grim testament to the battle. The protagonist, gravely wounded, struggles to stand amidst the destruction. In the original timeline, this dark power would have been his ultimate downfall. But the once mock swordsman, Taylor, now commands respect. He is praised by his peers, a beacon of strength and skill. His legend is etched into the Academy's memory, a true hero's tale. But the joy is short-lived as Taylor exits the arena. A chilling realization grips him, mirroring his past failures. News of a companion's death strikes, a prophet fallen. Adele, the bard and prophet, is dead, her blood staining the sacred grounds. Princess Fencia, battered and bleeding, stands amidst the carnage. The exact details of Adele's demise remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, her death was always fated, a tragic end to her story. But a new variable shatters fate's cruel design. A defiant Princess Fencia unleashes an unseen power. The princess takes a brutal blow, her power erupting in agony. Princess Fencia endures brutal blows, her power surging with pain. Protagonist, A, stares, bloodied and resolute, the timeline irrevocably altered. Meanwhile, Taylor's group remains oblivious to the church's dark secrets. They walk away, shielded from the grim reality of death. Yet, rumors of a fierce commotion at the church spread like wildfire. A desperate fight ensues, a brutal struggle against overwhelming odds. The aftermath reveals a fallen figure, an excommunicated priest, on the cold ground. The Holy Emperor and Archbishop declared it an internal church matter. Clarice, the saintess of mistrust, smirks, her authority now absolute. But deep beneath, the sacred lance dragon's resurrection is mysteriously delayed. Without the saintess of mistrust, Arkan Island would never be invaded. Awakened Lucy, the boss of Act 3, never appeared. Perhaps more things happened than in the original scenario. Lucy looks on, lost in thought, as the sun sets. She simply mutters, "I want to eat beef jerky." Meanwhile, the academy remains blissfully peaceful. 2 days have passed since the church's dark turmoil. Someone knocks, asking Janica if she feels better. Ed tries to enter, but Janica frantically whispers for him to stop. The price of borrowing magic was high. Janica's vision is still poor. A supreme spirit crashes, unleashing power that rocks Arkan Island. Janica, seemingly recovered, wakes in a cabin, surrounded by purple energy. Another spirit, perhaps Yenica, flies above the cabin, watching over her. Ed Rothstaler appears, offering protection, a rare moment of concern. Belle Maya, the former maid, arrives, carrying a basket and bucket. Her eyes, usually cold, betray a hidden longing for simple duties. Ed reassures Belle, his concern for Janica's recovery evident. Belle questions Ed's deeper thoughts, but he deflects, hiding his burden. Her gaze softens as she understands his dedication to Janica's care. Belle reminds him of his duties, leaving a profound impression. Belle Maya, the maid, observes Ed Rothstaler from a doorway. A tense silence hangs in the air, a hidden conversation unspoken. She warns him about reckless mistakes, a knowing look in her eyes. Ed bangs on the door, frustrated, his patience wearing thin. He tells her to stop with the cryptic words and help Janica. Belle sighs. That's a shame, hinting at a deeper meaning. She smirks, noting his informal tone, a casual disregard for status. Ed is speechless, realizing his lapse in formality. He turns and walks away, leaving Belle with a subtle smile. Ed calls out for Janica, concerned about her exposed situation. He bursts into action, declaring he'll air out the room completely. But then he pauses, realizing Belle caught him mid-change, a blush creeping up. The sun sets, painting the sky as Belle subtly sensed his inner turmoil. He reflects on the insane task of washing Janica with open windows. Days vanished, a blur of camp chores, but now firewood is critically low. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears, greeting him with an unsettling calmness. He recognizes her, Kylie, but she quickly corrects his assumption. Her silver hair shimmers as she reveals her true identity. She is Saintess Clarice, holding a lute, her gaze unwavering. Clarice delivers shocking news. Archbishop Verdo has been excommunicated. Verdo, the excommunicated archbishop, faces judgment, his fate now in the Pope's hands. Holy Emperor Eldane, burdened by past complacency, questions the Church's trust. A lone archbishop's corruption once faltered the Church immense power. Yet, this crisis might be a turning point, a new direction for the faith. The protagonist, scarred by past betrayals, considers giving the Church another chance. But what of Adele, the prophetess who revealed shocking truths? She has vanished, leaving no trace, despite Clarice's desperate search. The protagonist recalls his initial desire to share his arduous journey with Adele. Now, his resolve softens, his heart yearning only to express gratitude. Clarice leaves her lute, a beacon of hope, for Adele to find. Protagonist, A and Elatrice, share a quiet moment by the campfire. He listens intently as she begins to speak, a small favor on her mind. Isla, blushing, asks protagonist, A to treat her as a junior. He agrees, finding it natural to do so, a bond already formed. She emphasizes her request, a deeper meaning behind her words. Isla, beaming, promises to do all she can to repay his kindness. Protagonist. A watches her depart, a pensive look on his face. He stands alone, reflecting, the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. Protagonist. A decides to leave, fearing another encounter with Clarice. Isla, bandaged but resolute, confirms her ability to move despite injuries. Protagonist. A wonders if he can truly leave without seeing Clarice again. Ayla, bandaged and solemn, reflects on a past built on lies. Her memories flash, praising a god, tales of travel, and songs of freedom. Every note played on her lute, a beautiful deception, now burns. Protagonist. A looks on, shocked, as the painful truth ignites. Ayla, with resolve, sacrifices the lute to the flames, leaving the past behind. She declares her intent to journey to every place she lied about. This time, her path is not escape, but a real, honest journey. Protagonist. A questions if there truly is a difference in her new quest. Ayla smiles, realizing she finally has a place to return to. Ayla vows to return, hoping to play a new song for Clarice. Protagonist. A promises to help choose wood for a new instrument. Ayla, with newfound hope, considers returning even sooner. Protagonist. A asks if this is truly all she desires. Ayla, now without magic or divine power, can no longer see the future. The future she knew is gone, a new path unfolding before her. Protagonist. A asks if she fears this unknown journey. Ayla pauses, reflecting on the profound change. She admits to her fear, a vulnerability rarely seen. But a determined glint in her eyes signals a new resolve. Isla, bandaged yet radiant, finds excitement in the unknown future. The night sky reflects the profound changes that have warped reality. A campfire burns, representing a moment of choice carved by limited time. Between saving Adele or preventing the dragon's resurrection, a grim decision looms. Protagonist, A, bloodied, chose to stop the sacred lance dragon's return. He sacrificed Adele, her image shattering like broken glass. If not for Lucy's unwavering memories, Adele's power would have faded. The dying embers of a fire signify the choices made and lives lost. Protagonist, A, admits he would have abandoned Adele for his own survival. Now, the brutal reality of his world descends, demanding a fighter's resolve. Bloodied and broken, a figure lies defeated, abandoned to cruel fate. A chilling gasp escapes, revealing a mouth stained crimson. Through a hail of gunfire, a lone warrior pushes forward, past the fallen. Tears stream down a gas-masked face, reflecting a brutal choice made. Under the silent stars, the protagonist contemplates the path he's chosen. His eyes, shadowed, betray a hidden resolve, a hardened heart. He begins to walk away, each step a deliberate, weighty decision. Janica watches as he prepares for a summer break unlike any other. Now, the unexpected has become reality. Janica stands by his side. Yet, even as the fire burns, some mysteries remain unsolved. Under the vast, starlit sky, a quiet moment of peace. But deep within his eyes, a fire of grim resolve ignites. No matter the cost, he vows to survive this twisted fate. Darkness descends upon the camp as the fire crackles on. Adele, the bard, is gone. The known future has shattered. Now, the battle to defeat Lucy looms, a new challenge. The skills and experience gained will be crucial for Chapter 4. Taylor's stunted growth creates an unexpected, growing anxiety. The battle against Lucy is vital for her freedom from Glocked. A conversation with her might reveal the true state of things. Lucy, who always stayed close, hasn't returned to the camp in days. Protagonist, A, wakes, his mind racing with unsettling thoughts. Sweat beads on his brow, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. He clenches his teeth, a nightmare's grip still tight around him. His eyes snap open, the lingering terror of the dream distorting reality. He sits up, gasping for air, wondering how long he was lost. He doesn't fully remember the dream, only its terrifying essence. Later, by the campfire, he reflects on the upcoming school break. Is this sudden peace allowing forgotten horrors to resurface? A dark, swirling energy hints at a hidden, impending threat. Dark tendrils of pure dread writhe around him, consuming the light. The campfire offers a momentary illusion of safety, but the terror persists. His eyes, wide with horror, betray the depths of his remembered nightmares. The scar on his face burns, a physical manifestation of his past torment. He dreamt of this every night, a hellish landscape of fire and agony. Meanwhile, the academy buzzes with whispers about Ed's strange behavior. He tries to act normal, but a bad feeling lingers about his condition. Ed remains busy as ever, diligently fulfilling his camp duties. He attends classes, studies hard, but something feels profoundly wrong. Despite the facade, it seems he carries a heavy burden on his mind. Tanya Rothstaler, her eyes shadowed, expresses deep concern for Ed. Meanwhile, another student voices worry about something far more insidious. The complicated relationships surrounding Ed are becoming a dangerous web. Some see Ed's troubled state as a golden opportunity to strike. The fight for power and influence is about to intensify dramatically. Later, Janica and Yenica discuss their spiritual training progress. Janica, fueled by Ed's presence, vows to push her spirit magic. Ed acknowledges the approaching exams and the need to return to classes. With a deep breath, Janica prepares to unleash her full power. Flames erupt as Janica begins a powerful spirit invocation, far beyond her usual needs. Janica, cautious, prepares to unleash a powerful, unfamiliar spell. A burst of raw energy erupts, signaling a dangerous invocation. Suddenly, Tarkin, the fire spirit, appears, ready for action. Janica coughs, the summoning spell draining her beyond expectation. She struggles, clutching her head as the intense magic overwhelms her. Her hand trembles, barely holding onto her staff, visibly weakened. Protagonist. A rushes in, catching her as she nearly collapses. Her eyes glow red, flushed with exertion and a strange emotion. Tarkin is dismissed, sensing the exhaustion of his summoner. Protagonist. Steadies Janica, concerned by her sudden, unexpected mana drain. Protagonist. A finds Janica's fever is rising, but it's not from mana. He reflects on the strange phenomenon as Janica blushes furiously. Suddenly, Lortel Ketcheln appears, her eyes narrowed in a greeting. Her intense gaze hints at a readiness for any confrontation. She observes their humble dwelling, a stark contrast to her expectations. A smirk plays on her lips, demanding answers for this unexpected situation. Protagonist, A and Janica are startled, recognizing the newcomer's voice. Lortel coolly acknowledges Janica, confirming their shared past. Janica, flustered, manages a faint, nervous smile. She boldly declares her new living arrangement with protagonist A. Lortel, with a smirk, dismisses Janica's claim of living with protagonist A. She reveals her purpose: to check on Ed and deliver vital information. Protagonist questions the urgency of this mysterious news. Lortel advises buying semester supplies early, hinting at future scarcity. Her chilling smile suggests a sinister reason for her warning. Lortel then turns her attention to a confused Janica. Janica, emboldened, reasserts her new living arrangement with protagonist A. Protagonist notes Janica's unusual confidence against Lortel. Lortel remains unbothered, her power radiating intensely. Protagonist A's hidden thoughts betray his growing irritation at the situation. Protagonist A prepares to return, finding solace in the unexpected refuge. He appreciates the serene environment, a rare calm before the storm. Lortel, observing, reveals her calculated nature. Janica's eyes, still recovering, perceive a chilling truth. Her vision clears, confirming a terrifying realization. Lortel's smile holds a sinister depth, a dark secret. Back at the academy, a message from Lady Lortel arrives. Belle Maya receives a cryptic offer of a new position. A mysterious sealed letter is presented, promising an unknown future. Belle Maya, intrigued, questions this sudden, unsolicited proposal. A staggering offer of 3 Flen gold coins arrives. Elvira, the maid, innocently peeks at the letter with Belle Maya. The astonishing daily pay of 3 gold coins is revealed. Not monthly, not weekly, but a daily fortune. Belle Maya's eyes widen in utter shock, a tempting proposal. Elvira watches, sensing the immense implications of the offer. The Grand Academy looms as Elvira asks if Belle Maya will quit. Meanwhile, protagonist A toils, hammering away at his craft. He wipes his brow, exhausted but determined under the sun. A mysterious voice asks if this is Ed, adding another layer of intrigue. An unexpected visitor arrives, sent by the formidable Lady Lortel. He introduces himself as a sales manager, with his assistant, Rihanna. Protagonist A stares, confusion etched on his face, as they mention surveying. Lady Lortel, observing from afar, reveals her true intentions. A sinister smile spreads across her face. She plans to build a cabin. The manager explains they are here to take measurements for her cabin. Protagonist A's eyes widen, shocked that Lortel was serious about this. The manager bows respectfully, recognizing protagonist A's special status. He admits to flattering protagonist A because his employer deems him important. Lady Lortel dislikes sending employees out here, for reasons unknown. Protagonist A observes as the manager speaks of Lady Lortel's dual nature. The manager describes Lortel as a cold, calculating individual in business. Protagonist questions the manager's respect, but he claims it's a compliment. The manager offers protagonist A his assistance, bypassing Lortel's influence. He presents a bottle, urging protagonist A to call him anytime. This rare drink costs a fortune, a powerful concoction for strong drinkers. He recounts a tale of Ayla getting drunk, much to her visible embarrassment. Protagonist A, holding the bottle, dismisses the manager's flattering words. The manager insists protagonist A underestimates his own immense potential. Protagonist A's eyes darken, sensing a deeper game at play. Protagonist A arrives at the Claven store, a critical shopping destination before the semester. He reflects on Lortel's advice to stock up early. He already crafts most items himself, a unique skill others lack. His gaze sharpens, realizing consumables are his true need. Suddenly, he spots a familiar figure. "Why are you here, Anis?" The girl turns, revealing herself to be Ayla, looking surprised. Ayla, flustered, explains her own pre-semester shopping trip. She subtly mentions his recent injury, showing concern and awareness. Protagonist A listens, sensing a deeper meaning in her words. He thanks her, but his mind is already elsewhere, planning his next move. Ayla rushes off, but stumbles, nearly dropping her meager groceries. She recovers, looking startled, clutching her tattered paper bag. The protagonist instinctively reaches out to steady her, a moment of connection. "Careful," he says, but then notices the contents of her bag. His eyes widen in shock. recognizing the dire state of her provisions. Sprouted potatoes, rotten apple, moldy bread, her poverty laid bare. Isla, mortified, tries to dismiss her pitiful shopping. She defiantly asks if poverty is something to be ashamed of. Tears well in her eyes. "Do I need to impress you?" she whispers. Embarrassed, she crouches, wishing to disappear, apologizing profusely. Anis Halen, a noble-like commoner, faces ruin as her family goes bankrupt. The protagonist reflects on her hidden struggle, living in a desolate camp. He awkwardly accepts a shared cookie, realizing the depth of her hardship. Sharing a bakery membership with Clara, her efforts to survive are clear. Anis blushes, explaining she's buying supplies for a new professor. The protagonist notes her shopping, sensing a deeper reason behind it. She diligently checks prices daily, revealing her desperate financial situation. He stops her frantic apology, a surprising connection forming between them. He recognizes their shared struggle, a bond forged in adversity. Anis works through sickness, accustomed to a life of relentless stress. Survival is a brutal, ever-present reality for Anis. Far from the protagonist's cabin, to her, this academy is a perilous jungle, a constant fight for existence. A soft smile graces her lips, a rare moment of peace in her hard life. She accepts his kindness, a fragile connection forming between two struggling souls. Anis must buy supplies before prices skyrocket, fearing the unknown forces at play. The protagonist muses on Trading Company's growing influence and its dangerous implications. He foresees a clash between LT and the student council, a brewing storm. Anis walks away, waving goodbye, leaving him with unsettling thoughts about LT. He wonders about LT's motives, a deeper conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. The night falls, bringing with it unanswered questions and looming dangers. The protagonist holds a bottle, pondering its worth as a gift. He clutches the bottle, thinking about embezzled funds and better choices. Elvira, sitting by the fire, holds the bottle, dismissing its value. The protagonist watches her, asserting ownership over the item. She glances at the bottle, aware of Dune's petty thefts. A hand grasps the bottle, a plan forming to use it as leverage. The two stand by the fire, trust a luxury neither can afford. He looks intently, his words hinting at a deeper, unspoken connection. Their faces draw close, a silent pact of shared vulnerabilities forming. High above, the professor dormitories stand, oblivious to the night's secrets. They walk through the night, nearing the forbidden professor dormitories. He confronts her, sensing a strategic move in her unusual behavior. She boasts, revealing a ruthless plan to control vital school supplies. A chilling smile confirms her absolute power over the island's economy. He questions her motives, probing her involvement with the mysterious LT. She acknowledges his concern, a flicker of vulnerability in her eyes. Her gaze intensifies, a silent challenge in the moonlit academy grounds. They stand face to face, unspoken intentions hanging heavy between them. Her lips part, hinting at a dangerous proposition, a hidden agenda. Under the moonlight, she offers a trade, secrets for survival. Elvira proposes a dangerous exchange, demanding to share weaknesses. Protagonist A ponders her unsettling request. He recalls her past manipulation, a chilling sense of déjà vu. She challenges him, asking if he has ever taken a life. He confidently denies it, his past a well-guarded secret. Elvira laughs, a dark confession about to unfold. Her true intentions surface, revealing a shocking lie. Protagonist A, consumed by darkness, admits his violent past. His eyes glow with a terrifying crimson, a killer revealed. He recounts a horrific past on countless battlefields, a chilling history. In the chaos of war, death becomes a constant, an inescapable horror. Yet, some faces linger, those you desperately wish you could save. The comrades you fought beside, their lives intertwined with yours. You grit your teeth, pushing past exhaustion, trying to keep them alive. Hauling wounded through fire, or watching them breathe their last, helpless. But then, something inside you changes, a hardening of the soul. You stop trying to save everyone, focused only on your own survival. The pain still tears you, but numbness eventually takes its cold grip. Survival becomes the only thought, sharpening your senses to a razor's edge. And then, after the battlefield, you might even save someone. The weight of a forgotten question crushes him, rising from the depths. Could he have saved them all, if only he hadn't looked away? The haunting truth. He was the one who inadvertently doomed them. He made a grim decision long ago, clutching his hand in despair. These were just characters, pawns he could manipulate, he told himself. He swore he'd never allow himself to form true comrades again. But lately, that iron resolve had begun to dangerously falter. His weakness exposed, he sits beside her, lost in thought. The silent moon watches over his internal struggle, a crescent in the night. Now, he must finally give her an answer. A painful confession. A shadowy figure, the Golden Daughter, hunts a rat in her company. Inventory discrepancies reveal a thief siphoning goods from the warehouse. The culprit isn't the usual suspect, Dune, who only embezzles for luxury. No, a far more malicious force is at play, lurking in the shadows. She plans to flush out the rat when prices rise, ready to strike. The protagonist, haunted by the past, fears he'll kill again. A chilling memory resurfaces. Have you ever killed someone? He never killed with his own hands, but his failures weigh heavily. He believes his inaction has killed many, the guilt consuming him. The Golden Daughter, with cold resolve, prepares to unleash her fury. The ropes of a dark past bind our hero, a chilling memory surfacing. A merchant's dark dealings, bribing parents for their child. The child sold to become an adopted daughter, her fate sealed. Poor parents, desperate, begging for scraps in the slums. They never knew their betrayal would lead to their own demise. A pitiful sacrifice, selling their daughter for a meager sum. All involved in this dark transaction are accomplices, he realizes. He remembers the price of his own life. 3 Flen gold coins. A lifetime ago, she was sold for the same 3 gold coins. Now, she commands fortunes, a scout seeking one person, a cruel irony. She weighs the cost, considering an impossible request, her true intentions hidden. He remembers the treacherous merchant world and the endless betrayals he faced. Her piercing green eyes reveal a soul devoid of trust, expecting nothing. 2 isolated figures, sharing the crushing weight of their lonely, disappointed lives. Her lips curve, acknowledging the bitter truth of constant solitude. She laughs, a fragile sound, admitting her greatest weakness to him. He sees through her act, knowing her true reason for this late-night walk. She boasts of heightened senses, hearing the rumors of his recent despair. Their hands intertwine, a ritual of noble families, exchanging deepest vulnerabilities. The silent academy echoes their shared feeling of being utterly alone in the world. That feeling, the one from that day, it sometimes feels necessary. He knows the solitude. Sometimes, it's a strange comfort. He gazes up, finding peace in the quiet embrace of the night. They are the same, 2 souls connected by shared burdens and solace. The next morning, a new challenge arises for Ophelis Hall. Elvira takes pride in her work, despite the unfairness she sometimes faces. She wants to uphold her responsibility for Ophelis Hall, even when exhausted. A bold offer of 3 gold coins for a noble conviction is painful. He proposes a side job arrangement, a chance to ease their burdens. A side job? Her eyes widen, sensing an unexpected opportunity. Belle is asked to manage things for Lortel, just as she nurses Janica. Lortel asks for her help, hinting at a regular arrangement. Belle, surprised, agrees to the proposal. Lortel smiles, securing her unexpected ally. Belle, still processing, receives further instructions. A contract appears, sealing their new, strange alliance. Belle is stunned, barely comprehending the sudden turns. Lortel instructs Belle to care for her villa and the nearby camp. Belle, bewildered, tries to understand the implications of the task. She departs, heading toward the mysterious camp, her future uncertain. Lortel, ever cunning, reveals her perfectly prepared contract. Belle realizes she's been completely outmaneuvered, a pawn in a larger game. Lortel remembers her past, a life before this complex game began. Janica enjoys a peaceful moment, seemingly unaware of the brewing storm. The Academy's relentless pace continues, a world moving without them. But protagonist, A, refuses to be dragged down by despair any longer. He has no time for gloom, only for action and preparation. Finals approach, forcing him to work tirelessly on his new gear. He will make every possible preparation before vacation and inevitable confrontation. Meanwhile, Ayla, burdened by her own thoughts, contemplates a long, unseen future. Tanya receives a chilling letter from her father, her expression grim. The letter urges her to return home during the upcoming vacation, but the true shock comes with the request to bring Ed along. Tanya's eyes widen, dread gripping her as she rereads the impossible demand. The words echo, an invitation to a house that holds a dark secret. A shadowy figure sits on a throne, the true puppet master behind the scenes. Tanya is utterly bewildered, her mind racing with the implications. Belle Maya observes Tanya, noticing her fatigue and underlying distress. Tanya struggles with the weight of family expectations and powerful enemies. Under the night sky, the Academy stands, a silent witness to her turmoil. The Academy looms, a stage for unfolding dramas and hidden resentments. Suddenly, Tanya clutches her head, a throbbing pain signaling something amiss. Belle Maya watches, a silent observer of Tanya's unexpected distress. Lucy appears, her eyes sharp, catching Tanya by surprise. Tanya is shocked, confronting the powerful mage she once defeated. Lucy, calm and collected, inquires about Tanya's intentions. Tanya adjusts her hat, clearly flustered by the unexpected encounter. She offers a hesitant apology for their previous, brutal confrontation. Lucy's eyes glow red, a terrifying display of her raw power. Tanya, trying to lighten the mood, mentions the great weather for a nap. Lucy, surprisingly, admits she avoids napping outdoors these days. She explains the mess and tangles ruin her impeccable appearance. The mighty mage Lucy Merrill worries about her looks. Belle Maya is utterly shocked by this unexpected confession. Lucy plans to visit the campsite tomorrow, her heart fluttering. The long absence makes her yearn to return to that special place. She reassures Lucy, telling her not to worry about her beauty. Tomorrow, Belle Maya vows to use her senior maid title. She promises to dress Lucy in the most exquisite attire possible. The senior maid's secondary duty, becoming a master of love advice. Lucy's expression shifts from embarrassment to a deep, unsettling fear. Suddenly, a tranquil cabin in the wilderness is shown under a clear sky. A small bird rests peacefully on a wooden railing. But a sudden, sharp chirp shatters the calm, eyes wide with terror. A dark ritual unfolds as a man with a staff traps a girl. The girl's eyes glow menacingly, possessed by a dark power. Lucy's eyes flash crimson, a terrifying power awakening within her. She unleashes a torrent of ethereal, glowing magic. Powerful green energy swirls around her, ripping through the air. Lucy stands empowered, enveloped in shimmering, overwhelming magical energy. The spirit, Tarkan, now in human form, smirks with terrifying power. Protagonist A effortlessly summons Tarkan, showing his growing mastery. A new, powerful staff, the thunderstruck thousand-fold wooden cane, is revealed. Janica gazes in awe at the staff, a marvel of magic engineering. Protagonist A offers the staff to Janica to test its immense power. Janica hesitates, unsure if she can properly wield such a formidable artifact. Protagonist A closes his eyes, focusing his intent, ready for the trial. His eyes snap open, glowing with intense, fiery magic. Janica unleashes a torrent of ethereal energy, wielding the staff with newfound might. She feels the mana flowing effortlessly, a testament to the staff's incredible efficiency. Janica marvels at the staff's power, feeling her spirits amplify. She tries to return it, but protagonist A refuses. Janica questions him, wondering why he would refuse such a powerful item. He reveals he crafted it specifically for her as thanks. She blushes, still believing he could use it better. Protagonist A casually states he will simply make another staff. Janica's eyes widen, considering the implications of a pair of such staves. She feels the weight of the staff, a symbol of his incredible generosity. A soft smile graces her lips, accepting the incredible gift. She promises to wield the powerful staff with utmost care and skill. Janica accepts the incredible gift, a blush gracing her features. Protagonist A quietly observes, a thoughtful expression on his face. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, hinting at deeper machinations. He made the right choice, securing a powerful ally for his future. Back at the academy, looming notifications signal a new challenge. The ominous announcement. Final exams are about to begin. Final season starts, and students gather, their fates hanging in the balance. Protagonist A knows he must excel in both written and field exams. Top students like Wade maintain their rank through superior field scores. The field exam is everything, especially for the top scorer of his grade. Janica Failover, the third-year top student, stands as a formidable challenger. Protagonist A questions if he can surpass her field exam score. A practice exam with professors looms, a terrifying challenge for most students. The top student receives full tuition exemption, an irresistible prize. Protagonist A, once without hope, now sees a path to the top. He adjusts his tie, eyes burning with resolve to claim the #1 spot. He is guided to the student council room, where the president awaits. Protagonist A thanks his guide, who seems flustered by his presence. The guide blushes, remarking on protagonist A's unexpected popularity. Meanwhile, Tanya receives a letter, urging her to return home for rest. A chilling message arrives. Ed Rothstaler, thought dead, is alive. Kreppen Rothstaler demands Ed's return, if his power has heightened. The price for past transgressions against the princess will be waived. Ed can be accepted back into the Rothstaler family. One last chance. The patriarch, having lost Arwen, pleads for Ed's return. The door to the Rothstaler family remains open. Tanya receives a letter from her father, forgiving Ed. She tries to convince protagonist A to return home with her, but he sees through the facade. His father tried to assassinate Ed. This is a trap, but protagonist A has plans of his own. Cities burned. A devastating war engulfing the land in fiery destruction. The Ain army relentlessly pushed, threatening the very heart of the empire. In that desperate hour, powerful magic erupted, a final stand against annihilation. Obel Posius, a hero, led the charge, magic swirling around him. Beside him, 3 young mages, their powers shining in the darkness. Glast, the Seeker, wielded arcane energy alongside the skilled Jalan. Another, shrouded in mystery, prepared for the inevitable clash. This was Collide, the outlaw, a force of nature reborn from the ashes. Now, the outlaw returns to Sylvania Academy, his purpose shrouded in enigma. Meanwhile, a student struggles, coughing, as if suffocating from a hidden threat. Professor Collide's return sparks a new wave of academic pressure. With exams looming, the practical evaluation criteria must be set. Clara, struggling, is urged to simply submit something from her lab. Anything to avoid the supervising professor's intrusive interference. She sighs, resigned, agreeing to the unusual request. Glast, pondering, wonders why he accepted Collide's vacant position. He can't remember the moment he was possessed by the decision. But now, it no longer matters. The past is done. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler arrives, demanding entry to Ophelis Hall. Belle Maya, the maid, cautiously grants him access, but with conditions. Ed Rothstaler arrives, ready to make his move. Belle Maya and her subordinate are stunned by his purpose. She moves to block him, sensing impending danger. He seeks to confront the Rothstaler family's threat. He was already killed by this power, once before. He enters Ophelis Hall, playing a dangerous game. Princess Penia was meant to expose his true nature. Her insight would reveal his dark dealings to the world, his forbidden research and contracts with evil gods. But she remains inactive, changing the entire future. He stares at the menacing mansion, knowing entry is the only way forward. Yet, unprepared, he risks a terrible, agonizing death within its walls. This is Kreppen Rothstaler's domain, a territory completely controlled. Belle asks about his plans, a rare initiative from the cautious maid. He confirms basic tasks, but Belle's unusual query sparks suspicion. Why is she initiating conversation, so unlike her cautious nature? They walk through a maid's passage, a place he shouldn't be. It's a deliberate detour, ensuring he remains unnoticed, hidden. She guides him carefully, her considerations seemingly genuine, but a chilling realization dawns, questioning her true intentions. Protagonist A finds Belle's slow pace suspicious, sensing a hidden agenda. Belle's evasive answers only deepen the mystery surrounding her actions. She struggles to articulate her intentions, her words becoming increasingly vague. Her unusual behavior suggests a deeper, more complex conspiracy at play. Another maid appears, surprisingly friendly, seemingly to distract protagonist A. Belle, however, remains focused, her true motives still carefully concealed. She abruptly refuses to explain, leaving protagonist A to his own devices. He realizes this is Tanya's room, a crucial piece of the puzzle. A letter details his expulsion, promising a new, reformed self. He vows to prove his worth and introduce his new ally to his father. The mystery deepens with a name, and a room number that chills protagonist A. He stands before the ornate door, a sense of dread washing over him. A sudden realization hits him, his eyes widening in pure shock. Long, silver hair cascades down, sparkling in the golden light. A hand subtly clenches, the tension in the air palpable. Inside, Lucy Mayriel sits, a vision of unexpected elegance. She offers a shy greeting, her usual demeanor replaced by vulnerability. Protagonist A observes her, noting her unusual, dressed-up appearance. He steps closer, sensing a hidden truth in her quiet solitude. Her embarrassment grows as he confronts her unexpected hidden life. He smiles, declaring her new attire surprisingly fitting. Belle interrupts, questioning his sudden, mysterious business. A single word escapes his lips, a name that changes everything. Lucy. He demands she accompany him to his family's main house. Her face flushes scarlet as he commands her to meet his father. Belle stands aghast, witnessing the shocking declaration unfold. He stammers, realizing his words came out far too strange. The scene shifts, as he attempts to explain the bizarre situation. This journey risks his very life, requiring a trip to Rothstaler Duchy. Lucy listens intently, now trusted with a secret that transcends all. He vows to pull Kreppen Rothstaler from his position of power. Lucy, wide-eyed, acknowledges this as an act of pure betrayal and treason. He declares his intent to remove his own father as the family head. Lucy, her face hidden, quietly asks if revenge is his true motivation. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air between them. He responds, his voice firm, that his actions are solely for survival. The next family head could be Tanya, a looming threat. He sees himself as the future eldest son, untouchable, the greatest ducal family. He promises to do everything for her if she invests in him. Lucy hesitates, admitting she isn't interested in such investments or power. Lucy questions her true interests, feeling a profound emptiness. She wonders if she truly kept her promise to the old man. Her hands reach out, seeking something beyond the window. The sunlight streams in, illuminating her contemplative pose. Did the crisis he spoke of truly pass, or is it still looming? If she kept her promise, what purpose remains for her life? She firmly states her disinterest in power, only in helping him. Yet, her help is not without a price, a deeper desire. The scariest thing is the emptiness after fulfilling her promises. She asks for help to avoid being swallowed by that void. Lucy, a master of magic, appears before him, her words holding immense weight. He stands, contemplating her profound request amidst the golden light. Her proposal is serious, a plea for a shared future, for purpose. Her face, usually so composed, betrays no emotion, hiding her true feelings. What hidden depths lie beneath that calm exterior, he wonders. He remains silent, processing the gravity of her unexpected confession. Suddenly, her cheeks flush red as she gazes up at him. Her hand reaches out, seeking a connection, a promise, a pinky swear. He takes her hand, sealing their pact in a moment charged with emotion. Then, a sudden, playful kick breaks the tension, a shared smile. The weight of her unspoken feelings, a burden only she could truly know. His hand reaches out, a comforting gesture, or something more. He pulls her close, a silent embrace, a moment suspended in time. She melts into his arms, a quiet confession of vulnerability. Now, in the written exam hall, a new challenge begins. Janika's face falls as he declares them rivals. Why? Why are we enemies? She cries, confusion in her eyes. He clarifies, aiming for first place, making them academic adversaries. His goal, since awakening in this world, was simply to graduate. To achieve this, he relies on a scholarship and a deal with Lortel. His steely gaze locks on a singular goal, first place, for the tuition waiver. Yenika, once lacking, now smiles, ready to claim the top spot. The third years are formidable, especially under Yanika's overwhelming spirit magic. Yanika, fueled by hometown pride, vows not to yield the top spot. He too ponders, remembering his slight edge in memorization subjects. The end-of-term written evaluation begins, the pressure mounting. Day 1 concludes, elemental studies finished, the air thick with tension. Professor Collide succeeds Professor Glast, a new ominous presence at the academy. Professor Claire, exhausted, graded alone for 3 days, collapsing under the strain. Clavius despairs, his swordplay knowledge failing him, a pathetic, useless idiot. Clavius, trapped in despair, is urged to prepare for the practical exam. A new threat emerges. Elvira Eniston, top student of the alchemy department. She seeks review for her elemental resistance potion, but the timing is terrible. Professor Claire, exhausted, is literally sleeping with her eyes open. Ed Rothstaler taunts, pushing Clavius further into self-doubt and fury. But a new challenger appears, seemingly unbothered by the academic chaos. This individual, effortlessly confident, performed well on the written exam. Thanks to a stable home, his grades are naturally soaring, a new power rising. Yanika holds a slight lead, but the elemental studies practical will decide it all. Yet, the professor responsible for the practical exam is utterly incapacitated. Professor Glast observes the overwhelmed students, a new problem brewing. Suddenly, Professor Claire stumbles in, clearly suffering from a terrible hangover. He clutches his head, grumbling about his terrible state. The female students gasp, shocked by his disheveled appearance. Glast recounts being chewed out by Dean McDowell. He angrily explains the dean's frustration over the youngest professor's duties. Professor Claire apologizes, but Glast dismisses it, demanding he do his job. He asks about the practical exam, hinting at a plan. Glast leans in, his eyes sharp, ready to take action. He turns to Ed Rothstaler, recognizing him with a chilling intensity. Professor Glast's chilling smile promises a showdown. He challenges Ed Rothstaler to a battle. The next day, the combat training ground is packed with spectators. Professor Collide faces Ed Rothstaler, a third-year student. Even the student council president came to witness the spectacle. Lucy believes Ed has no chance against the war hero professor. Ed Rothstaler, the war hero, prepares for the fight. Professor Collide, exhausted and aching, climbs the stairs. He complains about his terrible condition after drinking. Collide unleashes his power, ready for the useless fight. Professor Glast unleashes a devastating emerald blast, ready to annihilate his opponent. But protagonist, A, retaliates with his own powerful magic, matching the professor's might. A colossal clash of emerald energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Glast, surprised, acknowledges protagonist, A's unexpected firepower. Protagonist, A, undeterred, prepares for his next move, radiating fierce resolve. He unleashes an enchantable spell, catching the professor off guard. Glast realizes this isn't basic magic, but something far more advanced. Intermediate lightning magic. Flash. A blinding burst of power erupts from protagonist. A. The overwhelming light disorients Glast, leaving him momentarily defenseless. Protagonist. A seizes the opportunity, moving in for the decisive blow. Protagonist. A unleashes a blinding flash, but Glast evades the immediate impact. Glast retaliates, channeling a devastating mana wave. Protagonist. A counters, erecting a swift defense, absorbing the shockwave. Undeterred, protagonist charges his next spell, a dangerous fire magic. A torrent of flames engulfs the arena as he unleashes ignition. Glast, seemingly calm amidst the inferno, praises his basic magic mastery. Protagonist. A reacts with a look of surprise and confusion. Glast reveals his strategy, using ignition to obscure vision. Suddenly, a point explosion ignites, engulfing Glast in a fiery blast. Protagonist. A stands ready, the battle far from over. Glast praises protagonist, A's rapid learning, calling him a good student. He then challenges him, asking if he's the type to review immediately. Glast prepares to move to advanced applications, demonstrating new magic. He declares they will speed through the lesson, revealing his true power. Protagonist. A finds himself engulfed in a swirling vortex of steam. His eyes narrow, realizing the steam is a mix of water and fire. A familiar environment. And then, Glast appears from the mist. Protagonist. A unleashes a powerful torrent of emerald green energy. Suddenly, a massive ice shard forms, ready to strike his opponent. He continues his relentless assault, channeling the powerful green magic. The protagonist unleashes a powerful emerald energy blast, shattering the ground. Glast taunts, saying his reaction is fast but he thinks too much. The protagonist struggles, trapped in a swirling vortex of steam. The steam constantly regenerates, fueled by an overwhelming mana supply. He wonders if he should seek the real Professor Collide among the illusions. Suddenly, he realizes, no, they are all fake. The true enemy lurks behind the decoys, silently aiming to strike. His eyes glow with fierce determination as he realizes the truth. The real Glast reveals himself, surrounded by arcane energy. With a devastating burst of power, the protagonist shatters the illusions. The arena shatters as the protagonist unleashes a devastating holy-type magic attack. He channels immense power, a forced gathering of energy within his grasp. His eyes gleam with dangerous intent, a silent declaration of his true abilities. Then, a blinding release of holy magic erupts from his hand. A terrifying windblade rips through the air, a green vortex of destruction. The protagonist is blasted back, pierced by the overwhelming force. He slides across the floor, defeated, as Glast stands observing him. Glast questions his strategy, sensing a hidden purpose in the fight. The protagonist, battered but defiant, reveals his calculated approach. He simply grins, confirming his deliberate use of only elemental magic for the exam. The protagonist stands, ready for the next challenge, shocking the observers. Glast challenges the protagonist's narrow elemental focus, hinting at deeper magic. The protagonist's eyes narrow as Glast explains the true breadth of elemental studies. He acknowledges the wisdom, but his gaze sharpens with a hidden resolve. Glast, with a sinister glint, taunts the protagonist to stop him. Then, a terrifying surge of power erupts from Glast, consuming him in golden energy. An ancient war rages, a city engulfed in the flames of destruction. The war ends, Emperor Cloel's reign secured, yet shadows linger. Sylvania Academy rises, a beacon of hope for the next generation. Obel and the war heroes become teachers, shaping the future's heroes. Professor Glast ponders what he could possibly teach these sheltered students. His internal struggle is clear, sweat beading on his brow. He sees a vision of himself, encased in ice, a devastating battle. He cannot force them into harsh training, nor teach them to kill. Suddenly, a jolt of memory, a flash of something terrifying in his eyes. He remembers fighting the school, and even the students over many things. Soon after, he left, finding solace only in the bottom of a bottle. He became a bounty hunter in the lawless Kohelton region, surrounded by fallen foes. Then, Sylvanius' request came, asking him to return as a professor. This path began after the death of his only lifelong friend. Professor Glast's death left nothing behind, only a void where his influence once was. The protagonist recalls his own painful past, questioning his return to this place. He remembers students standing by Glast, a testament to the professor's character. Isla Triss stands by the protagonist, offering comfort and support during his reflection. He hears a name that sparks a memory. Ed Rothstaler, a student long gone. The protagonist is urged to stop whatever dark forces are at play. He faces a trial, a fierce challenge with an impossible 10-minute time limit. Suddenly, a surge of power as Ed Rothstaler, now a ghost, confronts him. The protagonist is shocked, realizing this spectral foe has been preparing. A mana bow materializes, revealing Ed's chilling strategy from the start. Professor Glast observes protagonist A, surprised by his elemental mastery. Protagonist A unleashes a powerful spirit formula, Manifest Waterhead. Water bursts forth, creating a vortex of raw spirit energy. Glast wonders if protagonist A is a spirit sorcerer, seeing the water bear. Protagonist A crashes through ice, showing immense power and control. Glast dismisses the idea, doubting protagonist A's sorcerer status. Ed Rothstaler, the ghost, lunges, closing the distance despite being a mage. Protagonist A adapts instantly, changing tactics mid-battle against the spectral foe. Glast realizes protagonist A holds back, fighting with elemental magic only. Yet, in battle, holding back is a risk, even for immense talent. Professor Glast observes the fight, contemplating protagonist A's hidden power. Ed Rothstaler unleashes devastating magical attacks at point-blank range. Protagonist A counters with a focused surge of basic aspectual magic. The battle intensifies as their powers clash in a brutal, close-quarters exchange. Protagonist A's dagger glows with fierce energy, aiming for a critical strike. A blinding flash of power erupts as their attacks collide, shaking the arena. Glast is astonished by protagonist A's rapid reactions and adaptability. He wonders what new, terrifying magic protagonist A will reveal next. Suddenly, a dagger imbued with explosive fire magic slams into the ground. A massive spirit explosion tears through the battlefield, utterly annihilating everything. Professor Glast unleashes a devastating firestorm, engulfing everything in raging inferno. He coughs, mocking protagonist A for still standing against his immense power. A mid-rank fire spirit, Mug, manifests, ready to join the brutal battle. Protagonist A stands firm, showing he's surpassed the level of ordinary students. Glast realizes this fight is far more serious than he first anticipated. He raises his hand, gathering terrifying energy, declaring he will finish this. Protagonist A stares him down, ready for whatever destructive force comes next. Suddenly, protagonist A unleashes a blinding, explosive burst of golden energy. The girl watches in horror as Glast, the mad dog, fights a student. Glast unleashes high-ranked electric magic, tearing a hole in the sky. The sky rips apart as divine punishment descends, threatening to erase everything. A catastrophic explosion of pure energy erupts, consuming all in its path. The dust settles, revealing only scorched earth and a lingering sense of dread. Protagonist A, battered and bloody, grapples with the aftermath of his power. His eyes widen in shock. He questions if he overdid it against a student. Glast, enraged, unleashes a devastating emerald energy attack. Blood streams from Glast's head, a brutal wound from the unexpected assault. Amidst the ruins, Glast stares in disbelief, trying to comprehend what just happened. Protagonist A, barely standing, withstood a high-rank spell, his body screaming in pain. Yet, despite the impossible odds, he still breathes. Bloodied but unyielding, the protagonist prepares for the ultimate fight. Glast, scarred but intrigued, acknowledges the student's incredible resolve. He is more than a student. He is a force forged in fire. Surrounded by flames, the protagonist stands amidst the fallen. His eyes hold the chilling gaze of one who has faced countless deaths. Glast realizes the protagonist's fire is born from true experience. A colossal wolf spirit manifests, a terrifying emerald and blue beast. The spirit roars, unleashing its destructive power against the protagonist. The protagonist charges, a blur of motion, staff ready to strike. Glast counters, summoning a torrent of ice to clash with the inferno. The protagonist unleashes a devastating ice counter, shattering the inferno. Glast's power erupts, freezing everything in a crystalline prison. But the protagonist emerges, his eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. His gaze reflects countless battles, lives risked, and ultimate survival. The protagonist's blade flashes, a desperate, powerful thrust. He strikes, Fueled by pure adrenaline and the will to overcome, Glast retaliates, a brutal blow that sends the protagonist reeling. Blood spatters as the protagonist endures another crushing strike. They lock eyes, a silent battle of wills amidst the chaos. Then, a point explosion detonates, consuming everything in fire. The protagonist is engulfed in a fiery explosion, the ultimate spirit attack. A powerful impact sends him flying, a desperate gamble. He clutches his chest, enduring the searing pain of the attack. But a blessing of recovery grants temporary immunity to the flames. Glast unleashes another devastating spirit sorcery. Explosion. The protagonist grits his teeth, barely containing a pained laugh. Suddenly, a green windshield erupts, a blessing of wind. He's shocked, questioning the unexpected intervention. The protagonist realizes this was a calculated move, a planned activation. On the battlefield, a moment of weakness means certain death. Professor Glast's voice echoes, knowing the protagonist understands his power. But the protagonist was always one step behind, trapped in permafrost. His body screams in agony, blood blooming across his shirt. Glast smiles, a chilling declaration. It is already too late. He raises his hands, unleashing a devastating wave of dark energy. Jagged shards of ice erupt, tearing through the frozen landscape. The protagonist endures, bloodied but defiant, his resolve unwavering. Suddenly, a powerful force shatters the ground, an unexpected impact. Glast is sent flying back, caught in a blinding, explosive attack. The protagonist watches, a flicker of surprise and grim determination in his eyes. Protagonist clenches his bandaged fist, his determination burning. 10 agonizing minutes have passed, the brutal fight continues. Deacon Pellin, a towering figure, warns Glast, "You've gone too far." Ed Rothstaler lies defeated and bloody, as Tanya cradles him. Glast casually admits he overdid it, the damage already done. He praises Ed's performance, declaring him worthy of full marks. Glast acknowledges Ed's unusual resilience, a mystery to him. Ed recounts his harsh life after being disowned, living in the woods. Glast cuts him off, his gaze intense, seeing past the words. He declares Ed lives like he's constantly at war, a chilling truth. Protagonist, bloodied, warns Kordek to quit this dangerous place. He holds a vial, hinting at the intoxicating madness within these walls. Others, like Ed, are already consumed by it, a terrifying transformation. Kordek simply bids farewell, leaving them to their perilous fate. Protagonist, realizes Kordek is truly unhinged, lost to the darkness. Tanya rushes to Ed, distraught, protesting this barbaric treatment. Kordek notes the encounter was dangerous, but then pauses. Ed's frozen leg remains, not melted, but purposefully maintained. He uses a staff, channeling mana for a secret, holy purpose. A swirling vortex of holy magic erupts, defying all expectations. Protagonist, unleashes a devastating holy-type mana, pushing his limits. The full extent of his power remains terrifyingly unknown. Kordek reflects, pondering the true outcome of their clash. He sees protagonist, bloodied but unyielding, holding Tanya. Kordek smiles, acknowledging his interference was ultimately unnecessary. Protagonist, battered, dismisses the danger, focused only on his score. Kordek extends a hand, recognizing the junior's unexpected strength. The vice leader feels a sense of crisis, witnessing new talent rise. The brutal exams are over, leaving only the weight of anticipation. Now, the fate of their grades hangs in the balance. A weary professor struggles to recall a student's name, holding crucial grade data. He hands the vital papers to the diligent student assistant, Anise Halen. Anise, efficient and focused, prepares to post the semester's top 20 grades. Suddenly, a wave of despair washes over her as she checks the list. Her name is missing from the rankings, a shocking blow to her confidence. The professor explains only top rankings and specific subjects are public. Anise vows this semester will change everything, her determination burning. Students gather, their eyes wide with disbelief at the posted rankings. The top spots are revealed, shocking names making the list. The students react with awe, recognizing the hard work behind the new rankings. Protagonist stares at the rankings, seeing Ed Rothstaler at the top. The list continues, revealing more names and their positions. Ed Rothstaler's inner thoughts question the nature of achievement and fierce living. He recounts a year and 7 months of relentless dedication. His past self is shown studying, training, endlessly striving. He reflects on his journey, acknowledging both the speed and endurance of his efforts. Now, as the overall top student, he can prepare for impending dangers. He has seen glimpses of powerful, dark entities threatening the world. Protagonist A feels relief but also a strange, unsettling emotion. He sees Yanika celebrating Ed's success, a stark reminder of his past. Yenika, in disbelief, realizes she took second place while Ed secured first. Suddenly, she grasps Ed's arm with an urgent question. "Ed, I need to speak to you alone, away from prying ears." Confused, he asks what's wrong as they find a secluded spot. She confronts him about the written exam results, his score far exceeding hers. "Did you intentionally give up first place to me?" she demands, shocked. He admits his past disciplinary action meant no scholarship benefits. He confesses the pressure of being top student also felt incredibly heavy. He explains his decision to step down, for her to take the lead. He thanks Yanika, promising not to forget her kindness and sacrifice. Yanika nervously deflects praise from Ed. Suddenly, Ayla appears, questioning their presence. Ayla reminds Yanika of their forgotten plans. She takes Yanika away, leaving Ed behind. Ed quietly accepts the situation, watching them leave. Later, Ayla confronts Yanika, revealing a shocking truth. Ayla clarifies Yanika's good intentions were misguided. She reveals Ed's grades, proving his superior score. Yanika's joy turns to horror as the truth dawns. Ed sacrificed his top spot for her, a heartbreaking revelation. Ayla reveals the harsh truth. Kindness alone isn't enough in power. Yanika listens, her expression a mix of shock and dawning realization. She slumps, absorbing the weight of Ayla's words. Ayla asks a chilling question, what to do if you can't trust Ed? Suddenly, a flashback to a night of desperate survival. Protagonist, A, reflects on his struggle to be the top student for survival. Yet, a gloomy feeling persists, a deeper ambition stirring within him. He recalls a brutal match, pushing beyond what was required. He fought to win, even when merely enduring would suffice. His singular goal, from the beginning, was simply to survive. But now, a new worry eclipses mere survival. He tends to his flame, a symbol of his burning resolve. The semester ends, no more time for idle thoughts. His eyes burn with a fierce determination to survive. He is going to the Rothstaler estate, his past. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, a princess kneels before her father. She laments leaving before seeing Penya, but fate calls. The Emperor of Cloel observes, a plan unfolding in his mind. He speaks of the Rothstaler duchy as a grand opportunity, a tool he must control to become emperor. A social gathering awaits. The great patriarch Krepin Rothstaler sits, observing his daughter, Tanya. A shadow lingers, a dark premonition of protagonist, A's return. Tanya bows, a silent farewell before her journey. She descends the grand staircase, leaving the palace behind. Tanya, the Frost Princess, departs for the Rothstaler estate. Meanwhile, protagonist, A, arrives at the opulent Rothstaler mansion, truly a different world. He and Tanya walk through the vast, luxurious halls. The sheer scale of the estate's wealth is breathtaking, second only to Ophelis Hall. A servant welcomes them into another grand room. Protagonist, Astaras, an intense look in his eyes. Protagonist, A, and Tanya watch as the third princess of Cloel, Penia, enters. She is Penia Elias Cloel, a name that commands respect and authority. Protagonist, A, and Tanya bow deeply, acknowledging her immense power. He begins to speak, revealing the true reason for their desperate visit. Penia cuts him off, knowing exactly what protagonist A desperately needs. Her authority alone can pave the way for his reinstatement into the academy. Protagonist A realizes she's right, his future hinges on her decision. Returning to the Rothstaler estate is a gamble only authority can win, because in noble society, power and influence always prevail. Penia's approval is their only hope against overwhelming opposition. Her gaze sharpens, a dangerous calculation in her eyes. A sudden request. Deliver regards to Lord Krepin. Penia stands before him, a mysterious presence. A letter appears, its purpose shrouded in mystery. He remembers her past hostility towards the Rothstaler family. Now, she entrusts him with this unexpected message. A royal letter, its weight significant, its meaning profound. No wax seal, an unheard-of breach of protocol. It signals an incredible, unspoken trust in him. His carefully planned negotiations are suddenly rendered meaningless. Her words hung heavy, implying a trust beyond comprehension. This letter, devoid of a seal, confirmed it unquestioning faith in the messenger. In 2 days, the protagonist would depart, leaving his secluded camp. He meticulously packed, securing his traps and locking his cabin. Only long-term food supplies remained. Everything else was for immediate use. Then, a voice cut through his thoughts. Ed. It was Yenika, excitedly announcing her curry was ready. She had added precious herbs from Bell, claiming the aroma was amazing. He felt her strange caution, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Her flustered reaction confirmed his suspicion. She felt guilty for losing. Yenica sighs, confessing she feels she doesn't truly know Ed. She reveals her escalating bad thoughts, fearing he might hate her. Ed ponders how kind people can be rude through excessive consideration. He realizes Yenica worries too much about being disliked. He reassures her that it is impossible to fully understand anyone. Yet, he asserts she knows him better than anyone else at the academy. With a gentle smile, Ed asks how he could easily hate her. Yenica blushes, calling him truly special, then demands he be rude once. She explains a mistake, a slip, or even a favor would suffice. Ed, deep in thought, considers not going home this vacation. He ponders her words, a hidden request forming in his mind. With a blush, she asks for a favor, anything at all. 2 days pass as a new journey begins. The Rothstaler territory, a powerful land, sits at the Empire's heart. This strategic stronghold guards the Imperial family, a shield against all threats. Suddenly, a young man awakens, startled. A terrified girl cries out, her voice filled with desperation. She's consumed by a terrifying aura, the atmosphere growing heavy. Her eyes glow red, a menacing power swirling around her. The young man sighs, relieved, as the intense aura finally subsides. Janica frantically tries to wake the protagonist, sensing danger in his sleep. Ayla watches, terrified, as Janica struggles with the sleeping protagonist. Ayla collapses in fear, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura around them. Suddenly, 2 terrifying, shadowy figures manifest, crackling with dark power. Ayla screams, begging the protagonist to wake up and save them. The carriage wheel shatters, signifying a direct attack on their transport. The protagonist awakens, his eyes narrowed, confused by the sudden chaos. He looks around, a silent question forming in his awakened mind. Janica, flustered and blushing, hovers over the protagonist as he awakens. His expression shifts from confusion to realization, understanding the urgent situation. Under a vast, starry sky, their destination looms just beyond tomorrow. But the journey is filled with unexpected intimacy, making one girl blush. The protagonist recalls the true nature of his bond with Yenica. Lucy, ever observant, questions their peculiar, spirit-filled connection. She warns him that spirits are everywhere, watching their every move. Yenica, flustered, tries to deny the strange, constant surveillance. Lucy explains the spirits report everything, a constant stream of information. Even during a peaceful bath, the spirits gather, relaying every detail. Yenica, mortified, realizes she's being watched day and night. Lucy accuses the protagonist of feigning innocence, knowing his spirit's actions. Lucy's chilling accusation sends shivers down Yenica's spine. The protagonist, however, feigns nonchalance about his spirit's spying. Yenica's face hardens, horrified by the spirit's relentless reports. Lucy's voice drips with disdain, deeming the entire situation creepy. A trio of spirits, sneaky and gloomy, gather, amplifying the unease. The protagonist quickly silences Lucy, the tension escalating. They approach the Rothstaler estate, a place of immense danger. Their mission: find evidence exposing Crepin's sinister intentions. The vast estate looms, a village-sized fortress of power. Within its walls, the Rothstaler family reigns supreme, even over the Empire. A stern butler presents the protagonist with a heavy, sealed briefcase. His hand trembles, a silent struggle against an unseen force. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracks, an invisible power erupting. The butler's face contorts in terror, eyes wide with fear. He collapses, apologizing profusely to the formidable young master. The protagonist stands bathed in crimson light, an aura of dark power. The butler, sobbing, begs for forgiveness from the terrifying presence. With a chilling gaze, the protagonist takes the burden himself. He strides forward, the weight of the world now in his grasp. Entering the estate, the true battle for survival begins. A sinister gaze falls upon the protagonist, a chilling welcome. The imposing figure of Crepin Rothstaler awaits on his throne. "Welcome, my son," he whispers, his eyes glowing with dark intent. He vows to drag down even a god. The protagonist enters, facing a grand hall and a haunting portrait. Crepin's butler speaks of a sister, Arwen, and a portrait disliked. Ed Rothstaler, the protagonist, listens silently, his past shrouded in mystery. The portrait of Arwen Rothstaler, Ed's deceased elder sister, smiles. Crepin questions the portrait's presence, fueling a deeper enigma. He greets the protagonist, acknowledging his long and arduous journey. Crepin Rothstaler, with a sinister smile, addresses Ed as "my son." The grand estate buzzes with preparations for an upcoming social gathering. Servants are busy, and Ed apologizes for his inconvenient return. Crepin reveals the gathering is to announce Ed's proud return. He questions Ed about his academy friends and their debts. Yanika nervously introduces herself, her spirit magic already renowned. Lucy May Reel, a once-in-a-generation genius mage, is also recognized. The tense atmosphere fills the opulent, richly decorated room. Ed silently acknowledges the situation as the maid looks on. Crepin, with a chilling smile, notes Ed has brought interesting friends. Yanika and Lucy observe as Ed apologizes for the inconvenience of his return. Crepin greets Ed, casually mentioning a breakfast with the Frost Princess. But Ed has other plans, a chilling glint in his eyes. He withdraws something from his jacket pocket, addressing Crepin as father. The lavish hall falls silent, anticipation thick in the air. Tanya, a mysterious newcomer, watches the unfolding drama with keen interest. Ed presents a sealed letter, bearing the mark of Princess Pina. Crepin takes the letter, recognizing the symbol of perfect trust. Tanya wonders if Crepin has secretly sided with Pena. But Crepin reveals a shocking truth, turning the tables completely. Crepin reveals the princess would be curious about the letter's true messenger. Protagonist realizes a dangerous game has begun. He finds himself in Ed Rothstaller's surprisingly intact room. A sudden noise makes him turn, his senses on high alert. His eyes narrow, searching for the source of the disturbance. Lucy emerges, asking why he hasn't moved rooms yet. She promises to wake him if anything important happens, a protective vow. Lucy, seemingly careless, never misses a crucial detail. Protagonist A observes the untouched room, pondering its significance. He realizes the Rothstaller estate holds many secrets, and many empty rooms. A locked drawer holds secrets, a whisper of untold dangers. Protagonist A, channeling Ed Rothstaller, considers reckless destruction. But unknown contents demand caution. Breaking it is not an option. He peers into the lock, a tiny window to a hidden past. Suddenly, a surge of power, purple energy crackling around the keyhole. Protagonist A recoils, startled by the unexpected magical feedback. The drawer slides open, revealing stacks of neatly bound letters. He remembers Ed Rothstaller, the one who framed him and was expelled. Ed, the foolish delinquent, met a miserable end. Protagonist A vows to avoid that fate, working tirelessly to secure his future. The story's true beginning, a terrifying unknown, looms ahead. But a promised death awaits, making life feel utterly meaningless. His life, once glorious, now faces a tragic, self-imposed end. Ed Rothstaller's desperate letters reveal his final agonizing thoughts. Years of correspondence unfold, revealing a hidden, tragic narrative. He commits to devouring every word, every hidden truth. To become Ed, to deceive Crepin, he must master this forgotten past. Elsewhere, the Bloom River family wields magic for pure combat. Their spells summon dark, powerful beasts, ensuring victory. This lineage values raw power, not academic prowess, for triumph. Cunning and ruthless, the Bloom River family are called the Witch's House. Sigurd Bloom River, head of the family, unleashes a torrent of ice shards. Her summoned beasts tear across the battlefield, a terrifying display of power. But a new magic ignites, a spark of hope against the darkness. Purple energy erupts, shattering the icy assault into countless fragments. The onslaught is relentless, a storm of pure, destructive mana. Sigurd grimaces. Her overwhelming power cannot even leave a scratch. Lucy watches, trembling, wondering if this impossible battle is finally over. Yet, the focus shifts to the Rothstaller Central Garden, a duel arena. Duke Crepin arrives, eager to witness the skills causing such a stir. Crepin Rothstaller, a man of dangerous influence, subtly praises the duel spectacle. He acknowledges protagonist, A's unusual friend, a veiled reference to Lucy. Lucy sleeps soundly, exhausted from the recent, brutal events. Crepin proposes a banquet meeting, his intentions shrouded in mystery. The duel was a splendid start, setting the stage for tonight's grand gathering. Protagonist A knows the banquet is his chance. The guests are gathering. Lucy rests in her room, unaware of the chaos about to unfold. Protagonist A moves, seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion. Tanya appears, reporting her spirit scouts found something near Crepin's office. Protagonist A silences Tanya, his actions decisive, a grim plan in motion. He pulls her close, whispering for her to enter his room. Her face flushes as she questions his bold, sudden invitation. He insists they need privacy, somewhere no one would dare intrude. Closing the door, he seals them in, ready for a secret conversation. But a sudden realization washes over him, a chilling premonition. This place, supposedly safe, already holds a hidden, unexpected guest. He bows deeply, apologizing for his intrusion to the figure within. Princess Salaha, poised and regal, reveals herself, a stunning vision. No need for words. She holds a letter, knowing he understands everything. She smiles, asking if he'll stay on a sinking ship, then names Ed Rothstaler. Princess Salaha shares her twisted noble pastimes with a surprised protagonist, A and Tanya. Tanya kneels, blushing, as the princess warns against low-born entanglements. Protagonist, smirks, thanking the princess, but his true intentions remain veiled. The princess, her face unseen, responds with a simple, chilling affirmation. She details Penya's unsuitability for the throne, revealing a hidden agenda. Extending her hand, Princess Salaha makes a shocking proposition. Join my side. Protagonist. A refuses her hand, claiming he's too lowly for a princess. Salaha laughs, suggesting a verbal agreement will suffice for their dark alliance. Her eye gleams with a predatory intent, questioning his true allegiance. Protagonist. A kneels, refusing her offer, a dangerous game of defiance. The princess demands the protagonist make a wise choice with his father. Princess Salaha, consumed by evil, is devoured alive by a horrifying entity. The protagonist must refuse her offer, but how can he escape this dark fate? Thanks to the emperor, an age of peace requires a truly virtuous ruler. He believes Princess Penya is the fitting emperor, a beacon of hope. However, Penya herself has no desire for the imperial throne. The protagonist will patiently wait for Princess Penya, his true reason for refusal. His rejection is a calculated move, a dangerous game against the princess. The princess's footsteps echo, a silent judgment against his defiance. She finds his conviction appetizing, desiring to break his resolve. The protagonist admits his misunderstanding regarding his support for Penya. Penya confidently declares 5 days to prove their undeniable gap in power. She walks away with a knowing smile, challenging his defiance. As night falls, Penya muses. She is no easy opponent. Yenica glares, asserting herself as a commoner not to be underestimated. The protagonist regrets his words, feeling Yenica's frustration. Yenica's anger boils over, calling out the princess for hitting on Ed. The protagonist asks if anything was found in the huge mansion. Yenica confirms the mansion's size, but mentions Mug found information. Mug, the fiery bat spirit, reveals a secret beneath Duke Crepin's study. An unusual amount of magical energy emanates from beneath the study. The study's location, directly above the kitchen, raises suspicion. Such powerful magic shouldn't exist where servants work. It's definitely suspicious. Investigating the locked study will be hard with the Duke always present. The protagonist offers his room as a safe haven, anytime, for 5 days. Yenica blushes, surprised by the implied intimacy of his offer. The protagonist realizes he must attend social events to avoid suspicion. He must read letters and investigate, but also maintain appearances. The first social gathering begins, a warm-up for the tense days ahead. Suddenly, Princess Salaha appears, her presence commanding immediate attention. Princess Salaha introduces herself as Tanya Rothstaler, heir to the family. She apologizes for the modest gathering, but the protagonist reassures her. Tanya reveals she arrived early and saw something interesting. She speaks of the former heir, Ed Rothstaler, who is to be reinstated. The protagonist, disguised as Ed, stands tall and regal. Tanya observes Ed, noting he looks different, sharper, almost a new person. She compliments his older brother, while the protagonist remains cautious. Tanya's eyes narrow, betraying a deeper, calculating gaze. The protagonist, still as Ed, knows much will unfold in 5 days. He has already secured key allies, including Archbishop Samuel. The social gathering intensifies as powerful factions vie for influence. Day 2 begins with the thunderous arrival of the Telos Order's carriage. The carriage of the Telos Order arrives, wielding immense religious authority. All eyes turn to the Saintess's room, her support holding immense political sway. The balance of power could shift based on whom Saintess Clarice favors. The ambitious Salaha has already connected with Archbishop Samuel. A basket of white orchids, symbolizing purity and eternal friendship, is presented. "You flatter me, protagonist," A says, having spoken with the Archbishop. He asks if he'll be the first to meet the Saintess. The Archbishop advises caution, suggesting a good first impression. The Saintess isn't here. Clarice's expression shifts in surprise. A maid and butler greet protagonist, A, noting his special visit. Protagonist, A, responds, acknowledging the honor of the meeting. Their hands meet, a fleeting moment of unexpected connection. Clarice asserts her honor, a subtle tension in her smile. The grand mansion awaits, but every move is watched. In Arwen Rothstaler's room, Clarice questions his high spirits. She was overjoyed by his reinstatement, yet worried about his treatment. She planned to punish anyone who dared harm him. But protagonist, A confidently states he can handle himself. Clarice desperately offers her hand, urging protagonist, A not to shoulder burdens alone. He looks at her, a silent question in his eyes, as she insists they face it together. With a blush, Clarice offers her authority, promising protection at the banquet. She stammers, trying to explain her offer is a win-win situation for both. Protagonist, A, seeing through her excuses, cuts her off, demanding honesty. Clarice, flustered, finally admits she needs a dance partner for the night. She suggests their public connection could elevate protagonist, A's standing. He calls out her clumsy justifications, but she insists it's for mutual benefit. Blushing furiously, she declares she will refuse every dance invitation. Her gaze locks with his, revealing her true intention. He is the only exception. Clarice, blushing intensely, holds his hand, an unspoken tension filling the air. He coolly announces his departure, needing to meet other important guests. Her expression darkens, realizing his early visit might provoke others. She questions why he came to her first, sensing a hidden motive. With a knowing smirk, he leaves her to ponder his mysterious intentions. A sharp knock on the door reveals a familiar, furious face. It's Tanya, shocked to find her brother in such a compromising situation. She frantically questions his presence, overwhelmed by the accumulating female attention. He simply sighs, burying his face in his hand, unable to explain. The Grand Academy building stands, oblivious to the dramatic encounters within. Clarice, flustered, questions if this is even an academy anymore. She claims position, wealth, or power doesn't matter here. In the Rothstahler estate, she declares her absolute authority. Especially for tonight's banquet, no one can challenge her. Meanwhile, the Emperor's son refused the throne, igniting a power struggle. Support split among his 3 daughters, vying for control. The Frost, Princess Salaha, and the Princess of Wisdom, Persica. A grand castle stands, ready for a dramatic family reunion. Princess Fencia approaches the throne, greeting her father. The Emperor, his health failing, knows his time is short. Princess Fencia, looking unwell, faces a critical decision about the throne. Her gaze falls, overwhelmed by the weight of her lineage. She declares herself unworthy to succeed the Emperor. Meanwhile, the Imperial Library, a bastion of knowledge, holds secrets. Penia questions her sister's disinterest in the throne. Princess Persica finds joy only in new knowledge, not power. Penia notes Persica's change since enrolling at Sylvania. A past entanglement with Rothstahler still troubles Persica deeply. Crepin Rothstahler's suspiciously large party draws powerful figures. Many consider Crepin a loyal noble, but true intentions remain hidden. Penia recalls Fencia's strange glares towards Crepin Rothstahler. She observed her sister, gifted at reading people, unlike Penia's love for books. Fencia admits her depression stems from a Rothstahler, but not Crepin. The true source of her torment, the specter of Ed Rothstahler, looms large. Flashbacks reveal Fencia's struggles, her desire to escape expectations. A year and a half passed, the balance of power shifted, the throne slipped away. Fencia, however, has no intention of fighting for what was lost. Her secret weapon, her unique insight, was proven useless by that man. Penia, trusting her sister's eyes, began to investigate the matter. These books reveal Crepin Rothstahler's suspicious activities within the library. Forbidden books containing ancient magic and forgotten evil gods fill the library. Penia confronts Fencia, questioning her involvement with Crepin's disowned son. Ed Rothstahler has returned, seeking power after his banishment. Penia's gaze hardens, sensing a deeper conspiracy at play. Why would Crepin suddenly reinstate his disowned son now? Ed Rothstahler visited Fencia, taking her letter before he left. He mentioned being ready to negotiate, but Fencia dismissed him. What if Ed got himself disowned to escape his family's darkness? His negotiations were to fight the looming darkness over House Rothstahler. But Fencia, blinded by distrust, missed the true stakes. His actions have once again sent him into grave danger. Penia sighs, the party continuing for 2 more long days. She gave up, but he might make it if he rode non-stop. "Persica!" she exclaims, her voice urgent and worried. Fencia stands, stating she needs sleep and will depart now. "Princess Fencia!" The night sky looms over the grand castle. A stable hand confirms the fastest, most enduring horse is ready. She rides at full speed, a determined expression on her face. "We ride to the Rothstahler Manor," she commands, eyes blazing. The Rothstahler Manor is in for a shock, as a silhouette watches. Penia considers a mystery, but focuses on her immediate power play. With the other princesses gone, Penia declares herself the sole heir. Meanwhile, a grand party unfolds under the stunning night sky. A hand extends, offering a dance, a moment of fleeting elegance. Ed Rothstahler, ever the gentleman, accepts Lucy Merrill's graceful hand. Musicians play, filling the opulent hall with enchanting melodies. Lucy's hands rest delicately, a picture of poise and anticipation. Their feet move in perfect sync. A beautiful waltz begins. The dance is a blur of motion and shimmering light, truly captivating. But then, a voice shatters the illusion, mocking a reinstated loser. Whispers spread like wildfire about a changed man, a lunatic transformed. Clarice remains stoic, her true feelings hidden behind a mask of indifference. Ed Rothstahler attempts to reassure her, sensing her unspoken distress. She confesses her fears, wondering if her efforts were all in vain. Their dance continues, a whirlwind of elegance amidst the grand ballroom. Clarice, with a determined gaze, asks Ed to dance with her again. Ed graciously accepts, unaware of the storm brewing around them. Meanwhile, Lucy Merrill stands guard on the rooftop, observing the party. Janica prepares to infiltrate Crepin's study, seeking crucial evidence. Dancing with Clarice drew attention, but it will serve a greater purpose. Ed and Clarice observe the nobles, seeking to avoid unnecessary conflict. A new challenger approaches Ed, her gaze sharp and demanding. Princess Salaha arrives, radiating power and an undeniable presence. Ed's face reveals his weariness. Another problem has just materialized. Selah, holding a wine glass, calls out Ed's true intentions. He internally acknowledges her insight, maintaining his composure. She challenges his words, ready to test his resolve. With a flick of her wrist, the wine glass shatters on the floor. The surrounding nobles react with shock and growing tension. Selah stands tall, as Ed and Clarice are forced to kneel. Princess Salaha extends a hand, demanding a dance from Ed. Ed hesitates. A man of lower status never requests a dance. But the Frost Princess asked him first. A shocking breach of etiquette. Belmaya kneels, witnessing the shattering of noble expectations. Ed cannot refuse, the weight of all eyes upon him. He must decline, claiming illness to escape her bold request. Ed walks away, leaving the princess and the stunned crowd behind. Selah's eyes narrow, his insolence is beyond comprehension. Her power flares, the room crackling with her unspoken fury. This party was meant to cement her reign, not defy her. Ed enters, completely ignoring the Frost Princess and her desperate plea. Her fury ignites, promising absolute isolation and the complete crushing of his power. Days later, the powerful investor Roland arrives, a key player in the capital's trade. He believes Roland is his ally, a pawn in his grand scheme, but a messenger delivers a devastating blow. Roland's trip is cancelled. Roland is shocked. His meeting with Princess Salaha is now impossible. Desperate, he demands to speak to his superior, but it's too late. His world crumbles. He is not isolated, but in the eye of the storm. The true leader of the trading company, a woman with a chilling smirk, reveals herself. And the Saintess, who he was meant to meet, is utterly infatuated with him. The princess on horseback rides with fierce determination through the dark forest. The genius spirit sorcerer stands ready, power radiating from her staff and spirit. The legendary mage prodigy, however, remains blissfully asleep, unaware of the gathering storm. All the pieces are moving, converging around a hidden objective. They are all gathering around one man, their fates intertwined. Meanwhile, the massive Rothstahler Manor stands, a labyrinth of secrets across 6 floors. Inside, servants roam and a grand party continues, masking darker intentions. But ascending floors reveals fewer people, a clear sign of restricted access. Only family members are permitted on the upper floors, where true power resides. One Rothstahler, despite being unwell, moves freely, his family's privilege absolute. The Rothstahler family's secrets lie within the study on the 4th floor. Locked windows confirm no one is currently inside. Crepin Rothstahler is occupied, leaving his study unguarded. Meanwhile, the witch Lucy sleeps, unaware of the unfolding plan. The perfect night has arrived, darkness concealing every move. Now is the time to uncover Crepin Rothstahler's dark secrets. Protagonist A questions Ed Rothstahler's presence, away from the party. Suddenly, a hidden door creaks open, revealing a secret passage. Protagonist A and Yenica cautiously peer into the darkness, but a chilling voice from the shadows reveals they are not alone. Crepin Rothstahler demands a private conversation, free from interference. He sits, ready to unravel the mystery of the survived challenge. Protagonist A and Yenica listen as Crepin questions Ed's survival. But protagonist A's eyes glow, sensing a deeper truth. The imposter Ed offers a gift, unaware of the impending exposure. Crepin senses no anger, no hatred, only a chilling emptiness. This person looks at him like a stranger, revealing all he needs. "You are not Ed Rothstahler," Crepin declares, his voice filled with power. The imposter screams as dark energy erupts, his true form revealed. Protagonist A and Yenica brace for the terrifying, overwhelming surge of power. Professor Glast watches with sinister amusement as the fight begins. Yenica unleashes 3 intermediate spirits, a stunning display of power. Yet, Glast mocks her restraint, questioning her compassion for others. He taunts spirit sorcerer Janica Failover for being too soft. Suddenly, a barrage of green energy lances pierces the air. Glast declares her spirits are insufficient, their power crumbling. Yenica gasps, defeated, as her magical defense shatters around her. Crepin, observing, acknowledges Glast's formidable skill. The imposter Ed's true nature is revealed, a dark force now manifest. He is overwhelmed by the professor's crushing, unseen force. Professor Glast unleashes a devastating surge of dark energy. He questions the imposter Ed's identity amidst the chaos. A chilling realization dawns as Ed's true nature is revealed. Ed summons a blazing dagger, fueled by dark magic. He screams, impaling himself, a shocking act of desperation. Ed declares he may not be a son, but he is still Rothstaler. The spirit formula return activates, an impossible power. Glass dismisses his words as nonsense, maintaining his sinister calm. But Ed insists it's the truth, launching a fiery attack. Yenica unleashes her spirit companion, ready to join the desperate battle. The epic battle rages as protagonist A and Ed clash, surrounded by chaotic energy. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoes as Yenica is violently struck down. Glast unleashes formidable green chains, binding his opponents with dark magic. A wind blade slices through the air, attempting to sever the oppressive chains. Protagonist A struggles, trapped, as Yenica lays defeated behind him. The relentless chains shatter the ground, demonstrating overwhelming power. Glast reveals his sinister intent, manipulating the very laws of physics. His control extends to gravity, inertia, and friction, bending reality itself. This is the power of the evil god Mebular, granting control over the world. A mysterious impact amplifying wave ball appears, a new, devastating threat. Crepin Rothstaler wields immense power, yet it is merely a magic engineering tool. He hasn't fully awakened the evil god's power, not yet. The true awakening only comes at the end of the 4th act. This is the moment, the perfect opportunity to strike him down. Protagonist A unleashes a devastating punch, charged with explosive energy. The ground shatters as an intermediate magic. Point explosion erupts. The crowd, including Clara and Belmaya, reacts in utter shock. A hand delicately swirls wine, a calm before the storm. Tanya Rothstaler sips, finding the wine exquisite, perhaps too much. Suddenly, a terrifying force rips through the room, maids screaming in terror. Dark energy pulses ominously, signaling an unseen evil's growing power. Taking down Crepin makes them traitors, but evidence of his evil is needed. Protagonist A asks Janica if she is okay. She replies with a strained, "Yeah." Mysterious mana emanates from beneath Duke Crepin's personal study. Yet, beneath his office should lie only the kitchen. A hidden secret? Suddenly, the deceased Ed Rothstaler manifests, attacking with dark magic. His eyes burn with a terrifying purple glow, radiating raw power. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts, tearing through the surroundings. Ed Rothstaler unleashes a devastating purple blast, aiming at the heroes. Janica, eyes glowing, declares her unyielding resolve to block his path. Protagonist A urges Janica to remember everything they are about to witness. She questions the horrifying past lurking beneath this place. He admits he doesn't know the full truth behind the mystery, but they stand ready to uncover the secrets hidden behind the door. His foot steps into the darkness, a chilling silence consuming the space. Janica gasps, realizing Ed's dark experiments sacrificed countless lives. He asks if she's okay. She affirms, urging them to press on. This is the place Crepin desperately wanted to keep forever hidden. In this dark basement, only one area is faintly illuminated. Even in the colorless moonlight, a familiar hue catches his eye. The chilling truth revealed. The portrait's golden hair matches his. Janica gasps, recognizing the captive's shocking resemblance to Ed. A figure, chained and bound, stands before them in the eerie light. Arwen Rothhaler, the name echoes, her identity a painful mystery. Ed's father planned to sacrifice his own children for dark experiments. His eyes burn with a new, terrifying intensity, sensing the change. She speaks, her voice chilling, acknowledging the drastic shifts. "It's been a while, Ed." A sinister smile plays on her lips. Suddenly, a massive burst of dark energy erupts, shaking the foundations. He conjures his own dark power, ready for the inevitable confrontation. Dark energy surges, radiating from the ominous figure known as Arwen. She declares this area off-limits, her power undeniable. A chilling challenge is issued. Try to break through her immense power. Ed stands, silent and observant, sensing the true danger. The man observes Arwen's preparations, acknowledging her terrifying strength. Her face, half shadowed by a monstrous transformation, promises a brutal fight. Ed stares, a flicker of recognition, or perhaps horror, in his eyes. Arwen's gaze is equally intense, acknowledging the changes in him. She speaks, her voice laced with dark familiarity. "It's been a long time, Ed." Ed confronts her directly, naming the ghost from his past. Arwen Nuna. Arwen unleashes her full, terrifying transformation, a sight that chills Ed to the bone. She wanted to see Ed, despite the pain it might cause him. Ed's face shows the strain of their reunion, sensing the looming threat. Arwen Rothstaler, a character unknown in the main story, reveals herself. She taunts Ed about his struggles at Sylvania Academy, her smile unsettling. Ed struggles to maintain composure, refusing to engage her twisted questions. He confronts her, demanding why she still follows their criminal father. Arwen defends their father, claiming his actions are not evil. She pleads with Ed to return to the family, to their father's side. Her hand reaches for him, a desperate attempt to reclaim their fractured bond. Arwen's desperate plea echoes, wanting their fractured family whole again. Her hand reaches, a final attempt to reclaim their broken bond. Ed's face hardens, his resolve unwavering. "Stop," he commands, a chilling realization dawning upon him. He stares, unwavering. "You are not Arwen Rothstaler." The imposter remains silent, a terrifying stillness in her gaze. Her true form revealed, she asks, "How did you know?" Ed's eyes glow, declaring his true sister would never betray him. He reveals the real Arwen suffered, sacrificing herself for the family. The imposter, a mere fake, is stunned by his impossible knowledge. Letters reveal a hidden truth, a desperate secret repeating itself. A forbidden tome, stained with blood, holds untold power. The fake Arwen, unwavering, faces Ed's fury. A historical book details the evil god Mebula and forbidden rituals. Summoning the evil god demands countless human sacrifices, especially nobles. Ed knows the terrifying cost, warning his sister of her impending fate. Her chilling response confirms his deepest fears. She knows everything. Ed recoils in horror as she reveals her true, twisted purpose. He desperately recalls Arwen's true nature, her kindness, her sacrifices. The imposter offers a chilling ultimatum: accept their family's dark path or leave. Arwen's haunting words echo, pushing Ed to study magic. The true Arwen smiles, sending Ed to Sylvania Academy. Yet the fake Arwen cruelly banished her own younger brother. Now, the imposter demands Ed return, to be with father. Her true intentions remain shrouded in chilling mystery. Ed, silent, refuses to acknowledge her twisted request. The fake Arwen, bloodied, collapses before him. He clenches his fist, a dark power simmering within. Suddenly, the very ground cracks beneath them. A terrifying roar signals an impending collapse, and something far worse. Our hero faces a terrifying mage, who he cannot defeat alone. The dark power twists the mage's face into a monstrous visage. The mage unleashes a torrent of dark energy, overwhelming our hero. Our hero, horrified, realizes the true extent of this power. Shadow swords erupt, piercing the ground, a vortex of raw magic. His eyes reflect the swirling, destructive power of his foe. The mage calls upon the omnipotent evil god Mebula for power. He borrows the god's power, his eyes glowing with malevolence. A colossal tentacle bursts forth, consuming everything in its path. The fake Arwen screams, engulfed by the demonic entity's grasp. Our hero faces the aftermath, a chilling silence after the monster's attack. He clenches his jaw, the sheer terror of Mebula's power etched on his face. Suddenly, a frantic girl grabs him, yelling, "Let's run!" He carries her through the crumbling ruins, escaping the collapsing ground. He lands, dust billowing around him, the air thick with despair. "Listen carefully, Yanika," he urgently whispers to the terrified girl. He explains the sinister magic circle, a sacrifice to the evil god. The monstrous eye of Mebula manifests, borrowing its terrifying power. Mebula grants no wishes without a price. We are the sacrifices. We are the only ones who saw what happened. So, he stares intensely, preparing for the impossible battle ahead. She looks at him with fierce determination, ready to fight by his side. "Both of us must survive," she insists, challenging the looming danger. He hesitates, overwhelmed by her sudden, selfless resolve. She blushes, embarrassed, as he reminds her of the evil god. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, ready to unleash his power. Purple energy erupts as he pushes her out of the way. He collapses, shielding her from the devastating magical assault. The ground cracks and shatters around them from the immense power. He urgently checks on her, after the brutal impact. The enemy's magic is unlike anything seen before, rendering defenses useless. It feels like gravity itself, an overwhelming manifestation of pure force. Normal mana control cannot counter this terrifying, unique magic. He encourages his ally, reminding her they can overcome this impossible foe. With fierce resolve, he declares victory is within their grasp. He is not the one struggling, the monstrous eyeball is. High explosion magic. Ruin erupts, targeting the colossal foe. 58 consecutive strikes rain down, a relentless magical assault. Supreme explosion magic unleashes a destructive wave. A moment of creation, pure power, explodes outwards, consuming all. A devastating purple explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The protagonist barely shields Yanika, both battered and exhausted. He warns her to move away, sensing a growing danger within him. Yanika, now empowered, asks if he will capture their formidable foe. A tense moment passes as the protagonist considers his next move. She sighs, anticipating the true struggle that lies ahead. Yanika declares she is here to help, ready to finish this battle. The protagonist unleashes a powerful purple attack, striking his enemy. He exhales, preparing for the relentless fight against this monstrous entity. While Lucy battles Mebula, the protagonist unleashes a swirling purple attack. Yanika, save everyone you can, he commands. You control many spirits, covering a wide area at once. Then, what about you, Ed? She frantically whispers. I will go capture Kreppen Rothstaler, he declares with grim resolve. He erupts with power, ready to face the impossible alone. Meanwhile, the princess and her escorts ride through a foreboding forest. Something here feels very wrong, she senses, a chilling premonition. It's not too late to turn back, Princess Phinia, her escort urges. Suddenly, a monstrous eye opens, revealing a terrifying, otherworldly presence. The ancient castle is consumed by colossal tentacles, a horrifying scream echoing. Panic erupts as the castle guards are overwhelmed by encroaching darkness. One guard falls, questioning his comrade's inaction as tentacles seize him. The other guards stand menacingly still, betraying their true allegiances. A high-ranking noble collapses, realizing the horrifying depth of the betrayal. Suddenly, Saintess Clarice appears, her divine presence a beacon of hope. She demands contact with paladins, but the corrupted guard defiantly refuses. He serves another master, a chilling revelation of deeper conspiracy. His face contorts into a monstrous visage. It's Bear Knight Nox. The Saintess screams as the possessed guards attack, chaos consuming the hall. Yanika realizes the true horror. They are surrounded by traitors, few defenders remain. Protagonist, A, realizes the guards are corrupted, screaming for the Saintess to retreat. The Saintess unleashing a divine power discharge, pushing back the attackers. She stands firm, her blessings protecting her from the monstrous assault. Her eyes blaze with resolve, prepared to face the overwhelming odds. Protagonist, screams in agony, overwhelmed by the corrupted forces. The Saintess commands them to escape, protecting others with her power. A noble panics, realizing the Rothaler family's sinister involvement. He vows to expose the conspirators and seek their execution. The Saintess, enraged, silences the bickering, taking control. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupts as she unleashes her full might. The immense power of the monster overwhelmed everything. Panic erupted as the wall crumbled, revealing a terrifying threat. The Saintess urged everyone to escape, her resolve unwavering. Footsteps echoed, a desperate flight from the encroaching horror. Suddenly, a monstrous entity appeared, eyes glowing with malevolence. Fear gripped them as the dreadful presence intensified. Their gazes met the monster's countless crimson eyes. One massive eye stared, a chilling abyss of ancient evil. The beast screamed, spawning grotesque gremlins into the chaos. Terror spread as the demons swarmed, a nightmare unleashed. Blood erupted as the monster unleashed its brutal attack. The terrifying swarm of demons overwhelmed the fleeing crowds. Panic spread as the Saintess struggled against the endless horde. She cried out, warning that they couldn't control the demonic tide. The monstrous tentacles and swarms continued their relentless assault. Suddenly, a fierce explosion of fire magic erupted, pushing back the evil. A powerful mage unleashed devastating energy, turning the tide of battle. Ancient magic surged, as ethereal spirits joined the desperate struggle. A colossal fire spirit manifested, guiding the terrified survivors to safety. The Saintess, a beacon of hope, commanded them to follow the spirits. Princess Salaha and her chamberlain, Dest, fought through the monstrous hallway. Senior Bloomliver, matriarch of witches, used spirits to help guests escape. Saintess Clarice and Janica desperately ran towards Ed's room for a solution. The Rothaler's night descended into chaos, tentacles consuming everything. But one man, bloodied and determined, saw the true horror unfolding. It was him, protagonist, A, moving with grim resolve through the carnage. He knew this was the terrifying end of the fourth act, earlier than expected. Despite their efforts, Kreppen summoned the evil god half a year too soon. Countless human sacrifices are needed to borrow the evil god's monstrous powers. Nobles, revered by their peers, are especially favored for this dark ritual. In the original timeline, Princess Phinia aggressively kept Kreppen in check. Kreppen couldn't easily gather sacrifices or study the evil god's powers. He attacked Sylvania for relics and noble blood, but this time, Phinia lost the election, losing her will to fight. Kreppen's only restraint vanished, changing everything. No need to attack the academy, he exploited his own lavish parties. Noble sacrifices would flock to impress Princess Salaha. Kreppen wanted the protagonist back, a thorn in his side. By restoring his noble status, he became a prime sacrifice. The hero slices through the monstrous threat, ending the tragedy. The hero's blade pierces the monstrous threat, ending the tragedy. He stands bloodied, triumphant, the monster defeated. Yet, the hall is ravaged, a twisted landscape of nightmares. A familiar face emerges, scarred and defiant. But this figure is no stranger, rather a chilling echo. A grotesque transformation, a loyal knight now monstrous. Kadek, once a trusted ally, now serves a darker power. The protagonist recognizes him, a painful memory. The mutated Kadek lunges, but the hero is ready. He dodges the attack, a true test of pain, endurance. Kadek unleashes a devastating fiery attack. The protagonist barely evades, but the blade still finds its mark. Kadek, transformed into a monstrous puppet, attacks relentlessly. The protagonist falls, blood splattering, barely clinging to life. Kadek, once loyal, now serves an evil god, his power immense. The protagonist, battered and bleeding, prepares for the impossible fight. Kadek's monstrous form unleashes a destructive power, tearing the hall apart. The protagonist retaliates with a desperate, precise sword strike. A powerful impact sends blood erupting, the hero facing immense pressure. His eyes, filled with grim determination, stare down the impossible foe. A monstrous entity, unknown even in prophecy, manifests with deadly power. Its crimson tendrils coil, threatening to crush everything. The protagonist, battered and scarred, recognizes a terrifying, unprecedented threat. A grotesque, transformed figure wields a dark blade, blocking his path. Its piercing gaze promises a battle he cannot escape. A horrifying, multi-eyed abomination unleashes pure destructive energy. The watchtower collapses as the monstrous power erupts outwards. Inside, desperate men fight for survival, barely holding the line. One man is impaled by a dark projectile, blood splattering everywhere. Another falls, his head crushed in a brutal, bloody attack. A monstrous eye, pulsating with dark energy, glares from the abyss. Yanika, bloodied and terrified, witnesses unimaginable horror unfolding. Tears stream down her face, overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle. The watchtower crumbles, consumed by the encroaching, grotesque corruption. She fears the tower's collapse, trapped in this nightmarish scenario. A gaping chasm reveals the tower's ravaged interior, chaos below. Inside, a fierce battle rages as powerful mages clash. The protagonist, scarred but unyielding, charges into the fray. He unleashes a devastating magical attack, striking with fierce resolve. His defense magic flares, protecting him from deadly blows. His eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering resolve amidst the chaos. A powerful, blood-soaked sword descends, ready to strike a deadly blow. An explosive impact shatters the ground as energy erupts around him. He collapses, blood splattering, barely able to withstand the brutal assault. The legendary sword, Blade of Dawn, lies heavy, awaiting its true wielder. A mysterious figure emerges, wielding the Blade of Dawn with deadly grace. He unleashes a focused burst of magic, fighting back with desperate strength. His point explosion magic detonates, a desperate counterattack against the foe. The unknown assailant retaliates, creating a massive explosion of raw power. Yet, he stands, his defensive magic holding, battered but unbroken, facing the air. She was an expert swordswoman, her blade glowing with deadly magic. The nobles watched as she trained, a legend in the making. She was a flower of the Rothaler family, blooming with power. But he stands, battered, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. His blessing of fire grants him temporary immunity to flames. The man who looked just like his brother, a painful memory. He stomps the ground, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. He found Arwen's weakness in just 2 exchanges, a shocking revelation. A lightweight enchantment, disguised by fire, revealing her true fighting style. If he focuses on her slashes, he can dodge them all. Arwen's greatsword, a weapon of shifting weight, now reveals its true power. But this lightness makes it vulnerable to external forces, a crucial weakness. Suddenly, a monstrous, tentacled arm erupts, seizing the blade. The protagonist, scarred and determined, uses his own hand to stop the weapon. He predicted her hidden weapon, another blade concealed within her arm. The air crackles with energy as Arwen retaliates with a desperate strike. Her backup plan, a second sword, ready when her primary weapon is neutralized. She will retrieve her weapon once distance is created, a deadly strategy. But his eyes burn, seeing through her every move, every desperate ploy. He reacts, a blur of motion, turning her attack into his ultimate advantage. The protagonist unleashes a torrent of blood, fighting a monstrous foe. Something is deeply disturbing him, an unsettling feeling he can't shake. Arwen Rothaler, a being who should not exist, defies the original scenario. He senses a missing piece, a crucial detail he must uncover now. A grotesque, tentacled arm regenerates, gripping the blade with terrible force. Her limbs, powered by Mebular, can regenerate, a terrifying advantage. This annoying ability comes at the cost of her very reason, her mind. Humans controlled by Mebular suffer worse than death, consumed by urges. Kadek, the loyal Eagle Knight, served the Rothalors even in this state. Even with simplified logic, their core desires remain, a dark echo. Protagonist, A, finds himself at a terrible disadvantage against the relentless attacks. His eyes reflect the urgency, knowing he cannot let this battle drag on. He channels his power, a shimmering blue energy, into his blade. Meanwhile, Creepin Rothaler summons the evil god Mebular, threatening all. Lucy stands her ground, but her efforts may be in vain. Protagonist, A knows he must defeat Arwen to stop the full summoning. The fight intensifies, a clash of overwhelming speed and power. He understands the stakes. Survival means absolute victory. His blade glows with fierce resolve, ready for the final confrontation. He unleashes a devastating spirit formula, Manifest Waterhead. Protagonist, A unleashes his powers, clashing violently against an unseen foe. He dodges a swift attack, barely avoiding a fatal blow. The enemy's speed remains terrifying, forcing him into a defensive stance. A shadowy figure looms, striking with overwhelming force and precision. His opponent reveals a hidden blade, aiming for a desperate counter. Blood splatters as protagonist. A endures the relentless assault. Every exchange is a gamble, a single mistake meaning instant death. A mysterious magic engineering tool, the Claw Hand, activates. It pulses with energy, prepared to pull objects towards itself. He plans to restrain her sword, turning the tide of this brutal fight. Protagonist, A, endures another brutal hit, but his plan is in motion. He activates acceleration magic, anticipating her next move. His eyes widen as he realizes the true speed of his opponent. The enemy's claw hand glows, ready to unleash a devastating pull. Suddenly, a powerful thrust forces protagonist, A, to react. His gaze sharpens, blood splattering, but he remains resolute. A mysterious tower crumbles, tentacles emerging from the ruins. Yanika screams, caught in a swirling vortex of green energy. She unleashes a desperate burst of power, fear etched on her face. Protagonist, A, prepares for the ultimate clash, the battle raging. Bloodied but unyielding, he unleashes a devastating counterattack. Her desperate power surge clashes with the enemy's crushing force. His eyes crack under immense pressure, yet resolve burns. A chilling grip extends, threatening to steal his very weapon. The battle rages, a whirlwind of blades and devastating magic. Suddenly, the ancient watchtower begins to crumble, tentacles erupting. The entire structure groans, collapsing under an unseen assault. Massive debris rains down, shaking the very foundations of the land. A suffocating dust cloud engulfs the battlefield, obscuring all. Yanika screams, lost within the chaos as the world crumbles. Our hero, battered and bleeding, cries out a name in desperation. His face contorts in pain, yet a glimmer of hope remains. A woman, once serene, chose obedience, sacrificing everything for her family. Her path led her down a dark, ominous staircase of no return. Crepin, a shadowy figure, performed horrific experiments on her. She became a sack, tortured and broken, her mind shattered under unimaginable agony. Her final wish, a desperate plea, clung to her fading consciousness. Even in torment, she protected those she loved, urging them to leave. A blood-soaked hand grips a blade, her plea echoing in the silence. Yenica, gravely wounded, sacrifices everything to protect the protagonist. A horrifying entity emerges from the depths, its tentacles twisting towards them. The protagonist's blood-soaked blade shatters, a desperate final stand. A figure cloaked in shadow approaches, an ominous magical circle forming. The shadowy figure smirks, utterly unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, a shocking revelation flashes in his eyes, an unexpected twist. A blinding green energy erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The overwhelming force of the attack obliterates everything in its path. Footsteps echo through the desolate ruins. A lone figure emerges from the dust. The protagonist stands ready, dual blades drawn, facing an impossible foe. The shadowy foe unleashes a devastating assault, sparks flying with immense power. His monstrous blade shatters the very ground, a testament to its destructive force. Suddenly, a mysterious woman observes the chaos, her expression unreadable. She watches, her gaze intense, as the battle escalates to new heights. The protagonist unleashes his spirit, a spectral wolf mirroring his resolve. His eyes glow with fierce determination, ready to end this impossible fight. He charges his magic, preparing a focused explosion of raw power. An inferno erupts, consuming the battlefield in a blinding flash. A fiery sword slices through the air, an overwhelming display of magic. The protagonist unleashes a devastating flamestorm, engulfing his enemy. The enemy emerges unscathed from the inferno, his power overwhelming. He coldly acknowledges the protagonist's efforts, deeming them insufficient. A flicker of terror crosses the protagonist's eyes, realizing the true threat. The enemy retaliates, a devastating attack sending the protagonist flying. Blood spatters as the protagonist is brutally struck, his body pierced. Barely standing, he charges again, a desperate fight against impossible odds. Yenica watches, demanding his spirit intervene as he faces oblivion. The spectral wolf unleashes a powerful blast, protecting its master. The enemy is engulfed in the spirit's magic, a blinding surge of power. The protagonist and his spirit combine their strength for a final, desperate assault. The protagonist unleashes a bloody, desperate sword strike. He clashes swords with an unseen foe, green energy erupting. His supposed mother stares, mocking him for no longer pretending to be her son. He clenches his teeth, enraged by the injustice to someone he cares for. He remembers who he truly is, a foreign soul in this body. The tragic feud of the Rothaler family means nothing to him. This bloodstained conflict isn't his business, logically speaking. But she fought desperately, enduring countless cruel experiments just to survive. Her mind and body torn apart, her dignity trampled without mercy. She only wanted to protect her sibling, a fact he can't ignore. His face contorts in agony, blood dripping as he remembers past sacrifices. A gas mask hides his enraged expression, recalling desperate battles. A dying woman pleads, battered and bleeding, begging for survival. Her words echo a desperate plea to live, to run. He remembers the superior who took a bullet, the one who protected him, the girl who refused to run, sacrificing herself to turn back time. Those who throw away their lives for others, he truly doesn't understand. Blood splatters as he clutches his sword, a brutal scene unfolding. He stands over a fallen ally, gripping his bloodied blade, a solemn promise to live, echoing the words of the fallen. Bloodied and scarred, the protagonist's determination burns brighter than ever. He remembers the fallen, their sacrifices fueling his resolve. A monstrous entity, all eyes and tendrils, emerges from the shadows. Suddenly, a young woman, empowered by fire, unleashes her fury. Her magic rips through the air, obliterating everything in its path. The protagonist unleashes a furious counterattack, blood staining his blade. A brutal clash of swords, sparks flying in the deadly dance. His opponent taunts him, questioning his guilt over a past kill. The enemy sneers, mocking his trivial feelings of remorse. The protagonist lunges, a whirlwind of blades, seeking ultimate vengeance. The enemy lunges, a blade piercing the protagonist, blood erupting. His eyes glow ominously, demanding silence from his foe. With a furious roar, he unleashes a devastating counterattack. The enemy collapses, bloodied and defeated, collapsing to the ground. A new power awakens within him, the blessing of the windstorm. A majestic spirit wolf manifests, ready to tear through his enemies. Yenica screams, urging him to regain control, to stop his rampage. He gasps for air, his body radiating an uncontrolled fiery aura. Intermediate magic, focused explosion, shatters the battlefield. His eyes burn with an inferno, absolute power unleashed. His power surged, an uncontrolled tempest of mana. Yet, his mana supply dwindled, his body pushed to its absolute limits. He had already run out of mana, despite his destructive magic. His opponent, unfazed, looked down upon him, truly remarkable. Yenica, bloodied and desperate, pleaded for him to regain his senses. Anger only narrowed his vision, making him vulnerable. He fought through the chaos, an endless barrage of enemies. The ground itself became a weapon, shards erupting around him. He unleashed basic defensive magic, a desperate shield against the onslaught. The attack shattered the earth, his defenses barely holding. The air crackles with unseen power, a storm brewing. He gasps, bloodied and broken, yet still he pushes forward. The true evil lord begins his terrifying manifestation, a horrifying spectacle. He stands defiant, utterly unfazed by the encroaching darkness. The villain declares his immortality, promising the protagonist's demise. He looks down at our hero, mocking his futile resistance. A dark figure speaks of a son, eerily similar to our hero. The villain questions the fate of a mysterious she, deepening the mystery. A new character appears, revealing a hidden truth about the past. The ground trembles as the dark energy surges, consuming all hope. Our hero, consumed by darkness, becomes a living suicide note. The villain reveals the truth. Our hero was expelled from Awfulous Hall. A horrifying smile hints at a tragic past, a son already dead. The past unfolds. A letter of expulsion arrives at the Grand Academy. He endured disgrace, preferring it to his father's vile experiments. To escape, he feigned madness, tarnishing his family's honor. He clutches a blood-stained letter, hoping for freedom. His survival is a mystery, a secret known only to few. A spectral figure, impaled by a sword, questions his survival. The ultimate question lingers. Is he alive because of her? His father's evil research continues, his sister trapped in a cold laboratory. He achieved his freedom, but at a horrifying cost. His sister's screams echo, making his freedom a disgusting burden. He chooses death, hanging himself to repay his sins. His final plea, spare Tanya from this hell. The protagonist, bleeding and enraged, questions the suicide. He remembers seeing Ed Rothstaler in the credits, somehow alive. The past reveals a miserable end, yet survival. Someone intervened, a mysterious figure in the shadows. A maid saves him, cutting the rope, defying his fate. He finally understood his purpose, but the Ed Rothstaler he possessed died. Before possession, he was a broken warrior, battered and defeated. After possession, he became an empty shell, hanging by a thread. Even until now, the past haunted him, a life built on others' deaths. His existence was a constant struggle, a relentless battle against himself. A monstrous form emerged, mocking his very being and his weak past. The protagonist raged, desperate to silence the painful accusations. The demon, a twisted reflection, continued its taunts, relishing his torment. It was a grotesque, alien force, dripping with malice. Life devours the weaker, its survival of the fittest. A monstrous eye of malice unleashes terrifying dark magic. The protagonist stares, his blue eyes reflecting utter shock. Dark magic, the eye of malice, is revealed. Tendrils of death erupt, striking the protagonist with deadly force. He falls, bloodied and battered, barely clinging to consciousness. The demonic entity floats above, observing its prey. A sinister smile spreads across its face, reveling in the chaos. The demon is stunned, the protagonist blocked its spirit magic. The protagonist, bloodied but unyielding, searches for a counter. The terrifying eye of malice, a borrowed power, reveals its secret. Two ways exist to stop the terror of the eye of malice. He is completely surrounded, the tendrils of death striking relentlessly. The protagonist falls back, severely wounded and bleeding profusely. Time is running out, his resolve hardens with every painful breath. Summoning Marilda is not an option, the space is too confined. The demonic entity boasts, declaring its unbreakable will to survive. It sacrificed everything, even its own blood, for eternal life. It vows to crush all threats and ascend to true immortality. But the protagonist, despite his injuries, will not yield. The demonic heart pulsates, an ominous sign of growing power. The demonic entity boasts, "You won't get to see it." It screams, unleashing a devastating wave of power. Protagonist, A, is overwhelmed, his body battered and broken. Suddenly, Clara arrives, screaming his name, radiating golden energy. A powerful golden barrier erupts, protecting the injured protagonist, A. He stares, shocked, as Clara descends like a goddess. She clutches her chest, blood staining her white dress. The golden barrier shatters, and protagonist, A, is thrown back. Coughing blood, he asks Clara what is happening, Who is she? The demon mocks. A miracle? That's unfortunate for you. The demonic entity boasts, declaring it is too late as its power surges. Green energy erupts, tearing through the surroundings with devastating force. Protagonist. Collapses, blood gushing from his mouth, barely conscious. His eyes, wide with shock and pain, stare into the chaos. Suddenly, Clara arrives, her holy magic blessing him with a golden glow. She smiles softly, explaining her delayed arrival and unwavering belief in him. Clara desperately tries to heal protagonist, her own strength fading fast. He weakly tells her she's here now, and it won't take long. But his hand grabs hers, a desperate plea for her to wait. Protagonist, bleeding and battered, screams for just a little more strength. He frantically thinks of the horrors unfolding, knowing Clara understands his desperation. Clara, seeing his rage, fears he is losing himself in the fight. She grasps his hand firmly, a silent plea to stop. He struggles, gasping for air, as she begs him to rest. Clara maintains her holy magic, hoping to buy him precious moments of recovery. Suddenly, Monster, rises, bewildered by his survival. A chilling realization dawns on Monster, He sees the holy magic, understanding how protagonist, endured his attack. Monster, unleashes his dark magic, knowing the Saintess is no longer there. He summons the Blade of Death, questioning how protagonist, will block it. The attack engulfs protagonist, in a devastating torrent of dark energy. Yet, Monster, is baffled. Protagonist, somehow endures the impossible blow. Protagonist, rises, severely wounded but still channeling his immense power. He stares down Monster, refusing to yield, determined to survive. Monster, reveals his terrifying artifact, the glassed golden phoenix ring. It twists time itself, granting him power from his future self. Monster, scoffs, asking if protagonist, is done with his futile last words. To survive, he will do anything, agreeing with his inner demons. He channels unimaginable energy, his body burning with raw power. The sacrifices of others, from seniors to siblings, weigh heavily upon him. Every life lost, whether by choice or necessity, fuels his resolve. Some tell him to forget the fallen, but their memory is his burden. He couldn't forget a single one, driving him forward into the fray. He despises those who run from the consequences of their actions. You cowardly bastard, he roars, challenging Monster, A's retreat. With a surge of power, he summons the high-ranking fire spirit, Theorphus. A mysterious figure steps into view, their presence ominous. A woman in black stares, questioning the unsettling events unfolding around her. The sky rips open, unleashing a torrent of chaotic, destructive magic. Energy blades clash, tearing through the air with unimaginable force. Clara, distraught, desperately tries to comprehend the unfolding disaster. Panic erupts as a knight and a student witness the devastating power. Clara and Yenica rush through the chaos, driven by a desperate urgency. Yenica realizes the unimaginable. The protagonist is at the epicenter of this. A monstrous entity looms, its power threatening to consume everything. Monster, dismisses any resistance, declaring all efforts utterly pointless. Monster, unleashes a devastating evil eye, demanding an end to this prolonged struggle. The darkness explodes, consuming everything in a terrifying, chaotic void. Protagonist, pushes his magic staff to its absolute limit, desperate for a moment of power. Even an incomplete fragment of power might be enough. He will manifest this power, if only for a fleeting second. Meanwhile, Clara summons a legendary being from the age of myth, an entity of pure elemental power, the supreme fire spirit, Theorphus. Theorphus, a spirit capable of burning entire mountain ranges, answers Clara's call. Protagonist, stands ready, determined to bring that legend into reality. His power surges, tearing through the very fabric of existence. Monster, unleashes a devastating torrent of dark magic. Protagonist, battered and bloodied, desperately counters the attack. Above, a colossal draconic spirit descends, radiating immense power. This is the supreme spirit formula, the blessing of the fire dragon. Its unleashed flames incinerate the demonic tendrils and summoned creatures. The fire spirit burns everything, leaving only destruction in its wake. Clara, exhausted, is surrounded by a fading blue aura. Every trace of mana in the area is burned away to nothing. A swirling vortex of dark energy consumes the battlefield. Protagonist, collapses, his mana unable to recover. Even after the devastating attack, his resolve remains unbroken. He recalls a chilling lesson. In this world, devour or be devoured. He remembers the first ones he eliminated to survive. His own family. Born into a ducal family, survival instinct became his very nature. He devours, a grotesque act of pure desperation. Even without mana, he knows an opportunity will come. He struggles to escape, clawing his way through the rubble. Screaming for power, he calls upon the evil god Mebular. A monstrous eye, a conduit of dark power, answers his plea. The mana is gone, yet the source of darkness still lingers. The evil god's power surges, threatening to consume all. A desperate plea for power creates a swirling vortex of energy. The ritual intensifies, promising unimaginable dark magic. Clara, defiant, stands amidst the encroaching darkness. The evil god's eyes glow, surrounded by arcane circles. Pure magical energy erupts, a terrifying display of power. Monster, A stares, blood streaming, questioning reality. Protagonist, A strikes, a blur of dark energy and fury. His fist connects, imbued with a devastating, burning force. The clash of titans echoes, shattering the very ground beneath them. The ground shatters as a devastating attack rips through the arena. Dust and debris obscure the view, the impact echoing with raw power. Protagonist, A lies broken, bloodied, barely clinging to life. You should have stayed buried. His tormentor sneers, mocking his pain. Monster, A stands over him, gloating about the one-sided battle. You're no different, he whispers, declaring protagonist as impending doom. Protagonist, A coughs, his body failing, arm numb from the ring's curse. No mana, no blessings, no help, he is utterly alone. I'm going to die, he thinks, accepting his fate. A voice whispers, It's okay. You've done well. You can stop now. The tormentor whispers, urging him to surrender to death's embrace. His body, bloody and broken, fights a losing battle against oblivion. The pain intensifies, his grip on life slipping with each ragged breath. But a primal scream erupts, defiance burning through the agony. The villain recoils, shocked by this unexpected surge of spirit. Protagonist, A, battered and scarred, refuses to stay down. He clutches a fragment, a symbol of his stolen inheritance. He strikes with desperate fury, refusing to let go of what's his. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve, remembering the path he forged. From humble beginnings, he clawed his way to mastering magic. He became a top student, respected by all, forging his own path. His trusted companions filled his camp, a sanctuary he never wanted to leave. But the villain appeared, mocking his persistence, asking why he still stood. Protagonist, A revealed a hidden truth. His sister endured everything for him. Her guilt, her sacrifice, drove the antagonist to his own demise. The bloodied hand of the villain confirmed the dark inheritance. Protagonist, A absorbed it all, the power of a life tragically lost. The dying villain's hand reached out, acknowledging his successor's strength. With a bloody blade, protagonist, A gripped his new destiny. The villain, horrified, watched as protagonist, A declared his complete takeover. The villain's bloodied hand gripped the weapon, questioning his own defeat. He screamed in agony, the world blurring as his power waned. Dark energy pulsed through his hand, a dying surge of forbidden magic. Protagonist, A, bathed in crimson, rose above the fallen foe. The blade plunged, a brutal end to a dark inheritance. The villain collapsed, impaled, his reign of terror over. Protagonist, A absorbed the power, the sacrifice echoing in his mind. He commanded the defeated to rest, a new era dawning. The villain, horrified, demanded to know why he still stood. Protagonist, A, trembling but resolute, embraced his new terrifying strength. Bathed in blood, he had nothing left to say. He instinctively shut his eyes and ears against the horror. Once again, he survived, just like always. Crepin, the catalyst for the evil god's descent, lay dead. The eye of the fallen catalyst, now lifeless. The evil god, Mebular, losing its purpose, began to unravel. Mebular was defeated, destined to return to its own dimension. Yet, two chilling questions still remained unanswered. How could a mere human stand against an evil god? And the second question lingered, a terrifying mystery. Crepin Rothaler, receiver of endless magic, lay dead upon the shattered earth. A voice boomed, demanding to know who dared strike him down. His lifeless body crumbled underfoot, a brutal testament to the battle. Clara, horrified, knelt beside the fallen, her hand covering her mouth. Her eyes welled with tears, reflecting the sheer terror of the moment. She remembered a time when she gave up her dreams of power. Yet, Crepin clung to consciousness, fulfilling his duty even in death. He was a martyr, his body glowing with a final surge of power. Suddenly, debris rained down as the very ground began to tear apart. Two spirits, summoned by Clara, rocketed into the collapsing void. The battlefield transformed. Soldiers established camp amidst the ruins. A grim silence hung heavy over the moonlit, fractured earth. The powerful Rothaler family, now broken, faced utter annihilation. A mysterious woman declared the true story was just beginning. Her enigmatic smile promised a busy night of unfolding schemes. Blue flowers shimmered, oblivious to the impending political storm. Inside the palace, a lonely princess longed for her absent family. Her father, shrewd and dismissive, called her shameless. Persica, playing chess, desired her family's presence despite his words. The balance of power in the palace was shifting, irrevocably. The capital, a chessboard of power, where every move dictates destiny. But with key players absent, the game takes an unexpected turn. Persica, underestimated by all, now makes her calculated, silent move. She probes her father, seeking hidden treasures and ancient secrets. Suddenly, a frantic messenger bursts in, shattering their quiet game. Urgent news has arrived, shaking the very foundations of the kingdom. The true battleground shifts from the capital to Rothaler Manor. Meanwhile, the king laments his missing daughter, unaware of her fate. A young girl named Phoenix holds a crucial, mysterious secret. The rightful heirs gather, believing only they can handle the unfolding disaster. The tiny mage and spirit sorcerer deserve reward for their heroism. They saved countless lives, their efforts must be honored. But now, a darker question looms. Who among them deserves punishment? First, a calm sip of tea, masking sinister intentions. The Rothaler family, it is decreed, must face the executioner's noose. Even Ed Rothaler? Phoenix questions, his innocence undeniable. You only saw the end, Salaha counters, her gaze piercing. Ed Rothaler, a loyal supporter, returned to power through Crepin. He was at the heart of everything, a key player in this web. But he witnessed true power, betraying Crepin for his own gain. Manipulated by Ed Rothaler, the two girls were merely pawns in his grand scheme. Even with her keen eyes, she, too, was played, a puppet on his strings. He must hold Ed Rothaler quite fondly in his twisted heart. Suddenly, a fierce argument erupts, shattering the calm tea time. An elder intervenes, shocked by the princess's escalating fury. Phoenix, still a child, underestimates the ruthlessness of true power. The people demand a scapegoat, a symbol to quell their discontent. Burning Ed Rothaler at the stake would resolve everything. But Phoenix sees through the ruse, accusing them of fear. A new, ominous presence emerges, her intentions shrouded in mystery. A new, ominous presence emerges, her intentions shrouded in mystery. The princess, seeing through the ruse, accuses them of fear. She demands Ed Rothaler be treated as a hero, not a scapegoat. The Empire must honor his efforts and restore his family's power. But the other nobles, once hostages, may never agree. Crepin Rothaler's death has left a power vacuum. Everyone wants a piece. The princess questions, "Don't you agree, princesses?" Another voice suggests taking care of Ed Rothaler now, while they can. The princess reveals her true motives, driven by profit. She believes aligning with Princess Salaha will be most profitable. Lortel's eyes blaze, a chilling silence hanging heavy in the air. A sinister smile hints at a dangerous game being played. "Don't think I'll just allow this," she warns the scheming nobles. A hand raises a teacup, discussing the vision of a trading company. Princess Salaha is praised, a fool's choice for emperor. It's quite nice having the elite trading company on my side. But bringing Ed Rothaler to the capital might be a bad move. Princess Persica has begun to grow her forces. A new threat emerges. Persica's desire for the throne, now solidified against her. Phoenix and Persica joining forces over Ed Rothaler is an annoying variable. Powerful figures are hard to control, and a sinister plan is forming. A woman plots with a sly smile, seeking new ideas for control. "Keep him hidden. Use him as a hostage," she whispers, a chilling suggestion. "Hide him where no one could ever discover him," an insidious thought. A vast storage lot, cargo changing daily, conceals dark secrets. A sprawling complex, so immense, a house could vanish unnoticed. Who would ever worry about what's inside these forgotten storage units? Control Ed Rothaler from a place no one knows. A dangerous game. If his usefulness wanes, he can be eliminated. A cold, calculated decision. Risk management is essential, she smiles, embracing the ruthless plan. Her sinister smile confirms the ruthless plan. The deal is sealed with a chilling agreement. Ed Rothaler will be taken to Oldek. Her ambitions are finally within reach. She can make anyone hand over their treasures. But checking on Ed reveals a shocking twist. Sudden power surges erupt from the girls. The girls unleash a devastating counterattack. She realizes her perfect plan has gone awry. This unexpected battle will be anything but easy. A battlefield commander's promise of returning home echoes through the chaos. Amidst the devastation, a soldier clings to the hope of a safe haven. In the hazy world of unconsciousness, memories of harsh times resurface. The pain of the past, scarred and burning, refuses to be forgotten. Our hero awakens, battered and bloody, with no home to return to. Suddenly, a fierce magical battle erupts around him, fire and fury unleashed. His allies discuss his severe injuries, questioning the path to recovery. Concerned voices suggest a retreat to Mulan, a strategic escape. Clara insists on the need for high priests and powerful healers for true recovery. Another ally offers a hideout and skilled medical staff, but warns of future dangers. If he is praised as a hero, nobles will stop at nothing to halt his rise. If he is labeled a traitor, execution could be swift for imperial authority. Two women are tasked to protect Ed, navigating this impossible conflict. One declares she will take him to Oldek, deeming it the safest refuge. Oldek, the holy city, can stand against the immense power of the imperial family. One woman questions if they would truly risk conflict for Ed Sunbei Nim. Even the saintess seems to be considering this drastic, dangerous measure. The holy city has no justification for political negotiation with the empire. They must not let Ed be used by powerful people. He must go to the company. With fierce determination, she declares she will take him herself. If the problem is being used by powerful people, where can they go? She confidently declares she can run, unlike the saintess or Lortel. Suddenly, a new, powerful figure appears, observing them. A small, precious feather falls to the ground, a harbinger of change. Imperial guards march, surrounding them under the dramatic sky. The first princess, Salaha, stands before them with immense authority. She commands Ed Rothstaler, her voice echoing with power. Ed must accompany her to the imperial palace for investigation, a shocking declaration. Clara desperately argues Ed needs healing in the holy city. The saintess stares, eyes wide with fear, as loyal followers plead. The Rothstaler family is accused of summoning an evil god, causing noble deaths. They planned rebellion, and someone must take responsibility for this chaos. Power abhors a vacuum, and the head position is now empty. Punish Ed Rothstaler. Let's drag him out. Destroying the Rothstaler family ensures loyalty to me, the imperial power. Suddenly, a powerful green energy blast erupts, protecting him. Two new figures appear, one with purple hair, the other a stern man. Yanika and Clara look on in shock as the situation escalates. A new force emerges. Tanya Rothstaler, ready to fight. Tanya gazes at her injured brother, a silent, powerful vow. She has lost everything, her family, her honor, her very existence. The Rothstaler family is now at risk, massacred by imperial power. With nothing left, her grip tightens, covered in blood. He remembers being cast out, building a hut alone on Arkan Island. His eyes wide, staring into the past, remembering his own pain. She realizes he understands her despair. They are both broken. Salaha, the princess, declares she will remain for investigation. The estate must be restored, for she is the rightful heir. She demands to fulfill her duty as head, ensuring her brother's safety. The nobles are shocked. She's taking the head position and all responsibility. The tension is palpable as two factions face off under a fiery sky. To claim a fallen family's headship is madness, a path to self-destruction. Yet, the true threat isn't her ambition, but a deeper, unseen problem. It's him, Ed Rothstaler, covered in blood, barely clinging to life. A man with nothing, yet labeled a traitor before even making a name. But already, powerful figures like Pena are drawn to his enigmatic presence. Influential people, including a saintess and spirit mage, now follow him. Even a monstrous mage, capable of facing an evil god, acknowledges him. Touching this man recklessly could cause immense trouble, but so could leaving him. If he gains power or forms a faction, he will surely threaten the imperial throne. The powerful mage, Salaha observes, believing everyone is making a grave mistake. They plot to take him to the imperial palace, to reward and control him. Meanwhile, another shadowy figure plans his imprisonment, a sinister alternative. The mage questions his future position. Who will he become next? Suddenly, Ed's eyes snap open, his consciousness returning, as if awakened by fate. His arm glows with dark energy, a terrifying power barely contained. His allies cry out, seeing him covered in blood, barely standing. He coughs, revealing he heard their every word, their every scheme. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve, a dangerous spark ignited. His companions, Yanika, Clara, and Lortel, all have their own paths. Princess Salaha demands his presence, but another shadowy figure also has plans. He is covered in blood, facing multiple factions, his fate hanging by a thread. He begins, his gaze intense, defying his brutal injuries. The sun sets, painting the sky with an ominous, fiery glow. Night falls over a secluded house, its windows glowing faintly. A young girl stretches, completely unaware of the looming danger. Her eyes widen in confusion, sensing an unexpected presence nearby. Suddenly, a bandaged Ed appears, surprising her, returning from the brink. His face scarred, he struggles with magic, demanding a fire be lit. A roaring fire ignites, casting dancing shadows in the deepening night. A companion asks about the arduous journey, facing the injured hero. He reflects on battlefields, a grim past haunting his present. Refusing all help, he returned to this solitary camp, wounded and alone. His survival was a brutal struggle, barely escaping death countless times. He admits his haste to return, driven by an unknown urgency. She notes his change in speech, a subtle shift in their dynamic. A question hangs in the air, probing the reason for his changed heart. His scarred face remains stoic, a silent testament to his ordeal. A villain long believed dead was confirmed alive, defying all odds. The moment a third-rate villain gave up his life, forever changing fate. A desperate moment, a senior maid saving a fallen noble from himself. She found him at his lowest, a blade by his side. She confirmed his survival, choosing to stay by his side. She brought him food, nurtured him back to strength, an unexpected ally. His past self, a stoic mask, now shows a subtle shift. He praises her, acknowledging her unwavering support in his darkest hour. A quiet night by the fire, a shared moment of calm. Under the crescent moon, a silent departure looms. She prepares to leave, a question lingering in the air. The summer break is ending, signaling a return to his harsh reality. Protagonist. A lies injured, receiving an unexpected farewell from Yanika. He remembers a vast forest, near the cliffs of the north. Fluid spirits shimmer, a memorable sight for a high-rank spirit. A powerful blue wolf spirit emerges, a guardian of Arkan Island. The spirit, bound to the forest, pondered its connection to humanity. Humans, unpredictable beings, presented a constant dilemma for the spirit. Sometimes, they united against disaster, their powers merging in defense. Other times, the spirit raged at their destructive logging and hunting. It struggled to comprehend humans, their fleeting lives a mystery. Yanika confronts the spirit, questioning its detachment from its own kind. But a peculiar girl, a sage of the northern lands, captured his attention. She, praised as a sage, was shunned for her forbidden magic. She declared her intent to build a school, a place of learning. The blue wolf spirit questioned her motives, her abundance of time. Humans, unlike spirits, lived hurried lives, she wisely explained. She sought permission, promising to protect the northern forest. Her gaze was unwavering, a determined glint in her eyes. Perhaps, being close to humans wasn't such a bad idea. The foundations of a new structure began to rise. Arkan Island, once wild, slowly embraced the touch of humanity. The flow of time for spirits differs greatly from that of humans. Arkan Island transformed, becoming a grand academy over time. The combat division forged legendary generals and strategists. Alchemy excelled, crafting potions and mastering magic engineering. The magic division produced mages wielding highest rank magic. Knowledge and time flowed rapidly, changing everything with brilliant speed. The world continued to move forward, leaving some behind. A piercing blue eye watched, knowing it always had. The storm passed, replaced by a chilling, cold wind. Protagonist, A, sat by a fire, adapting to the shifting temperatures. Protagonist, A, battered and bandaged, struggled with his injuries, unable to move his leg. His senses were dulled, vision blurry, as fever racked his broken body. A peaceful respite in the kitchen, a figure preparing a meal. Chopping onions, mundane tasks offered a moment of quiet. But peace never lasts. A sudden noise shattered the calm. Protagonist, A, heard something, calling out, "Did you call me?" He explained it was his contracted spirit, whispering strange things. He sat by the fire, listening intently to the unseen voice. Suddenly, a mischievous spirit appeared, revealing itself to protagonist, A. The spirit, with a sly grin, announced its departure, leaving him stunned. Protagonist, converses with the spirit, bandaged and injured, discussing its impending departure. The spirit muses about its absence, pondering the chaos it might unleash. It declares its intention to manifest and explore the academy, seeking a break. Protagonist, questions the spirit about its manifestation, lacking a magic source. The spirit gazes at the staff, a spark of an idea igniting in its eyes. It realizes the staff's magic is enough for manifestation, seeking permission to leave. A maid arrives, serving protagonist A as the mischievous spirit teases him. The spirit manifests into a beautiful woman, reveling in her new physical form. She bids protagonist a farewell, leaving him alone with the maid. Protagonist, a sighs, deciding to focus on recovery, embracing the quiet. Ran out, a bloody mess, as they fought over who would take him. Yanika, one of the powerful contenders, returned home to Pulani. Clarice, trapped, was forced back to the Holy Imperial capital. Another powerful figure, Lortel, also left, her intentions unknown, but one persisted, wanting to claim him, relentlessly. Princess Selaha, driven by ambition, sought to twist the situation. She offered countless promises, trying to win him over completely. Refusing her was an exhausting ordeal, a battle of wills. Her attempts ended abruptly when Phoenix returned to the palace. Salaha, now facing a power struggle, couldn't waste time on him. Salaha refused to return empty-handed, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Her intense gaze promised unseen consequences for those who defied her. Clara, an innocent pawn, was sent in her stead, oblivious to her fate. Salaha schemes, knowing the path ahead for Clara is fraught with peril. Meanwhile, the fallen Rothstaler banner waves over a crumbling estate. A lone figure guards the ruined family, abandoned and vulnerable. A seasoned general arrives, expecting a lively social gathering. General Magnus Collarmore, observing the desolation, demands answers. He receives a somber apology. The manor is in disarray. Taina Rothstaler, the acting head, explains the family's dire state. General Collarmore hears grave news from the academy. He desired to meet the new student council president. But now, a young girl leads the ruined Rothstaler family. The Rothstaler family has truly met its tragic end. With no time for games, she reveals her true intentions. She will bring down Princess Salaha and demands cooperation. The morning of the second day, a letter arrives. A mysterious woman delivers the letter to the protagonist. He wonders why a letter for him arrived at Ophelie's hall. The letter's chilling words reveal a dark, burning threat. I know about the terrible things you did to that poor girl. Taking advantage of a mute girl cannot be forgiven, no matter what. For the victim's sake, your punishment will be delayed if you beg. Come to Clocked Hall immediately. Signed by Patriciana Bloomliver. The protagonist, bandaged and surprised, reads the chilling letter. Yanika, the mysterious woman, questions if he kidnapped a girl. He is confused. A strange question from an even stranger person. The protagonist reflects on the bizarre situation as she walks away. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy consumes him. Whispering, huh? Another dark presence demands, next, as a chef kneels in despair. The head chef weeps, shattering his dish, lamenting a guest's rudeness. Monster. A hangs upside down, completely unfazed by the chef's despair. Salaha, frustrated, struggles to manipulate the uncooperative monster. A. Her carefully laid plans are crumbling, her anger barely contained. Monster, as nonchalant. What? Only fuels Selahas's seething fury. She finds the creature incredibly annoying, ruining her grand scheme. The Grand Academy looms as the final act of this epic saga begins. This act covers the tale of the Ice Dragon Wellbrock and Sage Sylvania. Ancient martial and magic families, Collarmore, Nortondale, and Impellin, rise. The magic families, Saniel, Whitefelts, and the disgraced Bloomliver, are revealed. Chaos erupts as experiments level hills and cause severe injuries. The notorious Bloomliver family, known as the House of Witches, is a handful. A mysterious letter arrives for Patriciana Bloomliver, sparking intrigue. Protagonist, A, injured, discusses the problematic Bloomliver family with a companion. They mention Traciana, a powerful fourth-year magic valedictorian, sister to Patriciana. Patriciana, a recluse, sent a letter. Unaware of protagonist, A's expulsion. Patriciana's extreme experiments lead her to skip all her classes. Protagonist, A wonders how she avoids expulsion despite her antics. Is she just as brilliant as her sister? The possibility looms large. The shocking truth. Patriciana and Traciana are powerful twins. Protagonist, A theorizes that Traciana is covering for her twin sister's absence. He believes the letter reveals Patriciana's hidden sense of justice. Yanika dismisses his thoughts with a devious smile, clearly up to something. Protagonist, A, still bandaged, expresses his growing exasperation with her antics. He finds Yenica trying to socialize a tied-up monster. Monster, A, bound and distressed, is forced to endure Yanika's bizarre methods. He pleads for help, promising good behavior if released from his torment. Protagonist, A stares in disbelief at the chaotic scene before him. He questions how long Yenica intends to keep Monster, A, captive. Yenica, with a sly grin, reveals her true, manipulative intentions. Yanika's manipulative intentions are laid bare, wanting a good-looking boy. Protagonist. A stares in disbelief, while Monster, A remains bound and distressed. He is completely exasperated by Yenika's bizarre methods and chaotic scene. Monster, A, on a leash, endures Yanika's torment and pleads for help. Protagonist. A receives a summons to Glocht Hall, a place of immense magical power. He ponders the legendary Mage Glocht and his foundational magic textbook. Despite memorizing the book, his aspectual magic progress has completely plateaued. A terrible past experience, however, granted him a deeper feel for magic. This allowed him to access new fields, including the formidable Time Prison. He also learned Bewitchment, a magic to control the minds of others. His aspectual magic, though powerful, demanded a heavy toll on his mana reserves. He yearned for mastery, but his current state hindered any progress. Suddenly, a voice shattered his thoughts, demanding his attention. He turned, surprised to hear his name called so brazenly. It was Patriciana, her face a mask of indignation. She knew of his secret camp, accusing him of hidden schemes. He denied it, explaining his expulsion 2 years prior. Her shock was evident, completely unaware of his past struggles. Patriciana stammered, quickly changing the subject with a nervous glance. She then inquired about another girl, her tone hinting at new troubles. Patriciana saw a mysterious girl near his camp, barefoot and strangely dressed. It was Clara, casually reading in the forest, like a spirit unbound. Patriciana, demanding answers, threatened to report him to the academy. He questioned her knowledge of his secret camp, fueling his suspicion. She then revealed knowledge of a prohibited private lab, stunning him. Suddenly, Patriciana unleashed a powerful magical attack, revealing her true intent. Her magic flared around her, a dangerous spell directed at him. He realized he couldn't use magic, trapped and vulnerable to her attack. The magical blast struck, a desperate move in a one-sided confrontation. Clara appeared, intercepting the attack with an ethereal grace, saving him. Clara, a vision of ethereal power, materialized to defend him. She unleashed her own magic, a powerful counter to the attack. The mysterious woman, Patriciana, was thrown back by the force. Her younger sister, Salaha, rushed to Patriciana's aid, demanding answers. Patriciana, flustered, pinched her sister's cheek for speaking out of turn. Clara apologized, explaining Salaha's immaturity to the bewildered hero. Salaha, undeterred, accused him of holding a cute girl hostage. He retorted, exposing Patriciana as the true kidnapper. The revelation left him stunned, a new layer of mystery unfolding. Marilda, another powerful figure, suddenly appeared, speechless and trapped. Patriciana and Salaha confronted him, a spirit's presence resonating through the air. Salaha's eyes widened in pure terror, a primal scream caught in her throat. Clara, the mysterious girl, clung to him, seemingly using him as a shield. Her gaze was unsettlingly calm, observing the unfolding chaos. But then, her serene facade shattered as she cried out in fear. The sisters recoiled, realizing a spirit was indeed standing before them. Salaha's initial surprise morphed into utter disbelief and confusion. Her face contorted in a mix of horror and dawning realization. She collapsed to her knees. He sighed, knowing he had to clear up this shocking misunderstanding. Far from the chaos, Pulan, a land of simple farms, more animals than people. Deep within, the quiet village of Torin, untouched by grand events. Yet, a joyous festival erupts, breaking the tranquil, aging rhythm. The reason for this rare celebration arrived just 3 days prior. It was the return of their cherished town treasure. Janica Failover, the prodigal daughter, had finally come home. But her thoughts drift to someone else. Is Ed doing all right? Her father, noticing her worry, questions her unspoken concerns. Is it because she's no longer top of her class? Janica struggles, trying to hide her true anxieties from him. Her father's question about a boy leaves her utterly speechless. She explodes, denying any such thoughts to her overzealous father. Blushing furiously, she claims she was just going to feed the cattle. Her parents exchange knowing glances as her denials grow louder. Her father then declares his dream of a son-in-law from Sylvania Academy. Janica groans as her father excitedly imagines drinking with his son-in-law. Her mother, equally excited, wonders about the boy's family and status. Janica screams, trying to correct their wild assumptions about her. She refuses to tell them anything, embarrassed by their relentless prying. Her parents, observing her flustered state, simply nod in understanding. Her parents, completely in sync, prepared for Janica's inevitable teenage outburst. They lamented the twilight of life, utterly baiting their daughter. Janica, now visibly flustered, still refused to play into their theatrics. Her parents, however, continued their dramatic charade, fueling her embarrassment. She was mortified, blushing uncontrollably at their relentless teasing. Then, her parents shared a knowing look, eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. A few hours later, the entire village had somehow heard the news. Villagers excitedly planned a feast, ready to welcome their new noble son-in-law. Everyone celebrated Janica, believing she had secured a rich, powerful partner. The whole town chanted her name, their joyous cheers echoing through the streets. Janica is overwhelmed, completely mortified by the village's joyous, chaotic celebration. She longs to escape, wishing to return to the quiet of Arkan Island. Suddenly, a mystical, moonlit forest appears, a place of profound magic. A bare foot gently touches glowing water, reflecting on old memories. A powerful entity recalls an ancient, once dominant family's mysterious disappearance. The protagonist, bandaged and scarred, contemplates the true meaning of destroy. The spirit, Marilda, reveals a melancholic insight into disappearing ancient families. She feels the world shifting, leaving even powerful spirits like her behind. The protagonist expresses concern, asking about Marilda's well-being and lifespan. Marilda smiles, reassuring him she has centuries left, teasing his worry. Marilda, the ancient spirit, questioned why the protagonist was so depressed. He stood by the magical tree, lost in thought, as she watched. Depressed? Me? She mused, a hint of denial in her voice, but a flicker of sadness crossed her face. Perhaps she was. She recalled Sylvania, an eccentric scholar from a forgotten era. Sylvania, the great sage, was obsessed with her research. Marilda had watched her, reminiscent of old, forgotten days. I got you into trouble, she apologized, smiling gently. The protagonist reassured her. Traciana had sorted everything out. Marilda realized this girl was not so similar to Sylvania after all. Clara reveals someone reminds her of the great sage from the past. It's the protagonist, Ed, whose unwavering spirit echoes Sylvania. His casual demeanor and resilience truly impress her. Ed feels their bond strengthening, an undeniable connection. A montage of intense battles hints at their shared struggles. High affinity with spirits boosts skills, stats, and unlocks new events. Suddenly, Clara mentions the corpse of the highest rank wind spirit. She offers him the ultimate power, the corpse of Turkalax. These mythical spirits, only one per element, are legendary. Acquiring the wind spirit's corpse would amplify his powers beyond measure. Clara reveals the corpse is just faded remnants of a mythical wind spirit. He questions her sudden change of heart, sensing a hidden motive. She confesses finding a friend like him is rare, a true confidant. But the cost of this immense power will not come free. Suddenly, we're at Arkan Island docks. A new journey begins. He struggles with seasickness, lamenting the boat journey. Janica arrives, overloaded with luggage, barely managing. She questions his early return, expecting him to work at home. Janica struggles to explain, a hidden secret behind her eyes. A crowd cheers, chanting Janica's name, as if she's a hero. Janica confesses that things just ended up this way, mysterious clashes. Monster, A suddenly appears, questioning if things are going well with Ed. Janica frantically denies it, but admits to recent clashes with Ed. She worries about being a burden, her true feelings revealed. A flashback to a past exam, a shared journey now refused. She wonders if Ed sees her as a bother, despite living together. Monster, A reassures her, saying there's nothing to truly worry about. He explains that men show their dislike, shocking Janica. He further elaborates on how guys distance themselves when unhappy. The sun sets over a distant, solitary cabin, hinting at Ed's whereabouts. Janica returns home early, blissfully unaware of the tension awaiting her. Ed, bandaged and wary, greets her with a strained, distant politeness. She asks if he's feeling better, while an inner voice warns of avoidance. Ed avoids eye contact, a clear sign of his discomfort, his true feelings hidden. Janica's heart sinks, wondering if she's truly become a burden to him. Suddenly, Ed breaks the silence, announcing he has something serious to say. He struggles to explain, a difficult request hanging heavy in the air. Janica's face clouds with worry, bracing herself for his confession. Ed, with a pained expression, begins to reveal his unspoken thoughts. The air crackles with unspoken emotions as the truth slowly unfolds. Ed tries to speak, but reconsiders, leaving Janica anxious. She urgently grabs his leg, a desperate plea for him to share. Janica insists she is ready to hear his painful confession, no matter what. With unwavering loyalty, she promises to stand by his side. Ed remains silent, the weight of his secret pressing down. A vision of Clara appears, offering a powerful wind spirit corpse. She reveals the corpse's immense power, a training boost beyond measure. But this ultimate power comes with a steep, unspoken price. Ed, still depressed, is asked by Clara to make progress. Clara then drops a bombshell, Yanika's deep romantic feelings for him. Before the break is over, she insists he must reveal his secrets. His lips part, a silent struggle behind his bandaged eyes. Her touch is gentle, a desperate plea for his truth. His face, scarred and weary, remains hidden from her gaze. A sudden vision, Yanika leaning in for a kiss. Clara's voice echoes, urging him to kiss her now. The phantom kiss lingers, a painful reminder of what could be. He refuses to share his burdens, needing to face them alone. Later, by a fire, Yanika asks a strange, critical question. She wonders if she should push him or pretend nothing happened. His words cut deep, fearing she'd find him annoying. She confesses her fear of being a burden, her face flushed with worry. He reassures her she's never been a burden, sparking a flicker of hope. A simple yes seals his sincerity, a quiet moment of trust. But she rises, a strange determination in her eyes, leaving him perplexed. Her resolve solidifies, slamming her suitcase down with finality. She declares she'll extract his secrets, a fierce glint in her eyes. Her back burns, but she refuses to move until he confides in her. His problems are hers, she insists. Together they'll find a solution. Then, a shocking question. Can you kiss me? Her face flushes scarlet, a silent confession on the verge of eruption. He sits by the fire, reflecting on her shocking question. The crackling fire mirrors the heat rising in her cheeks. He ponders her words. Bandage is a stark reminder of recent battles. He sits, lost in thought, as she observes him from the cabin. She peeks from behind a wall, wondering how much was revealed. He takes a deep breath, preparing to confess his true feelings. She scoffs, denying the obvious feelings now laid bare. Blushing furiously, she deflects with a flurry of excuses. Her eyes widen, caught off guard by his sudden, honest apology. Before Arkan Island, survival was his only priority. Nothing else mattered. But now, he's had time to think about her feelings and his response. Yet, he realizes he hasn't changed, still haunted by past failures. The memory of loved ones wounded, carried away, breaks him. He recalls his own near death, the pain of those who'd mourn him. Heartbreak heals, but the pain of loss, he understands, truly lasts forever. His hand clenches, a silent vow to never feel that helplessness again. He confesses, believing he's too selfish for anyone to truly like. But her voice cuts through, insisting he isn't cold-hearted at all. She reveals his hidden kindness, saying his worry was for her. She admits she would have been happy, then quickly retracts. Yanika blames Marilda for making them worry about such a thing. The protagonist declares he will handle it himself, asking her to forget. He confesses he doesn't want to use her in that way. She ponders, realizing the solution to their predicament is simple. Yanika suggests they just need to switch places, shocking him. His eyes widen, a dramatic realization dawning on him. Suddenly, Yanika pulls him close, their lips meeting under the sunset. The kiss deepens, an unexpected exchange of emotions. She stumbles back, the intensity of the moment leaving her breathless. Their lips meet, sealing an unexpected and dramatic pact. A moment of shared vulnerability hangs heavy in the air. He stammers, completely overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy. She quickly makes an excuse, escaping the awkwardness. He stands alone, utterly bewildered by what just transpired. What was he supposed to do after that shocking kiss? Her hand clutches her chest, heart pounding from the intensity. Yanika collapses, consumed by a blush and utter embarrassment. The next morning, a new day dawns, but the awkwardness remains. He begins to chop wood, trying to process everything. He desperately tries to clear his mind, channeling his frustrations into chopping wood. The axe splits the logs with violent force, a metaphor for his inner turmoil. Suddenly, a new presence observes him, a mystery woman with sharp eyes. She silently approaches, her gaze fixed on him with unsettling intent. His heart pounds as she knocks, her intentions shrouded in darkness. A muffled voice asks for Miss Janica, but who truly lies beneath the blanket? Red eyes flash from the depths of the hood, a hidden identity revealed. He panics, his words betraying a deep, crimson blush. She questions the hidden figure's fever, sensing something is deeply wrong. The hooded figure insists she's fine, but the tension is undeniable. A mysterious woman analyzes their behavior, searching for answers. She probes, asking for Miss Janica, her intentions still hidden. Meanwhile, the protagonist relentlessly chops wood despite his wounds. His recovery is incomplete, risking severe negative effects. Yanika, hidden under blankets, blushes furiously at the situation. She refuses to confront him, her embarrassment clear. The woman closes the door, a sudden, decisive action. She locks it, sealing them inside with an ominous click. Then, a shocking question echoes, "Did you sleep with Ed last night?" The protagonist reacts with explosive disbelief, axe still in hand. Yanika, mortified, insisted they didn't go that far. Patriciana's gaze narrowed, repeating the ominous phrase. A blush consumed Yanika, fearing what that far truly implied. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, a grand meeting was underway. Empty seats signaled the Rothaler family's diminished power. The discussion revolved around a tragedy and future plans. A king declared justice, but acknowledged its complex nature. Especially regarding the Rothaler family's involvement, opinions diverged. Princess Salaha demanded all Rothaler talent be eliminated. Princess Persica sought to strip their nobility and imprison Ed. Princess Phoenicia believes the Rothaler officials should return, reserving judgment on Ed. The king is surprised by her defense, noting the decision has already swung. He declares that Ed Rothaler, son of Crepin, is the man behind the incident. A sudden shock ripples through the chamber as dark magic erupts. Purple blades manifest, swirling around the startled officials. The magical assault intensifies, trapping everyone in its terrifying embrace. The very ground crackles with ominous power as the sorceress demands attention. She levitates, surrounded by the swirling blades, asserting her dominance. With an unsettling gaze, she makes it clear she is listening intently. The imperial family met to decide the Rothaler fate, now paused for testimony. Tanya Rothaler will cooperate, and Lucy Merrill must return to Arkan Island. Lucy, the witch, stands defiantly amidst swirling purple magic. She caused a disturbance, but her past contributions excuse her actions. However, she has mistreated chefs and resided freely within the palace. She even invaded private quarters, sleeping for hours at a time. A surge of dark magic explodes from the palace walls. Purple energy binds the majestic palace, sealing it off. Her countless actions disturb the peace and cannot be fully written. Princess Salaha, distressed, writes to Ed Rothaler, asking for help. The princess implores him to make Lucy return to the academy. A desperate plea, a letter from Princess Salaha, addressed to the beloved Ed Rothaler. What chaos is Lucy causing now, requiring Ed's urgent intervention at the palace? A mysterious maid observes Ed, urging him to respond to the princess's dire request. Her strange clapping signals an unexpected shift in their stagnant relationship. He reflects on her dedication, a new chapter beginning in her maid's experiences. Ed, still recovering, insists on working, planning new additions to his workshop. The maid warns him to rest, but he claims he's strong enough for simple tasks. Suddenly, her expression darkens, a hidden concern flickering in her eyes. She reveals her true intention, cleaning the villa before its owner returns. The next day arrives, and a familiar voice calls out his name. A mysterious figure appears, asking about the camp's expansion. Ed, still recovering, plans to build a second floor for his workspace. She slyly suggests having her own room there too. His expression changes, considering the implication of her request. He states he will need help and materials for the construction. He offers compensation, displaying a pouch full of money. The funds came from securing the top spot this year. She stares, surprised by his unexpected generosity. He feels indebted, needing to repay her in some way. But then, he refuses her money, leaving her utterly shocked. She intends to leave it as a debt in their relationship. A debt in the heart is more valuable than any coin. Then, a chilling question cuts through the air. Did something happen in Oldek? A tense silence falls between them, heavy with unspoken truths. He reveals Oldek's merchant union was a chaotic mess. He dismisses his strenuous efforts as nothing out of the ordinary. She states that nothing had truly changed in Oldek. The only change was herself, she solemnly declares. Perhaps the academy, or a certain someone, sparked this change. His gaze softens, a silent acknowledgement of her profound words. Patriciana teases him about his cabin construction, leaving him without a place to sleep. She reveals her villa is conveniently right there, a playful suggestion. Protagonist. As stoic reaction doesn't faze her as she continues her playful banter. She admits wanting to see him flustered, her smile unwavering. Her playful persistence continues, wondering what he'd do if she said yes. Protagonist A pauses, a silent moment between their escalating game. She blushes, clearly embarrassed by the prolonged, intense eye contact. The narrative shifts to the villa at night, a cozy but temporary solution. Both protagonist A and Patriciana are shown sleeping in separate beds. Patriciana feels a chill, hinting at a desire for closeness. Patriciana's playful smirk promised a night of unexpected turns. Her inviting question hung in the air, a daring challenge. Suddenly, a new presence, Lortel, shatters the intimate moment. Protagonist A stares, confused, as Yanika hides her blushing face. Yanika's shy gaze hints at a deeper, unspoken affection. Protagonist A, flustered, avoids her intense, heartfelt stare. Their awkward closeness creates an undeniable, charged atmosphere. Lortel's unexpected appearance ignites a new, tense dynamic. The suffocating tension leaves Lortel utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, an ancient legend, the first swordmaster, prepares to rise. The Holy Lance Dragon Wellbrock, a god-devouring monster, once threatened all existence. It tried to incinerate the world during the Age of Gods, but heroes defeated it, becoming a distant legend in history books. The generation that remembered its terror has long passed. However, a terrifying power stirs from the depths. I saw it, a monstrous dragon radiating destructive energy. Even powerful mages and guardians barely defended against its might. To be frank, I cannot win against such overwhelming power. Only Taily McLore, with the ancestral swordsmanship, can pierce its scales. Taily, inheriting the power of Luden McLore, is the world's last hope. He struggles to button his shirt, bandages covering his injured hands. He remembers Isla, trapped, and the need to grow stronger. His magic proficiency increased, yet it wasn't enough experience. Still, he defeated Professor Glast's golem, a minor victory. But the issue starts now, with a broken button and shattered expectations. The third act's boss is gone, and the fourth's boss is dead by his hand. He sighs, fully unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his scarred body. He cannot let things be. The world is changing too fast. The terrifying Holy Lance Dragon Wellbrock descends in 2 years, as foretold. However, in this unpredictable world, assumptions are meaningless, and danger looms. Boss fights arrive sooner, the world's tempo accelerating beyond prediction. He must prepare, but the path is shrouded in danger. At Mexis Bridge Cafe, a tense meeting unfolds. A mysterious figure confronts him, questioning his presence. His scarred face reveals a grim determination. He calmly declares his intent, to kidnap her. The woman is shocked, but he explains his twisted reasoning. Taily must be pushed to her limits, through extreme emotional trials. She knows Taily needs strength, but questions his ruthless methods. His unwavering focus on Taily's growth remains a profound mystery. She pondered his words, seeing a reflection of herself in his harsh journey. His own path, scarred and broken, made her impossible to ignore. He helped Taily, then pushed her away, even at the cost of his reputation. His past actions, shrouded in mystery, continued to haunt his every move. He struggles to explain his true motives, too dangerous to reveal. "That's all," he declared, pulling rank, a flimsy excuse. She apologized, realizing his bizarre explanation had failed to convince. A sudden shift. She confessed her misjudgment, trust emerging from doubt. She recalled her own past, saved by Taily, guided by his unseen hand. Now, she pledges her trust, ready to cooperate in his dangerous game. Her specialty, she confesses, is getting kidnapped, an embarrassing secret. A mysterious woman arrives, interrupting a quiet moment, introducing herself as Rihanna Clemson, an elite guild secretary. The protagonist, Ed Rothstaler, questions her sudden appearance. She apologizes for the intrusion, a strange tension filling the air. A proposal from the Elt Trading Company is her true purpose. 3 days earlier, a peculiar atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. Ed and Yenica act like shy newlyweds after their first night together. Their friend cannot even look her in the eye when asked why. The shocking truth is revealed. Miss Yenica and young Master Ed kissed. Yenica, surprisingly calm, faces a shocking revelation. She admits to a kiss, leaving her friend completely frozen. The friend questions the kiss, stunned by the confession. Yenica almost reveals everything, then reconsiders. She boasts of being the first to kiss Ed, then hesitates. Later, she requests wine from Ophelis Hall for her new cellar. The new wine cellar key is still missing, awaiting organization. Food prices soar, threatening the Academy's meal quality. Yenica resolves to check on the disrupted supply chain. Even during a bath, work calls, pushing Yenica to stretch. Even in a relaxing bath, Yenica's mind races with the Academy's troubles. The weight of power means schemers constantly plot against her. Those who seek her position will stop at nothing, even violence. Old foxes try to paint her as corrupt, but she will not lose. Losing power means losing everything, leaving her and her people empty. She's told she doesn't have to think that way, but she knows. But suddenly, a reminder of young Master Ed sparks a surprising realization. Work calls, demanding her attention even after hours. She lives a life of constant vigilance, building walls around herself. Yet, even in the bath, she can't escape her heavy responsibilities. Submerged in warm water, Yenica reflects on fragile, treasured moments. The ripples of her thoughts mirror the uncertainty of happiness. Outside, A maid, Rihanna, prepares to leave, her duty complete. Yanika emerges, blushing, her thoughts still consumed by him. Meanwhile, the elite trading company stands as a bastion of commerce. Inside, subtle changes hint at meticulous attention to detail. Work never ends as the branch leader dives into a mountain of paperwork. Orders are given, and efficiency reigns in the bustling office. The pen glides across the page, sealing the fate of many. Later, a maid delivers a grim report. Prices have drastically increased. The acting guildmaster commands, demanding an updated price list from Dune. Her eyes blaze with fury, the price hikes pushing her to the brink. Documents detailing the exorbitant new costs litter the floor, shocking all. Dune stands defiant, surrounded by the devastating financial reports. He refuses to comply, his smirk a challenge in the face of chaos. Her magic surges, an enraged burst of power threatening to erupt. But her magic falters, a terrifying realization dawning upon her. A single candle now costs 15 gold, an impossible, irrational decision. Rihanna approaches, carrying ropes, her expression grim. She wonders if they'll truly need them, dreading the impending struggle. Protagonist, A, bound and helpless, faces his tormentors. He trusted too easily, a fatal mistake in this cutthroat world. But protagonist, A, trusts no one. His loyalty is only to himself. He watched their greed, knowing their embezzlement would expose them. They searched for evidence, but it was never there. This grand scheme was long in the making, with hidden conspirators. Protagonist, A, realizes a powerful backer is pulling the strings. He's trapped, unable to offer even a whisper of a clue. They demand his quiet retirement, a fate worse than death. But protagonist, A's defiance sparks, refusing to yield to their treachery. Protagonist, A, finds himself entangled, trapped in a sinister game. Monster, A, a chilling force, toys with his captive's resolve. He knew merchants were twisted, never acting as expected. Monster, A, knew protagonist. A was the daughter of gold. The daughter of gold, Lortel Kihelrun, never lost her reason. But monster, A questioned if protagonist, A's trust was truly unwavering. What if this person had already decided to join their side? A contract, a settlement agreement, appeared eerily convincing. Monster, his eyes narrowed, acknowledging the forged documents effort. But such unreasonable demands would never be signed. Monster, A's insane eyes widened, realizing the contract was signed. A terrifying sound echoed as someone moved within the building. A hand, unnervingly pale, reached out from behind the door. Suddenly, a figure emerged, shrouded in a dark, ominous cloak. It was protagonist. A, his face scarred and gaze piercing through. A year ago, a lonely carriage sat under the pouring rain. A hooded figure warned a captive of power gained through betrayal. They stood alone, reminding him that no one would take his hand. "What's wrong, Lortel?" the figure asked, their voice chilling. "Why don't you smile a little more, like yourself?" A prisoner's tormented face screams, revealing the end of his golden reign. A chilling gaze promises this same, horrifying fate to another. The hooded figure's curse, once forgotten, now echoes in Lortel's mind. Bound and terrified, Lortel remembers the dreadful prophecy. Suddenly, protagonist, A, appears, a silent, imposing figure. His scarred face confirms the grim reality of the unfolding betrayal. A contract detailing corruption, a dark alliance forming. Protagonist, A, presents the damning evidence, sealing a terrible fate. Lortel's despair deepens, the weight of the truth crushing her spirit. With a chilling smile, Lortel accepts her grim and inevitable destiny. The acting guildmaster is an impressive opponent. Lortel cannot simply be tied down and defeated. Headquarters believes Lortel is a remnant of an old era. Yet, she effortlessly suppressed all opposition during her vacation. But her absence allowed a sinister plot to unfold freely. A chilling smile reveals a plan to completely subdue the guildmaster. Just 3 days of restraint, and her reign will be over. The conspirator is surprised by Teacher Ed's quick betrayal. Teacher Ed, a former ally, finds betrayal to be easy. He demands guarantees for his dark allegiance to be secured. He smiles, demanding a guarantee for his sinister plan. The protagonist watches, his face scarred and unreadable. Monster A reveals his long, patient wait for this moment. He recounts years of hidden observation, seizing every opportunity. 5 long years, quietly planning his ascent to power. The protagonist questions his sudden move, his trustworthiness. Monster A's eyes glow. He declares his opponent is underestimating him. The villain implicates someone from Sylvania Academy in his scheme. He dismisses the headmaster and dean as incorruptible. But Vice Principal Rachel, she would gladly end the monopoly. Monster A admits the protagonist's insight is impressive, a formidable foe. With a smirk, he hints at a grander scheme involving Guildmaster Lortel. The acting Guildmaster is outmatched, facing 6 powerful elders. A flashback to a past conversation reveals a desperate alliance. Slog, a frustrated contender, aims for the next Guildmaster position. Monster A confirms Slog is guaranteeing the protagonist. He reveals the Elt Trading Company's immense influence. The Guildmaster succession is a sensitive issue, even for royalty. The protagonist realizes a hidden player, Slog, is at work. He uncovers the name, a crucial piece in this dangerous game. The protagonist, scarred and bandaged, finally grasps the unfolding power plays. Monster A confirms the name Slog is enough to guarantee protection. The true name of this enigmatic figure is revealed, Persica Delpanir Cloel. This name holds power, connected to the Grand Royal Academy. A beautiful woman, the second princess, understands the implications. She observes the protagonist, impressed by his unique skills and awareness. She plans to recruit him, recognizing his extraordinary potential. He holds the trust of powerful figures like Penia and Princess Selaha. He is the obsession of hero Lucy Mayriel, a survivor of a fallen family. He is the most important key in this ruthless struggle for imperial power. A mysterious woman steps onto a sunlit balcony, her bare feet touching the stone. She sits gracefully, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Her gaze sharpens as she whispers, "I want to meet him soon." The name echoes. Ed Rothstaler, a legend already being written. 2 days before the semester, the academy looms, questions surrounding Ed's trustworthiness. Rihanna discusses him, noting his unusual focus on safe graduation. He achieved first place, yet seemed anxious about surviving the academy. For him, early graduation was an irresistible offer, a path to safety. He made an unexpected request: to kidnap someone for his studies. He can use holy authority magic, a power beyond understanding. They secured him in a basement storage, but he was no innocent. This shadowy figure, Monster A, sees an advantage in Ed's predicament. He holds a weakness over Ed, making him easily manipulable. Their true goal: Princess Persica's favor and to break the Guildmaster. Ed's trustworthiness is irrelevant. All risks are contained for 2 days. With doubled guards, Monster A grins, confident in his impenetrable plan. Suddenly, a primal roar shatters the calm. Chaos erupts. An unseen force blasts through the building, guards sent flying. A new challenger emerges, knowing everything, wasting no time. "Where is Elatrice?" he demands, his power undeniable. His eyes glow gold, recognizing a name that should be impossible. A subordinate falls as the mysterious challenger demands answers. Monster A is stunned, realizing the intruder's impossible speed. A chilling realization dawns. This is no ordinary attack. Rihanna, tied up, confirms the attack and calls for mercenaries. Bound and vulnerable, she waits as chaos erupts around her. Her green eye gleams with a hidden, dangerous resolve. The challenger, protagonist, A, stands over her, observing silently. He finds her lack of despair utterly disappointing, expecting heartbreak. Rihanna simply smiles, her true intentions still shrouded in mystery. Rihanna, bound and waiting, finally speaks to her captor. Protagonist, A, acknowledges her boredom, a chilling indifference in his voice. A tray of untouched food suggests her prolonged, agonizing wait. She ponders his motives, unable to find a logical reason for his aid. Graduation and profit awaited him. Why deviate from that path? Her gaze sharpens. Why did he truly come for her? He reveals the truth. Escaping would leave her utterly powerless. No longer a leader, no longer a supplier, her influence is gone. He declares her nothing, stripped of all status and power. A gasp escapes her as the harsh reality truly sets in. Her eyes widen in a sudden, painful realization as he speaks. He declared she was merely a means to an end for his escape. She knew his true intentions from the moment he entered. The contract revealed everything, exposing her desperate charade. If she truly worked with Dune, she wouldn't have revealed herself. He cuts her bonds, a chilling warning about her desperate fantasies. They must find a way out, as time is running critically short. His eyes flare, veins pulsing, a terrifying surge of power. He catches her as she falls, a silent, desperate alliance forged. The contract, now useless, flutters to the ground, its power gone. He holds her close, the silence heavy with unspoken truths. His gaze pierces, a chilling reminder of her desperate schemes. Even knowing the pain, its agony still overwhelms her. She whispers, "Never again," wishing to escape the torment. He gently touches her, a silent promise to protect her. His hand lingers, a gesture of unexpected comfort. He embraces her tightly, a desperate apology hanging in the air. 3 hours earlier, a mysterious force arrived at the L'Oreal Inn. He assures her, "Don't worry," as they prepare for the unknown. Her eyes widen in shock, asking about his true intentions. She whispers, acknowledging his cunning, recalling a past favor. Her face contorts in pain, yet a plan begins to form. Suddenly, a cloaked figure attacks, preparing to kidnap her. She looks on in shock, realizing the true danger she's in. He arrives, a silent predator, confronting his captive. The girl is surprisingly calm, accepting her fate with a smile. A past conversation reveals a chilling proposal, a kidnapping. He grapples with deception for a greater, unspoken purpose. She calmly offers herself, a frightening serenity in her eyes. He muses on her unnerving composure, contemplating the next move. The window reveals a room. A voice warns about minimal luggage. A hooded figure leads the girl, an expert at being kidnapped. She halts the kidnapping, frantic about unmade sheets and lost points. Protagonist, A and Monster. A question if this even counts as a kidnapping. They concede it feels rude to call it a kidnapping given her calm. A paper airplane glides silently across the wooden floor. 1 hour ago, a grand building stood under the night sky. In underground storage, Rihanna is bound, challenging protagonist, A's intentions. Rihanna, blindfolded and gagged, is surprisingly calm despite her predicament. A mysterious cube is held, hinting at latent magical power and secrets. The faculty would intervene if a student was suddenly kidnapped. If word got out, it would be a problem for the elite trading company. With 1 day left, they plan to capture Lortel using tried and true methods. Framing them is one way to topple someone in this field. Once the semester begins, control of the elite trading company transfers. He won't reveal details, but protagonist, A knows he means business. Suddenly, protagonist, A unleashes a devastating attack, leaving destruction in his wake. He knows everything, and will make this quick. Protagonist, A demands to know, where is Isla Triss? Monster, A reveals Isla sent him a letter, creating a shocking twist. He realizes his guard was down, now knowing they work together. Suddenly, he understands Ed Rothaler is behind everything, igniting his fury. An impact blast unleashes, shattering the surroundings as he demands Ed Rothaler. He desperately warns a woman to get inside, fearing for her safety. With gritted teeth, he swears it will all be over by tomorrow. He commands them to find Isla Triss, even if it means giving up everything. A terrified man reveals they already sent someone, but with the chilling truth. Isla Triss was never downstairs, only a fallen foe. A chilling note of gratitude is left after a meal, hinting at dark intentions. Monster, A is stunned, desperately trying to comprehend what is unfolding around him. A sinister smirk crosses his face as chaos erupts, his plans coming to fruition. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the roof, shaking the very foundations. Monster, A stares in disbelief, realizing the sheer power behind the attack. The protagonist clenches his jaw, enduring immense pain and refusing to yield. His rage explodes, demanding to know the whereabouts of Ed Rothaler immediately. A terrified woman collapses, trapped in the path of the devastating impact. Monster, A calmly observes the destruction, lamenting the cost of the damaged building. Monster A demands they escape, fearing a plot against him. Suddenly, Rihanna, bound, asks if that's Taylor McClure causing the commotion. A powerful warrior unleashes devastating attacks, obliterating his surroundings. The protagonist watches, realizing the enemy buys time with this relentless assault. He appears with Rihanna, lamenting the trading company's weak fighting force. Rihanna stares, shocked, as the protagonist reveals he brought unexpected help. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief as the situation escalates. He assures her everything is handled upstairs, an escape rope secured. A new ally, Ziggs, emerges, bringing unexpected power to their side. Unexpectedly, Ed's actions spiral into a chaotic, flashy display. The protagonist realizes Taylor is coming, shifting his original plan. He intended to use Taylor's chaos to rescue Lortel amidst the commotion. Now, he sees an opportunity to gauge Taylor's true power. He uses the elite trading company as a scapegoat to orchestrate this. Taylor, shocked, confronts the protagonist about his presence. The protagonist then faces a new foe, leaping into battle. A mysterious figure apologizes, urging the protagonist to unleash his full power. She declares that Taylor's rampage must end here, now.